Upon his rebirth in the third year of high school, Yuan discovers that his intellect has suddenly blossomed, endowing him with an extraordinary aptitude for mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Initially, he merely aspired to leverage his talents to secure admission to a 211 university, seeking to alter his fate. However, he ultimately embarks on an irrevocable path of academia. Is it possible that someone from this mediocre high school could win an Olympiad gold medal? Who is responsible for the Chang'e project? Can aerospace truly intimidate the globe? Competitions, guaranteed placements, direct doctoral admissions, aerospace engineering, military industry, nuclear weaponry, and a myriad of cutting-edge scientific research projects not only elevate Yuan to the status of the youngest academician, but also instill trepidation in nations worldwide. Chapter 1. Are you going to rely on your instincts again? The summer sun blazes down upon the earth, and the campus is alive with the incessant chirping of cicadas. At noon, most students are sprawled across their desks in slumber, with only a handful still engaged in their studies. Yuan, Teacher Chun, is calling for you. A man with a crew cut, handsome features, and a height of 6 feet rises from his seat. He does not linger in the sweltering corridor, but strides swiftly into the teacher's office. Indeed, the air conditioning is a welcome relief. Upon entering the office, Yuan cannot help but exhale a sigh of comfort. He strides a few steps to stand at Teacher Chen's desk, maintaining a posture of straightened attention. Have you arrived? The calm words emerge from Teacher Chun as he swivels in his chair, crossing his legs in his customary manner. His expression, which just moments ago radiated warmth during a chat with Teacher Su next door, instantly transforms into one of solemnity. Evidently, Teacher Chen's ability to change his demeanor remains unchanged from Yuan's previous life. Sigh. Facing Yuan, Teacher Chen begins with a long sigh. His right index finger vigorously fiddles with his receding hairline, revealing a look of considerable frustration as he grapples with how to broach the subject. Nonetheless, he ultimately speaks with patience. Yuan, the reason I called you here today is to reiterate an important point. Learning is for oneself. Cheating is a futile endeavor, especially for someone like you who is already in the third year of high school. As he speaks, Teacher Chen's tone intensifies. Bang, bang, bang. His hand, which was previously raking through his hair, comes to rest as he strikes the desk with his knuckles. The other teachers in the spacious office continue to attend to their own matters, seemingly indifferent to the scene unfolding. The other teachers show little interest in the spectacle of Teacher Chen's admonishment. In 3 years of high school, such occurrences are all too common. For high school teachers, the peculiarities of students cheating pale in comparison to the more scandalous affairs of students engaging in romantic dalliances behind closed doors. Teacher Chun, I understand. Yuan lowers his head, casting an innocent glance at Teacher Chun, having anticipated this moment. You understand, yet you still cheat. The tone escalates, transforming into an almost furious shout directed at Yuan. Teacher Chun, I did not cheat. Did not cheat? Then how do you explain your answer to the last question on the recent math exam? As if anticipating Yuan's rebuttal, Teacher Chun swiftly retrieves Yuan's answer sheet from a pile of papers on his desk. This was the first monthly examination for the third-year students at Hengshi High School since the beginning of the term. The primary aim was to assess whether students had squandered their 2-month summer vacation and whether they had retained the knowledge imparted by their teachers. The exam was intentionally challenging, serving as a warning to all third-year students to buckle down and focus on their studies upon returning to school. Now explain how you arrived at the maximum value of PC*PQ for the last question, which you answered as 16/27. You were straightforward enough. You provided no workings on the exam paper, merely tossing an answer onto it. Did you think this was the college entrance examination? That I would grant you marks for merely providing an answer? Teacher Chen's emotions escalate further as he begins to unleash a torrent of words. If only you could cheat on the college entrance exam. I would be overjoyed if you failed to solve the problems and had to scrounge for an answer to earn a mere 3 points. Out of 5 major questions, you could only answer the first 2, leaving 3 unanswered. And yet, you managed to write an answer for the most difficult part of the last question. Yuan, do you not understand the teacher's concerns? If you had brought your phone, you could have voluntarily handed it to the teacher without facing any repercussions, and I would have permitted you to take it home for the weekend. From an initial state of agitation to a more earnest and heartfelt tone 10 minutes later. Clearly, Teacher Chun, a seasoned mathematics instructor, immediately detected the anomaly in Yuan's math exam. Given that no one else in the class had managed to solve that question, he ultimately suspected that Yuan had resorted to using his phone to look up the answer on Baidu during the exam. Up until now, Yuan has remained silent, his spirit remarkably tranquil in this second life. Moreover, this incident was indeed a deliberate act on his part. Only after Teacher Chun concluded his remarks and calmed down enough to listen did Yuan finally speak up. Teacher Chun, I truly did not cheat. I simply relied on my intuition to answer that question. Hearing this, Teacher Chun could not help but shake his head in disbelief. At around 40 years of age, Teacher Chun is in the prime of his teaching career. As he prepares to guide his third cohort of graduating students through the college entrance examination, he has invested considerable effort into their education. He is responsible for overseeing various aspects of the class, including the academic progress of each student. The accountability of all subject teachers and the performance of their respective subjects require his vigilance. Before us, the formerly honest and unassuming Lu Yuan has, quite unexpectedly, transformed into a problematic student in the eyes of his teachers during his final year of high school. The atmosphere grows somewhat oppressive as Teacher Chun once again turns to engage in a light-hearted conversation with Teacher Su, who occupies a nearby desk. Teacher Su, listen to what our students are saying. It's all based on instinct, haha. Alas, these students are becoming increasingly difficult to manage. Their words are undeniably stubborn. Teacher Chun, our Class 8 students are just the same. It's a challenge. Teacher Su, the homeroom teacher of Class 8, is a single woman who has just turned 30 this year. She possesses a pleasing appearance, though her figure is slightly plump. In terms of personality, she is considerably more approachable than Teacher Chun. Due to her youth, the generational gap between her and the students is also less pronounced. In contrast, Old Chun was rather strict with students during his own school days. Of course, this strictness is primarily directed towards average and underperforming students. With high-achieving students, Old Chun adopts a notably gentler demeanor, displaying two distinct faces. Lu Yuan, at present, can certainly comprehend this notion. Perfection is an unattainable ideal. Who can claim to be utterly impartial? For teachers, high-performing students not only provide emotional feedback during lessons. Achieving excellent results in final examinations, particularly in the college entrance exam, can significantly advance their careers. If he were to become a teacher, he would undoubtedly have a bias towards commendable students. This is an undeniable truth. Lu Yuan, I perceive you as a rather honest child. You don't engage in fights or skip classes, which certainly alleviates concerns for the teachers. Though your grades have been mediocre, your attitude towards learning remains commendable. Teacher Chun has always been aware of this. Unable to take a firm approach, Teacher Chun begins to soften his stance. It appears he intends to appeal to emotions instead. How is it that after just one summer break, you have changed so dramatically? You have left the teacher somewhat unrecognizable. Do you believe your explanation holds any merit? Faced with Teacher Chun's expression of helplessness, Lu Yuan can only reiterate, Teacher Chun, I truly wrote it based on instinct. If you doubt me, you could try posing a different question to test my abilities. While I may not be able to articulate the process, many problems evoke an immediate intuition upon sight, enabling me to provide the correct answers. At this moment, Teacher Chun lets out a long sigh of relief. All right, it seems you won't shed tears until faced with the reality. As he speaks, he rises from his seat. He strides to the back of the office, rummaging through a large stack of handouts. 2 minutes later, he returns with a test paper in hand, laying it out before Lu Yuan. Since you rely on instinct, let's see how you fare with this sequence problem. Using your intuition. Chapter 2. Epiphany. To be candid, the matter of the mathematics exam paper from this month's assessment is astonishing. Not only does Teacher Chun express skepticism, but even Lu Yuan himself finds it hard to believe. The very notion of being reborn from the year 2022 back to his senior year in high school feels akin to encountering a specter. Just 3 days prior, upon his rebirth at the school, he was utterly disoriented, unsure of how to proceed. In his past life, he had barely scraped through the college entrance examination, landing at a third-tier civil engineering program in a remote province. After graduation, he found himself on a construction site, working as a safety officer for 3 arduous years, experiencing the cold and warmth of society. Earning a meager monthly salary of 500 yuan, he bore responsibilities that outweighed those of anyone else in the company. Just as he faced an impending crisis at a project that was about to go awry, he prepared to flee, only to unexpectedly find himself transported back to 2014, the very year he had just commenced his final year of high school. However, Lu Yuan's heart was not filled with joy. After all, he had long since forgotten much of the knowledge from high school. In his previous life, he had exerted himself to attain merely this level. Now, with most of his subjects relegated to the recesses of his memory, how could he possibly hope to catch up in this final year? It seemed inevitable that he would be relegated to a vocational college, and, as a child from an ordinary family, his future prospects appeared even bleaker than in his past life. By 2014, society had already begun to solidify, and for an individual of his modest means, what could rebirth possibly change? The only thing he felt he could seize upon was the impending surge in real estate prices. Everything else seemed irrelevant. After a period of contemplation, he concluded that he must first focus on his studies. Yet when he immersed himself in review and problem-solving over the past few days, he discovered, to his astonishment, that he seemed to have suddenly attained enlightenment. It was a mystical kind of awakening, as though God had fully endowed him with an aptitude for the sciences and engineering upon his rebirth, particularly in mathematics, unless he had never encountered the knowledge before. Any subject matter he had previously studied appeared to connect effortlessly in his mind, allowing him to conjure answers almost instinctively, especially with straightforward computational problems. He found himself able to arrive at solutions without conscious thought. Of course, high school mathematics problems no longer relied solely on computation. The major questions involved sequences, spatial geometry, and function derivation. Yet, to him, these posed no significant challenge, unless he had completely forgotten the formulas and theorems relevant to a particular problem. He could derive solutions with ease, even if he lacked clarity on certain steps in the problem-solving process. The ethereal sensation in his mind enabled him to arrive at the correct answers seamlessly. It was akin to the legendary notion of innate talent, mirroring the superstitious beliefs that circulate in society regarding sudden enlightenment. This revelation sparked a determination within Lu Yuan. With a year remaining until the college entrance examination, given his newfound intellectual gifts, he believed that even if his foundations in Chinese and English were weaker than those in his previous life, he could surely excel in the sciences and engineering disciplines. By relying solely on these subjects, he could surpass his scores from the past. Although he understood that in the real world, academic credentials do not determine everything. Much of it hinges on familial connections, and education remained his only tangible asset as a child from an ordinary background. Attending a prestigious university, such as a 985 or 211 institution, might not drastically alter his fate, but it would certainly elevate his prospects beyond the dismal beginnings in civil engineering. Indeed, Lu Yuan envisioned that with his current aptitude, he might even pursue further studies and a career in academia. A far cry from the grueling existence he had endured in his past life, akin to a beast of burden with no visible path forward. I shan't put you in a difficult position. Just provide me with an answer based on your intuition without writing out the process. Teacher Chen's voice interrupted his thoughts once more. As long as you can solve this problem by any means, I will consider it acceptable. I shall pretend that the query on this month's mathematics exam is one that you have derived through your own abilities. At this moment, Teacher Chun had long since abandoned his insistence on Lu Yuan's admission of any wrongdoing. In his heart, he was convinced Lu Yuan had indeed cheated. If he could truly solve this relatively challenging sequence problem, Teacher Chun would take some solace in that, providing Lu Yuan a pathway to redemption. However, if he failed, Teacher Chun would merely dismiss the matter, finding it unworthy of further discussion. The paper that was handed to Lu Yuan was already slightly yellowed with age. The sequence problem was the final question on the exam, and the blank space indicated a few simple steps of the process. Yet it was evident that the first part had not been completed. Here's a pen. Go ahead and calculate, Teacher Chen offered, handing him a blue ballpoint pen. Although, based on Lu Yuan's performance over the past 2 years, Teacher Chen did not believe him capable of solving the problem. He still possessed a modicum of patience. 7/2 times the square root of 34. Before Lu Yuan even grasped the pen, the answer escaped his lips. The requisite knowledge for this problem had already been reviewed in the past 2 days. Upon seeing the problem, the answer had immediately crystallized in his mind. In fact, based on his current understanding, he could even articulate the entire solution process. What? Teacher Chen momentarily faltered. The answer is 7/2 times the square root of 34? Lu Yuan, are you trying to deceive me at this juncture? As he spoke, Teacher Chen fixed his gaze intently on Lu Yuan. Unfazed, Lu Yuan met his gaze with calmness. After a moment of mutual scrutiny, Teacher Chen, though filled with disbelief, yielded, despite 1,000 doubts swirling within him. He took a seat and began calculating the problem himself. As a seasoned mathematics educator with nearly 2 decades of experience, such problems posed little challenge for him. Within just 2 minutes, he had arrived at the final step. After a series of simplifications, there it was. The answer was indeed as Lu Yuan had proclaimed. 7/2 times the square root of 34. At this moment, Teacher Chen did not lift his gaze to meet Lu Yuan's. Rather, he remained frozen, clutching the blue pen in disbelief. After a prolonged pause, he shook his head in disbelief. He then took a blank piece of scratch paper and meticulously copied the problem down. This time, his demeanor was markedly more serious, devoid of the casual nonchalance he had previously exhibited while solving the problem. Indeed, mathematics does not deceive. The final result was, without exception, 7/2 times the square root of 34. Yet even at this juncture, Teacher Chun remained unconvinced. Rising from his seat, he approached Teacher Yao, seated diagonally behind him. Teacher Yao, this paper contains practice problems from last year as college entrance exam for your class, correct? Is the answer still available? I wish to verify it. Teacher Yao, a veteran teacher in his 50s, was the mathematics instructor for the previous year as senior class, and had returned this year to teach Class 8. The same class as Teacher Su. At that moment, he was sipping from a thermos filled with steaming hot tea. Is it this sequence problem you are pointing to? Upon seeing where Teacher Chun indicated on the exam paper, Teacher Yao promptly replied, if it's that problem, then there's no need to search further. I remember the answer is 7 over 2 times the square root of 34. I recall it quite well. The question was poorly formulated. He continued, critiquing the complexity of the answer. Although our province's college entrance exam questions are challenging, the final answers are typically straightforward. They wouldn't present such convoluted solutions. As he shared his thoughts on the exam questions, he noted that while the mathematics questions in Jiangnan province were notoriously difficult, the answers were always neatly resolved into manageable figures. Generally, if the answer was overly intricate, it was prudent to reconsider the calculations, as there was a high probability that one had erred in their computations. Chapter 3. A genius? How could this be possible? Carefully comparing the content of the exam paper, Teacher Chun found himself muttering to himself in disbelief. Wait a moment. With a hurried gait, I departed from Teacher Yao's presence. Waving goodbye once more. Back in the office, I sifted through the stack of papers in the last row, selecting 3 assignments from the heap. Can this question be solved? I inquired, passing one to Lu Yuan with a sense of urgency in my eyes, which were laden with complexity, predominantly disbelief. Yet, from the depths of his gaze, Lu Yuan discerned a glimmer of surprise. Teacher Chun, this problem is indeed solvable, but it is a proof question. I confessed, my own struggles with proof problem surfacing. The 2 substantial questions I left blank in the recent monthly examination were both proofs. Lu Yuan's glance fell upon the proof of spatial vectors, and the solution flashed through his mind instantaneously. Information coalesced in his brain, and he quickly formulated a method of resolution. Given his current knowledge, he had no trouble articulating the proof. However, the 2 questions from the exam remained elusive, as he could not recall the intermediary steps, which was why they remained unanswered. After all, proof questions do not necessitate computing an answer. They simply require verification of the provided solution. Proof questions pose a challenge. What about this one concerning the ellipse and the parabola regarding the range of slopes? Upon observing the penultimate question, which depicted an ellipse intersecting a parabola with a diagonal line piercing through, I noted that it inquired about the permissible slope range of the line. In my previous life, this type of ellipse problem had been particularly vexing. These problems not only involved intricate formulas, but also demanded extensive calculations, consuming considerable time with uncertain accuracy. Often, I would merely lay out the formulas and delay solving the final answer until I had more time. Now, however, my mind functioned like a human calculator, exhibiting a remarkable aptitude for mathematics and science. The moment I encountered the problem, the information I had recently reviewed coalesced, and I swiftly arrived at the answer, within the interval from 13 to 12. This question required no further calculations from Teacher Chun. I had the answer in hand. I quickly cross-referenced the order of the questions on a small answer sheet. For question 23, the process omitted, with the slope range being 13K12. What about this one? After a sequence of 4 or 5 problems, Lu Yuan almost instantaneously provided answers. It was only after confirming Lu Yuan's astonishing talent that Teacher Chun's gaze began to drift in awe. Teacher Chun, do you think we should continue? I truly haven't deceived you. Lu Yuan was astounded by his own innate abilities. In his previous life, he had heard tales of mathematical prodigies who could instantly discern answers upon seeing a problem. He had dismissed such claims as mere boastfulness. Now, experiencing this phenomenon firsthand, he began to comprehend what being a mathematical genius truly entailed. Even he found his brain somewhat extraordinary, given a little more time. He was confident he could achieve a perfect score in mathematics on the college entrance examination. No wonder he recalled a joke from a renowned university mathematics professor he had heard online. A mere 150 point for the mathematics exam, and one dares to claim proficiency in the subject? It seemed that this might not have been mere jest after all. Teacher Chun. Lu Yuan called out several times before Teacher Chun finally snapped back to reality, his expression a mix of bewilderment as he absent-mindedly patted his stubbled face. After a moment, he spoke again. Lu Yuan, I recall your previous mathematics scores were around 100 points, correct? Occasionally, you might score 120 on simpler papers, but nothing like this where you see answers so readily. At that moment, the previous frustration had vanished from Teacher Chen's face. replaced by nostalgic reflection on Lu Yuan's past performance. About that, Lu Yuan replied, acquiescing to teacher Chen's recollection. In truth, his actual scores were not as high as teacher Chen suggested. On a 150-point paper, he generally managed around 90 points, merely scraping by. He distinctly remembered an exceptional occasion when he scored 122 points, a personal best that lingered in his memory even after his rebirth. Why don't you share with me what has sparked this sudden enlightenment? At long last, Lu Yuan began to articulate the carefully considered explanation he had prepared. I'm not entirely certain. I've always had a keen sensitivity to numbers, mostly in calculations. Recently, however, it feels as though many problems simply imprint themselves in my mind, and I can react with the answers almost instantaneously. Huh, teacher, Chun exclaimed, clenching his left fist and striking the desk emphatically. That must be it. Perhaps boys develop at a slower pace. Your talent has always been there, just unexpressed. He reminisced about a similarly gifted student he had encountered during his university days, who excelled in calculations and mental math. But you, my dear Lu Yuan, can provide direct answers to problems. I've only heard of such talents in students from prestigious schools. Attracted by the commotion, Teacher Su, who was preparing to enter the classroom with a stack of papers, interjected with a teasing remark. What? Teacher Chun, weren't you just accusing your students of cheating? Now, suddenly, we've unearthed a math prodigy? Indeed, Teacher Su, Lu Yuan's mathematical talent has always been remarkable, Teacher Chun exclaimed, his excitement evident as he yearned to share Lu Yuan's story with his colleagues. Unfortunately, Teacher Su, uninterested in hearing the rest, waved goodbye and sauntered away, her ample figure swaying. Observing this, Teacher Chun scanned the room, yet most teachers were preoccupied with the two boys from Class 7, who were evidently nursing bruises from a scuffle during lunch break. Teacher Chen's desire to share the discovery of Lu Yuan's mathematical genius was swiftly quelled. Forget it, Lu Yuan. You may go back now. Teacher, what about the matter of my alleged cheating? Huh, that was a misunderstanding on my part. I apologize. Teacher Chen's eyes brimmed with sincerity as he stood to formally express his regret. Teacher, I understand your earlier actions, Lu Yuan replied, aware that this incident was not solely about seeking an apology from his homeroom teacher. It was also a preemptive measure, a signal to ensure that his genius would not be easily dismissed. After all, genius is not easily recognized and is not cultivated overnight. It requires acknowledgement from others, particularly from one's teachers. Without their validation, even if Lu Yuan aced the next exam, he risked being suspected of cheating. Moreover, achieving a perfect score during the college entrance examination would likely raise even greater scrutiny. In truth, he possessed genuine talent, and it would be far more prudent to display it openly. By showcasing his abilities to his teachers, he would earn their recognition, allowing him to excel without the need for self-justification. Teacher Chun would serve as his most credible source of validation. Equally vital was the fact that he needed to remain at high school for another year. As a closed institution, Hengshi High School required students to board, with only weekends available for returning home. To indulge in any outside pleasures, be it a nice meal, a bubble tea, or other desires, students needed either a note from their homeroom teacher or the goodwill of the gatekeeper. Lu Yuan, it was indeed a misunderstanding on my part. I take full responsibility, but do not squander your remarkable mathematical talent. Solidify your foundation. Also, give me a little time to process this. Chapter 4, Monthly Exam Rankings. Teacher Jiang, I just came from Teacher Chen's office. In the classroom, English teacher Jiang was already conducting lessons, diligently writing vocabulary on the blackboard. Whether it was due to the school's tradition of aesthetically pleasing English teachers or another reason, Teacher Jiang was equally striking in appearance. At the age of 26, having just graduated, she began her teaching career at Hengshi Middle School. Today, she donned a long, azure floral dress, complemented by a subtle touch of makeup. Her features were exquisitely delicate and animated, and when paired with her gentle demeanor, her beauty rivaled that of some minor celebrities. At this moment, having been interrupted, she paused her writing with the chalk in her hand. Teacher Jiang turned around and nodded slightly at him. Lu Yuan, receiving the unspoken cue, hurried back to his seat, eager not to disturb the learning of his classmates. However, a rather cool voice followed him from behind. Lu Yuan, don't focus solely on mathematics. Be sure to attend to your English as well. Your foundation was already weak, and after summer break, it has become utterly dismal. Immediately, a wave of low, malicious laughter rippled through his surrounding classmates, who had long since lost interest in the lesson. Indeed, the anticipated consequences had arrived. In stark contrast to his proficiency in the sciences, his English was utterly abysmal. His prior knowledge had been mediocre at best, and in this new life, he found himself even more beleaguered. Typically scoring in the 80s, he now glanced at the monthly examination paper on his desk, which bore a glaring scarlet 47 at the top. Although it appeared he had merely dropped over 30 points, in reality, this score was already alarmingly low. Of that 47, over 20 points were simply lucky guesses on the multiple-choice section, with the remaining few points awarded for his essays. Brother Yuan, you certainly had a wild summer, scoring only 47 in English, and even our class troublemaker Zhou Linwei managed to score 43. You're almost on par with him. Zhou Linwei, the class's notorious troublemaker, had not engaged in any academic pursuits during his first 2 years of high school. He was not particularly pleasant to deal with, and he began to pursue a path as a sports specialty student in the latter half of his second year. Ultimately, he ended up attending a second-tier university, which, in Lu Yuan's recollection, was better than most of their classmates, including himself, who followed the conventional route to university. What score did you get? Though his memory of his classmates was somewhat hazy, he quickly reacquainted himself with their names and personalities after a few days in this new life. His deskmate, He Jianfeng, was a close friend throughout high school, typically performing slightly worse academically than Lu Yuan. However, during the actual college entrance examination, He Jianfeng achieved a stable score, just passing the undergraduate threshold. Unfortunately, when it came time to fill out their university applications, he was unable to secure a spot and ended up attending a prestigious vocational college in Jiangnan province. After graduating, he worked in green food inspection, benefiting from the school's resources, and his company thrived. It could be considered a prime job, with opportunities for travel that brought various perks. In just a year, his monthly salary exceeded 10,000, far surpassing Lu Yuan, who had stubbornly pursued a civil engineering degree. In their previous life, they often dined together, with He Jianfeng usually picking up the tab. 96. Quite an impressive score. By right, with Jianfeng's level, his English should be worse than mine. Achieving this level is indeed extraordinary. Perhaps seeing Lu Yuan's silence, He Jianfeng assumed he was feeling down about his own poor performance. He refrained from boasting further and leaned in to whisper, I sat next to Zhu Jie during the exam. No wonder. Zhu Jie was a perennial top 3 student in their class, excelling in the humanities. Sitting beside her during an exam, especially given the lax supervision during the monthly test, made it nearly impossible to score poorly if one was inclined to peak. Could you two keep it down? While you're not studying, we still have to focus. Shen Jiajing, seated in front, turned to glare at them, clearly displeased. Although Lu Yuan found her attitude irksome, he and He Jianfeng recognized their fault and quickly apologized with sheepish smiles. Unfortunately, the divine gift bestowed upon Lu Yuan was solely in mathematics and the sciences. Faced with English, he still felt a throbbing headache. He mustered his concentration to listen to the lesson on the exam paper, but the material seemed to slip from his mind as soon as it was presented. At this point, merely passing the English portion of the college entrance examination felt like an insurmountable challenge. Life in high school often felt rather monotonous. During evening self-study, Lu Yuan intended to review his science subjects. Unexpectedly, their homeroom teacher, Old Chun, entered the classroom carrying a stack of A4 papers. He casually divided the papers into 8 portions and distributed them from front to back. The printed content was none other than the results from the recent monthly examination. Lu Yuan glanced at his rank, 19th. His scores included 77 in Chinese, 47 in English, 73 in biology, 71 in physics, 77 in chemistry, and 116 in mathematics. With a total of 461 points, his overall performance was comparable to his second-year results, with a similar rank. However, the underlying differences were significant, as his previous scores in mathematics and the sciences had never reached such heights. If he could elevate his Chinese and English scores to passing levels, and allow his science subjects a little more time to develop, achieving a total score of 570 to 580 would pose no issue. Given the historical benchmark of 750 for the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province, with the first-tier cutoff hovering around 550, he could aspire to attend a 211 university in the Northwest if he attained 570. Wow, Brother Yuan, what's going on? Your scores in Chinese and English are so low. Yet your total is still 461? Did you spend the summer playing around? Did you focus solely on the sciences? He Jianfeng had initially assumed Lu Yuan's scores would have plummeted by a significant margin, estimating he would land around the 30th position. He was astonished to find Lu Yuan still firmly within the top 20, especially with a mathematics score of 116, which was nothing short of miraculous compared to Lu Yuan's previous capabilities. Which tutoring center did you attend? I want to try it out too. A sharp rap of Old Chin's knuckles on the podium swiftly quelled the murmurs in the classroom. Quiet. The results from this month's exam have been distributed. Some students have improved, while others have regressed. The top score goes to Chiu Hao with 567 points. Quite impressive. If he maintains this momentum and keeps up in the comprehensive science subjects, a prestigious university is within reach. Indeed, the top students in their class were also among the top 3 in the school, likely aiming for a standard first-tier university. Lu Yuan hailed from Linzhou City in Jiangnan Province, specifically from Yuan County. Jiangnan Province is a colossal economic hub and an educational powerhouse. But Linzhou City does not hold a significant ranking. Yuan County, in particular, is the poorest in terms of both economy and education within Linzhou City. Hengshi Middle School is considered the least prestigious among the 5 high schools in Yuan County, out of more than 1,000 students each year. Only a handful manage to meet the first-tier university cutoff. The actual educational objective of the school is to cater to the majority of students, primarily focused on undergraduate education. The annual admission rate for undergraduates is less than 40%. What does it mean to aspire to attend university in Jiangnan Province? From Lu Yuan's memories of his future college entrance examination, he recalled that the cutoff for science students ultimately settled at 443 points. Achieving passing scores in each subject would yield around 450 points, ensuring a stable path to undergraduate studies. However, this was a dream beyond the reach of most students at Hengshi Middle School. 4 science classes, mathematics, and comprehensive science subjects were daunting, with few students able to guarantee passing grades. In his previous life, Lu Yuan scored 458 points on the college entrance examination, forcing him to leave Jiangnan Province, where he attended a mediocre 3rd-tier university. Chapter 5. Lu Yuan had indeed made the right choices. Yuhua, your scores were decent this time. Just maintain this for next time. Lu Yuan, I'm not even going to comment on your Chinese, but what on earth happened with your English? 47 points? You better score at least 90 next month, or you know the consequences. Remarkably, after just 1 summer, his performance in science subjects had improved significantly. After each monthly exam, Old Chun enjoyed analyzing each student's results, providing a simple breakdown of their scores relative to the college entrance examination benchmarks, helping them understand where they stood academically. Of course, this method was not particularly rigorous, as the exam papers at their school were generally much easier than those on the actual entrance examination. After all, it is merely the first semester of the 3rd year of high school, and the initial round of comprehensive review has just commenced. The 3 subjects in the science curriculum are also assessed separately, with neither the examination duration nor the difficulty having reached their peak. Nevertheless, by calculating the proportions, some reference can still be gleaned. Prior to his rebirth, the benchmark for college entrance examination results in their class was set by He Jianfeng. That year, he scored precisely 445 points, placing him 22nd. He was the last among the 47 students in the class to surpass the threshold for undergraduate admission. Liang Zidong, fetch the math test papers from my office, the homeroom teacher declared. We will review the papers during this self-study session, and there will be no math homework assigned for tonight. Consequently, one of the 3 evening study sessions dedicated to homework was seized by the homeroom teacher. This was an occurrence to which everyone had grown accustomed. The multiple-choice questions posed no challenge, did they? They were in fact quite simple. Yet only a few managed to achieve a perfect score. In our class, only Chiu Hao and Lu Yuan answered them all correctly. The number of students who could answer the fill-in-the-blank questions perfectly was even fewer. Only Lu Yuan managed a perfect score. During the course of this lesson, Lu Yuan was mentioned by the homeroom teacher, Lao Chun, on 3 separate occasions. Remarkably, this frequency surpassed even that of the academically gifted Chiu Hao, who was typically the one most frequently acknowledged. At this moment, several classmates began to cast furtive glances toward Lu Yuan. Particularly, his deskmate, He Jianfeng, looked utterly astonished. As the evening progressed, his eyes were nearly glued to Lu Yuan and his test paper. With a mathematics score of 116, Lu Yuan had already achieved the 4th highest score in the class. He lost 2 points on the proof questions, totaling 28 points. For the final question, although he only provided an answer, Lao Chun, in his grading, was rather lenient. He awarded 5 points for the first sub-question and even 4 points for the second, despite it being merely an answer without further elaboration. The remainder of the paper was flawless, particularly the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank sections, where he lost not a single point. From Lu Yuan's perspective, it was indeed challenging to lose points. The questions that required no procedural work were ones he could almost instantaneously answer, especially with graphical questions. A mere glance allowed him to compare the proportions and information depicted in the diagrams. These answers were not derived from computations or theorems. They were easily discerned just by observation, making error nearly impossible. The bell rang precisely on time. Yet Lao Chun was still engaged in analyzing the last question of the paper. The two prominent students seated behind Lu Yuan were now visibly restless, their legs shaking in impatience. Their upper bodies were completely bent forward, aligned with the height of their desks, clearly prepared to rush to the canteen. With a series of sharp knocks on the desk, Lao Chen admonished, some students seem to be entirely oblivious during class discussions, yet the moment the bell rings, they won't miss a second. He cast a stern gaze over the room, particularly at the students in the last row behind Lu Yuan. After issuing a warning through his eyes, he resumed his review of the test paper, shaking his head in exasperation. Forget it. I won't discuss the first sub-question of the last problem. As for the second one, no one except Lu Yuan managed to answer it correctly. I won't elaborate further. In any case, for questions of this difficulty, if you encounter them in the college entrance examination, just write down the formulas if you can. There's no need to get bogged down. The teacher did not expect perfection from his students. He knew that for anyone in our class to score 130 points in the mathematics section of the college entrance exam would be a dream come true. This was not due to Lao Chen's disdain for their class or for these students. The reality was that their school was the least prestigious public high school in the county. The students who entered via the high school entrance examination were drawn from the weakest pool. Ultimately, during the college entrance examination, the highest score in mathematics in the entire school was achieved by Chiao Hao from their class, who scored 122 points. It was an unavoidable fact. The difficulty of mathematics in Jiangnan province was renowned throughout the country. The average score for mathematics in the year Lu Yuan took the exam was a mere 67 points. As for his own performance, he had exceeded expectations, achieving a score of 99. Thus, many of his comments were heartfelt, devoid of any discriminatory intent. However, after singling out Lu Yuan, the entire class turned to look at him. Although he was aware that his talent had been acknowledged and would likely garner the attention and care of their homeroom teacher, Lao Chen, he had not anticipated such scrutiny. He certainly did not desire to be subjected to this intense spotlight. As expected, the moment Lao Chen uttered the words class dismissed, numerous classmates quickly surrounded Lu Yuan, eager to examine his test paper. This level of attention from nearly the entire class was an experience Lu Yuan had never encountered in either of his lifetimes. Even Chiao Hao, the class's top student, had risen from his seat in the third row to approach him. Yuan Yi, may I take a look at your answer to the last question? Although the two rarely interacted, Chiao Hao's demeanor was exceedingly polite, addressing him as Yuan Ge. Just as he Jianfeng did. Lu Yuan was among the taller boys in the class, standing a precise 180 centimeters tall, with no additional growth anticipated after several years of waiting. He had a lean physique, reasonably pleasing features, though his eyes were somewhat small, judging solely by his face. He could be considered a modestly handsome young man. Combined with his height, one might expect him to attract significant attention for girls. Unfortunately, in their science class, there were only 11 girls, none of whom met his standards of beauty. Moreover, due to his previous self being rather reserved and earnest during high school, he did not engage with students from other classes, resulting in a complete lack of romantic experiences throughout those 3 years. Really, Teacher Chen exaggerated. I merely guessed the answer for the last question. There's nothing impressive about it, he said as he handed over the test paper. A number of students gathered around Chiao Hao, but unfortunately, the mere answer provided and the 4 points awarded offered little intrigue. The student seated in front of them, Shun Jiajing, wore an expression of skepticism. Lu Yuan, you didn't just copy this from Baidu, did you? You dare write down just one answer. No wonder your math score is so high. With her remark, a few classmates began to echo her doubts. After all, everyone was well aware of Lu Yuan's previous academic performance. His sudden rise in mathematics was somewhat hard to fathom. However, it was fortunate that his actual score was not as inflated as they imagined. Had he scored a perfect 150 in one go, Lu Yuan could only envision the uproar among his classmates, with even more questions arising. Fortunately, he had not achieved such a score, and with Lao Chen backing him, he felt somewhat reassured. After all, only a few students who typically scored similarly to Lu Yuan had begun to express doubts. Yuan Ge is not that kind of person. He probably just ran out of time to write out the process, they speculated, though they remained skeptical of Lu Yuan's solitary answer. Nonetheless, Chiao Hao was a person of good character and high emotional intelligence. Publicly, he stood by Lu Yuan, offering him support. Chapter 6, You Should Give It a Try. Chiao Hao, Zhou Zimo, Zhu Jie, and Lu Yuan, please come to my office. Lao Chen announced as he leaned halfway through the window from the stairwell, calling out to the students in the back row of the classroom. This announcement effectively liberated Lu Yuan from the center of attention. Following the other 3 students, he exited the classroom, trailing behind Lao Chen as they made their way to the office. Zhou Zimo was also among the top performers in the class, particularly excelling in mathematics. Several times, he had outscored Chiao Hao in the mathematics subject. As for Zhu Jie, She was likewise one of the top 3 students in the class. Along the way, these 3 engaged in casual conversation, while Lu Yuan, lacking any prior rapport with them, remained silent, not a single person initiating dialogue with him. Walking last among the 4, despite harboring numerous questions internally, he did not feel anxious. In the large office, there were hardly any teachers present at this late hour. Most of the subject teachers were in various public offices throughout the comprehensive building. This large office primarily served as a resting place for class teachers or those supervising evening study sessions. Please, move some chairs over to this empty space. The 3 students, well practiced, quickly fetched chairs from nearby vacant desks and settled in. As for Lu Yuan, he did not shy away from his desires, directly bringing over the large swivel chair belonging to teacher Yao. When class supervisor Old Chen arrived, he did not immediately address any matters at hand. Instead, he pulled aside the newspaper covering the desk and presented a basket of dark purple bayberries. Have some bayberries. I bought these from outside this afternoon. They're quite sweet. Initially, the group hesitated, but after Chiu Hao took the lead in sampling the fruit, they all followed suit without further reservation. Indeed, enjoying bayberries in the air-conditioned office during the summer felt uniquely delightful. After all, was this not the privilege afforded to diligent students? Lu Yuan had never experienced such treatment in his previous life at school. To think he would have such a day now, albeit bayberries were not an exotic fruit. However, the value of this basket, being offered by the class supervisor in the office specifically for their enjoyment, was indeed considerable. Let us discuss while we eat. At this moment, Old Chen also picked a bayberry from the basket, placing it in his mouth as he glanced at the 4 of them. There's a provincial mathematics competition next Tuesday. I'd like to know your thoughts. If there are no objections, I will register all 4 of you. As soon as he finished speaking, the only girl among them, Zhu Jia, raised her hand. Teacher Chun, I do prefer not to go. I participated for 2 years in my first and second years, but I haven't won any awards. Now that I'm in my 3rd year, I want to focus my energy on studying. Lu Yuan was somewhat surprised. In his previous life, he had also never taken part in such competitions. He hadn't anticipated that someone would choose to forego an opportunity that seemed to bring prestige. Old Chen, however, was not taken aback and nodded at Zhu Jia. That is fine, since you're in your 3rd year. It's entirely up to you whether you wish to attend. Ultimately, university admissions hinge primarily on the college entrance examination. Chiu Hao, Zhou Zimo, are you 2 still going? Not mentioning himself, Lu Yuan obediently sat there, consuming bayberries while striving to absorb as much information as possible. I'm going. So am I. The 2 readily agreed without hesitation. All right, you 3 may return to self-study for now. A few minutes later, only Lu Yuan and class supervisor Old Chen remained in the office. At that moment, Teacher Chun was rummaging beneath the newspaper. After a while, he opened a drawer and finally retrieved a test paper, handing it to Lu Yuan. This paper was the 2013 middle school Olympic mathematics test from the previous year. You probably want to go home this weekend, will you? No, I want to. Although Hongxi High School had a notoriously poor student intake and low teaching quality, its management was exceedingly strict, more so than any other school in the county. They primarily operated on a bi-weekly schedule, with half-day breaks on small weeks and 2-day breaks on large weeks. Generally, students would not return home unless they lived nearby or had pressing matters. Lu Yuan's home was in the county town, while Hongxi High School was situated in Hongxi town, making commuting somewhat troublesome. He had never considered going back during small weeks. Try your hand at this competition. There are still a few days left. So spend this time familiarizing yourself with the set of competition questions. The answers are on the back. There might not be much process involved. If you find the questions confusing, there is no need to ask me. I lack the energy, and I might not be able to solve them either. Any questions? Teacher Chen quickly laid out a series of instructions, then fixed a calm gaze upon him. Teacher, why did you only print this set of questions for me? Don't Chiu Hao and Zhou Zimo need to review them in advance? Driven by curiosity regarding this special treatment, Lu Yuan couldn't help but inquire. The paper itself was not valuable. The school's copying room offered free copying services, so printing 2 copies for his classmates would have been simple. It was evident that Teacher Chun had ulterior motives. Both of them participated in the competition last year, and these questions were the ones they faced. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan realized the distinction. Indeed, the 2 had already taken the test, which was fundamentally different from his situation as a first-time competitor. Furthermore, they were not endowed with the same mathematical talent as him. Zhou Zimo was considered the most mathematically gifted in their class, but even he had only managed to secure a 3rd prize at the Linzhou city level in the previous competition. This year, the provincial policy that granted extra points for competition awards in college entrance exams had been abolished, making participation less significant for them, serving merely as an enriching personal experience. It was no wonder Zhu Jie was completely disinterested, while teacher Chen treated the three with such casualness. What about me? Since this competition bore little significance for everyone else, and with no additional points awarded for the college entrance exam, what was the point of his participation? Was he merely expected to bring glory to the school, aiding teacher Chen in his educational endeavors? Lu Yuan did not reject these notions. In his previous life, he had never even heard of competitions. Now, with such an opportunity, he was quite eager to participate, simply wishing to inquire with teacher Chen. You are different. You have recently begun to grasp mathematics, although your foundation is not yet solid. Your logical reasoning is indeed strong. However, I cannot assess your exact level. This competition will allow you to test your potential and determine where your talents lie. Teacher Chen likely had been astonished by his talents in the office previously, but was now uncertain about his current capabilities. Given that mathematics was somewhat elusive regarding talent, it was not uncommon to find young prodigies in society, with several 985 institutions even establishing dedicated programs for them. Teacher Chen probably wished to ascertain Lu Yuan's level of talent, as ordinary monthly exams and test papers could not measure it adequately. The only way to gauge it would be through competition. Just as Lu Yuan nodded in agreement and prepared to return to the classroom to study the competition questions, teacher Chen spoke once more in a low voice. Although the points for competitions have been abolished, the opportunity for direct admission still exists. Don't think too much about the rest. If you can secure a provincial first prize in this competition, we will consider what to do next. Chapter 7. Other schools. High school days always seem to pass exceptionally quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was already the following Tuesday, the day of the competition. Lu Yuan had meticulously studied the competition questions from the previous year. To be honest, they all fell within the high school syllabus and posed no challenges beyond the curriculum. However, the types of questions were particularly novel, and the difficulty was indeed significantly higher than ordinary exams, especially with topics involving geometric shapes, ellipses, and parabolas. The computational demands were quite substantial. Fortunately, these are no different for Lu Yuan. During the past few days, he had primarily focused on revising all high school mathematics knowledge, fully committing various theorems and formulas to memory. Although he had only been reborn for a little over a week, Lu Yuan had thoroughly grasped all mathematical content by last night. As long as the competition material did not exceed the syllabus, he was confident in achieving a perfect score. At 10:30 a.m., as the class bell rang, Lu Yuan borrowed 2 new pen refills from Jian Feng in the next room and set off with Qiu Hao and Zhou Zimo. Since the examination venue was at Guyuan No. 1 High School, the only key high school in Guyuan County, they would not attend the 4th period of morning classes due to the travel time required to reach the county town. Armed with the leave note specially approved by Old Chun, they exited the campus. Ah, it's so good to be outside. What relief. As soon as they stepped out of the school gates, Zhou Zimo exclaimed in delight. Shall we grab some milk tea? It's still early. Why don't we buy a cup of milk tea first? Sure, Qiu Hao replied, turning to Lu Yuan. Sound good. I'd like a cup as well. After his rebirth, Lu Yuan initially felt a slight gap between himself and his high school classmates. However, the 3rd year was indeed a pressure-laden and monotonous phase. Yet it was also an environment conducive to integration. In just over a week, Lu Yuan had seamlessly adapted to his current identity as a high school senior. For the 2 top students in the class, he naturally would not wish to be left out. This bubble tea shop, which one would assume will be devoid of patrons at the school gate, was surprisingly thriving with business. Nearly 30 students from the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd years, all poised to participate in the competition today, congregated at the bubble tea shop at the same time. After their tea break, the 2 suggested heading nearby for lunch. In comparison to the fare offered in the high school cafeteria, the external cuisine was undeniably far more appetizing. As the braised pork over rice was placed before him, and he observed the eating habits of the other 2, Lu Yuan began to realize something. These 2 were attending the competition with such enthusiasm despite the lack of tangible benefits. It seemed they were simply looking for an escape from the stringent school regulations, with no real intention of winning any awards. It was indeed a shrewd choice to gamble on luck while having the legitimate opportunity to enjoy a day out. He was taken aback by the sheer number of participants. Since this was Lu Yuan's first competition, he took the opportunity to strike up a conversation during lunch. Not too bad at all, right, Brother Yuan? Qiu Hao exclaimed, taking a hefty sip of bubble tea before elaborating. Actually, it's mainly the 1st and 2nd year students participating. Aside from the 3 of us, it seems there are only 2 from Class 7 in the 3rd year. Among the science classes in Hongxi High School, their Class 9 boasted the best results, followed closely by Class 7. The students from these 2 classes were recognized for their commendable academic backgrounds within the pool of candidates. As for the remaining classes, their performance was significantly weaker. Hence, no other classes had come to participate in the competition, as most were focusing their energy on the college entrance examination. I heard some schools have classes specifically for competitions. Why doesn't our school offer such a thing? Lu Yuan inquired. Brother Yuan, you think too much. In our Yuan County, aside from the first high school, which school has the capacity to offer competition classes? Xiao Hao replied. They only grant an additional 5 points, and starting this year, even that has been canceled. I heard the first high school plans to discontinue their competition classes next year. Zhou Zimo, sitting nearby, offered this explanation, surprising Lu Yuan somewhat. Zhou Zimo was of a diminutive stature, often seated in the front row of the class, and they had communicated little in their previous life. Since teacher Chan had called them to participate in the competition, Lu Yuan sensed that Zhou Zimo harbored some unspoken aversion towards him, likely due to skepticism regarding his mathematics score from the last monthly exam, believing him to be cheating. Yet, he wondered why their homeroom teacher, Mr. Chun, had not noticed this and still allowed him to participate in the competition. Nonetheless, the two boys had no personal enmity, and with Xiao Hao facilitating their interaction, the initial barriers of isolation began to dissolve, leading to a lively exchange among the three. On the bus heading to the first high school, they engaged in discussions about games and studies. Indeed, despite being top students, they were still from Hongxi High School, and both were avid gamers, having spent the majority of their 2-month summer vacation playing League of Legends. Around 1:15 p.m., the trio finally rushed to Yuan First High School. The examination was to be held in the large lecture hall of the school. Initially believing that only 5 schools were participating and with less than 30 students from their school, Lu Yuan thought the lecture hall would not be crowded. However, upon entering the examination room, he was met with a startling sight. Over 20 rows, each with 30 seats, were nearly filled to capacity. At the podium stood a middle-aged female teacher, wearing a small microphone, straining to shout, "Student from our first high school, sit in the first 3 rows. Student from a second high school, sit in rows 46. Students from Yuan Senior High School, sit in rows 79. Students from the junior high group, sit in row 10. The remaining students from other schools may sit anywhere from row 11 onwards, but be sure to maintain a seat between you." Even with the microphone, her voice was barely audible in the vast lecture hall filled with hundreds of students. Yet, to Lu Yuan's ears, that soft voice was oddly grating. Of the 5 high schools, only the first 3 were acknowledged by name and assigned seating, while Hongxi High School was automatically categorized with the other institutions. In the eyes of the teachers from these prestigious schools, it was evident that they regarded the students of Hongxi High School with scant respect. However, one could hardly blame the teachers, given that their high school was indeed the weakest in the county. Most students merely hoped to earn a district-level award, which was already a cause for celebration. Historically, they had only achieved a city-level award at best, and a provincial third prize was a rare feat from years past. It was important to note that there were only 5 high schools in Yuan County. Thus, the district-level awards held little value, often pitting them against junior high students. It was likely that many teachers viewed the students from Hongxi High School as mere fillers for the competition. Had Hongxi High not qualified as a high school, these students would likely never have had the opportunity to participate. Upon entering, the 3 of them instinctively sat in the last row. As they surveyed their surroundings, they noted that the last 2 rows seemed to be filled with students from their own school. The next 2 rows housed students from Linyang High School, with the 2 schools collectively occupying just 4 rows. Between these 4 rows and the 10th row of junior high students lay 6 or 7 rows of emptiness. As if a vast chasm had formed, an unspoken division in academic standing that was palpable even before the examination began. Chapter 8. Answering the questions. I never imagined our school would be treated this way. With just a few minutes left before the exam papers were distributed, Lu Yuan shook his head in disbelief. While everyone at school was aware of their institution's lower standing and average reputation within the county, the reality had never felt so stark until now. Amidst this citywide and provincial competition, Brother Yuan, the mathematics competition isn't too daunting. The first round is the provincial contest, and if we are fortunate enough to perform exceptionally, we might stand a chance at winning a provincial award. Zhou Zimo chimed in, attempting to alleviate the tension. However, for competitions in chemistry and physics, one must first excel in the city-level competitions before qualifying for the provincial exams. Lu Yuan grasped the crux of the matter. It appeared that in the subjects of chemistry and physics, even the possibility of luck was non-existent. One had to first pass the city-level screening to even attempt the provincial awards. Mathematics isn't about luck. Lu Yuan interjected. If we are speaking of fortune, then the biology competition holds the most potential. Xiao Hao, seated ahead, joined the conversation. Zimo, If only you had participated in the biology competition previously. That competition goes straight to the provincial level, and it consists entirely of multiple choice questions. There are a total of 100 questions combining single and multiple choice formats, with no lengthy problems to solve. Just 2 sessions ago, one of our senior sisters won the provincial third prize by sheer luck. Such a pity. Even a provincial third prize held almost no weight in the college entrance examination. In previous years, Chang'e province's policy for bonus points required a provincial first prize. Yuan was beginning to understand the competition policies, albeit with limitations. In his past life, he had never heard of such details or investigated them thoroughly. In this life, he had been confined within the school, and without the internet's assistance, the information he could find was scant and fragmented. Silence. The teacher at the podium announced as the exam papers were about to be distributed. Everyone, look at the sealed exam packet I hold. It is indeed sealed. If anyone has objections, please raise them now. The female teacher raised the exam packet above her head, shook it a few times, and without waiting for any actual objections, proceeded to open the seal. As she passed the exam papers back, she continued, the examination time is 100 minutes, and restroom breaks are not permitted. If you wish to submit your papers early, you may do so at any time. You may begin answering once you receive your papers. Although this was purported to be a provincial competition, the entire procedure felt rather casual. The list of participants had not been verified, and the examination papers were distributed nearly 10 minutes early. Naturally, this premature distribution might have been intended to accommodate students from a local county, or perhaps to favor those from the prestigious No. 1 high school. It is no wonder that the competition points were abolished this year. The provincial competition indeed emanated an air of laxity. When the exam paper reached Yuan's hands, he first scanned it from top to bottom. It was merely a single A4 sheet containing a total of 20 questions, 15 fill-in-the-blank questions, and 5 major problems, with not a single multiple-choice question in sight. No wonder Chang'e had remarked that there was hardly any luck involved. As he perused a few major questions, Yuan felt himself entirely composed. Upon glancing at the first 3 major questions, he had already formulated answers in his mind. As for the latter 2, upon encountering a question on elliptic curves and another on sequences, he felt completely at ease. After all, these topics were unlikely to exceed the syllabus. They were firmly rooted in high school content. However, the nature of the questions and the intensity of calculations would undoubtedly present a challenge greater than that of the college entrance examination. In the once boisterous lecture hall, the only sound that remained after the papers were distributed was the soft rustling of calculations being made on scrap paper. The scrap paper was available at the podium, with no limit on quantity. Once the formal answering began, Yuan quickly transcribed the answers to the fill-in-the-blank questions onto the answer sheet. Unlike the major problems, which required step-by-step solutions, especially the proofs, where he had to consider whether his knowledge could substantiate his claims, the fill-in-the-blank questions were almost instantaneous for his mind. In less than 3 minutes, he had already written down the answers to all 15 fill-in-the-blank questions. At that moment, a sharp intake of breath from Zhou Zimo broke the silence. Yuan turned his head to look, noticing that Zhou's forehead was slightly beaded with sweat, his face a portrait of unspoken tension. Out of the corner of his eye, Yuan noticed that his entire exam paper and answer sheet remained blank. He understood. He had been stumped by the first question. The difficulty of the 15 fill-in-the-blank questions was relatively uniform for him, but intuitively, he sensed that the first 3 posed the greatest challenge, while the subsequent questions were comparatively easier, although the last 3 fill-in-the-blanks still presented a significant hurdle. It seemed that the examiners were deliberately toying with the psychology of students like them. 20 minutes later, Yuan had meticulously completed his paper. Among the 5 major problems, 2 required substantial calculations. However, once he discerned a particular line of thought, he could swiftly bypass several steps. It would not be an exaggeration to label it a brain teaser. The exam overall did not stray far from the syllabus, remaining primarily focused on high school content. Yet, the demands for logical reasoning were indeed rigorous. Unbeknownst to him, Yuan had begun to analyze the points being tested while answering the questions, including the intentions behind the examiner's queries. Suddenly, the previously subdued chatter in the classroom began to rise again. What the hell? Already? The conversations among several students from Hengxi High School surrounding Yuan reached his ears. It turned out that someone had submitted their paper, and it had only been a little over 20 minutes. In fact, Yuan had finished writing 5 to 6 minutes prior and was now primarily checking his work. He did not wish to submit his paper early and draw attention to himself. The adult within him understood that submitting early would not determine anything. Ultimately, it was the results that mattered. Moreover, Old Chun had emphasized this to him. If he wished to explore the possibility of being directly admitted to university, he must first achieve a provincial first-class award. Otherwise, he would have to take the traditional college entrance examination route. Given his deficiencies in English and Chinese, direct admission was nearly a path to success for him. Hence, Lu Yuan valued this examination more than any of his peers present. Fortunately, it was Linyang High School. They likely were eager to leave the classroom. Zhou Zimo, having observed the students exiting after submitting their papers, casually twirled a pen in his hand, his demeanor relaxed. Wow, are there really geniuses? After a student from Linyang High School submitted first, a boy in the front row followed suit. He was not particularly tall, sported a long fringe, and wore the standardized gray and white uniform of Yuan County High School. Before leaving, he even waved to his classmates inside the classroom. Compared to the Linyang students, this individual from Yuan No. 1 High School exerted even greater pressure on everyone. It was undeniable. While the Linyang students might have submitted due to being unable to solve the questions, this student, hailing from a key high school, was unlikely to find himself in the same predicament. At that moment, the pressure in the hearts of the others surged once more. Chapter 9. The expectations of parents. Half an hour later, the examination time had passed the halfway mark. At this point, students in the examination room began to submit their papers in earnest. The atmosphere had shifted, with order giving way to a certain chaos. As the sounds of discussion and exchange began to rise among the students, particularly between the two schools seated at the back, Xiu Hao and Zhou Zimo had quietly sat in their seats for 10 minutes, having already completed their exams. Occasionally, they would pick up their pens to jot down calculations, but would soon stop again. It was not that their proficiency had allowed them to finish. Rather, they were simply unable to progress further. Lu Yuan sat behind Xiu Hao. Despite being the top student at Hengxi High School, his exam paper was equally disheartening. He had only written down the answers to 7 fill-in-the-blank questions, leaving the remaining 8 unanswered, not even a guess. Even among the 7 fill-in-the-blank answers, 3 were incorrect upon a cursory glance from Lu Yuan. As for the major problems, he had only completed a little more than 1. Zhou Zimo was not faring much better. The 3 of them shared a tacit understanding as they assessed one another. "Let us skedaddle." Zhou Zimo's voice came low from beside him, as he gestured with 2 fingers as if indicating someone leaving. The moment Lu Yuan grasped his meaning, he nodded in agreement. He had checked his paper no less than 10 times. There was genuinely no need to continue reviewing. "Let me just throw down an answer, and we'll be on our way." After casting a glance, Xiu Hao said something to the 2 of them. Zhou Zimo suddenly recalled that there were still many blank spaces on his own paper and hurriedly filled them in. "Yuan Ge, did you manage to solve the first question?" As Lu Yuan began to gather his exam paper and writing materials, Zhou Zimo, seemingly at a loss, seldom asked him for help. 2 over the square root of 3. At this, Zhou Zimo's face flickered with surprise. He had merely seen the abundance of answers on Lu Yuan's answer sheet, and thought to take a chance by asking. Little did he know Lu Yuan would generously provide him with the answer. 2 over the square root of 3, a response that sounded credible. At that moment, not only Zhou Zimo, but even Xiu Hao, upon hearing Lu Yuan's answer, quickly erased their guesses for the first question and wrote down 2 over the square root of 3. Of course, Zhou Zimo did not inquire further. After the 3 of them submitted their papers, they finally exited the examination hall. These competition questions are something else. The fill-in-the-blank questions are truly difficult. I ended up guessing on the ones I couldn't solve. As soon as they stepped outside, Zhou Zimo was the first to complain about the challenge of the competition questions. I guess on all the ones I didn't know too, just put down 2 over the square root of 3. It seemed Xiu Hao favored the same response. "Yuan Ge, I didn't expect your math skills to be quite impressive. I struggled for ages on the first question, and I saw your paper was nearly filled." Faced with Zhou Zimo's astonishment and his newfound respect, Lu Yuan felt an inexplicable urge to downplay his abilities. "Oh, it's nothing much. I just filled it in." Many answers were merely guesses. Even though he harbored a fair amount of confidence, he knew better than to boast before the results were revealed. It was wiser to align himself with his peers, sparing them the disparity that might arise. In that moment, Lu Yuan realized that he was gradually gravitating towards the path of an academic elite. "Don't ask, just know that I didn't know anything. It was all just guesses." Yuan Ge has always performed well in math, far better than in his other subjects. He just hasn't been attentive in class. Otherwise, I feel like Yuan Ji's innate talent in math would surpass yours in the exam. Xiu Hao now holds Lu Yuan in high regard, even beginning to regard him as surpassing Zhou Zimo, who is renowned for his mathematical prowess within their class. Surprisingly, Zhou Zimo offers little resistance to this assessment and even finds himself somewhat in agreement. The camaraderie among high school seniors is a nostalgic sentiment for Lu Yuan, who fondly recalls the simpler times before his rebirth, when he was burdened by myriad worries at the construction site, project deadlines, financial strains, and familial pressures. Now, having returned to the third year of high school, he relishes this phase of life, far removed from the oppressive atmosphere he once experienced. Instead of feeling overwhelmed, he finds himself thriving, focusing solely on his studies with a singular goal in mind, to gain admission to a prestigious university. As the weekend approaches, the atmosphere surrounding the upcoming competition remains relatively calm, with the class's energy concentrated on preparing for the college entrance examination. Even those students who typically struggle academically are attempting to engage in their studies, buoyed by the collective focus. During this extended weekend, Yuan returns to his home in Yuan County, compelled to do so as his pockets are nearly empty. Yuan, how did you fare in the monthly exam? What rank did you achieve? His mother, Chang'e, sets down the final dish of braised pork at the dining table and immediately inquires about his results. Let the child eat first. Are you going to deny him a meal just because he might not have performed well? Yuan's father, Chang'e, interjects, wanting to ensure his son eats before discussing his grades. Noticing Yuan's more composed demeanor since his return, Chang'e instinctively worries that his son may not have done well in his exams and does not wish to add pressure at this critical juncture. After taking a sip of his beer, he gently reassures Chang'e we'll both be working during the summer, and we've only enrolled him in one remedial class. As long as he doesn't regress too much in this month's exam, we shouldn't set the bar too high. But he can't afford to fall behind, Chang'e replies, maintaining her expectations for Yuan's academic performance. Despite having only graduated from middle school herself, she has always kept a close watch on her son's education. Yuan, you're in your final year of high school. This is your last chance to push yourself. I don't ask for you to enter a prestigious university. I just hope you secure a spot in a bachelor's program, preferably a second-tier institution. Her words resonate with Yuan, evoking memories of his past life when his mother expressed similar aspirations for him. In his previous life, Yuan managed to meet his parents' expectations after an exceptional performance in mathematics. Yet his actual career trajectory post-graduation was far from satisfactory. Upon graduating, he found himself working at a construction site, earning a meager monthly salary of $3,500. Life at the site was devoid of luxuries, with little opportunity for expenditure, save for the occasional foot massage at a nearby parlor, which would further diminish his already limited income. In his rebirth, Yuan recognizes that his parents had not experienced an easy life. While they worried about his academic performance during high school, their concerns shifted to his employment, housing, and marriage as he entered adulthood. However, as ordinary factory workers, they could only voice their worries about his grades. When it came to significant life decisions post-graduation, they were at a loss. Yuan was aware that his father worked 6 days a week during his university years, and after graduation, he was compelled to work continuously without pause, striving to save enough for a down payment on a home for their family of 3. Mom and Dad, I ranked 19th in the exam. There was no decline or improvement, Yuan states. But next time, I promise to break into the top 10. He now feels confident in achieving full marks in mathematics, currently focused on reinforcing his understanding of physics, chemistry, and biology. He is determined to excel in these subjects before the next monthly exam. However, English and Chinese remain his Achilles heel. He feels his aptitude in these areas has diminished since his previous life, often forgetting what he learns. He can't shake the suspicion that while his scientific talents were maximized, his humanities skills have been locked away. Regardless of his struggles in the humanities, Yuan feels assured that he can secure a position in the top 3 of his class. He confidently assures his parents that he will land in the top 10, creating a hopeful vision for the future. I thought my little Yuan had matured since his last visit, but it seems he is still the same as ever. Chang'e exclaims, though he acknowledges that his son's demeanor is indeed more assertive than before. I believe in you. Upon learning that Yuan's performance has not declined and has even improved slightly, Chang'e's spirits lift. Having just managed his expectations, he is now in high spirits. While conversing with Yuan, he opens a bottle of beer, content with the news. All right, as long as you maintain your 19th place. Your mother doesn't dare to hope for you to break into the top 10. From the looks of your recent exam, it seems you've taken your studies seriously over the summer. This week, I'll increase your living expenses by 100, totaling 500. Make sure to study hard at school. In late September, in the capital of Jiangnan Province, Songjiang City, within the office of the prestigious Songjiang No. 7 High School, several teachers are diligently grading papers. The head of the group, a middle-aged man in his 40s, enters the room and claps his hands to capture everyone's attention. Listen up. This year, the National Mathematics Association has allocated competition quotas to each province. Our province ranked first in last year's national competition, so we retain the same number of first-place awards this year. In recent years, Jiangnan Province has consistently ranked either first or second in mathematics competitions, establishing itself as a stronghold in education and competitive performance. As a result, the number of awards, including the prestigious first-place slots that lead directly to the provincial team, has increased annually. Also, a reminder, the National Day holiday is just around the corner, and we must finish grading the competition papers today. Not only do we need to verify the provincial first-place results with the National Mathematics Association, but we also need to quickly identify any promising students, as the provincial team must finalize its roster and schedule a short training session. Upon hearing the head teacher's directives, the three grading teachers become increasingly focused, working with renewed diligence. As the strongest school in the province, Songjiang No. 7 High School alone accounts for 13 first-place awards in the provincial mathematics competitions each year. This is why the grading of competition papers has been entrusted to the teachers of the school's mathematics team, some of whom will later serve on the Jiangnan provincial team. Teacher Wang, we prioritize grading papers from key provincial schools and those with potential. You can start compiling a list of students who are likely to perform well. We're just wrapping up the last details, and we should finish by working late tonight. Seeing that Teacher Wang is still present, one of the grading teachers, Teacher Lin, provides a brief update on the current grading status. After hearing this, Teacher Wang nods and resumes his meticulous review of the several hundred papers that have already been filtered. Meanwhile, Teacher Lin opens a sealed envelope, extracting a thin stack of answer sheets, casting a cursory glance at the school name, Hengxi High School. The next time, Teacher Lin shook his head with a smile. He had never heard of it before. It was likely another ordinary school with a poor student intake. Indeed, upon seeing the answer sheet, which was almost entirely blank, Teacher Lin sighed inwardly. It seemed that the subsequent task would be rather effortless. He swiftly compared the fill-in-the-blank questions, then glanced at the first major question, marked it with a cross, and noted a score of 32 in the upper right corner of the paper. The papers from Hengxi High School, with scores of 44, 37, and 21, passed swiftly through Teacher Lin's hands. It was not until he came across an answer sheet filled to the brim with responses that he instinctively thought he must have been too fatigued from grading and was now muddled. He tightly closed his eyes, raised his eyeglasses with his left hand, and pressed firmly on the bridge of his nose with his right. When he opened his eyes again to examine the answer sheet before him, a gasp of surprise escaped his lips. Lo and behold, the handwriting was still meticulously neat, with all questions answered in full. It is worth noting that this was a competition paper. Even students from prestigious schools seldom managed to complete every question. Particularly, the final challenging question required the application of scaling, limits, and several other concepts. In our own school, only half of the students from 7th middle school managed to tackle the last question in the competition. Since he had not misread the exam paper, Teacher Lin perked up, beginning to compare the fill-in-the-blank questions. Initially, he thought he might have missed a few answers, or that the responses were merely filled in at random. However, as he marked each answer, Teacher Lin's expression gradually shifted. Could it be true? Upon discovering that all 15 fill-in-the-blank questions were correct, without a single error, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment in the quiet office. "Old Lin, what happened? Have you come across another peculiar paper?" A fellow teacher, noticing Teacher Lin's unusual reaction, inquired. After all, the papers from the prestigious and promising schools had already been graded. The remaining answer sheets from the other schools were a mixed bag, filled with an array of responses. They initially thought Teacher Lin was taken aback by some bizarre content from the papers. "No, it's just that this paper is beyond my expectations." "Teacher Pan, what level of high school is Hengxi High School? I've never heard of it before." Teacher Pan, who had just inquired, furrowed his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head decisively. "Old Lin, I haven't heard of this school. I don't even know which city it's in. Could it be that they have a prodigy? What score did he achieve?" As Teacher Pan asked, the other two teachers' grading papers, including Teacher Wang, who was reviewing the excellent students' papers, turned their attention toward him. "I haven't calculated the score yet, but he got all the fill-in-the-blank questions correct. As for the major questions, I haven't started grading those, but he has answered them all." Chapter 11. The Perfect Score Paper. The teachers, including the lead Teacher Wang, now gathered around him, curiously examining this thoroughly filled and neatly written paper. After a quick check of the fill-in-the-blank questions, they found that indeed, every answer was correct. "Teacher Lin, you should grade the major questions and see how this student performed." Teacher Wang spoke first, his face betraying no emotion, yet his gaze was fixed intently on the paper, clearly intrigued. Teacher Lin picked up his red pen and first glanced at the answer to the first major question. 2/3 of the square root of 3, correct. He began to meticulously review the steps from the start. The solution employed the most straightforward method, which made Teacher Lin silently nod in approval. To utilize such a thought process in solving problems indicates a true mathematical talent. After marking a check on the first question, he continued to the second major question, which also posed no issues. The second question was a proof question, and both the process and logic were sound. He continued through the third and fourth questions, confirming correctness all the way to the fifth question. A cursory glance at the answer to the fifth question confirmed its accuracy, and even without reviewing the process. The paper was already quite impressive. Meanwhile, Teacher Pan was stroking his stubble, looking self-doubtful. What's going on? Is it possible for someone to achieve a perfect score on this paper? The highest score I have graded here is Lu Qianan from our 7th middle school, who lost points on the final answer of the fourth major question, totaling 192 points. How could a student from Hongxi High School possibly score a full 200? Teacher Ho, what was your highest score? Without waiting for Teacher Lin to finish grading the process, Teacher Pan eagerly turned to Teacher Ho. All three of them were grading the competition papers from across Jiangnan province, and they were well aware of the scores. It seemed they were about to engage in another round of comparison. Yes, there was indeed a student who scored that high, but he was from the junior experimental school in Songjiang City. His answer process was not particularly rigorous, as he's a third-year junior high student, and we relaxed the grading standards a bit, so he lost fewer points in the process. Just as Teacher Ho finished speaking, Teacher Lin had already marked the final major question on the last paper. He set down his pen and turned to Teacher Wang behind him. Teacher Wang, I noticed that the process for his final question is quite complete and the logic is clear. It seems to be a perfect score. Although the paper was finished, and he confirmed that it was flawless from beginning to end, the score had yet to be finalized, awaiting Teacher Wang's final judgment. The three grading teachers were merely instructors from 7th middle school, responsible for the competition team. Teacher Wang, however, was an actual professor at Jiangnan University of Information Engineering and a part-time mentor for master's students. He also served as a first-level coach for the Provincial Mathematics Olympiad and was specially appointed as a part-time competition team coach at 7th middle school. Of the four, only Teacher Wang held the authority to evaluate the papers for this provincial competition. At this moment, Teacher Wang did not decline. He took the paper and carefully examined the processes for the last two questions. He had actually set these last two questions, and naturally, there was no process for the grading. This was somewhat a means to prevent the answers from the competition questions from leaking, ensuring the assessment remained fair. After thoroughly examining the last two questions for 3 minutes, Teacher Wang finally returned the paper to Teacher Lin. Teacher Wang, should we deduct 2 points? Noticing that the lead teacher had not given any feedback, Teacher Lin could only tentatively ask. Previously, Teacher Wang had determined the score for Teacher Ho's junior high student's paper. Deduct points? What do you plan to deduct points for? Teacher Wang's expression remained calm, and even now, Teacher Lin could not discern his stance. Fortunately, Teacher Wang did not put Teacher Lin in a difficult position, continuing on his own. Mathematics is a very rigorous discipline. Since the answers on the paper are correct, then the student should be awarded the points. I see that this student has detailed steps written out, and the handwriting is neat. If we were to deduct points for the presentation as per the language paper standards, that would indeed be a joke. Receiving Teacher Wang's clear directive, Teacher Lin no longer hesitated and directly marked the paper with a perfect score of 200 points. Teacher Wang, could it be that the exam papers from different schools were mixed up? I just checked, and Hongxi High School is a regular high school in Yuan County, Linzhou City. Could it be that a student from Yuan First High School simply had their paper placed in the wrong envelope? Teacher Pan's suspicion was, in fact, quite reasonable. After all, this competition was merely a provincial contest. The entire examination process had been uniformly organized by various prefectural cities and even at the county level. It was not impossible for procedural errors to occasionally occur. Let us do this. Let's open the sealed roster. After all, we have already unsealed several high-scoring papers from our own school, so we're not losing anything by unsealing this one. All papers were categorized by school before being placed in sealed bags for grading. Before Teacher Lin began grading, he had merely glanced at the name of the school on the front label of the stack of papers. The information filled in by the students remains a mystery until the sealed roster is unveiled. At this moment, under the guidance of Teacher Wang and the scrutiny of 2 other teachers, he personally unseals the paper that has achieved a perfect score. The first detail to emerge is the examination registration number, 3024XXXX, which indeed corresponds to a candidate from Yuan County in Linzhou. The school column bears the handwritten name of the student, with the words Hongxi High School glaringly evident to all present, dispelling the teacher's previous speculations. In the name section, only 2 neatly written characters, Lu Yuan, appear. Within Hongxi High School, Lu Yuan, who is gradually acclimating to the rigors of his senior year, is not continuing his studies in the classroom during evening self-study time. Instead, he finds himself once again in Teacher Chen's office, accompanied by a dozen boys from his class. The office is nearly filled by the row of boys, all looking around like quail, occasionally stealing glances at their homeroom teacher, Mr. Chen, who sits before them. "What are you all staring at? You all seem quite clever," Mr. Chen remarks sarcastically. He notes that Jianfeng has a stomachache, and Yin Xiang has a headache. As for the two athletes, Zhou Linwei and Wang Hedon, they have managed to avoid any ailments, but with one aunt's wedding and one uncle's wedding. It seems they are in a hurry to become relatives tonight. Have you both learned to have your English teacher, Ms. Jiang, approve your leave requests as well? Yin Xiang, still clutching his head with one hand, feigns a headache. "Teacher Chen, you weren't at school this afternoon. I have a headache and was afraid I wouldn't find you to approve my leave to go to the hospital." Before the other three can chime in, a sharp glance from Mr. Chen silences them all. His gaze then shifts to the other 6 boys present. "I hardly know what to say to you lot. Zhou Linwei and Wang Hedon didn't seek the gym teacher's approval, yet you 6 decided to uniformly ask for leave from the gym teacher. What were you thinking? And your gym teacher, did he really approve without even calling me?" Mr. Chen's frustration mounts, his expression growing increasingly fierce. Chapter 12. Favoritism. The monthly examination has just concluded today. Since the afternoon, Mr. Chen has been absent, and he does not have evening duties. Based on the students' past assessments of him, it is presumed he has returned to the county to be with his wife and children, and will not return tonight. With tomorrow marking the final day before the National Day holiday, the boys, having just completed their exams, have split into several groups to request leave from various teachers. The obvious purpose of these requests is to enjoy an off-campus meal, as the school cafeteria's food is notoriously unpalatable. Additionally, if possible, they hope to take advantage of their free time to wander outside. Hongxi High School's closed management has fostered a psychological tendency among students to seize any opportunity to escape. Many teachers are sympathetic towards the senior students, understanding that their outings are merely for a meal to improve their diet. Thus, several teachers willingly approve leave requests. That evening, the boys from Class 9 are particularly resourceful, collectively devising ways to obtain their leave slips. Though academics may not be their strong suit, students at Hongxi High School excel in social interactions and various underhanded tactics. To their surprise, Mr. Chen returned to the school just before the first evening self-study session. And upon witnessing the empty classroom, his anger surged. He personally sat in the classroom, awaiting the return of each student, and subsequently gathered them in the office for a reprimand. After sternly chastising 10 boys, his attention finally shifted to the last 4, Qiu Hao, Zhou Zimo, Liang Zidong, and Lu Yuan himself. Suppressing a sigh, Lu Yuan lamented his misfortune. Recently, his family had increased his monthly allowance by 100, and with money in hand, he found a cafeteria's offerings even less appealing. Naturally, he sought leave to enjoy a proper meal outside. He never intended to strictly adhere to school regulations, compromising his own culinary preferences. Yet, he could not have anticipated such an inauspicious start. However, Lu Yuan was puzzled. Qiu Hao, Zhou Zimo, and Liang Zidong had requested leave together from the neighboring teacher, Miss Su, while he had approached his good friend He Jianfeng to ask their English teacher for permission. Yet, Mr. Chen had not directed any reprimand towards him, focusing solely on the other 2. Now, as Mr. Chen turned to address them, he began with Qiu Hao. "Qiu Hao, have I been too lenient with you?" Unlike his previous firm reprimands or sarcastic jabs directed at the earlier groups, Mr. Chen's tone softened significantly as he addressed the top student in the class. "Teacher, I was wrong. I'm sorry." In contrast to the previous student's various defenses, Qiu Hao appeared to grasp Mr. Chen's character fully, straightforwardly admitting his mistake. The effect was immediate, causing Mr. Chen's expression to soften as he nodded toward Qiu Hao. Next, he turned to Liang Zidong, the representative for mathematics, and then Zhou Zimo, both of whom promptly followed suit in acknowledging their errors, prompting Mr. Chen to let their transgressions slide. Finally, his gaze landed on Lu Yuan. "Teacher, I acknowledge my fault this time. I should not have lied to Ms. Jiang about having a backache to go out." With the previous 3 having set a precedent, Lu Yuan seized the opportunity to apologize as Mr. Chen's attention shifted towards him. Having navigated numerous professional environments in his past life, he was accustomed to delivering insincere yet palatable apologies. As he spoke, he felt a sense of confidence. However, before he could elaborate, Mr. Chen interrupted him. For some reason, Lu Yuan sensed that Mr. Chen's lips curled upward slightly as he looked at him. "Lu Yuan, I understand that the school cafeteria's food is quite unsatisfactory. Nevertheless, you are a student after all. If there are difficulties, you should strive to overcome them. If you truly cannot manage, just tell me directly. No need for leave slips. I'll take you out for a meal." What a remarkable shift in demeanor. Mr. Chen's newfound attitude left the dozen boys present staring in astonishment, as if their homeroom teacher had taken leave of his senses. It was noteworthy that even Xiao Hao, the top student in the class, had received a token reprimand, yet Mr. Chun had offered to take Lu Yuan out for dinner. It felt unprecedented. Even Lu Yuan himself found it hard to believe. Though the sensation of being favored was pleasant, he felt a lingering anxiety, uncertain of the underlying reason. He feared that Mr. Chun might simply be mocking him, ready to change his demeanor at any moment. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Mr. Chen's smile only grew broader as he turned to the others. Is there anyone among you who resents Lu Yuan? The directness of his statement prompted the chastised boys to shake their heads in unison. Resentment was futile. Mr. Chen continued, "Let me be clear. If any of you can achieve a perfect score in mathematics on the monthly exam, I will gladly treat you to a meal anytime you wish. Rest assured, while my salary may not be substantial, I will generously cover your dining expenses." At this moment, the astonished gazes of the boys turned even more incredulous towards Lu Yuan. Even Xiao Hao and Zhou Zimo wore expressions of disbelief. "Teacher, has the mathematics paper from this monthly exam already been graded? How did I perform?" Perhaps feeling somewhat confident about his recent mathematics examination, Zhou Zimo directly inquired. "You scored 131. That is quite impressive." Xiao Hao, on the other hand, had been a bit careless, achieving only 117. "Liang Zidong, you must continue to strive. As the mathematics class representative, a score of 105 is far beneath your potential." After announcing the results for the 3 students, Old Chun entirely disregarded the other 10 boys in the class, illustrating the teacher's blatant favoritism. Just then, the bell rang. Chun, who had intended to say a few more words, was abruptly interrupted by the ringing of his phone, causing a swift change in topic. "All right, considering you're all in your senior year and studying hard, I won't impose any penalties this time. However, I expect no further infractions. Now hurry back to the classroom for self-study." As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Xiang led the charge out of the office, his headache miraculously alleviated. Lu Yuan followed suit with his close friend He Jianfeng, but this time, he was not alone. Xiao Hao and Zhou Zimo also joined them. "Yu Runye, I didn't expect your math skills to improve so rapidly. No wonder you could solve the first question in the last competition." Zhou Zimo was now thoroughly impressed by Lu Yuan's performance, particularly regarding the first question from the last competition. He had gone home and recalculated it several times before finally grasping the solution, which turned out to be frax. Since then, he had revised his opinion of Lu Yuan, viewing him as a student who suddenly surged ahead in his senior year, brimming with potential. To everyone's surprise, Lu Yuan had dropped a bombshell by scoring a perfect 150 on the recent math exam. On their way back to the classroom for self-study, they excitedly exchanged answers to the various questions from yesterday's exam. However, before they could stray too far, Chen's voice called out to Lu Yuan once more from the office doorway, phone still in hand. Chapter 13. The first meeting with Principal Fong. With the others having departed, only the homeroom teacher, Old Chun, remained by Lu Yuan's side. He had yet to hang up the phone, his face reflecting a mix of confusion. "Yes, all right, I will bring Lu Yuan over now." In a hurried manner, he led Lu Yuan to the top floor of the administrative building, specifically to the principal's office on the 5th floor. At this point, Lu Yuan had realized that the call had indeed come from Principal Fong. To be candid, he had never set foot in the principal's office in either his past or present life. The most authoritative figure he had encountered at the school was Vice Principal Lin. However, while Vice Principal Lin's office was on the 5th floor, it was rather small, hardly 20 square meters in size. In contrast, Principal Fong's office was a different matter altogether. At the end of the corridor was a spacious office, approximately 60 square meters. Upon entering, a large screen partitioned the space, adjacent to which was a tea table. Inside was an impressive redwood desk, accompanied by the anticipated black swivel chair and a black leather sofa for receiving guests. However, both Lu Yuan and Old Chun took their seats directly in front of Principal Fong. "This is Lu Yuan, I presume?" Principal Fong, with an expression of bemusement, scrutinized Lu Yuan. At that moment, Lu Yuan was also appraising his principal. Although he occasionally spotted him around campus, in his previous life as a student, he had always been quick to avoid him. Now, face-to-face for the first time was a novel experience. Principal Fong was notably tall with a robust build, presenting a striking contrast to Old Chun, who stood at around 173 centimeters and appeared considerably more slender. However, both men shared a common affliction. Their hairstyles bore the marks of middle age, with thinning hairlines. Principal Fong, being slightly older, exhibited a more pronounced case, resorting to combing the side hair over the bald patch atop his head. After a brief exchange of glances, Principal Fong turned to Old Chun. "Tell me, among the 11 classes in the senior year, Is there another student named Lu Yuan? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan felt a bit bewildered. What could be the reason for such an inquiry? Old Chun, equally perplexed, responded, As for the 4 classes in the art stream, I am uncertain. But among our 7 science classes, I believe there are no other students with the same name. Upon hearing this, Principal Fong nodded slowly. Then it must be correct. This matter has nothing to do with the art stream. Lu Yuan, did you participate in the Provincial Mathematics Olympiad previously? At this, Lu Yuan immediately connected the dots. More than a month had passed since the mathematics competition, and although he had been anxiously awaiting the results, he had not linked this inquiry to the principal's summons. Given how seriously Principal Fong was approaching the situation, Lu Yuan felt confident that he had performed well. Yes, it was around the 20th of last month. I participated as arranged. Principal, did Lu Yuan achieve a commendable result? Old Chen had maintained a keen interest in the competition's outcomes. This year was different from previous ones. In the past, he had approached it with a mindset of chance, hoping one of his students might win an award. However, since Lu Yuan had showcased his remarkable mathematical talent, Old Chun had developed considerable expectations. He dared not hope for Lu Yuan to secure a provincial first prize, given the school's lack of specialized coaching for competitions. Instead, he merely wished for Lu Yuan to break into the city-level awards and possibly secure a provincial honor, thus tempering his expectations. Yet, when asked about the competition, Old Chen's expression was even more animated than Lu Yuan's. Let us not rush this. First, tell me how Lu Yuan's mathematics performance has been. Also, Lu Yuan, you're certain that you relied solely on your own abilities for this competition? Principal Fong's skepticism was entirely understandable. After all, it was quite astonishing for a high school of this caliber to suddenly produce a mathematical prodigy. Rather than feeling offended, Lu Yuan found himself exhilarated by the scrutiny. Being doubted in this manner affirmed that his competition results were indeed as remarkable as he had anticipated. Principal Fong, Lu Yuan is a student who tends to excel in science subjects. His science scores have consistently surpassed those in the arts. He has always demonstrated a natural aptitude for mathematics, with his performance steadily improving since the first year. There was no need for Lu Yuan to elaborate further. After earning Old Chen's trust, the teacher was more eager to explain. After all, Lu Yuan's talent and achievements were irrefutable, and more importantly, he was a student under Old Chen's guidance. Indeed, when a homeroom teacher advocates for a student, it carries far more weight than the student's own words. Principal Fong listened intently, and his previously grave demeanor gradually softened. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan could not resist moistening his lips. After all, his impressive math scores from his first and second years had been rather average. He had consistently hovered around the 90s, hardly a topic for discussion regarding progress. Almost unable to suppress a smile at Old Chen's praises, he quickly reminded himself of his unremarkable past, tempering his expression. It wasn't until his third year that Lu Yuan's mathematical talent truly flourished. Scoring a perfect 150 on this month's exam was a testament to that. Old Chen's recent remarks vividly illustrated Lu Yuan's past performance and current aptitude. Particularly, the perfect score on this month's exam prompted Principal Fong to nod in agreement with Old Chen's assertions. Seeing this, Old Chen finally raised an eyebrow and lowered his voice. Principal, has my student Lu Yuan won an award? Is it a provincial third or second prize? He refrained from presuming a provincial first prize outright. Yet based on the principal's demeanor today, Old Chun felt a flicker of hopeful anticipation. Who would have thought that Hengshi High School would produce a talent in mathematics? Principal Fong's face was now completely illuminated by a smile, and he even chuckled to himself. However, the list of awards had yet to be released. It was a coach named Wang Wei from the provincial mathematics training team who had just called me, inquiring whether our school had a student named Lu Yuan and asking about his usual mathematics performance and apparent talent. It seems that Lu Yuan has indeed performed admirably in the competition. It is highly likely that he will secure the provincial first prize. Principal Fong, who had previously served as the vice principal of Yuan County High School, was appointed as the principal of Hengshi Middle School the year Lu Yuan entered his first year of high school. Naturally, he was well-versed in matters concerning the Olympiad competitions. Only students who achieve a first prize at the provincial level are required to have their results verified and are given the opportunity to enter the provincial team. Whether one can join the provincial team ultimately depends on their performance in the provincial competition, as well as the number of slots available for the team this year. Typically, only the top 20 first prize winners can secure a spot on the provincial team. Of course, the provincial team may relax this criterion slightly, as the number of slots can vary from year to year. Given Jiangnan Province's strong standing in competitions, the provincial team's slots generally exceed those of other provinces by about 10. Nevertheless, The fact that teacher Wang from the provincial team took the initiative to call was a clear indication that Lu Yuan's competition results were undoubtedly worthy of a provincial first prize. Upon confirming the emergence of such a mathematical talent in our school, Principal Fong playfully chided Teacher Chen. Teacher Chen, since your class has a gifted student like Lu Yuan, why didn't you inform the school sooner? Chapter 14. Confirmation and Announcement. Principal, the fact is, Lu Yuan's mathematical talent has only recently surfaced in these past 2 months. Teacher Chen replied, I thought it best to let him try his hand at the mathematics competition to see how he fared. Before Teacher Chen could finish, Principal Fong promptly interrupted. Teacher Chen, this is simply unacceptable. When you discover a promising student, you must report it to the school at the earliest opportunity. He continued emphatically. The school has its own assessment of students, and, as principal, I have also emerged from the ranks of teaching. I am capable of discerning whether a student possesses talent. Take Lu Yuan, for instance. It is evident that as a boy entering high school, many of his abilities are manifesting alongside his growth and development. Although his words seemed to criticize Teacher Chen, his tone and the smile gracing his face bore no hint of reproach. As he spoke, his gaze frequently scrutinized Lu Yuan, even flashing him several warm smiles, which was a stark contrast to the serious demeanor he had when Lu Yuan first entered the office. By the way, Lu Yuan, I heard from Teacher Chen that you have a tendency to excel in certain subjects. Principal Fong inquired. I find English and Chinese a bit challenging and usually score around 70 or 80, Lu Yuan replied. However, aside from mathematics, I feel quite at ease with physics, chemistry, and biology. Although the monthly exam papers have yet to be graded, I am confident I will achieve a high score. At that moment, Lu Yuan was completely candid, not shying away from revealing his talents. He indeed possessed a strong aptitude for the sciences, comparable to his prowess in mathematics. Being able to establish this concept in front of the principal was advantageous for him, as it would facilitate the school's acceptance of his improvements in the sciences. Is your specialization that severe? If you only excel in the sciences, it won't provide a significant advantage in the college entrance examination, Principal Fong noted, shifting his focus to Lu Yuan's future. For the school, aside from regular competition awards, the primary concern remained the students' college entrance examination results. This also pertained to the potential for admission into top-tier universities, which would benefit the school's recruitment efforts for the following year. Although the quality of student intake is influenced by the level of regional development, it is also tied to the cyclical nature of annual admissions. The worse the school's reputation, the less likely it is for students to choose it as an option in the following year, creating a vicious cycle. Lu Yuan's scientific talents were undoubtedly sufficient for admission into prestigious institutions like Tsinghua and Peking University. However, if his performance in the humanities remained this low, such aspirations would be out of reach. Even if he scored a perfect 450 in mathematics and the comprehensive science subject, achieving a total score of 600 would barely qualify him for the 985 universities, leaving only a chance for 211. To aim for Tsinghua or Peking University, he would need a score of at least 670, which would necessitate achieving over 220 in Chinese and English combined. While securing a 211 student would be a first for Hengshi Middle School in many years. Principal Fong couldn't help but feel a sense of regret at the thought of Lu Yuan's prodigious talent being relegated to such an institution. Unless, Principal Fong murmured, seemingly struck by a thought as he glanced at Teacher Chen. Teacher Chen, when you first suggested that Lu Yuan participate in the competition, did you consider the possibility of him being recommended for admission? Seeing that Principal Fong had finally grasped the implication, Teacher Chen quickly nodded. Yes, I did contemplate it, but I was hesitant. We must first see if Lu Yuan can secure a place in the provincial team. Principal Fong solemnly nodded in agreement. I understand. It is too late to pursue this tonight. I will speak with Teacher Wang tomorrow. If Lu Yuan's rank is only a few places away from the provincial team as requirements, I will personally advocate for him to secure a spot. The following day at noon, with only one afternoon left before the National Day holiday, Lu Yuan, as a third-year student, was granted a rare, extended break of 5 days. Following lunch, the usual post-meal drowsiness was conspicuously absent among the students, who were abuzz with excitement about the impending holiday. While a few students rested their heads on their desks, the rest engaged in independent reading, some perusing storybooks, while others discreetly chatted or read novels on their phones beneath their desks. Nearby, He Jianfeng was engrossed in Dragon Tribe 3. Noticing Lu Yuan also had no intention of sleeping, he generously offered him his finished copies of Dragon Tribe I and Dragon Tribe 2 to pass the time. However, Lu Yuan was far from sleepy. He was preoccupied with thoughts of the competition results and the prospects of joining the provincial team. After all, The discussions between Principal Fong and Teacher Chun regarding the recommendation opportunity would not be entertained until he secured a place in the provincial team. Suddenly, an unusual commotion erupted among the students, prompting everyone to hastily conceal their books and phones in various hidden corners. Lu Yuan, who had been resting his head on his desk, looked up to discover that their homeroom teacher, Mr. Chun, had just passed by the window and was now entering the classroom. With a series of sharp claps, Mr. Chun took to the podium. "Everyone, please awaken. I have some delightful news to share. Liang Zidong, come up here and help me turn on the multimedia projector," he called. He Jianfeng let out a long breath, slowly tucking away his copy of Dragon Tribe 3 that he had been unable to put back in his desk in time. Mr. Chun, unaware of what good news awaited, had interrupted their lunchtime. As his excitement was palpable, it was evident to everyone, including Lu Yuan, who received a special nod from Mr. Chun. "I know everyone is aware that I seldom take up your lunchtime. However, today is a special occasion. We have some good news to announce. Last month, 3 students from our class participated in the mathematics competition, and they have brought glory to our class with their outstanding achievements. First, let us congratulate Xiao Hao, who secured the 2nd prize in the mathematics competition in Yuan County." The class erupted into applause, showing their respect and support. Zhou Zimo and Lin Jiu both achieved 3rd prizes. As he spoke, he passed 2 certificates to the students in the front row. At this point, Teacher Chun paused his speech and began to search for the website on the projection screen. He Jianfeng, meanwhile, turned his head towards him. "Yu Runyi, I recall you participated as well, didn't you? Why isn't your score being reported?" "I'm not sure. Don't rush, just wait a moment." Although he was uncertain why Teacher Chun had paused, it was reasonable to assume that his score would be commendable, likely a provincial 1st prize. He began to encourage Jianfeng to be patient, while also reassuring himself. "Huh." At this moment, Shun Jiajing in the front row turned her head and sneered disdainfully. "Lu Yuan, you really know how to put on a show." After saying this, she quickly turned back without elaborating further. Lu Yuan felt somewhat perplexed by Shun Jiajing's attitude. Logically, in his previous life, he had no significant interaction with this girl in front of him, nor had they held any animosity. Yet, it seemed as if he had unwittingly offended her, as she occasionally made sarcastic remarks in his presence. "Yuan Ge, don't mind her. She's just jealous that you can participate in the math competition. Why doesn't she aim for a score of 116 in the last monthly exam herself?" In that instant, Lu Yuan understood what Shun Jiajing found objectionable about him. Just as Jianfeng spoke, Shun Jiajing turned her head back, glaring fiercely at him. Just as she was about to say something further, Teacher Chun on the podium seemed to have finally resolved the issue, clapping his hands to regain everyone's attention. At that moment, the projection screen displayed a list of names. Shun Jiajing, who had previously been unconvinced of Lu Yuan's abilities, immediately flushed red upon seeing the first name on the screen. Chapter 15, Provincial 1st Place. The gray curtain of the projection displayed the words results notification for the 2014 Provincial Mathematics Competition. Below the title was a lengthy list of names, and at the very top was a name familiar to everyone. Lu Yuan from Hengshi Middle School with a score of 200 points. What? Yuan Ge, is that impressive? Does this mean he is 1st in the province? Why isn't there even a mention of Yuan No. 1 High School? Instead, it's our Hengshi Middle School. Teacher Chen's smile was now fully radiant. In his early 40s, he usually maintained a stern demeanor in front of his students. But now he couldn't help but smile as he observed the lively discussions among his class. As the chatter in the classroom grew louder, fearing it might disturb the adjacent class nap, Teacher Chen clapped his hands again to restore order. In this year's provincial mathematics competition, our classmate Lu Yuan performed far beyond my expectations. Not only did he secure the provincial 1st prize, but he's also ranked 1st in the entire province. This year, there were a total of 76 1st prize winners in the provincial mathematics competition. Among the top 10, apart from Lu Yuan, the other positions were dominated by Songjiang No. 7 Middle School, which claimed the 3rd, 5th, 7th, 8th, and 9th places. Although Teacher Chen didn't need to elaborate, everyone could see the projection. The list only displayed the names of the top 30 or so, yet the most frequently appearing name was that of Songjiang No. 7 Middle School. Over half of the awarded students hailed from that institution. The 2nd place in the competition, which stirred the crowd's interest, was Zheng Hang from Liang Junior High. The remaining names on the list were familiar schools, with many well-known provincial key secondary schools represented. Songjiang No. 4 Middle School, Linzhou Foreign Language High School, and Fuping Middle School, which were all at the core of provincial education. At the end of the projection, in the 31st place, they finally saw the name of Yuan No. 1 High School. A student from there also received a provincial 1st prize, but with a total score of only 174 points. The school, often regarded as a bastion of academic excellence, surprisingly had its highest-ranking student only at 31st place. This revelation drew increasing attention to Lu Yuan, especially as the red certificate for the provincial first prize began circulating among his classmates. Teacher Chun continued to analyze the various schools listed, relishing the opportunity to discuss institutions of such high caliber, as he had rarely had the chance to mention them before. In the past, whenever he encouraged the class, he could only cite examples from Yuan No. 1 High School, as Hengshi Middle School had no comparable achievements. Notably, Songhyang No. 7 Middle School boasted a first-year admission rate exceeding 90, leaving all provincial universities in awe. Each year, the number of students admitted to Tsinghua and Peking University, including those with guaranteed admissions, could surpass 100. Even the weakest student from their school would likely outshine Hengshi Middle School's best. Now, with the competition results announced, it was unexpected that the first place did not belong to Songjiang No. 7 Middle School, nor to the renowned Songjiang No. 4 Middle School, or any other prestigious institution. Instead, it was Hengshi Middle School, the one with the poorest performance in their county. This sensation was even more dramatic than the typical plot of a mythical narrative where the underdog triumphs against the odds. At this moment, Lu Yuan was equally exhilarated, but not merely for winning the provincial first prize. He had anticipated this outcome the night before. This award was simply a matter of honor, and at present, it wouldn't even contribute to his college application score. What truly thrilled Lu Yuan was the knowledge that he was ranked first. He understood the significance of this achievement. The door to the provincial mathematics competition training team had swung open for him. The opportunity for guaranteed admission that both Teacher Chun and the principal had refrained from discussing with him was now officially available. As he gazed at the first line of the webpage, where his name was inscribed in modest black font, Lu Yuan experienced a renewed recognition of his own talent. It seemed that the mathematical prowess he possessed after his rebirth was far superior to what he had previously imagined. The news of his competition results spread through the school at an unprecedented speed. Lu Yuan, did you know? The math genius. He just won first prize in the provincial competition. What is Yuan No. 1 High School? They're insignificant. Lu Yuan's ranking was first, while the subsequent names were all from Songjiang No. 7 Middle School. Yuan Numero 1? I heard they ranked beyond the 30th place. On this afternoon, just before the National Day holiday, the enthusiasm surrounding this monumental news within Hengshi Middle School was simply beyond imagination. Typically, the most pressing concerns for Hengshi Middle School students revolved around academic news. Competitions were hardly of interest to anyone, as winning wouldn't change much. Only the top-ranking students in each grade would pay attention to the school as competition results. However, Lu Yuan's competition this time was entirely different. It wasn't just about winning a prize. Lu Yuan's ranking placed all provincial universities beneath him, especially considering that during their previous entrance examinations, the students had aspired to Yuan No. 1 High School, which now found itself overshadowed by Hengshi Middle School in this competition. This feeling of triumph, brought about by Lu Yuan, made every student at Hengshi Middle School feel invigorated. They were all from the same county, and there were always a few students in their school who were referred to as other people's children. The majority of what they heard was about the reputation of Yuan No. 1 High School. From today onward, if they heard such remarks again, Lu Yuan, the senior, would become their best excuse and topic of conversation. Yet, amidst the jubilant atmosphere at Hengshi Middle School, the scene at Yuan No. 1 High School was far less lively. In Class 7 of the senior year at Yuan No. 1 High School, designated as a special talent class, the students were not admitted through the regular high school entrance examinations. Instead, they were selected from several designated middle schools before the exams. Having successfully passed an early admission test, the class comprises 44 students, representing the most gifted cohort from Yuan County in that academic year. At this moment, during the lunch break, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Liu, stood at the podium distributing certificates that had just arrived from the city, celebrating the accomplishments of the students. Although the list of awardees was publicly announced on the provincial official website, the certificates themselves were filled out and sent by various municipal education departments. And everyone was well aware of the ranking. Mr. Liu was currently congratulating the students who had excelled in the mathematics competition. Congratulations to our 22 classmates who participated in the recent mathematics competition. Among them, 16 students received honors at the municipal level or above. For students in a key class of a prestigious high school, not only were there ample opportunities for competition, but the standards were also considerably higher. Even a district-level award from Hengshi Middle School would be a cause for celebration, but within the elite class at Yuan No. 1 High School, district-level awards were not even worth mentioning. Chapter 16, Renowned. This time of year was always a harvest season for Class 7. The annual competitions were concentrated in these few months. Congratulations, Wang Zihao, for achieving a provincial first prize. After presenting the highest award to the student with the best performance, Mr. Liu couldn't help but beam with pride. After all, a provincial first prize was no small feat, and given his impressive ranking, there was a possibility he could qualify for the provincial team and secure a recommendation for further studies. It had been 2 years since Yuan one high school had a mathematics student receive such an endorsement, and this year might just hold promise. Wang Zihao, you are ranked 31st. Whether you can enter the provincial team depends on the number of spots available this year. With a bit of luck, you might just make it to the national finals. You are our class's best hope for mathematics recommendation. Observing his promising student, Mr. Liu's tone softened. At just 30, being the homeroom teacher of an elite class at Yuan No. 1 high school came with significant pressure. Thankfully, there was a glimmer of hope in mathematics, which brought him some solace. Teacher, which schools did my classmates ahead of me come from? What scores did they achieve? How did the students from Linzhou Foreign Language High School perform? One mountain looks up to another, compared to the students from Hongxi Middle School. The peak they aspired to was Yuan No. 1 high school. In the eyes of students from Yuan No. 1, especially in the elite class, Linzhou Foreign Language High School was seen as the best in Linzhou City. In terms of student recruitment, faculty strength, and school funding, it ranked first in the city. Undoubtedly, it also led in overall student performance. I haven't checked the specifics yet. Let me pull it up on the projector. A few minutes later, the same website was opened as that which Teacher Chun from Hongxi Middle School had accessed. Mr. Liu first scrolled down to see Wang Zihao's score, confirming it was indeed the 31st position. He then scrolled upward, revealing a plethora of names from Songjiang No. 7 Middle School, interspersed with a few names from Linzhou Foreign Language High School. Upon reaching the top 10, Mr. Liu quickly observed, the highest-ranked student from Linzhou Foreign Language is in the 10th position. Our school is indeed a bit lacking in this area. However, do not be disheartened. Students from their school rarely make it into the top 10. If you genuinely have a chance to enter the provincial team, make sure to study hard and strive for a recommendation. After finishing his statement, Mr. Liu prepared to turn off the projector, allowing everyone a few last minutes of rest. However, a voice from the audience abruptly interrupted. Teacher, could there be an error on this list? Upon hearing this, Mr. Liu initially thought he had misread the rankings of Linzhou foreign language students. Upon re-examining the list, he found that indeed the first place was not what he had anticipated. What do you mean? Mr. Liu inquired, puzzled. Teacher, look at the top student. Why is the name from Hongxi Middle School? What? Upon hearing this, Mr. Liu's expression tightened in disbelief. He had instinctively glanced at the names from Songjiang No. 7 Middle School and hadn't paid further attention. Now, reviewing from the beginning, he discovered that the top 2 students were from schools he had never regarded highly, Hongxi Middle School, which he had always dismissed. For a moment, Mr. Liu questioned the integrity of his vision. Yet, with so many students observing, it couldn't possibly be a visual error. He refreshed the page. Hongxi Middle School, Liu Yuan. Score 200. The words assaulted his vision, almost blinding him. After a moment of stunned silence, he posed a question to the students below. Is there another Hongxi Middle School in our province? He found it hard to reconcile the top-ranking Hongxi Middle School with his previous perceptions of it as merely a school that had drawn the last selections from the entrance exams. To think that they could win a provincial first prize, and even rank first overall, surpassing Songjiang No. 7 Middle School, was utterly astonishing. The classroom fell silent. It was evident that there was indeed only one Hongxi Middle School in Jiangnan Province. Once the school was confirmed, no matter how much he resisted the notion, Mr. Liu had no choice but to accept it. After all, students who achieved the provincial competition first prize would undergo a verification process. He had received a confirmation call the day prior. Thus, the official list could not possibly be erroneous. With this realization, the joy he had felt about his class's achievement of 31st place evaporated instantly. While teachers from larger cities might not be aware of Hongxi Middle School, assuming it merely produced an exceptional talent among ordinary high schools, such occurrences were rare, emerging once every 7 to 8 years. However, none had ever catapulted to the first place in the province like Liu Yuan had. Only in Yuan County, where they had long held prominence as the sole county-level key high school, did they truly grasp the incredibility of the situation. Observing Hongxi Middle School's name shining at the top of the rankings, Mr. Liu felt a whirlwind of complex emotions. Having finally become the homeroom teacher of a key talent class, it was humiliating to find that in a subject competition that should have been their stronghold, they were outperformed by students from the county's least esteemed school. In silence, he hastily closed the page, shut down the computer, and turned to leave the classroom. At that moment, He simply wished to retreat to his office for a moment of solitude. Meanwhile, within Hongxi Middle School, the remarkable achievement of Lu Yuan was being fervently publicized. That afternoon, as Lu Yuan passed by several other teaching buildings on his way to the canteen, news of his first prize in the provincial mathematics competition and his overall first place had already been prominently displayed on the bulletin board, especially following the brief congratulatory message highlighting Lu Yuan's achievement. They had also posted a list of the 76 first prize winners pulled from the provincial website. The names and scores of the schools were clearly visible, with Lu Yuan's name circled in red, making it particularly eye-catching. Moreover, when he finished his last class of the day and prepared to head home, he discovered that this congratulatory notice was not confined to the bulletin board. It was uniformly displayed at the entrance, including a massive red notice at the main gate of the school. As the students of Hongxi High School celebrated the upcoming National Day holiday, they gathered around the large congratulatory notice at the school gate. Numerous parents, arriving to pick up their children, also congregated to admire the announcement. As they awaited their own children, inquiries about Lu Yuan's achievements began to circulate. In a matter of hours following the announcement of the competition results, Lu Yuan's name transformed from obscurity to a resounding echo throughout the school, gaining attention even among the elite classes of various universities across the province. However, Lu Yuan himself, seated on the bus, felt somewhat dazed, preoccupied with another matter. Just before the end of the school day, Teacher Chun had called him aside to deliver a message. On the 3rd of October, during the National Day holiday, she and Principal Fong would visit Lu Yuan's home for an official home visit. Chapter 17. Lu Yuan's parents. Your son has a chance at Tsinghua or Peking University. Do you think our little Yuan's homeroom teacher and the principal will stay for dinner? Chun Yinyan mused anxiously, wondering if she had purchased enough food that morning. She sat restlessly on the sofa, recalling the last home visit that had occurred when Lu Yuan was in 2nd grade. There had been none since. The anticipation of having the principal and homeroom teacher visit had occupied her thoughts for days. They're not staying for dinner. Didn't teacher Chun specifically mention that they wouldn't be eating? She reminded herself. They'll arrive at 9:30 and should leave within half an hour. Lu Chang, Lu Yuan's father, maintained a calm demeanor. Having confirmed with his son that this home visit was not due to any misbehavior at school, but rather a recognition of Lu Yuan's excellence in a mathematics competition. Although he was puzzled by his son's sudden prowess in mathematics, he recognized it as a positive development. Nonetheless, Lu Chang pondered how to engage in conversation when the principal and teacher arrived. Why haven't I arranged the fruit yet? How could you, as a father, neglect everything? Chun Yinyan continued to fuss, rapidly preparing grapes, apples, oranges, and a platter of cantaloupe and watermelon. Moments later, her phone rang, and upon seeing the familiar number, she called out, Lu Yuan, your teachers have arrived. Come down quickly. To her surprise, Principal Fong arrived in an old white Buick. Under Lu Chang's guidance, the group finally made their way to their home, bringing with them several cans of tea and a box of milk. Lu Yuan busied himself pouring tea for everyone. After a brief exchange over tea, Principal Fong swiftly turned to the matter at hand. Lu Yuan's parents, we are here primarily to discuss your son's university prospects. Principal Fong, we've been hoping for that. We're counting on him to work hard in his senior year to secure a spot in university, preferably a public second-tier institution, to alleviate some of our pressure, Chun Yinyan replied, sticking to her usual expectations for her son's academic future. Mrs. Lu, that expectation is quite modest. Based on Lu Yuan's recent monthly exam results, admission to a 211 university should pose no challenge, Teacher Chun remarked, surprised to learn of the parents' low aspirations. 211? What does that mean? Chun Yinyan inquired, turning to her husband for clarification. Unfortunately, Lu Chang's education had not extended beyond a year of high school before he dropped out, leaving him only aware of the general categorization of universities. Mrs. Lu, it refers to some of the better universities classified as first-tier, Teacher Chun briefly explained, though both parents remained somewhat bewildered. At this juncture, Principal Fong interjected. We are here to suggest that Lu Yuan consider the path of direct admission through recommendation. If all goes well, he could bypass the college entrance examination and gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. Despite their lack of familiarity with university admissions, the couple recognized the prestige of these two top institutions. However, Chun Yinyan's expression was not one of excitement, but rather a furrowed brow, her demeanor complex. If it weren't for the presence of Lu Yuan's principal and homeroom teacher, she might have suspected it was a farcical act orchestrated by her son. Principal Fong, are you saying that our Lu Yuan has a chance at Tsinghua or Peking University? Surely you jest. Lu Chang echoed his wife's disbelief. Grappling with the notion that their son who had barely managed to stay above the undergraduate threshold in his first 2 years, could now be encouraged to aim for such lofty heights. However, the reality of the situation was undeniable. Despite not having met Principal Fong before, they recognized Teacher Chun from their son's first year. Lu Yuan, sitting quietly in the corner, refrained from speaking, knowing that his homeroom teacher's words would carry more weight than his own at this moment. Here's the situation. Lu Yuan has shown exceptional talent in mathematics, achieving near-perfect scores in his recent monthly exams, although his scores in Chinese and English were somewhat lower, at 88 and 72, respectively. If he were to pursue university through the traditional examination route, he might only qualify for an average key university. However, if he follows the path of academic competition, he could gain early admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. Following a lengthy explanation, Lu Chang remained skeptical. Teacher Chun, are you saying that if my son takes the normal entrance examination, he won't have a chance at Tsinghua or Peking University, but if he participates in competitions, he could gain direct admission? Precisely. And he wouldn't even have to take the entrance exam, Teacher Chun assured him. Is such a favorable policy truly in place? Lu Chang asked, still incredulous. Indeed, it is. The recommendation policy is structured this way, Teacher Chun reiterated, and after much insistence and clarification, the couple finally grasped their son's current standing. While we never dared to dream that our little Yuan could attend Tsinghua or Peking University, if you and Principal Fong genuinely believe he has the opportunity, we as parents will certainly support him. But does he really have a chance at being recommended? At this moment, Principal Fong took out a cigarette from his jacket pocket and offered one to Lu Chang. Mr. Lu, your son's mathematical aptitude is remarkable. He may have developed physically later than his peers, allowing his talent to emerge only recently. This recent competition was not only a first prize, but also positioned him first in the province. Provided he continues to perform well in future competitions, he should have no issues securing a place. Hearing Principal Fong's words, Lu Chang turned to look at his son, while Chun Yin and Teacher Chun also gazed at him. After such a lengthy discussion, it was finally Lu Yuan's turn to express his thoughts. Principal Fong, if I wish to be recommended, what specific requirements must I meet? Why is it essential to join the provincial team? Lu Yuan seized the opportunity to inquire about the previously unspoken recommendation policy. He had never contemplated the possibility of direct admission until now and remained largely uninformed about the specifics of the path ahead. With the absence of a clear route before him, he had mostly considered following the conventional entrance examination path, confident that with his current academic progress, securing admission to a 211 university would not pose a problem if he dedicated himself to improving his liberal arts scores in his final year. Even gaining entry to a lower-tier 985 university seemed feasible. Only the esteemed institutions of Tsinghua and Peking University were realms he dared not even dream of, both before and after his rebirth. Chapter 18. The conditions for direct admission and scholarships. The possibility of direct admission is contingent upon the institution. The criteria vary from one school to another. However, the most crucial requirement remains securing a gold, silver, or bronze medal in the finals of the National High School Mathematics Olympiad. A gold medal opens the doors to every university in the nation, allowing one to apply for direct admission without hindrance. A silver medal, on the other hand, generally grants direct admission to most of the top 985 universities, with the exception of Tsinghua and Peking University. As for a bronze medal, discussions with the school would be necessary, though opportunities do abound. The national mathematics competition? After listening to Old Chen's elucidation, Lu Yuan murmured to himself. He recalled that he had participated in the Jiangnan province high school mathematics competition. Thus, this national competition must follow the provincial tournament, right? Indeed, the standard high school competitions are structured into 3 rounds: preliminary, league, and finals. In Jiangnan province, there is no preliminary round. Instead, slots for the league are allocated based on the level of each school. Achieving a provincial first prize and ranking highly within that category ensures a place on the provincial team, allowing participation in the national finals. Until this moment, Lu Yuan had only then grasped the essence of what direct admission entailed. It was no wonder that in his previous life, he had never heard of direct admission students at his school. Even at the prestigious Yuan First High School, direct admission students were not an annual occurrence. Even if they had direct admission students, those spots were not necessarily awarded to Tsinghua or Peking University. They might be designated for other notable domestic institutions. This elucidation revealed why competitive teams were so heavily invested in by key high schools. It was, indeed, an alternative pathway to prestigious universities. The school's admission rate, particularly for Tsinghua and Peking University, is most securely locked in by the presence of direct admission students. At that moment, Principal Fong continued, Lu Yuan, with your performance in this mathematics competition, you will undoubtedly secure a place on the provincial team, which will guarantee your participation in the national competition. However, he also cautioned that this path of competitive admission carries certain risks. For Hongxi Middle School, producing a direct admission student would be a monumental achievement. For Yuan First High School, however, it might not be as significant. Yet, should any student from Hongxi Middle School gain direct admission, both Principal Fong and Lu Yuan's homeroom teacher, Chun Xianhua, would become renowned across the county and even the city. Lu Yuan's subsequent performance would even subtly influence the fates of both educators. Nonetheless, Principal Fong was forthright about the risks associated with competition, candidly informing him. If you pursue this competitive route, although you can still take the college entrance examination, your energies will undoubtedly divert from mastering high school knowledge. Once you join the provincial team, you will spend a significant portion of your time in training, engaging in specialized competition coaching. Following that, you will travel to the capital for the national competition, and by the time this is all concluded, the first half of the semester would have nearly elapsed. For someone your senior year, this is an incredibly precious time, and your first round of revision will be severely compromised. Especially considering your relatively weak performance in the humanities, if you're aiming for significant breakthroughs in a few months, time will be exceedingly tight. Indeed, where there are advantages, there are also disadvantages. Ultimately, choosing to join the provincial team means Lu Yuan would essentially forfeit the already limited revision time of that semester. His focus would predominantly shift to the competition, and should he win accolades, the path to direct admission would be smooth. Conversely, if he fails to achieve notable results, he would have to re-enter the college entrance examination, which, given his current struggles in the humanities, might limit him to the more secure option of attending a 211 university. It is no wonder that other prestigious high schools have dedicated competition teams, beginning their coaching as early as the first year of high school. Many students even secure direct admission through national competitions by their second year. Compared to these elite institutions, Hongxi Middle School offers him scant assistance. Lu Yuan, you should be well aware of the stakes regarding the college entrance examination. Neither I nor Teacher Chun will impose our will on you. The choice is yours alone. With that, Principal Fong lifted the teacup before him, and Teacher Chin followed suit, sipping his tea. Although Lu Yuan's parents had yet to fully accept their son's burgeoning excellence, they turned to him now, their eyes filled with encouragement. In this moment, the couple was willing to allow their son to make his own choice. Sensing the collective gaze of those around him, along with Teacher Chin's implicit expectations, Lu Yuan found himself unconflicted. As someone who had experienced rebirth, blessed by divine providence that granted him a staircase to excel in mathematics and sciences, he felt that if he had the chance to strive for Tsinghua or Peking University, there was no need for further deliberation. These two premier institutions, which he had only dared to mention during his elementary and middle school days, had become a tangible possibility through the avenue of academic competition. Even should he rely solely on his college entrance examination scores, he was confident he could secure a place at a 211 university. Without further hesitation, he nodded towards the four seated on the sofa. I wish to join the provincial team and attempt to secure direct admission. Upon hearing his resolute response, his parents expressed their unwavering support and encouragement. Principal Fong and Teacher Chun, too, were visibly invigorated by his decision, especially Principal Fong, who took a hearty sip of green tea before placing the cup back on the table. He then retrieved an envelope from his breast pocket and extended it toward Lu Yuan. Principal Fong, what is this? Lu Yuan hesitated to accept it, but his mother, Chun Yinyin, interjected, pushing the envelope away. Lu Yuan's mother. This envelope contains the scholarship awarded to Lu Yuan for achieving the provincial first prize. It's a modest sum of 1,500 yuan. Upon realizing it was a scholarship, Chun Yinyin quickly withdrew her hand. She recalled that this was her son's first scholarship ever. Her gaze fixed intently on the envelope, which symbolized honor, now in Lu Yuan's possession. Since you have chosen the path of competition and the opportunity for direct admission, the school will undoubtedly support you. During the competition period, all travel expenses, examination fees, and accommodation costs will be reimbursed by the school. You need not cover any of the expenses up front. Simply contact your homeroom teacher, Mr. Chun, as needed. Additionally, should you win an award in the national competition, the school offers scholarships as well. A bronze medal carries a prize of 3,000 yuan, a silver medal 8,000 yuan, and a gold medal 15,000 yuan. Principal Fong's generosity was evident, as he refrained from enticing Lu Yuan with monetary rewards beforehand, instead opting to inform him of the school's support after his decision. Furthermore, if he secures a direct admission spot, the school will provide an additional bonus of 10,000 yuan. Should it be for Tsinghua or Peking University, That bonus escalates to 30,000 yuan. Regardless of the outcome, the school will cover all your academic expenses for your senior year, and any fees paid for this semester will be refunded. Listening to these policies, Lu Yuan could not help but marvel at the possibilities. Who says studying does not yield financial rewards? If he could earn a gold medal along with direct admission to Chang'e or Peking University, the school alone would reward him 45,000 yuan. Given the conditions at Hongxi Middle School, the support provided was truly commendable. Moreover, it was possible that the county might also offer additional bonuses. Chapter 19. The Provincial Team and the Geniuses. The National Day holiday for senior students always passes swiftly, particularly with the 14 or 15 assignments assigned during the break, making it particularly arduous for students at Hongxi Middle School. One silver lining was that the results of the monthly examination would be announced only after the holiday, bringing a slight reprieve to all students. As the results were distributed, Teacher Chun joyfully announced a piece of news from the podium. Class, I am pleased to inform you that the top scorer in our class for this month's examination is Lu Yuan. On the report card, Lu Yuan's grades left all his classmates in disbelief. Mathematics, 150, physics, 100 chemistry, 97 biology, 95 English, 72 Chinese, 88, culminating in a total score of 602. In contrast, Xiao Hao, who consistently ranked first in the class, had a total score of 581, falling short of Lu Yuan by a significant 21 points. However, when the classmates attempted to direct their attention towards Lu Yuan, they discovered that the seat beside him, occupied by He Jianfeng, was conspicuously vacant. Meanwhile, Chen Laosher's voice continued at a measured pace, announcing, I have good news to share. Due to Lu Yuan's exceptional mathematical talent, he has been approved to join the Provincial Mathematics Competition Training Team. This semester, he will be training with the provincial team to participate in the National Mathematics Competition. Even if he is temporarily absent from school, let us all give a round of applause to encourage Lu Yuan. The classroom erupted in a thunderous applause, with Lu Yuan shining like a meteor among his peers. After 2 years of anonymity, he suddenly radiated brilliance in the first semester of senior year, only to vanish from the sight of Class 9, embarking on a path starkly different from his previous life. At this moment, outside the gates of Songjiangno, 7 Middle School, a young man, standing at a height of 6 feet, clad in a standard gray school uniform, surveyed the entire campus. Despite the youthful innocence reflected in his expression, a closer look into his eyes revealed the tranquility and maturity characteristic of adulthood. This captivating juxtaposition of youth and wisdom belonged to Lu Yuan, who was now dragging a large black suitcase, preparing to head to his dormitory. Initially intending to pack only a few sets of clothes, he ultimately succumbed to his mother, Chun Yinyan's insistence, bringing along towels, toothbrushes, toothpaste, shower gel, a wash basin, and an array of toiletries. Not only was one suitcase insufficient, but even his backpack was stuffed to the brim. As a student, he had packed everything imaginable, yet curiously, not a single book was included, as they were deemed unnecessary. Entering the campus, he followed the directions of the security guard to the designated dormitory area. Indeed, a provincial key school is a provincial key school. The accommodation here was vastly superior to that at Hongxi Middle School. The standard 4-person dormitory, though featuring bunk beds, was a far cry from his previous accommodation, which housed 14 students in a single room, making this feel like paradise. Each dormitory boasted individual study desks, private bathrooms, and air conditioning. For a fleeting moment, Lu Yuan felt as though he had arrived at university in his past life. Hey, how did you grow so tall? A youthful voice interrupted Lu Yuan as he was arranging his bed. Before him stood a small boy, barely 5 feet tall, still in the early stages of growth, his voice retaining a childlike quality. His eyes sparkled with admiration as they took in Lu Yuan's impressive stature. This made Lu Yuan slightly uncomfortable. After already struggling to fit in with the seniors, he now felt as though he were looking at a child. Please don't tidy up just yet. Teacher Wang has asked everyone to head to the classroom. I'm here to guide you, the boy continued. Nice to meet you. I'm Lu Yuan. Could you please show me to the classroom? Oh, so you're the one who scored full marks? I missed it by just 2 points in the competition. I am Zheng Kang. Lu Yuan, how old are you? Where is Hongxi Middle School? Encountering the second-place student in the recent competition initially surprised Lu Yuan. But as they made their way to the classroom, he found himself growing increasingly weary of Zheng Hang's incessant chatter. The boy, still in the 8th grade, was a veritable chatterbox, brimming with questions, particularly fixated on height, and would often circle back to the topic. Upon entering the classroom, Lu Yuan and Zheng Hang's contrasting heights immediately captured the attention of most of their peers. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yuan took a moment to observe the crowd. Most faces appeared youthful, even if some boys sported thick facial hair. their features still bore the marks of adolescence. He settled into a seat by the window in the last row, while Chang'e, having finished organizing his belongings in the front row, joined him, giving Lu Yuan the impression of a senior accompanied by a junior. Suddenly, several teachers entered the classroom, among them a man around 50 years old, who took to the podium to address the students. With a neatly parted hairstyle, a blue-collared polo shirt, and a lean physique that conveyed an air of age, he bore a small mole at the corner of his mouth. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ji Haifeng, a master's graduate from Harbin Institute of Technology, specializing in mathematics. Currently, I serve as a first-level researcher for the National Mathematical Olympiad and the Deputy Secretary General of the Jiangnan Provincial Mathematical Association. Additionally, I am the head coach of this provincial mathematics training team. At this moment, Ji Laosher paused, his authoritative gaze sweeping across the classroom. The teacher beside me is Wang Wei, also a coach for the provincial team. I believe many of you from Songjiang know. 7 Middle School are already familiar with Coach Wang. He continued, introducing Lin Laosher, Pan Laosher, and Ho Laosher, the assistant coaches for the training team. Following this, Ji Laosher clapped his hands to regain the students' attention. Despite his slender appearance, every movement exuded decisiveness and vigor. Now that the coaches have introduced themselves, I would like to inform you that due to the outstanding results of Jiangnan Province last year, we have more slots available this time. With a total of 31 students admitted to the team, we will start from the first student for self-introductions. Hello everyone, I am Yuan from Songjiang 7 Middle School, in the second year of high school, with hobbies including basketball and singing. I am He Wei from Songjiang 4 Middle School, in the first year of high school. As the introductions continued, Lu Yuan noted the diversity among the 76 middle schools represented in the provincial mathematics competition, with over 20 institutions in attendance. However, among the top 31, there were few schools represented, primarily concentrated in Songjiang 7 and Songjiang 4 middle schools, with only 2 students from their city's Linzhou foreign language middle school. Furthermore, the age distribution was strikingly uniform, with 3 middle schoolers, while the majority were either first or second year high school students. There were merely 5 students from the third year, a surprisingly small number. Finally, Lu Yuan awaited the introduction of the student from his county's number 1 high school, fortunate enough to have squeaked into the provincial team in the final position. This student, Wang Ziheo, appeared noticeably lacking in confidence, speaking timidly when announcing his school and introducing himself. When it came time for Lu Yuan to present himself, he stepped forward. Hello everyone, I am Lu Yuan. As the students listened attentively to the earlier introductions, their focus began to wane as the session progressed. However, upon hearing Lu Yuan's name, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Eyes turned towards him, and murmurs of recognition circulated throughout the room. So this is Lu Yuan. No wonder I hadn't heard of him before. He was sitting at the back. He had been seated next to Chang'e moments before. Not only the students, but also the 5 teachers from the coaching staff now directed their attention towards Lu Yuan. It was only natural in examinations and competitions. The first place always garners the most attention and respect. I am Lu Yuan, a student from Hengshi Middle School in the third year of high school. As for my hobbies, I enjoy playing computer games. That's all. With that, Lu Yuan calmly stepped down from the podium and returned to his seat. Although his speech was brief and content sparse, the intensity of the gazes directed at him was unparalleled. After he concluded his remarks, the lead instructor, Mr. G, ascended the podium once more. The primary objective for today was to facilitate introductions among the participants while also providing an overview of the program. This training camp would span a total of 14 days, equating to 2 weeks. Upon its conclusion, representatives would be selected to travel to the capital for the national finals. The mention of representatives caused an involuntary tension to ripple through all present. Even Lu Yuan was engulfed in confusion at that moment. Wasn't it assumed that joining the provincial team guaranteed a spot in the national finals? Could it be that there would be eliminations during these 2 weeks? However, those seeded were relatively fortunate, as they were part of the Jiangnan provincial team. Last year and the year before, Jiangnan had topped the rankings in mathematics competitions, earning substantial additional slots for the national contest. Thus, as long as everyone made it onto the provincial team, the committee would ensure their participation in the finals. Upon hearing this, many students who had previously ranked lower in competitions, particularly Wang Ziheo from Yuan No. 1 High School, felt their earlier anxiety dissipate. However, the emphasis on the word but left no time for celebration before they were urged to quiet down. Since you have joined the Jiangnan provincial team and are reaping its benefits, it is equally imperative that you contribute your share, particularly for those students with lower competition rankings. It is crucial to seize the opportunity during these 2 weeks of training. I am uncertain how your teachers advised you before your arrival, but I suspect most merely encouraged you to secure a guaranteed admission slot. Huh. Mr. Ji Haifeng's words were indeed powerful, his voice slightly hoarse yet laced with an undeniable vigor. As he continued, his tone began to deepen, tinged with an undercurrent of sarcasm. I want to emphasize that, since you are here in the provincial team, there is one undeniable point for both you and me to take pride in. That is your mathematical talent. You truly exemplify brilliance. As a nation, we have yet to establish ourselves as a mathematical powerhouse on the international stage. We can only claim to be a significant player in the realm of mathematics. The future of our country, particularly in the field of mathematics, hinges on the potential embodied in each of you seated here. Do not squander your precious gifts. Mr. G's piercing gaze swept across the room once more. It must be said that his ability to evoke emotion was extraordinary. Even Yuan, who had experienced countless motivational speeches in his past life, found himself stirred by Mr. Yi's fervor. The infectious enthusiasm ignited a passionate fervor within the entire class, including Yuan. It was the first time he became acutely aware of his country's standing in mathematics. He had previously believed that his nation excelled in mathematics education, particularly considering how middle school curricula were often deemed more challenging than that of high school abroad. He had always taken pride in his country's mathematical achievements. However, under Mr. G's continued elucidation, he began to grasp the reality that while his country excelled in elementary mathematics, it lagged significantly in higher mathematics, particularly in modern mathematical fields built upon calculus, where the country held little influence and often followed trends passively, revealing a substantial gap. Nonetheless, progress is made step by step, and the nation is currently prioritizing mathematics, providing opportunities for talented students in Olympiad mathematics to secure guaranteed admission. This is an effort to identify and nurture future talents in the field of mathematics as early as possible. Of course, this is a national initiative, but our provincial team has its own objectives. Mr. G's enthusiasm surged once again. Although our Jiangnan province secured the top overall ranking last year, the top score was not from our team. I, along with several coaches from our team, hold high expectations for you this year. Our singular goal for all students is to achieve first place in the national finals. As he spoke, he pointed emphatically with his right index finger, drawing imaginary lines in the air, until his impassioned rhetoric finally subsided. To be candid, Yuan's expectations for joining the provincial team aligned perfectly with Mr. G's declaration. He aspired to win the gold medal at the national finals and secure a place at Tsinghua or Peking University. However, after hearing those words, he began to reevaluate his own mathematical talents, particularly in light of his rebirth. He had initially only aimed for admission to a top university, hoping to change his fate and lead a more comfortable life through education. Now, he pondered whether the potential of his talents could extend far beyond his initial assumptions. Could he, in this new life, as Mr. G suggested, become a beacon of the future of mathematics in his country? The sound of rustling papers broke the momentary reverie, gradually calming the fervor in his mind. All motivational speeches have their time limit. Here, your class schedule. Accepting the timetable handed to him by Zheng Hang, Yuan squinted at it, unable to resist rubbing his eyes before scrutinizing it once more. October 7th, 8 a.m. to 10 o'clock a.m., class. 10:30 a.m. to 11:40 a.m., self-study. 1 p.m. to 2:50 p.m., self-study. 3:10 p.m. to 5 o'clock p.m., self-study. October 8th, 8 a.m. to 10 o'clock a.m., self-study. October 9th, 8 a.m. to 10 o'clock a.m., class. Self-study. Indeed, the majority of the schedule consisted of self-study periods. There would be a single class every other day in the morning, but no details were provided regarding the subject matter of that class. The remainder of the schedule was entirely self-study. All right, everyone has received the schedule, spoke Teacher Wang, while Mr. G, along with several other instructors, had already departed. With no further tasks for the day, students were free to return to their dorms to organize their belongings or explore the campus to familiarize themselves. Should any issues arise during the training, feel free to visit my office located on the 3rd floor of the comprehensive building at the innermost right side. Now, you are dismissed. Chapter 21. This is a training team, not your high school classroom. At 7:30 a.m., Yuan was already seated in the classroom, accustomed to the daily morning runs at Hengshi Middle School at 6:40 a.m., followed by early self-study starting at 7 a.m. He found himself somewhat disoriented with a more relaxed schedule at Songjiang No. 7 High School. Of course, Songjiang No. 7 does have morning runs, and the regular high school classes start early as well. It was simply that their training team's schedule differed from that of the typical students. Chang'e had also arrived early, already engaging him in conversation. This puzzled Yuan, as he was not particularly close to Chang'e and rarely responded to his chatter. Yet Chang'e seemed to have taken a liking to him, becoming his shadow since yesterday. With only a few minutes until 8 o'clock, students gradually trickled into the classroom. Meanwhile, a young man in his early 30s entered and took a seat at the podium. He only closed the classroom door after the bell rang and began introducing himself. Hello everyone, my surname is Lin, and my name is Linen. I hold a master's degree in mathematics from Chang'e University. I previously won a gold medal in the National Mathematics Olympiad, CMO, and was part of the national training team. This time, at Mr. G's request, I will be teaching you an algebra class. Yuan had assumed that the instructors would be some of the coaches from the provincial team, but he was surprised to find that the actual teacher had no connection to the coaches. The instructor for today's algebra session is a teacher who, several years ago, was a participant in competitions and was subsequently granted direct admission to a prestigious institution. He is also a genuine competitor who has participated in the CMO, possessing a wealth of knowledge and experience. The curriculum for algebra encompasses fundamental concepts such as real numbers, complex numbers, vectors, matrices, and determinants, in addition to basic operations including addition, multiplication, division, and exponentiation. However, the actual difficulty of the examination questions is far from simplistic, and the types of questions are relatively fixed, typically revolving around proving inequalities or optimizing sequences. Initially, Teacher Lin spoke at a leisurely pace, primarily introducing the examination content. Many students, including Yuan, found themselves drifting off, their gazes wandering out the window. For him, this introductory material held little significance, failing to capture his interest. However, after a few minutes, when he refocused, Teacher Lin had already transitioned to the core of the problems, delving into a challenging algebra question that far surpassed the difficulty of those encountered in provincial competitions. Fortunately, Yuan's mathematical prowess shone through. With a brief moment of contemplation, he unraveled the problem completely and aligned himself with Teacher Lin's thought process. Teacher Lin elaborated on several methods to approach this question, introducing various concepts and thought processes that slightly exceeded Yuan's previous knowledge base. Although the algebra pertinent to middle school competitions fundamentally aligns with high school knowledge, it diverges significantly from the standard high school syllabus. It appears to bear only a superficial resemblance to the content of college entrance examinations, lacking any substantial relevance beyond that. Teacher Lin's multiple approaches served to open new avenues of understanding for Yuan, who swiftly noted several techniques and problem-solving strategies that he articulated. Suddenly, Yuan found himself pondering. How did they arrive at this point so quickly? Why was the pace so brisk? Couldn't they slow down a bit? Many students, having initially been lost in thought, now struggled to keep pace with Teacher Lin's rapid delivery. It seemed he was entirely unaware of the students' struggles or discussions below him, as he continued to present and had already listed 4 or 5 problems on the blackboard, interweaving various concepts. At that moment, a girl from the second row raised her hand to speak. Teacher Lin, could you please slow down a bit? As one of the few girls in this year's training group, her voice captured Teacher Lin's attention. I can certainly speak a bit more slowly. However, due to time constraints, if you find it challenging to keep up, I recommend taking notes. This afternoon and tomorrow, you'll have self-study sessions where you can review what I've taught in class. This suggestion evidently did not satisfy the girl. In her previous understanding, teachers were meant to adjust their pace according to the student's progress, particularly ensuring that she comprehended the material before proceeding. She persisted, but you are speaking too quickly. I cannot understand. Many students may not be able to keep up either. If you continue at this pace, it feels as though we are not learning anything at all. Even if we attempt to review later, we won't know what to focus on. Yuan, seated at the back, quietly observed the unfolding debate without contributing much. He was indifferent to Teacher Lin's pace. As long as the teacher was imparting knowledge, he was capable of absorbing and comprehending it almost instantaneously. Internally, he found himself slightly agreeing with the girl's sentiment, recognizing that a teacher should ensure that students can keep up. However, Teacher Lin, standing at the front, gently shook his head. I must remind you, everyone here is a member of the provincial team. This training camp, funded specifically for over 2 weeks, aims to prepare students to compete for national mathematics competition titles. It is not designed to cater to your individual comprehension or that of a few students in the class. At that moment, Teacher Lin's voice, though calm and composed, exerted considerable pressure on more than half of the class, particularly those who were struggling to grasp the material. I can assure you that across all provincial teams, Any organized training sessions are conducted at this pace. My responsibility lies with the few outstanding students who can fully absorb the content I deliver and have the potential to compete for the top spot in the national competition. There can only be one first-place winner. The purpose of training is to cultivate elite talent, not to provide a universal education akin to that of your school. Upon hearing Teacher Lin's words, the entire class began to grasp the gravity of the situation, including Yuan, who realized that this was not a typical high school class. This was a training camp aimed at preparing for a national competition. And the goal of development was not the college entrance examination or the overall graduation rate mandated by the school. No teacher would accommodate students lagging behind. Rather, in Teacher Lin's perspective, today's lesson was likely tailored for just a select few in the class. The rest of the students would simply absorb what they could, based on their individual capabilities. At this moment, Yuan sensed Teacher Lin's gaze subtly directed towards him. I see that the two students by the window seem to have kept up. If those two have no objections, I shall slightly reduce the pace. All the relatively unfamiliar classmates turned their attention to him and Chang'e. Chang'e, twirling a pencil, had only a crumpled A4 sheet on his desk, which bore nothing but the recently transcribed problems. However, his relaxed demeanor indicated that he had no issues with Teacher Lin's pace. As for Yuan, he had not moved his pen at all, quietly listening to Teacher Lin, his expression remaining composed. I have no objections. With everyone's eyes upon him, Yuan promptly expressed his indifference. Chang'e, upon seeing Yuan agree, nodded as well. In response, Teacher Lin smiled at the two of them, and then nodded toward the girl who had raised the initial concern. Very well, I will slow down a bit. Please try to take notes as best as you can if you find it difficult to keep up. Chapter 22. In-Class Assessment. What Teacher Lin referred to as slowing down did not significantly alter the pace. It merely meant a slight reduction in speaking speed, yet the lecture remained quite dynamic. Many students still struggled to grasp the material and keep up with the lively thought processes being presented. However, for Yuan, the pace became even more manageable. He was able to mentally compare several methods, discerning which approach was more straightforward for various types of problems. At approximately 10:40, after extending the session by about 10 minutes, Teacher Lin concluded his prepared content, casually tossing the chalk onto the desk and addressing the class. Everyone has been working hard. Let's take a 10-minute break. After that, since you are in a self-study session, we will conduct an in-class assessment. As soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of complaints erupted from students. What? Why is that? We don't even get a break. Let us hurry up and review. Yuan, stretching his stiff neck, turned to Chang'e beside him and inquired, did you manage to grasp everything? Pretty much. I think I'm okay. Indeed, Yuan's mathematical talent was undeniably at its peak, but Chang'e was no slouch either. Despite only being in the third year of middle school, he found the material easy to grasp. The expressions of the two other third-year students in the class, along with a few students from Songjiang No. 7 Middle School, indicated that they were similarly untroubled. However, apart from these few students, the rest of the class appeared visibly strained, with many having completely lost track of the lesson. Even though the provincial team consists of prodigies gathered from various backgrounds, the disparity in talent among them remains substantial. Yuan is currently eager to ascertain whether his abilities exceed those of geniuses like Chang'e, or if he merely shares the same tier as Zheng, especially since he fell short by 2 points in the last competition. It is rumored that Zheng's deduction stemmed from a lack of rigor in his process, suggesting that their responses to the problems were not significantly different. The same can be said for Lu Inkun from Songjiang No. 7 Middle School, who erred only in one final calculation. 10 minutes later, the test papers were distributed as scheduled. There were only 4 algebra questions, with a time limit of 1 hour. If anyone completed the test early and answered all questions correctly, they would be allowed to leave class early. Although there were 31 students in the class, some had voice complaints earlier, but once the papers were handed out, they immediately began to answer the questions. In truth, many harbored a sense of rivalry against their classmates, particularly those from Songjiang No. 7, who were not entirely convinced of Yuan's status as the top student from Hengxi Middle School. Naitali Zhenghang, a third-year middle school student, was also not regarded highly by them. They believed that luck had favored the two in the provincial competition, as historically, students from Songjiang No. 7 should occupy the top 3 spots. Upon receiving the test paper, Yuan did not rush to begin writing. Instead, he took a moment to scan the 4 algebra problems and mentally reviewed them. After absorbing a plethora of new concepts from Teacher Lin's lecture, he found various methods springing to mind for the first 3 problems. Yet the 4th question posed a challenge that eluded immediate resolution. He spent 7 or 8 minutes calmly writing down the answers to the first 3 questions before focusing intently on the fourth. The classroom was intermittently filled with sounds of students gasping in astonishment, while others fervently scribbled their calculations. A few students were utterly stumped, unable to solve even a single problem, merely staring at the questions in silence before glancing around at their equally perplexed peers. Teacher Lin moved about the classroom, monitoring each student's progress. This immediate test following the lesson was, in fact, a true measure of the student's aptitude as assessed by the provincial training team. Due to specialized training teams in various high schools, particularly prestigious ones, some slightly gifted students managed to push ordinary middle school students down the ranks in the provincial competition through sheer effort. However, it was evident that their innate abilities might not surpass those of certain students from ordinary schools, with true geniuses like Lu Yuan being an exception. After 10 minutes, observing that 4 or 5 students with strong mathematical abilities were already contemplating the final question, Teacher Lin quietly noted their names, preparing to report their progress to Teacher Ji from the provincial team. Lu Yuan remained engrossed in the fourth question. Although it was a problem concerning the optimization of sequences, the problem-solving strategies taught by Teacher Lin today did not seem applicable. He had a firm approach in mind that could resolve the question, yet after considering many new strategies and techniques, he sensed that there might be an even more innovative method. As he was finalizing his thoughts, an epiphany struck, and in the next moment, Lu Yuan was confident that his distinct new approach was valid. He began to articulate the solution to the final question on his test paper. With a newfound insight, the entire problem-solving process unfolded swiftly. In just 2 minutes, he successfully completed the last question. Casting a glance around, he noticed that his classmates were still immersed in contemplation. Lu Yuan found himself hesitating, internally deliberating whether to be the first to submit his paper. However, he was already a focal point of attention for Teacher Lin. Seeing him evidently finished, she approached him with quick strides. "Are you done?" Her calm voice resonated in the unusually quiet classroom, akin to a clap of thunder that stirred the thoughts of all present, especially for several students from Songjiang No. 7 and Songjiang No. 4, who had designs on claiming the top spot in the test. A jolt of anxiety coursed through them. At the sound of Teacher Lin's voice, they all paused and turned towards her. Upon realizing that the composed Lu Yuan at the back by the window was the one who had finished, they wore expressions of disbelief. "Never mind the others. Let me see your paper first." Lu Yuan thought little of the situation, as he originally wished to avoid drawing attention. After all, achieving first or second place in a classroom test did not signify much. His ultimate ambition lay in securing a gold medal at the national finals, along with the coveted qualification for direct admission. He had intended to submit his paper after Zheng Hang or another classmate. However, Teacher Lin was already at his side. Her small eyes brimming with anticipation and encouragement, her right hand extended towards him, requesting the test paper. "I have completed it, but I'm still a bit uncertain about the fourth question. It seems that the strategies you taught in class do not quite apply to this problem." Without further hesitation, Lu Yuan handed over the test paper. At that moment, the students in the class, who had been subtly observing Lu Yuan, the top student in the provincial competition, began to shed their lingering sense of hope. Regardless of whether Lu Yuan had solved all 4 questions flawlessly, his speed in answering and his composure in not rushing to submit were enough to earn their admiration. Chapter 23. A glimpse of brilliance clutching the test paper. Teacher Lin quickly glanced over the first 3 questions. Each could be solved by thoroughly grasping the thought processes and techniques he had explained in class, with minor adjustments. Observing Lu Yuan's paper, he noted that the approaches to the 3 problems were all correct. He didn't linger on the details, but proceeded directly to the 4th question. This was the true challenge of the exam, and also a problem taken from last year's IMO, the International Mathematical Olympiad. As an event that follows the CMO competition, the IMO handpicks participants from the national training team to compete globally. The difficulty of the problems is, of course, well known, and this question served as another benchmark for today's assessment. Upon examining Lu Yuan's solution process, Teacher Lin, who had initially worn a smile, began to show signs of concern. His brow furrowed as he unconsciously raised a hand, as if typing on an invisible keyboard. The method he was familiar with for solving this problem was relatively old-fashioned and complex, akin to the approach Lu Yuan first considered. While not inherently flawed, it was intricate and required considerable time to compute. After all, this was an IMO problem. If it were easily solvable, it would be quite extraordinary. Even with knowledge of advanced university mathematics, attempting to apply that to competition problems, particularly those from the IMO, would be folly. Yet Lu Yuan was different. He presented a remarkably innovative approach to the solution. 2 minutes later, having fully confirmed the validity of Lu Yuan's method, He took out a red pen and marked 4 checks on the test paper. After returning the paper to Lu Yuan, Teacher Lin did not rush to leave, but instead looked at him with an expression of surprise and asked, "Have you encountered the 4th question on the paper before?" Teacher Lin had anticipated that someone might solve this difficult problem during the class, but he never expected a student like Lu Yuan to do so in such a short time, providing an entirely new method that was both simpler and quicker than the one he had initially prepared. No, it is evident that Teacher Lin harbors a modicum of skepticism towards him, yet predominantly, there appears to be astonishment. Of course, this distinction is of little consequence to Lu Yuan, who immediately speaks candidly. Really? Have you previously encountered the actual examination papers from the IMO or CMO? MO? Lu Yuan echoes the term, a hint of perplexity crossing his visage. Thus far, he has only been acquainted with the CMO, which is the National High School Mathematical Olympiad Finals, a fact he learned just yesterday from Teacher G. The IMO, however, remains entirely unfamiliar to him. Teacher Lin, I did not engage with competition papers during high school. Prior to participating in competitions, I had only attempted one practice paper. Oh, upon hearing this, Teacher Lin eagerly inquires, which practice paper? Simultaneously, the attentive students in the classroom, curious about how the top competitor, Lu Yuan, was cultivated in their school, perk up their ears. Was this paper of a particularly unique nature? Lu Yuan, feeling somewhat bashful, rubbed his nose with one hand. Well, Teacher Lin, my high school was rather ordinary. The paper I attempted was the middle school mathematics competition paper from last year, 2013. Upon this revelation, a wave of incredulity washed over the class. Even Teacher Lin appeared somewhat taken aback, uncertain whether Lu Yuan was engaging in some form of humble bragging or jesting. The national finals paper? No, it was merely from the provincial competition. Thus, Lu Yuan conceded that his foundational knowledge was somewhat lacking, resulting in a disparity compared to his classmates. Although he believed himself to be exceptionally gifted in this life, the disparity in their educational backgrounds was undeniable. He had never undergone specialized training from a competition team. Now that he had joined the provincial team's training camp, the first lesson alone had proven immensely beneficial. Nevertheless, he felt a distinct lack of experience and skills compared to his peers, particularly those from Songjiang No. 7 Middle School, who had begun engaging in competition training since their first year of high school. He recognized the need to diligently compensate for these deficiencies during the training camp. Not at all. You solved those 4 problems in record time. Your foundation is solid, and I believe you possess great talent, especially regarding the final problem. It was indeed impossible to solve it using the methods I taught in class. As Teacher Lin continued, his focus shifted from Lu Yuan to offer guidance to the other students. This 4th problem was specifically chosen for all of you to illustrate that true competitions do not always adhere to the methods and techniques you have learned. Many of the strategies required in actual examinations must be discerned through intuition and adaptable thinking. The few exceptionally gifted students who had previously been stumped by this problem now began to recognize the clues and resumed their attempts to solve it using their own insights. You are Lu Yuan, correct? Which school did you attend in middle school? Teacher Lin certainly remembered Lu Yuan's name, as he needed to respond to Teacher G from the provincial team. Prior to class, he had already affixed a name list corresponding to all the students' seating arrangements on the podium. However, he had not previously gathered any information about the students in the classroom. He had merely been invited by the provincial team as a lecturer for the training camp. Upon broaching the topic of schools, he grew genuinely curious about Lu Yuan's high school. It's Chang'e Middle School. As soon as the words left his mouth, Teacher Lin instinctively narrowed his eyes. His gaze drifted off to the side, seemingly lost in thought, attempting to recall any memories associated with Chang'e Middle School. After a considerable pause, he still found himself at a loss. He only managed a feigned nod before quietly departing. Following Lu Yuan's revelation, the classmates were now intensely engaged in solving the problems from the impromptu test. After another 5 minutes, Zheng Heng and Lu Inkan from Songjiang No. 7 Middle School submitted their papers, successfully passing the test. In just a few more minutes, several other students followed suit. Ultimately, within the hour allotted for the test, 11 students had completed the problems, while only 3 managed to finish in the latter half hour. 17 students, even after the time had elapsed, could not complete the questions. Observing this, Lu Yuan reassessed his own talents. Due to time constraints, I will not elaborate on the answers to the impromptu test. It was now past 11 o'clock, with 20 minutes remaining until class ended. However, Teacher Lin clearly had no intention of continuing. Those students who had not solved the first 3 problems would have the afternoon and the following day to contemplate the material discussed in class. I trust that, given your capabilities, you will be able to resolve these 3 problems based on the answers I will distribute shortly. As for the final problem, 14 students in our class managed to arrive at the answer. Indeed, only those 14 succeeded in passing the impromptu test. As teacher Lin spoke, his gaze once again turned toward Lu Yuan. Aside from Lu Yuan, all other students employed the same problem-solving approach. Naturally, while the general process may vary, the underlying thought process remained consistent. Only Lu Yuan's approach was notably distinct and innovative. After this, during self-study time, feel free to consult Lu Yuan's paper to explore his new perspective. Thus, I shall conclude this session with you all. I wish everyone great success in the national finals. Chapter 24. Can students from the competition class not solve it? Teachers like Lin, who specialize in competition instruction, are a rarity. After all, the prerequisites for such educators are quite high, and it is even more challenging for them to find time to compile and analyze past competition papers, subsequently summarizing common strategies and patterns to share with students. This is one of the advantages of the Chang'e provincial team, which has organized a training camp prior to the national finals and invited these teachers to conduct lectures. Not all provincial teams organize specialized training camps, of course. However, the invaluable opportunity presented by the provincial team's training camp is something that participants cannot fully appreciate. From the perspective of all team members, the management of the training camp is exceptionally lax, especially during self-study periods. One would expect that several coaches will be present to oversee the classroom or at least maintain discipline. In reality, however, no one is present. The self-study sessions are entirely unstructured. The coaches primarily focus on collecting past examination papers, including various key question types, without any consideration for managing discipline or enforcing study habits. Students from Songjiang No. 7 Middle School may have long since acclimated to this management style. Yet for many students from other schools, particularly those like Lu Yuan who did not come from prestigious institutions, it feels somewhat disorganized. Lu Yuan's deskmate, an Ai Tao, hails from a regular high school, Huiji No. 3 Middle School, and possesses considerable talent. He ranked 11th in the provincial competition and was even the 5th to submit his paper in the last impromptu test. However, at this moment, he was neither studying nor engaging with past examination papers. Instead, on his desk lay a copy of Jean Mankey, and he was engrossed in reading comics. His deskmate mirrored this behavior, clutching a story meeting magazine, occasionally breaking into smiles. Numerous students in the classroom exhibited similar tendencies, some absorbed in their phones, while others were even engaging in romantic pursuits. Lu Yuan, want to play basketball? At some point, two boys approached Lu Yuan, towering among the tallest in the training camp. They had acquired a basketball from somewhere and were inviting him to join. I'm sorry, but I really don't play basketball. You guys go ahead. Due to his physique, while he may not be the tallest in class, he certainly ranks 3rd within the training camp. This has led many sports enthusiasts among his peers to invariably invite him to partake in various athletic endeavors. As the clock approached 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the classroom, which should have been dedicated to self-study, only housed about 26 or 7 students. In truth, less than half of them remained engaged in their studies. In the absence of constraints, those who can persist in self-directed learning are indeed a rarity. Regrettably, this commitment to self-education often appears futile, particularly in the domain of competitive academics. Mathematics, in particular, reveals an increasing reliance on innate talent as one progresses further. The effort exerted in the mathematical realm often seems rather fruitless, primarily revolving around the relentless pursuit of catching up. At this moment, Lu Yuan finds himself increasingly understanding the notion of elite education that teacher Lin often references in class. He is no longer engaged in relentless problem-solving. Rather, after a series of specialized courses summarized by several recent teachers, he has made significant strides. The various practice questions circulated within the team can be swiftly traversed in his mind, rendering contemplation unnecessary. Currently, he is reviewing high school English and Chinese materials, a means of securing a fallback option for his college entrance examination during his spare time. For someone with an adult mindset like his, it is prudent to maintain a safety net, even in the face of great hope, until he formally obtains the qualification for guaranteed admission. Suddenly, the sound of a window being pushed open reaches his ears. A man, approximately 40 years old and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, appears before Lu Yuan. Teacher? Which student are you looking for? Lu Yuan inquires in a hushed tone from his seat by the window. Although the number of students genuinely dedicated to studying is not substantial, they generally maintain a basic level of decorum. The classroom is remarkably quiet. Even those disinterested in studying refrain from disturbing their peers, choosing to sleep instead. Students, is this the competition class? The man asks. Sort of, we are the provincial team. Comes a reply. It appears that he is indeed a teacher from Chang'e number 7 high school, although the competition class there has temporarily ceased operations, with all competition instructors prioritizing training for their provincial team. That's excellent. Student, do you have a moment? Could you assist the teacher with a task? Upon hearing about the provincial team, the man's eyes visibly brighten. The two are merely separated by a window, and he gestures for Yuan to come over. Yuan stands up quietly and exits the classroom through the back door. Teacher, what do you need my assistance with? Yuan asks. Well, you see, student. The teacher explains, already grasping Yuan's wrist and hastily leading him towards the stairs. After bounding up the stairs in 3 steps made into 2, he continues unhurriedly. We have a mathematics problem in our class that is proving somewhat challenging. I thought you could come and help us with it. I know you're still in self-study. Rest assured, with your strength in the provincial team, it won't take much of your time. Upon realizing it is merely a matter of assisting with a problem, Yuan feels reassured. He nods in agreement, and shortly thereafter, the teacher releases his hold on Yuan's wrist, clearly aware of his provincial team affiliation and simply seeking his help. The classroom number on the teacher's plaque catches Yuan's eye, Class 3, 6. Upon entering, he finds the class engaged in a lively discussion, with a male student at the podium diligently working through a problem on the board. Wang Hao, hold on a moment. I found a student from the provincial team to assist, a voice interjects. Before the sentence concludes, the student at the board shows visible discontent with Yuan's presence. Teacher Yang, I feel I'm close to solving it. We don't need to trouble this student, he asserts, casting a dismissive glance at Yuan before turning back to the mathematics teacher. Wang Hao, the teacher acknowledges your high mathematical skill, even surpassing my own. However, class time is limited. Why don't you step down and let Yuan explain it to everyone? With teacher Yang's endorsement, Wang Hao's spirit visibly diminishes as he reluctantly places the chalk on the podium and returns to his seat. Yuan, could you please explain this problem on the board? The teacher requests. Yuan turns his attention to the problem inscribed on the board, a specialized question involving derivatives combined with trigonometric functions. The moment he reads the problem, he instantly formulates a thought process and arrives at an answer. Indeed, the elite high school presents a different caliber of challenge. This derivative problem exceeds the difficulty of the final examination's toughest questions. Even in provincial competitions, it would be classified as a problem of considerable complexity. Yet for Yuan, it remains within his grasp. As he contemplates the problem and deduces the answer, he cannot help but shake his head slightly. This is the reality at Chang'e 7 High School, were he at Hengshi High School. Given Teacher Chen's attitude, his classmates would likely refrain from even glancing at such problems, deeming it a waste of time and detrimental to their assessment of simple questions. This, perhaps, encapsulates the disparity between the two schools. However, Yuan's subtle head shake is interpreted differently by his classmates. Some, particularly those led by Wang Hao, who possess decent mathematical skills, harbor a sense of resentment towards this student from the competition class. Witnessing his head shake, they can no longer suppress their laughter. With one boy in the front row unable to resist mocking him, Yuan, is this problem too difficult for you? It's perfectly normal if you can't solve it. After all, not every student from the competition class is omnipotent. The classroom's clamor does not significantly impact Yuan. Even the taunts from the student at the front desk fail to ignite a desire for rebuttal within him. While he cannot claim to be the undisputed top student in the provincial team, he is confident that few challenges in ordinary high school mathematics would prove insurmountable. Yuan, do you think there may be an issue with the problem itself? A few classmates chime in, and even Teacher Yang begins to harbor doubts about Yuan's confidence. Nevertheless, being an adult, particularly as a mathematics teacher at Chang'e 7 High School, he possesses an understanding of the capabilities of students in the school's competition team. He does not wish to embarrass Yuan, who has kindly come to help. Instead, he suggests the possibility of a flaw in the problem itself. Shall I find another student to take a look? It might help confirm whether the problem has errors. Noticing Yuan turning to him, Teacher Yang further clarifies. Determining whether the problem is faulty is not your current objective. Rather, I seek to find a more capable student to attempt solving it. Realizing he has been misunderstood, Yuan decides not to linger. He picks up a piece of white chalk from the podium and continues writing on the steps Wang Hao had previously begun. In an instant, all eyes in the classroom are fixed on Yuan as he writes on the board. Wang Hao, having just been stumped at this very step, is particularly attentive, unsure of how to proceed. As Yuan continues to write 2 more steps, most of his classmates still wear smirks of disdain, as these steps hold minimal significance for solving the problem, merely representing basic transformations. However, as he progresses through several more steps, the smiles begin to fade, and expressions turn serious. Thoughts involuntarily synchronize with Lu Yuan's chalk as he pens his calculations. After 7 or 8 more steps, a significant preliminary conclusion emerges, prompting expressions of astonishment among his classmates. Though the entire problem remains unsolved, a crucial step has been accomplished. With this proof in hand, the subsequent reasoning, albeit still challenging, reveals a glimmer of hope. The once blank side of the blackboard is now filled, and Lu Yuan strides to the side, continuing to unravel the problem. At that moment, the chalk in his hand resembles a battle lance, producing rhythmic sounds against the board akin to the sounds of combat, striking at the hearts of those who had previously mocked and belittled him. 5 minutes later, Lu Yuan shakes his slightly fatigued arms. Writing on the board is far less fluid than using a pen. Additionally, he is unaccustomed to alternating between standing upright and bending down to write. Unbeknownst to them, the problem had nearly been solved, with only 2 final, conclusive steps remaining. The students of Chang'e No. 7 Middle School indeed possessed a commendable foundation in their subjects. Although they struggled to find a solution, many could still follow Lu Yuan's written process with clarity, even just moments after he completed it. At this moment, Teacher Yang continued to observe the content on the blackboard. The classroom was enveloped in a profound silence, the previous mockery and skepticism now entirely absent. As they gazed at the poised Lu Yuan standing by the podium, the students were now wholly convinced. After another minute, Teacher Yang finally comprehended all the content Lu Yuan had inscribed on the blackboard. He clapped with astonishment, breaking the silence as he addressed his class. Did everyone understand Lu Yuan's method? This problem is indeed quite challenging, but I assure you, you won't encounter such difficulty in the college entrance examination. This is merely to acclimatize you during your senior year, ensuring you can maintain your composure when faced with difficult questions. As he spoke, he stepped away from the front row, returning to the podium beside Lu Yuan. Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses with his left hand, he gestured towards the extensive work on the blackboard with his right, feigning an exaggerated expression. You should not get complacent. Now you see what a true challenge looks like, right? Even Lu, a member of the provincial math team, has filled an entire blackboard. I hope that after observing this process, you can solve similar problems in the future. I do not expect you to grasp it all on your first encounter. Just as Teacher Yang's words concluded, Lu Yuan finally spoke up. Teacher, there are actually other, more straightforward methods to solve this problem. I believe this alternative approach will allow everyone to apply it more flexibly. His voice, though soft, resonated like a persistent echo through the now silent classroom. Is there an even simpler method? Teacher Yang's expression shifted to one of disbelief as he looked at Lu Yuan. Yes, I merely followed Yuan's conventional method to arrive at the solution. This approach is quite cumbersome and time-consuming. It seems to be a trap set by the problem's creator to confuse everyone. With that, Lu Yuan turned back to the blackboard, pulling down a fresh section of the movable blackboard on the right. Indeed, the teaching conditions at Chang'e No. 7 were commendable, sparing Lu Yuan the need to erase the board himself. With only a piece of chalk remaining, he began to write on the pristine surface. The earlier thought process had been one he could manage before joining the training team, relying on his high school foundational knowledge and raw problem-solving skills. Typically, very few could push through with such a method, as it required significant calculation and complex reasoning. Lu Yuan, however, was endowed with a remarkable talent, including a formidable capacity for calculation. He had preemptively recognized that the old method would ultimately yield results, which aided his classmate Wang Hao in solving the problem. But now, after joining the training team and undergoing rigorous training and diverse cognitive development over the past few days, he had transcended the confines of that complex old method. His new problem-solving strategies had seamlessly integrated into his thought process. As he swept his chalk across the board, he showcased his latest learning outcomes. Compared to the previous convoluted approach, the new method he inscribed was far more concise. Of course, each step was considerably more challenging to comprehend than before. The problem-solving strategy intertwined various cognitive models, necessitating the amalgamation of multiple techniques every couple of steps. Ultimately, it was a cohesive chain of logic that culminated in the solution after a total of 11 steps. In contrast to the earlier extensive display on the blackboard, the new method only occupied a small section of the board. If there were still students in the class harboring doubts about Lu Yuan's capabilities, thinking that his approach was merely marginally superior, they were now entirely convinced after witnessing his new, simplified method. Setting down the last fragment of chalk, Lu Yuan turned to face his classmates once more. At that moment, sunlight streamed into the classroom, filtering through the windows and casting a warm glow on Lu Yuan's profile. His resolute gaze and serene expression captivated the attention of several female classmates. Chapter 26. can't compare to the teacher? Then don't speak of Tsinghua or Peking University. The bell finally rang, breaking the oppressive silence that had enveloped the classroom. As Lu Yuan exited, the atmosphere in the classroom of Class 6, senior year, gradually returned to its previous state. Is this what students in a competition class are like? This is simply incredible. The boy named Chang'e Wei, who had previously mocked Lu Yuan from the front row, now exhibited a complete reversal of attitude. He walked a few paces to Wang Hao in the back rows, whispering his disbelief. They're impressive. Even when Teacher Yang had brought Lu Yuan in, Wang Hao had entertained thoughts of comparing himself to him. Yet, witnessing Lu Yuan solve the problem, first with his own method, and then with an even simpler one, left him humbled. Sigh. I never expected the gap between us and the competition class students to be so vast. A long exhale revealed Wang Hao's current sentiments. After witnessing Lu Yuan's thought process, he felt a pang of inferiority. Wang Hao, don't think like that. I've seen competition class students before. None have exhibited such extraordinary talent as Lu Yuan. He solved the problem in hardly any time at all, almost without thinking. The students I know in the competition team aren't that much better than us. Chang'e Wei, a member of Wang Hao's usual circle, tried to console him, noticing his low spirits. I'm certain that Lu Yuan is a standout in the competition team. After all, didn't the teacher mention he seems to be on the provincial team? Yes, indeed. Another boy chimed in, joining the discussion. I just spoke to a friend. The provincial team has been conducting training at our school. Teacher Yang has brought in a real genius. This year, Lu Yuan is the only student to achieve a perfect score in the provincial competition. You don't know, within the provincial team for just a short while, Lu Yuan has already become a legendary figure. Wang Hao and Chang'e Wei had been conversing softly, as Wang Hao felt particularly despondent. Throughout his high school years, he had always been compared to other children, especially in mathematics, although he had not directly entered the competition class like those who had specialized in it. He believed his mathematical talent was on par with theirs. Today marked the first time he felt the stark difference between himself and a genius during his 3 years at Songjiang No. 7. How has he become a legend? Chang'e Wei, now embodying the mindset of a supporter for Lu Yuan, was keenly interested in his achievements. Do you really not know? Lu Yuan is said to have come from Hengshi Middle School. The boy's words left both Wang Hao and Chang'e Wei looking puzzled. Hengshi Middle School? Is it well known? Chang'e Wei, particularly curious, noted that among the key high schools in the province, Songjiang No. 7 undoubtedly held the top position. Even Hengshi No. 4 had aspirations to compete. But the annual college entrance examination results and the number of students admitted to prestigious universities were not comparable. As for the remaining high schools in the province, they were hardly considered by their peers. Seeing their reaction, the boy burst into laughter, his expression one of knowing amusement. Heangsi High School was once an unremarkable institution, but now it has gained considerable notoriety. Come on, Nyogu, stop keeping us in suspense. What makes Heangsi High School so remarkable? At this moment, Nyogu was surrounded by more than just Wang Hao and Chang'e Wei. Many classmates expressed their curiosity about Lu Yuan School. On the contrary, Lao Xin, Heangsi High School has been inquired about. It is notoriously known for its poor academic performance. How could this be possible? Upon hearing Nyoji's words, everyone's spirits were instantly heightened. What is so impossible about it? Heangsi High School, located in Yuan County of Linzhou City, is the worst regular high school in the county, with an undergraduate admission rate of less than 40. This is the undergraduate admission rate, not the first-tier rate. In contrast, Songjiang No. 7 High School has consistently reported a first-tier admission rate of an astonishing 90. In comparison, the extent of Heangsi High School's deficiencies far exceeds their imagination. How could this be? How could Yuan Gu, with such remarkable mathematical prowess, emerge from such a school? What gives? I believe he could easily be specially recruited by our competition team at No. 7 High School. Nyogu, at this moment, raised his index finger before everyone, shaking his head as he continued. According to their high school homeroom teacher, Yuan Ji's mathematical talent was only focused on calculations during his first and second years. It was only in his third year that he began tackling problem solving. Thankfully, he didn't miss out on his senior year, or he might have missed the chance to join the provincial math team. Naturally, Heangsi High School has garnered quite a bit of attention lately. Journalists and media outlets have not taken note, as the first prize of the provincial competition, albeit unexpectedly, fell to Heangsi High School. However, since it was merely a provincial competition and not the college entrance examination, it was challenging to attract significant media attention. Nevertheless, the faculty of various prestigious high schools were not the same. They eagerly sought connections to communicate with Lu Yuan's homeroom teacher, Mr. Chun. Mr. Chun, of course, would not diminish his role in nurturing Lu Yuan's academic development. He thoroughly adhered to the explanations Lu Yuan had previously provided in his office, conveying a consistent narrative. While showcasing his inclusive and patient attitude towards student development, Lu Yuan's innate talent was also communicated to the outside world quite reasonably, especially due to his outstanding performance in recent training sessions. This was the first time that students and teachers from the top-ranked Songjiang No. 7 High School became acquainted with the name of Hyangxi High School. Even among the students of Songjiang No. 7 High School, Hyangxi High School, an ordinary institution, was considered far more renowned than Guyuan No. 1 High School, a key school in Guyuan County. The classmates in Class 6 of their senior year were engaged in discussions that Lu Yuan himself was oblivious to. He was currently in the classroom of the training team, completely unaware that he, along with Hyangxi High School, was gradually becoming famous at Songjiang No. 7 High School. As he made his way back to the classroom, Teacher Yang had already caught up with him. Holding a water pen in hand, she handed it to Lu Yuan. "Thank you so much for helping my classmates with problem solving today, Lu. This pen works quite well for me. You can use it while solving problems later." Seeing that it was merely a water pen, Lu Yuan felt relieved to accept it. Observing Teacher Yang jog with a slight sheen of sweat on her forehead, he couldn't help but express his confusion. "Teacher Yang, I didn't expect you to have students solve problems in class." "Huh. Naturally, I still lead the class. It's just that for a few challenging problems, I find it a bit difficult to explain clearly. It's a great opportunity for the students to practice and solidify their understanding. But as a teacher, wouldn't you find it embarrassing to not be as proficient in problem solving as your students?" Lu Yuan had never encountered such a situation at Hyangxi High School. In his class, apart from his own extraordinary talent, none of the other students could match Mr. Chen's expertise in mathematics. There's nothing to be done about it. The students at No. 7 High School are all exceptional, each with aspirations of attending Tsinghua or Peking University. Teacher Yang waved her hand casually, smiling as she explained. "If even I cannot surpass my students in mathematics, how can I still aspire to Tsinghua or Peking University?" Chapter 27. Departure for the capital. The time spent in the training team had swiftly passed 2 weeks. During this fortnight, the classmates had grown familiar with one another, and many had even forged friendships. "Checkmate." In the classroom, during the break, Zheng Heng excitedly shouted. The chessboard before him displayed few remaining pieces on both sides. His cannon was poised, declaring check to Lu Yuan. "Yuan Yi. Let us see how you'll win this time." Ever since Zheng Heng had brought chess into their lives, he had faced a slight dent in his confidence. No other reason. Lu Yuan's intellect rendered him nearly invincible once he grasped the rules of chess. Even though Zheng Heng's chess skills surpassed the average, they paled in comparison to Lu Yuan's prowess. Calmly, Lu Yuan positioned his elephant, and after 3 moves, the roles of offense and defense swiftly reversed. 2 minutes later, Zheng Heng's face was filled with frustration. That previous excitement of inevitable victory had once again plummeted. "Let us have another game." Lu Yuan had no objections to playing chess. He had subtly realized that engaging in the game could, to some extent, stimulate his cognitive processes. Just as the chess pieces were being arranged, the long-missed teacher, Ji, walked into the classroom. "Everyone, please pause what you're doing." Upon witnessing this, Lu Yuan and Zheng Heng ceased their game. They listened intently to Teacher Ji, curious about the arrangements for the students. The time and location for the upcoming National High School Mathematics Olympiad, also known as the National High School Mathematics Winter Camp, had been firmly established. From November 13th to November 17th, the venue would be in the capital, at Peking University. After 2 weeks in the training team, Lu Yuan had gained a comprehensive understanding of the entire competition. Participating in this national math finals, referred to as the Winter Camp, presented numerous advantages. Although Jiangnan Province had abolished the policy of adding points to college entrance exam scores based on competition results, many top-tier institutions above the 985 level, including Tsinghua and Peking University, still offered special leniency policies for students excelling in single subjects. In other words, besides aiming for gold, silver, or bronze medals in the finals and attempting to secure guaranteed admission, any student attending the winter camp would be considered for potential score reductions by these universities. Naturally, these policies were only applicable to those applying in the early admissions round. Some universities offer a reduction of 20 points, while others would accept students who merely met the first-tier line. There was a myriad of options. It can be said that, to a certain extent, as long as he qualified for the winter camp, Lu Yuan could select from among the 985 institutions for his safety school. After all, even considering the college entrance examination, based on his current science scores, reaching the first-tier line was certainly within reach. After this afternoon, the training would conclude entirely. However, Our provincial team representatives would depart a week early for the capital. Before the winter camp commenced, there would also be a week dedicated to intensive training in the capital. Lu Yuan calculated the timeline and estimated that they would need to leave for the capital around November 5th. The provincial team would depart together, but there was still about 10 days, roughly half a month before that. Classmates, please come to me shortly to confirm the travel arrangements. You may return to your own schools for study, or you can choose to stay at number 7 high school. I will lead the team directly from there. For those who have found training classes outside, you can arrange that as well. Our flight to the capital is scheduled for November 5th. Indeed, the competition was still Jiangnan province's domain. Even though the provincial team had specifically organized training, there were still intervals for personal training arrangements. It's no surprise that Jiangnan province's competition teams have consistently ranked either first or second. The overall atmosphere is simply different. Yuan Ge, will you stay at now 7 high school or return to your school? Noticing many classmates approaching to report their plans to teacher Ji, Zheng Heng inquired about his choice. Me? I think I'll stay at number 7 high school, but I plan to return home for a couple of days tomorrow before coming back. All right then, I'll stay at number 7 high school too. Though Lu Yuan initially felt a twinge of awkwardness sitting beside a child, he soon discovered that having a companion like Zheng Heng was rather delightful. More importantly, Zheng Heng's talent was indeed quite comparable to his own. Although his problem-solving speed was not as swift, his accuracy and flexibility of thought were equally remarkable, given the historical standards of the finals in Jiangnan province. As long as both Lu Yuan and Zheng Heng performed without faltering, securing a gold medal seemed highly probable. In the future, once they entered society, it was uncertain whose development would flourish more. Naturally, Lu Yuan was more than willing to cultivate a good relationship with Zheng Heng in advance. Half a month later, an announcement echoed through the airport. Passengers traveling to the capital, please note that your flight XXXX is about to land. The days spent training with the provincial team felt deceptively abundant, yet the pressure was palpable. After returning home briefly post-training, Lu Yuan had scarcely spent a few days at Qizhong before he found himself on a plane en route to the capital. Exiting the airport and boarding the dedicated shuttle bus, he finally arrived at Peking University. In both of his lifetimes, this was Lu Yuan's first visit to the capital. And naturally, it was also his inaugural experience at Peking University. The stone lions flanking either side, the vermilion-painted palace gates, exuded an ancient, dignified elegance. This institution, which he had only dared to dream of in his previous life, now stood before him, and the opportunity to touch this dream felt utterly surreal. However, upon disembarking, his impression of Peking University shifted. Not to mention the students, there were simply too many tourists. Many families were there, taking photos with their children. It wasn't until they ventured deeper into the campus that the throngs of visitors began to thin out. Under the guidance of teacher Ji, they made their way to the dormitory building, where they were ultimately dismissed. Classmate, why buy a brand new phone? Lu Yuan mused as he perused the latest Xiaomi Note at the Xiaomi store. Just then, a young man approached him, pointing at the phone he was examining. Indeed, only 20 minutes prior, Lu Yuan had hastily exited the dorm without having the chance to tidy up. Unlike other team members who planned to explore the campus, he had a different agenda, heading straight to a phone shop to purchase a smartphone. This purchase had been reluctantly approved by his parents after much persuasion before his departure. His current phone was an antiquated Nokia. Although it had internet access, it was hardly useful. Having grown accustomed to the functionalities of modern smartphones, including WeChat, QQ, and online payment through Alipay, he was unwilling to remain tethered to an old relic. After considerable negotiation, he had finally secured his scholarship funds from his parents, with the intention of buying a smart device. In this day and age, when it came to value for money, Xiaomi was the clear choice. However, before he could inquire about the availability of the phone, he encountered an eccentric individual beside him. Chapter 28. What a coincidence. You're from Peking University too? The Xiaomi store was bustling with activity, leaving no one to pay attention to the two of them. So what do you think I should buy? The young man beside him in a cream-colored down jacket asked. He was slightly plump, with bangs that framed his forehead and wearing a pair of classic black glasses. The most distinctive feature about him was his eyebrows, forming a perfect H shape, which lent him an air of earnestness. You must be a university student, right? Lu Yuan ventured. Yes, I'm a freshman. Despite still being in his 3rd year of high school, Lu Yuan's physique allowed him to easily pass for a university student. He decided to follow the young man's lead, curious to see what his intentions were. Then you must be frugal with your spending. I have a Xiaomi 4. Last year's model. I've only used it for a year. How about I sell it to you at a low price? At these words, Lu Yuan couldn't help but scrutinize the young man anew. Despite his innocent demeanor, He seemed quite bold in trying to sell his second-hand Xiaomi in the store. No, I think I'll stick to buying new, Lu Yuan replied firmly. He had no intention of purchasing a phone from a stranger, especially one who approached him so brazenly. Wait, don't go. 800 yuan. That's my final offer. Upon hearing the price of 800 yuan, Lu Yuan paused. Although he had resolved not to buy the phone, the price was simply too enticing. The current Xiaomi Note was priced at 299 yuan, and even last year's Xiaomi 4 was still 999 yuan new. If it was truly only a year old and offered at 800 yuan, it was an attractive deal. After all, he hadn't yet started working and was genuinely short on funds. Saving over 1,000 yuan would significantly ease his expenses during his time in the capital. Don't worry, I'm not a reseller. I just bought a new phone and the trade-in prices at the store are too low. So I thought I'd try my luck here to sell my old one. Is that true? Lu Yuan thought to himself. If he weren't so financially constrained, he would have a hard time resisting the allure of a new Note phone. However, he still regarded the young man with a hint of skepticism. It's absolutely genuine. Which school are you from? You might even be my junior, with the other party's words suggesting he was also a university student. Lu Yuan felt his doubts begin to wane. I'm from Peking University. Since he had already claimed to be a freshman, he decided to maintain the ruse, pretending to be a student at Peking University. After all, he had been at the university for the past half-month, so it made sense to inquire further about this individual. What a coincidence. We really are from the same school. What's your name? Which department? Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief. Was this truly mere chance? He had randomly pretended to belong to a department and ended up encountering a fellow student from that very department. However, since he had already fabricated a story, he was ready to see it through to the end. I'm in the mathematics department. Given that he was there for a math competition, he thought it best to claim affiliation with the mathematics department. Upon hearing this, the young man's face briefly flickered with embarrassment, and he awkwardly scratched the back of his head. And you? What about you, senior? Now, it was the other's turn to hesitate, pondering for a moment before finally responding. My name is Ling. His demeanor raised further questions in Lu Yuan's mind, prompting him to press on. Why only your name? Which department are you in? At Lu Yuan's inquiry, Ling Du dropped his hand from the back of his head, regarding Lu Yuan with a suspicious look. Haven't you heard of me? Are you really from the mathematics department? At this, Lu Yuan began to realize the remarkable coincidence. Had he truly stumbled upon a fellow student from the very department he had falsely claimed? Yet, now that he had already fabricated a story, he was determined to maintain the charade. Of course. Are you really that well known? The two exchanged incredulous glances, and the lively atmosphere of the store seemed to dwindle around them, leaving their corner feeling rather awkward and quiet. Ultimately, Ling Du decided against further explanation, pulling out his phone and a student ID from his jacket pocket and handing them to Lu Yuan. The student ID clearly displayed his identity. Name, Ling Du, Mathematics Science Institute, undergraduate. The photo was unmistakable, his distinctive eyebrows making him easily recognizable. You see, I'm not that famous after all. Ling Du's earlier embarrassment vanished, replaced by renewed enthusiasm. Since we're from the same school, I'll cut you a deal. How about 750 yuan? Sound good? Upon inspecting the condition of the mobile phone, it was indeed quite new, with no noticeable dents or scratches on its surface. Considering the prestige of Peking University and the School of Mathematics, Lu Yuan ultimately nodded and decided to make the purchase. Being somewhat financially constrained, acquiring a second-hand phone seemed prudent. After all, he could always wait until after the college entrance examination to buy a new one. If fortune smiled upon him, he would receive a bonus that would allow him to acquire whatever he desired. Regrettably, within mere minutes of receiving the phone, the front desk echoed with Ling Du's voice requesting, "Please fetch me a Xiaomi Note." Yes. The top configuration, 64 gigabytes. So this was a new phone he had mentioned? Lu Yuan felt a twinge of disdain for Ling Du's behavior, advising him to buy a new device only to suffer an immediate depreciation, only for him to sell his phone after a year and buy the latest model. Nevertheless, having already made the purchase, Lu Yuan chose not to dwell on it. At least the quality of this phone seemed more assured. I've been busy writing papers online lately, and funds are rather tight. Plus, the competition I signed up for hasn't commenced yet, so I can't receive any prize money just yet. I had to sell my old device first. I actually have quite an attachment to it. Rest assured, Junior, at this price, you're truly getting a bargain. I even offer an additional service. If you ever wish to play games online, you can come find me at the Xingyuan Internet Cafe, and I'll help you excel in your games. He patted his chest in assurance, but as soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to recall something and quickly changed the subject. But, Junior, you haven't heard of me in the department. You must be the type of student who studies diligently. Or perhaps you're in the gifted class. I typically don't engage much in communication. Every lie requires an endless chain of additional lies to uphold it. On the bus back to Peking University, Lu Yuan deeply comprehended the meaning of this phrase. Fortunately, the agonizing wait was not prolonged, and Lu Yuan soon found himself back in the dormitory. In their four-person room, Zheng Hang was still his roommate. At that moment, besides their fellow provincial team members, there was also a relatively unfamiliar young man present. Brother Yuan, this is Yu Junwei, a master's student specializing in probability theory at Peking University. He is the training instructor that Teacher Ji specifically arranged for our class tomorrow. Zheng Hang was already aiding in the introduction. This master's student, Yu Junwei, stood approximately 175 meters tall, with an upright posture and fair skin. His smile radiated warmth. As a fellow student from Peking University, Yu Junwei exuded an air of charisma, starkly contrasting with Ling Du, whom Lu Yuan had just encountered outside the school. So he must be Lu Yuan? Yu Junwei inquired. Teacher Ji has spoken highly of you, mentioning your exceptional talent and that you are one of the most promising students in the provincial team this year. In response to Yu Junwei's attention, Lu Yuan nodded but could not resist asking about Ling Du, recalling their earlier encounter. Teacher Yu, have you heard of Ling Du? He seems to be from your university as well. Upon hearing this, Yu Junwei's previously cheerful demeanor became somewhat stiff. Lu, why are you inquiring about him? His expression was oddly perplexed. Was Ling Du a sensitive topic? I was merely curious. If it's inconvenient, then forget I asked. Driven by curiosity, Lu Yuan had no intention of prying further. Noticing Yu Junwei's evident discomfort, he moved toward his bed to tidy up his things, steering clear of the contentious topic. Well, it's just that you mustn't emulate him. Yu Junwei's remark prompted Lu Yuan to mutter to himself. Could it be that Ling Du's notoriety stems from a poor academic record rather than excellence? It appeared that he had earned the title of the shame of the School of Mathematics. How peculiar to assign such a nickname, rendering him akin to a public enemy. Teacher Yu, what exactly has this Ling Du done? Zheng Hang, initially disinterested, could not help but lean in to inquire upon hearing the exaggerated nickname. He was the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Chang'e, achieving full marks in mathematics. He ended up in our school of mathematics. Lu Yuan marveled, considering how a top scorer could be labeled as the shame of the department. Thankfully, Yu Junwei continued without hesitation. Since entering the university, Ling Du has shown no interest in his studies, consistently ranking at the bottom from his first year through to his fourth. Initially, there were plans for him to pursue a combined bachelor's and master's program, but now his qualification for graduate recommendation has been revoked. He spent his days in internet cafes nearby, engrossed in gaming and the online world. It was no wonder that the moniker had spread. It likely originated from a professor who had once held high hopes for him. It seemed that those expectations had been utterly dashed, as he had veered entirely off the path of academic pursuit. It was clear how this narrative had circulated throughout the entire department. Now, Lu Yuan understood why his admission of not having heard of Ling Du would elicit such surprise. Just make sure you don't follow in his footsteps. For the next few days, focus on your classes and strive for excellent results in the competition. Lu Yuan, Zheng Hang, given your current performance, securing a gold medal shouldn't pose much of a challenge. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, you could even join the national training team. Have you considered which school you'd like to be recommended to afterward? Yu Junwei expressed great confidence in their abilities, seemingly more assured than they were themselves. However, based on the provincial team's historical performance, Jiangnan Province was indeed a stronghold for competitions, with many students in the top ranks having a significant chance of winning gold. For someone like Lu Yuan, who was subtly positioned as the top of the provincial team, it was almost a foregone conclusion that the gold medal would be his. Not yet. I haven't given much thought to the schools for recommendation. Lu Yuan felt that if he were to win a gold medal, he would undoubtedly choose between Tsinghua and Peking University. Me neither. Zheng Hang seemed equally unprepared to contemplate this matter, considering he was only in his third year of middle school. From a broader perspective on life, he might not even choose to seek a recommendation this year. Perhaps he would complete another year of high school before contemplating college. If you haven't made up your minds, you might consider Peking University. Yu Junwei's enthusiasm surged upon hearing their indecision. He elaborated on the specialized mathematics gifted program at Peking University, detailing its nurturing model and the various resources available. It's my advisor who particularly focuses on students like you. It was evident that teaching them was not Yu Junwei's primary responsibility. Rather, recruiting students from competitive backgrounds seemed to be of greater importance to him. Teacher Yu, what is the situation regarding graduate studies for students in the gifted program? Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yuan began to contemplate his future path. He envisioned pursuing a career in research and academia. especially after Teacher G had inspired them by referring to them as the future of mathematics in the country, which had profoundly resonated with him. He had also considered a stable and long-term career, aspiring to become a university lecturer or professor. Lu Yuan, are you interested in pursuing graduate studies? Upon hearing Lu Yuan's intentions, Yu Junwei's eyes lit up. You needn't worry about this. Our school's overall graduate recommendation rate exceeds 50. However, the postgraduate recommendation rate for the talent class over the years has paradoxically been the lowest in the department, hovering around 35. The talent class, which could be regarded as Peking University's mathematics special program, raises the question of why a specialized class exhibits a lower recommendation rate. Lu Yuan gazed curiously at Yu Junwei, awaiting an explanation. In truth, it is not that the department lacks slots. Rather, many students choose to pursue their studies abroad or directly enter the workforce, resulting in a scarcity of students interested in further academic pursuits. If these students were inclined, the department would readily allocate places to them. Lu Yuan, if you have aspirations, you might consider coming to our school. My advisor has a particular fondness for talented students like you. Should you wish to become his student, he would likely grant you a direct doctoral admission. The outcome was unexpected. Indeed, for such prodigies, pursuing a master's degree is merely a personal choice. How many genuinely aspire to a career in research? For those with exceptional mathematical talent, a bachelor's degree from Peking University suffices to validate their capabilities. After graduation, enticing opportunities abound in major corporations' data positions, various cutting-edge roles, or even recruitment by foreign universities. The paths available are numerous, making those willing to remain at their alma mater for further studies a minority. Lu Yuan, having had a taste of being courted by the university's admissions office, realized that the interest from advisors like Yu Junwei was still in its preliminary stages. Once the summer camp concluded and the results were announced, with Lu Yuan securing a gold medal, the true recruitment efforts would commence. By then, it would not only be Peking University's admissions office reaching out. Admissions representatives from all 39,985 universities nationwide would likely seek him out for discussions. In a certain sense, those of them with talents in academic competitions are far more sought after than provincial top scorers in the college entrance examination. Teacher Yu, I think I will focus on preparing for the summer camp for now. If I am fortunate enough to secure a gold medal, I will discuss it with you then. Although he leaned towards Peking University in his heart, he was not ready to make a definitive statement just yet. Having exchanged only a few words with Yu Junwei, he was not foolish enough to prematurely commit himself. Of course, that is perfectly fine. Do you have WeChat or a phone number? Let us exchange contact information. After a moment, as he watched Yu Junwei leave the dormitory to visit Lu and Kun next door, Lu Yuan became increasingly convinced of Yu Junwei's purpose for this visit. Chapter 30. Teacher G's Discontent in the Spacious Lecture Hall. Lu Yuan was seated as usual in the back row. Beside him, Zheng Hang was deep in thought over the exam paper. Come on, Yuan Gu, Zheng Hang, you guys are my only hope. Wang Ziheo, sitting behind them, urged them anxiously. Despite having previously lacked confidence while on the provincial team and hardly communicating with Lu Yuan, their bond had grown during the week-long training as they sat together. Being from the same county, they found common ground in the unfamiliar environment. Don't rush, Yuan Gu. Dai Chi Hong and Shi Jiu Haven T solve the problems yet. Let us take our time. A classmate in front turned around to update them on the classroom situation. If this had been during the training at Songjiangno 7 High School, Lu Yuan could hardly have imagined a scenario where the entire team rallied to support him. During the provincial training, the team had naturally divided into 3 groups. One group consisted of gifted individuals, a small faction represented by him and Zheng Hang. Another group was comprised of the students from Songjiang No. 7 High School, led by Lu and Kun, while the last group encompassed students from outside their school. The divisions were not born of animosity, but rather competitive spirit regarding their rankings. This was why Lu Yuan and Zheng Hang had formed an automatic subgroup, as they were the ones being pursued by others. Now, during this final 5-day training session at Peking University, the Jiangnan provincial team had fully united. The previous small factions had dissolved into a single cohesive entity. After all, the lecture hall was filled not just with their provincial team members, but also with those from the Shanghai and capital teams. The 3 strongest provincial teams in the national competition had come together for intensive training and competition in these final days. Today marked the second to last day of training and the final timed mock test, with the last day reserved for self-study. At this moment, the 3 provincial teams were gathered in distinct zones of the classroom, cheering on their respective teammates. The difficulty of the mock test was, to be frank, far greater than the actual exam questions they had encountered during provincial training. The primary challenge for Lu Yuan lay in the fact that the mock test was heavily beyond the syllabus. The lack of rigor in the question design significantly hampered his solving speed. The questions he struggled with left his peers equally stumped, resulting in an atmosphere of competitive tension among the three groups. Fortunately, his innate talent had been further honed. Amidst the cheers from his classmates, he expended considerable effort and finally unraveled the last problem, placing his pen down with a sense of calm. Incredible. Yuan, teacher Yu. Our team Yuan has finished. Just as he set down his pen, a classmate called out to Junwei at the podium. As a senior in high school and the oldest among his peers, coupled with his formidable abilities, the title Yuan had increasingly resonated within the group. Noticing this, students from the other two factions turned their attention towards him. Although Yuan was the fastest to solve the problems, the accuracy of his answers was not guaranteed. Unfortunately, the final results were destined to disappoint everyone. Junwei quickly compared the answers to two problems and, upon confirming their correctness, reviewed the solution process. To be honest, these two problems had taken considerable time and effort to formulate, showcasing a high level of complexity that even he struggled to solve within a short time frame. However, as a question setter, he soon aligned Yuan's thought process with his own when he had constructed the problems. The written procedure was comprehensive, with many small insights surpassing the methods he had initially intended. Ultimately, under the hopeful gaze of the Jiangnan provincial team, he slowly uttered two words, all correct. In an instant, cheers erupted from the Jiangnan provincial team, even though the national finals or winter camp had yet to officially commence. Yuan's reputation had already spread among most provincial teams nationwide. Of course, this jubilance among the Jiangnan provincial team contrasted sharply with the displeasure of Teacher Ji, the coach and team leader, in the office. His fingers furiously tapped the desk, his expression grim as he confronted a young female teacher across from him. Teacher Yi, is it rather inconsiderate of you to unilaterally register students without consent? Teacher Ji spoke with commanding authority. Despite the young teacher appearing to be in her late 20s and seemingly delicate, Teacher Ji showed no leniency. Teacher Ji, it was the winter camp's teacher Wang who urged me to submit quickly. You weren't in the office, so I went ahead and registered Dai Qihong. Teacher Wang agreed as well. Although she appeared petite, Teacher Yi's voice was sharp, and she stood her ground against Teacher G's demeanor, providing a serious explanation. Couldn't you have given me a call? How can you take such liberties with the student representative for the opening ceremony? You are aware of our training results over the past few days. Yuan is undoubtedly the best and most outstanding among them, by the conventions of previous years. The representative for the opening remarks should certainly be chosen from our Jiangnan provincial team. The two individuals were embroiled in a dispute regarding the student representative speech for the upcoming opening ceremony. Initially, this matter seemed trivial, devoid of any direct implications for guaranteed admission quotas. It was merely a matter of pride for the various teams. The crux of the issue lay with Teacher Yi from the Magic City team, who disregarded the opinions of other provincial teams and unilaterally nominated a student from her team as the representative for the Winter Camp's opening ceremony. She failed to consult Teacher Ji from the Jiangnan provincial team, who had secured the overall first place last year. Naturally, Ji could not swallow this affront, as what should have been a rightful opportunity for his team was brazenly claimed by another. At that moment, with numerous team leaders present, Ji deliberately raised his voice to argue with Yi. What precedent is there for this? Last year, our Magic City team at least secured second place overall, and we had the top competitor in the contest. I believe it is entirely reasonable for a student from our Magic City to represent us this year. Ye, now wholly unyielding, dismissed the long-standing customs and began to cite the top competitor from the finals as a rationale. This only served to further infuriate Ji, who had been simmering with anger. The Jiangnan team had consistently held the overall first position for 3 consecutive years, yet in the finals, they had only claimed the top spot once in the past 3 years, with the other 2 instances going to the Capital and Magic City teams. Teacher Ji, I believe Ye's argument holds merit. This has simply been an unspoken understanding among us. The student representative should ultimately be the most outstanding individual. From this perspective, I propose that we decide future representatives based on which province secures the top position in the finals. Supporting Yi was Teacher Mi from the Capital team, who had initially been a mere spectator but could no longer restrain himself from making a suggestion upon hearing Ye's words. After all, according to past customs, based on overall performance, Jiangnan had dominated for several years. The student representative position seemed unlikely to fall to the Capital team. However, by backing Yi, they might secure the representative spot for their own students next year. What was merely a seemingly inconsequential speaking opportunity for a student unexpectedly ignited a fierce debate among several teachers. even provoking G's genuine ire. Chapter 31. The opening and the unexpected situation with the Academician. Within the office, most provincial team leaders were primarily there to observe the spectacle. Many were supporting Yi, providing more assistance to her arguments. For the weaker teams, the overall standings historically meant that such speaking opportunities bore little relevance to them. Yet, should the selection be based on the top position, every team would have a chance. In competitive environments, even a weaker team might produce a remarkably talented student capable of clinching first place. Very well. I shall see if your Magic City team can still secure first place this year. Understanding the sentiments of the gathered individuals, G, despite his inner fury, refrained from continuing the argument within the office. Given the current performance exhibited by Lu Yuan, he merely issued a stern warning to the Magic City team before turning to leave. The winter camp proceeded as scheduled, swiftly arriving at the first day of the opening ceremony. I'm truly honored to stand here as the student representative, observing Dai Chi-hong on stage. Clad in a suit and even sporting makeup, radiating youthful exuberance in his speech, Lu Yuan felt increasingly drowsy, a sentiment echoed by participants from other provinces. The competitive atmosphere from the teacher's office had not reached the students, who did not regard the opportunity for a student representative speech with much significance. At that moment, Zheng Heng leaned towards him, a smirk on his face. Can you believe Dai Chi-hong is wearing makeup? Look at his face. It's as red as a girl's. Ha ha ha. I really don't understand why a student representative needs to wear makeup. Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel relieved that it wasn't him on stage. Zheng's comment made him reflect on Teacher Ji's earlier admonition before entering the venue. To be truthful, from his time at Songjiang 7 middle school to now competing in the capital, Ji had never pressured him academically, even during self-study periods when he was not focused on math problems. Conversely, Ji frequently appeared in the dormitory, assisting him with various life issues, demonstrating the importance he placed on Lu Yuan. This morning, Ji had acted unusually, pulling him aside before they entered the auditorium, his expression grave as he placed a hand on Lu Yuan's shoulder. Lu Yuan, this time, our province is counting on you to bring us glory. Perform well. You got this. Those two seemingly disconnected remarks lingered in Lu Yuan's mind as he sat in the auditorium, pondering their significance. However, he could never have imagined that G's encouragement to perform well was meant for the opportunity to represent the province in next year's opening ceremony. Now, let us welcome Academician Feng Song from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, professor at Peking University, mathematician and statistician, to address us. Upon hearing the title of the Academician, Lu Yuan immediately ceased his thoughts and redirected his attention to the podium. An elderly gentleman, approximately 60, with short, upright black hair and kind eyes, stood at the lectern, his skin somewhat loose. As he took the microphone from the host, the previously murmuring auditorium fell into silence. This was Lu Yuan's first encounter with an academician, and honestly, the initial impression diverged from what he had envisioned. If stripped of his numerous accolades, he could easily be mistaken for an ordinary elder. Before Lu Yuan could anticipate the academician's speech, the atmosphere in the room grew awkward. Academician Feng, while holding the microphone, was attempting to operate a remote control for the PPT presentation, which appeared to be stuck on the first slide, unresponsive. Despite pressing the buttons multiple times, the presentation remained still. The leaders of the winter camp, particularly those responsible for the event, began to sweat profusely. In a flurry, a young man rushed from the second row to assist in troubleshooting the equipment. However, the more he fiddled, the more he perspired. Soon, more individuals joined the podium, including several leaders who had originally been seated at the center, apologetically explaining to Academician Feng, "Please hold on. We assure you this will be resolved promptly." Although the leader spoke in hushed tones, the microphone in Feng's hand ensured his voice resonated throughout the entire auditorium. Meanwhile, the four individuals surrounding the podium, working on the technical issues, were becoming increasingly flustered. Eventually, Lu Yuan witnessed the large screen flicker to a blue screen before one of the young men hastily unplugged the data cable, reverting it to a gray screen. Oh well, minor technical difficulties are quite normal. Everyone, let us proceed. I'll just say a few words. Academician Feng's demeanor was indeed as warm and approachable as his appearance suggested, his gentle smile betraying no sign of distress from the equipment failure. The surrounding leaders, along with the technical team, swiftly departed the podium, visibly relieved. At that moment, Lu Yuan began to grasp the unique significance of the academician's presence. Not only was he a figure deserving of respect, but he also represented far more weight than Lu Yuan had previously imagined. Nevertheless, the content of the speech remained rather mundane, filled with clichés that he, a veteran in the workforce, had grown weary of hearing. The discourse among everyone circles around a few conventional narratives, remaining steadfastly within familiar bounds. Following Academician Feng's remarks, Teacher Wang's address regarding the overall arrangements and examinations for this winter camp provided a plethora of new insights. At this juncture, Lu Yuan finally comprehended that a total of 510 students were participating in this winter camp, which also constituted the national finals. Among them, over 70 would be awarded gold, silver, or bronze medals, though not every contestant would secure bronze. The quantity of gold medals varies each year, typically hovering around 100. Lu Yuan estimated that maintaining a position within the top 20 in this competition would likely yield a gold medal. The top 60 students among the gold medalists will be directly selected for the national training team, as previously mentioned by Teacher Yu. The true objective of this National Middle School Mathematics Competition, CMO, is to identify potential members for the national team, from which 6 representatives would ultimately be chosen to participate in the International Mathematical Olympiad, IMO. This progression from provincial to national, and finally to international, constitutes the complete grand slam of mathematical competitions. It is no wonder that this national finals is predominantly referred to as a winter camp. Essentially, this competition serves primarily as training and selection, with the ultimate aim of nurturing candidates for international competitions. Reaching the international competition level is predominantly about representing national honor. Chapter 32. The CMO commences. The opening ceremony spanned an entire day, with speeches and photo sessions consuming the entire morning. Familiarizing oneself with the examination venue and touring the campus, including time for informal discussions, occupied the afternoon. The actual competition commenced on the second and third days. Over the course of 2 days, contestants would tackle 6 major problems, 3 each day, each worth 21 points, culminating in a total score of 126 points. From 8 a.m. to 12:30 p.m., the students had 4.5 hours to complete 3 problems. Upon receiving the examination paper, Lu Yuan could hardly contain his excitement at his desk. Whether the path to direct admission would be open to him hinged on his performance over the next 2 days. Having barely scraped through to undergraduate eligibility in his previous life, he now found himself in the finals of the National Middle School Mathematics Olympiad. Clutching the examination paper, he felt momentarily disoriented, acutely aware of how close he was to his aspirations of attending Tsinghua or Peking University. Just 2 days of exams followed by 1 day for grading, and the day after tomorrow, he would learn the outcome of his competitive journey. While several classmates immediately began scribbling calculations on their scratch paper upon receiving the exam questions, Lu Yuan sat in contemplation for 2 minutes. After several deep breaths, he finally focused on the problems. For Lu Yuan, the examination time was abundantly sufficient. Adjusting his mindset before tackling the problems was of utmost importance. The first problem was an algebra question. After carefully reading the prompt, Lu Yuan's mind functioned like a high-precision computer, processing swiftly. In an instant, he arrived at an answer, a smile gracing his face. Unlike the previous provincial competition, where he was confronted with 3 challenging problems from the outset, the atmosphere in the CMO finals was decidedly gentler, with the questions arranged in a conventional order. The first problem was a fundamental algebraic exercise, challenging yet manageable. It could be said that most students present had a firm grasp of the first question. Utilizing several equality conditions, they would piece together the weighted mean inequality. Although the thought process was crystal clear and the answer was already formulated in his mind, the actual steps to complete the solution required considerable effort. Upon reaching the second problem, the intensity finally escalated. It was a number theory question, albeit not a standard one. Lu Yuan swiftly conceived several methods in his mind, arriving at answers with ease. This problem contained a minor trap. Adhering to the standard number theory approach would complicate the solution significantly. While it could ultimately be solved, the convoluted process would undoubtedly lead to errors in intermediate steps. Furthermore, even if one succeeded, it would consume a considerable amount of time. However, by leveraging certain set properties along with induction, the problem could be solved with relative simplicity, given that the CMO is the finals. The difficulty level matched that of Lu Yuan's previous training sessions. Moreover, compared to the problems encountered during the 5-day training in the capital, the finals questions were indeed more ingenious, primarily assessing thought processes and problem-solving strategies. As previously noted by Teacher Lin, there was a significant likelihood that the examination would include unrefined thought patterns. This necessitated on-the-spot ingenuity. In other words, a reliance on innate problem-solving abilities. Having completed the second problem, Lu Yuan noted that only 15 minutes had elapsed. The vast majority of his peers were still grappling with the first question or just beginning to tackle it. Even among the exceptionally gifted students, only a few had just reached the second problem. In this rebirth, his speed in solving problems was unparalleled. The third problem was a geometric one, with the difficulty level soaring once again. Some of the conclusions necessary for solving it were beyond the syllabus, requiring him to derive them anew. After half an hour, Yuan had finished checking his work and set down his paper, surveying the examination room. His fellow participants, all 30 of them, were engrossed in their own tasks, utterly oblivious to their surroundings. The predominant sounds in the classroom were the murmurs of frustration regarding the difficulty of the paper, coupled with the rustling of scratch paper. Not intending to impose pressure on others, Yuan remained seated for 2 hours before submitting his paper and departing. That evening, in the dormitory, Brother Yuan, I spent 2 hours wrestling with the second problem before I finally solved it. Thankfully, the first problem was straightforward. Otherwise, I truly wouldn't have had enough time. Chang'e, seated on his bunk, was discussing the morning's questions. Although they had already exchanged answers during the afternoon's free discussion time, he couldn't help but bring it up again. Knock, knock. A knock echoed through the dormitory. Chang'e, sitting closer to the door, rose to answer it. Brother Yuan, someone else looking for you. Looking for me? It wouldn't be Teacher G, or perhaps Teacher Yu. Without overthinking it, Yuan also stood up. However, the one seeking him followed Chang'e inside. Upon seeing the familiar face, Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. As I suspected, I told you I searched the Mathematics Institute high and low for someone of your caliber. Turns out, you aren't even a student from our school. Indeed, it was none other than Ling Du, the individual who had sold him the phone. His eyebrows, now in a relaxed position, displayed no trace of anger over having been deceived, only joy as he approached. Ling Du? Senior Ling? What brings you here? Although Yuan had anticipated that his fabricated identity might be uncovered, he never imagined it would happen so swiftly, within just a week, and that Ling Du would come directly to find him. I have some good news for you. In the dormitory, the other 2 roommates were preparing to leave, seemingly planning to visit the library. Soon, only Yuan, Chang'e, and Ling Du remained. This is Chang'e from Liang High School in Jiangnan Province. No worries, senior. If you have something to say, just go ahead. No need to be discreet around him. Seeing Ling Du's gaze fixed on Chang'e, as if wanting him to leave the dormitory for a private conversation with Yuan, Chang'e, however, remained oblivious to the implied suggestion. After Yuan provided a brief explanation, Ling Du reluctantly nodded. Actually, I recently wrote a book and am preparing for its publication. Congratulations, senior. Upon hearing that Ling Du had authored a book, Yuan immediately expressed his congratulations. He realized that this senior was indeed quite exceptional, having not abandoned his studies but rather shifted to a different path of development. What genre is the book? Traditional literature, or perhaps specialized knowledge? Upon being questioned by him, Ling Du's face gradually flushed with embarrassment. Yuan instantly understood. Aside from these 2 categories, the answer was quite apparent. Oh, senior, have you written an online novel? The ability to publish an online novel is quite impressive. It was only at this moment that Ling Du continued to shake his head. It's not exactly an online novel. It would be more accurate to call it a strategy guide. A strategy guide? What sort of book is that? Yuan grew increasingly perplexed. Could a strategy guide even be considered a book? Finally, after persistent questioning from him, Ling Du revealed the title of his work, Essential Strategies for 3 Kingdoms Kill. So it's a game strategy guide? Observing Ling Du nodding with a hint of embarrassment, Yuan finally grasped the situation. Honestly, I think that's quite all right. The fact that a magazine and an editor are willing to publish it indicates that the content must hold substantial value. There's indeed a dedicated audience for it, which is a positive outcome. One should speak kindly of others. Yuan couldn't help but praise Ling Du a bit, even though he himself had never considered a game strategy guide to be a legitimate book. I knew you would support me, Yuan. Hearing Yuan's lack of contradiction or disparagement, Ling Du became exuberant, enthusiastically discussing the contents of his book. At first, Yuan listened attentively and provided some responses. But as the conversation progressed, he began to sense something amiss. It seemed that the publication of this book faced some difficulties. Senior Ling, what is it that you need from me? Is the publication not finalized yet? After sharing so much, Ling Du decided to lay everything bare. The publication is confirmed, but there's a small gap in funding. He elaborated, originally, I planned to cover this gap with my competition prize money, but unfortunately I didn't come in first. I only secured second place, leaving me short on funds. You aren't planning to self-fund the publication of this game strategy guide, are you? Yuan finally grasped the crucial point. He had sensed something was off about the book earlier, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Now, it dawned on him that Ling Du was indeed self-funding. What was the competition about? It can't be an academic contest, can it? Previously, Lu Yuan had assumed the competition Ling Du mentioned was some sort of academic contest. However, after hearing Yu Junwei's introduction of Ling Du and considering the nature of the book, even Lu Yuan, no matter how naive, could no longer believe it was an academic competition. It was an offline 3 kingdoms kill competition with a prize of 30,000 for first place, 15,000 for second, and 5,000 for third. Ling Du, having sensed Lu Yuan's acknowledgement of him, especially regarding his book, felt particularly good about Lu Yuan's impression of him. Everything was no longer shrouded in ambiguity. He fully revealed his authentic self. So you saw me out? You aren't asking to borrow money, are you? Until Lu Yuan pointedly addressed the core issue. Ling Du repeatedly nodded, then quickly shook his head. I primarily want to invite you to co-author the book with me as the deputy editor. It's just that there is still a funding gap, and I hope we can work together to overcome it. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but roll his eyes at Ling Du. Isn't that still asking me for money? Lu Yuan, do you dislike the title of deputy editor? If you don't like it, you can consider yourself the publisher. It was evident that he intended to self-fund the publication. Such titles could be assigned as he pleased. If it were a literary masterpiece or an academic paper, that would be one thing. But self-funding a game strategy guide? Even if Ling Du was willing to include his name, Lu Yuan had no interest. Let's forget about the title for now. How much do you still need? I'm just a high school student. My living expenses aren't as plentiful as you might think. At this point, Lu Yuan wished to first ascertain how much Ling Du intended to borrow and preemptively set a boundary on the amount. Not much. Ling Du appealed de cheerful, as if Lu Yuan had already agreed to lend him the money. The total publication cost is 34,000. My prize money, along with my savings, covers most of it, but I'm still short by 1,800 yuan. So, if you hadn't bought that phone, you would have been fine? That top-tier Xiaomi phone cost over 2,000 yuan. Even after deducting Lu Yuan's 750 yuan, it would have been just enough to cover the expenses. However, Ling Du had envisioned himself winning first place and had already celebrated by purchasing the top-tier Xiaomi phone, leaving him with a small funding gap now. None of his classmates were willing to lend him money, and he felt too embarrassed to ask his family, so he came to Lu Yuan in search of luck. Senior Ling, I can't lend you that much. I'm here for a competition in the capital. I only have some living expenses, and besides, if I lend you money, how will you repay me later? As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Du hurriedly interjected. The royalties from the book sales will be used to repay you. Clearly, Ling Du was confident that the book would sell well, something Lu Yuan found quite dubious. Who would buy a self-published strategy guide? Even if I play 3 Kingdoms Kill, I would consider purchasing it. If it really comes to it, I'll pay you back with my living expenses later. We can just set up a payment plan. Observing Ling Du's fervent desire to publish, Lu Yuan thought for a moment and ultimately pulled out 500 from his bag. This is all I can spare, just 500. Consider my support for you. As for repayment, let's discuss it when I come to the capital for university. He treated it as a 500 yuan increase, effectively purchasing a second-hand Xiaomi 4 for 250 yuan. Not that he expected Ling Du to repay him. He needed to rest early to prepare for the latter half of tomorrow's exam, considering it a way to foster goodwill. After all, the other party was a student from Peking University. Despite the department's poor reputation, one could not underestimate the future. Perhaps there would be other opportunities for collaboration. Even though his pocket money was limited, he could afford to give 500. 500 is fine. For the rest, I will have to try and gather fund from other classmates. Although a hint of disappointment crossed his face, he understood that Lu Yuan was merely a high school student and likely had even tighter finances than he did. Additionally, having just purchased a phone, asking for more would be unrealistic. However, before Ling Du could even rise to leave, a pair of hands unexpectedly extended a stack of red bills towards him. This turn of events left Ling Du momentarily stunned, and Lu Yuan was equally taken aback. The sheer impact of the cash was quite significant. In a later part of his life, his salary was direct deposit, amounting to only 500 yuan. So he had long lost track of the concept of cash. Seeing so much money now made him squint. Senior Ling, you still need 300? I'll cover that. A youthful voice chimed in from beside them, revealing none other than Zheng Hang, who had been silently listening. Lu Yuan had found it odd that Zheng Hang, known for his chattiness, had remained quiet, but it turned out he had absorbed everything and actually had the money. The stack of cash in his hands was no less than 20,000 yuan. Senior Ling, wait. Zheng Hang is still in middle school and hasn't even reached adulthood yet. Don't take his money recklessly. Ling Du held his ground, having never reached out for help from the start. Although tempted, he turned his gaze toward Lu Yuan, seeking his opinion. Zheng Hang, how do you have so much money? Did your family give it to you for your trip to the capital? No, this is my pocket money. My family's funds are on my card and haven't been withdrawn. Brother Yuan, Senior Ling only needs 300, so I'll give it to him. However, for the profits from the publication, Brother Yuan and I will split it 90-10. Game strategies indicate that the number of players who genuinely purchase them is rather limited. Most merely peruse them at bookstores without making a purchase. Despite several rounds of persuasion prior, Lu Yuan could not resist offering one last piece of advice before signing. Brother Yuan, just 300 yuan. Together, we'll have 800 yuan for a profit of 10, which would actually disadvantage Senior Ling. Our profits will be split 50-50. Ultimately, as the agreement was finalized, Ling Du expressed his gratitude to both of them before departing. Lu Yuan, I promise to make you the deputy editor you requested. Chang'e, rest assured, I will promptly distribute your share once we earn money. It was not until the dormitory door closed again that only Chang'e and Lu Yuan remained, exchanging bewildered glances. Lu Yuan had never realized before that Chang'e was from a wealthy family. They shared living expenses, which seemed quite ordinary. To his surprise, Chang'e indeed carried a staggering 20,000 yuan in cash as pocket money, far exceeding Lu Yuan's expectations. Zhang Hang, I didn't know you were actually from a rich family. What does your family do? I wouldn't say we're rich, Chang'e replied modestly. My family runs an appliance store in Liang district, primarily selling air conditioners, refrigerators, and washing machines. An appliance store? How large is it? How many square meters? Lu Yuan inquired. In comparison to his own family, Chang'e truly seemed to belong to the affluent class, as his family was clearly engaged in business. His family's annual income likely equated to what Lu Yuan's parents earned in a decade. How many square meters? I've never asked or calculated. We built a 5-story building. The first 3 floors are for selling appliances, and the top 2 floors are leased out for other businesses. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan initially intended to inquire about Chang'e's monthly allowance and to caution him again about the potential risks of their book investment. However, with Ling Du present, his words had been rather tactful. Now he felt it unnecessary. The Liang district, part of Jiangnan province as Ishan City, is considered a prime urban area with a robust economy in an advantageous location. A 5-story shopping mall in that district could easily be valued at several tens of millions, and the appliance store likely generated a minimum of several million in annual revenue. The 300 yuan was probably just Chang'e as pocket money. Brother Yuan, I genuinely believe this book will sell very well. We can both profit from it. Unexpectedly, instead of offering reassurance, Chang'e began to paint an optimistic picture for him. Lu Yuan merely managed a wry smile and picked up a basin of water to prepare for his morning routine. The following morning, the atmosphere in the examination hall was notably less tense than on the first day. Before the papers were distributed, students chatted and laughed amiably. However, today's examination was destined to be a fierce battle. As anticipated, the first question presented a significant challenge, focusing on conic sections. While it was arguably simpler than the third question from the previous day, the fundamental skills required were considerably more demanding, particularly in terms of cognitive processes. One needed to identify the major and minor axes of the ellipse, and then construct it using a compass and straightedge. Without a flexible and concrete approach, solving the problem became exceedingly difficult. The fifth question was even more formidable, a complex combinatorial problem that, from Lu Yuan's current perspective, could be regarded as one of the most challenging in past competitions. The question was cleverly devised, requiring the consideration of even and odd cases during the evaluation. Fortunately, the answer could be broadly guessed, though the entire proof process demanded a profound mathematical foundation. Given Lu Yuan's previous level of understanding, he found himself woefully inadequate. His mathematical skills had been quite average, primarily relying on sheer analytical strength to tackle problems during provincial competitions. Moreover, his inherent talent, rapid problem-solving capabilities, and exceptional calculation skills had enabled him to achieve full marks. Now, in the national competition, the focus shifted primarily to assessing thought processes. The 2 training sessions with the provincial team, along with targeted practice problems provided by the coaching staff, had significantly bolstered his foundation. Consequently, such problems now seemed manageable for him. After 20 minutes of working through the first 2 questions, considering classifications and ensuring neat presentation, he finally arrived at the final, pivotal question, the one most capable of distinguishing candidates' abilities. In a 6-question examination, solving 3 would guarantee at least a bronze medal. With a stroke of luck, one might even secure silver. Completing 4 questions would likely assure a silver medal, while fortunate placement could yield gold. The 5th and 6th questions served as the critical differentiators in difficulty. The gold medal, along with potential selection for the national training team, would essentially depend on performance in these two questions. The sixth question was exceedingly challenging and equally well-crafted, incorporating algebra, combinatorics, geometry, and number theory into a single problem. The only considered aspect was that the question was divided into several smaller prompts, providing candidates with a structured approach to the solution rather than jumping straight to the final query. Had the question been posed more directly, it was unlikely that more than 3 out of the 500 competitors would have been able to solve it. Even with the hints provided, it could be expected that fewer than 10 would arrive at the solution. However, as Lu Yuan pondered the problem, he found himself developing a new approach beyond the guided thought process offered by the question. By briefly merging the two methodologies in his mind, he realized that if he were solely focused on the final sub-question, his approach would be particularly straightforward, leading to a swift resolution. Nevertheless, given that the problem was subdivided, Lu Yuan proceeded diligently along the conventional path, addressing the initial smaller questions before applying his unique approach to the final, more challenging inquiry. The time taken to complete and thoroughly review his answers extended well beyond yesterday's examination, nearing 45 minutes. Meanwhile, the majority of other candidates remained ensnared on the first question. Many of his peers struggled for nearly 2 hours to finish that initial query, leaving them utterly bewildered by the subsequent 2 difficult questions. This explained the sight of numerous students exchanging wry smiles and glances of despair as Lu Yuan submitted his paper early. Even after he had handed in his exam, a number of students left the last 2 questions unanswered, following his lead. As he stepped out of the examination hall, a wave of relief washed over Lu Yuan. Having successfully answered all 6 questions, he was confident that a gold medal was undoubtedly within his grasp. The next day would offer him an opportunity for free discussions and attendance at academic reports, essentially a day for listening while allowing the instructors to grade the papers. The final day of the winter camp, occurring the day after tomorrow, would culminate in the announcement of the competition results, including the list of those selected for the national training team. Lu Yuan now eagerly anticipated that moment, the revelation of his well-deserved spot for direct admission. Chapter 35, Showcasing Skills. Whose paper is this? In an office at Peking University, several professors were intently reviewing and grading thousands of examination papers. Everyone was racing against time, as all grades needed to be finalized today in preparation for tomorrow's awards ceremony and the confirmation of the training team members. One male professor, around 40 years old, set down the paper he had just finished grading and encouraged the others. The national finals papers are more demanding due to being spread over 2 days, resulting in the total number of papers doubling with over 500 contestants. Professor Wang, could you take a look at this problem? It seems the student has employed a novel method for the conic sections, and I believe there's nothing amiss. Compared to the provincial competition grading, the national finals required a more meticulous approach. After all, these were all major problems, and given the varying levels of students competing, many questions could yield numerous innovative solutions. This would certainly put the grading professor's expertise to the test. The current graders were mathematics professors from several major universities in the capital, as well as researchers in the National Olympic Mathematics competition. Professor Wang, the team leader, is, in fact, the organizer of this winter camp. His credentials are quite illustrious, having earned a gold medal in the International Mathematical Olympiad, which granted him direct admission to Peking University, followed by a doctoral degree in mathematics from Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Upon returning to China, he remained at Peking University as a faculty member, and he was even selected as a Chang'e Scholar of the Year before last. He is, without doubt, a mentor to many who have emerged from competitive backgrounds, now leading the team in competitions once again. The new approach to problem-solving may not be significantly simpler, yet the process of solving the problems is sound. Thus, points should be awarded. Upon receiving the exam paper from Teacher Fu, Professor Wang glanced over it and swiftly retraced the problem-solving pathway. After confirming the correctness of the solutions, he nodded at Teacher Fu while verifying the score of the paper. Professor Wang, I also have a paper that requires your confirmation, said Teacher Qi. Half an hour later, Teacher Qi set down the paper in hand and raised his hand to signal Professor Wang. Is this the exam from the second day? As he leaned closer and scanned the content of the paper, Professor Wang could not help but display an expression of astonishment. This student appears to possess considerable skill. The second paper I graded had very few students who managed to complete the final question. Which specific question can you not confirm? The red pen in Teacher Qi's hand pointed towards the final answer area, his expression now somewhat grave. The last question. The way he solved it is rather peculiar. Clearly, the last part could be addressed using the conventional method for the preceding sub-questions. Yet he entirely disregarded this approach, opting instead for an entirely novel method. In Teacher Qi's view, The correctness of this solution was beyond question. Anyone capable of reaching this conclusion, even with just a few small steps, would undoubtedly be a student of exceptional talent in this national competition. Not to mention, this particular student, given his ability, could have easily solved it using the standard method. Instead, during the final inquiry, he overturned the original straightforward solution, presenting a far simpler alternative. This made Teacher Chang'e feel as though the student was not merely solving problems, but rather showcasing his prowess to the evaluators. Recognizing that this paper contained a promising candidate, Teacher Chang'e naturally reported it to Professor Wang, knowing that he would be primarily responsible for selecting the members of the national training team. Upon his initial review of the solution process for the last question, Professor Wang nodded repeatedly. The answers to the earlier sub-questions adhered entirely to the proposed methodology, showcasing cleverness and fluidity in problem-solving, laying the groundwork for the most challenging final question. At this moment, he had already begun to regard this student with a degree of recognition. At the very least, this level of proficiency indicated readiness for participation in the International Olympiad. However, upon reviewing the last inquiry, Professor Wang's brow furrowed in contemplation. His expression shifted from the joy of discovering a promising talent to one of seriousness. Could I have some paper? The more he examined this novel approach to problem-solving, the more astonished he became. He promptly requested paper and pens from Teacher Chang'e and stood still, attempting to solve the problem according to the new method outlined in the exam. A few minutes later, Professor Wang finally confirmed the validity of the problem-solving approach. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded towards Teacher Chang'e, exclaiming, "This problem-solving method is remarkable. Why devise the question? I believe my approach to be the simplest possible. I never anticipated that he could circumvent my method. This is extraordinary. This student is indeed a promising candidate. It appears that next year's International Olympiad may well hinge upon him." Saying this, Professor Wang shook his head with a sense of admiration. At that moment, the student who tackled this exam had already been assigned a new label in his mind, a formidable contender for the gold medal at the International Olympiad. Observing this, the other two teachers also paused their grading, casting their gazes in that direction. It was the first time they had ever heard Professor Wang praise a student so highly, prompting one to playfully speculate. Could this paper belong to Dai Chi-hong from the Magic City team? Last year's first-place winner, and the only perfect score came from their team. It seemed they had once again discovered a promising talent this year. Yet, the other teacher sitting nearby was less optimistic about the Magic City team. "I doubt it. It's likely sure Jiayu from the capital team. During my time teaching at Renmin University Affiliated High School, I frequently heard about his accomplishments. He is said to be one of the few exceptional talents in recent years. The capital team hasn't claimed first place in 2 years, so statistically, it should be sure Jiayu this year." Clearly, both teachers had their preferred candidates, leaning towards either the capital or Magic City teams, considering that most first-place winners in previous years had emerged from these two teams. Historically, the Jiangnan province team consistently maintained a stable first place in overall performance. When considering solely the most outstanding candidate, they were not in the running. Regarding first place, any provincial team could have a chance. Let's refrain from speculation for now. We should focus on grading the papers. With Professor Wang's urging, everyone resumed their grading. By 4 in the afternoon, after a solid 7 hours of intensive grading, they finally arrived at the most exhilarating moment, the one Professor Wang had eagerly anticipated. Opening the sealed list, he began to match the two exam papers to calculate the total scores and confirm the final count for gold, silver, and bronze medalists. Let us first examine the second day's papers. Let us pull out those whose answers to at least one of the last two questions are correct. While issuing instructions, Professor Wang could hardly contain his excitement as he eagerly unveiled the first paper's details. With 6 major questions, the last two posed the greatest challenge and held the most weight in determining rankings. If students ended up with identical scores, the evaluation would hinge upon the solutions to these final 2 inquiries. "Teacher Chang'e, the paper you just graded, did you set it aside?" After unearthing several papers, it became evident that the last 2 questions were largely unanswered. This left Professor Wang feeling somewhat anxious, prompting him to inquire with the other teachers. Grading papers often brings anticipation for standout students or exceptional performances. "Here it is, Professor Wang," Teacher Chang'e replied, handing over the paper. He and the other 2 teachers gathered around. "Old Chun, I'll wager that this paper is definitely not sure JUS." Once the papers were graded, the teachers felt a wave of relief wash over them, allowing for light-hearted banter and bets to ensue. After all, Teacher Chun, being from Renmin University Affiliated High School, was notably confident in his students. "Let us place our bets," The loser treats us to dinner tonight. Professor Wang ignored the playful wager, swiftly tearing open the brown, sealed envelope. As the four of them crowded around the name section of the paper, a moment of surprise ensued. In unison, Teacher Chun and Teacher Yang expressed their confusion. Teacher Yang even rubbed his eyes in disbelief, glancing back at the name and school section. School, Hangxi Middle School. Name, Lu Yuan. The same few characters appear before them, entirely different from the names they had anticipated. Shi Jiayu or Dai Chi Hong. Lu Yuan? Why does that name sound somewhat familiar? Is he also a member of the Magic City team? Teacher Yang vaguely recalled Lu Yuan, but could not place him, as the winter camp had not really conducted any training sessions. It was primarily an exam selection, and he did not know the participants very well. Moreover, coming from Magic City Middle School, he was well acquainted with Dai Chi Hong. Old Yang, could you refrain from associating everyone with your Magic City team? Teacher Chun, after thoroughly checking the name and school on the paper, ultimately accepted the reality. He could not help but retort at Yang's remark. Lu Yuan is a member of the Jiangnan province team. At this moment, Teacher Chi stepped in to clarify for everyone. While he was not particularly familiar with the other students from the Jiangnan provincial team, he was an old classmate of Teacher Ji from the same team. He had heard from this old acquaintance about Lu Yuan, and it was at this moment that he instantly confirmed the news. To his surprise, Lu Yuan was part of the Jiangnan provincial team. It seemed that their team had achieved remarkable results this year. The overall team performance and the first place in individual standings were likely attributed to them. At this moment, Teacher Yang could not help but express his admiration. Only Professor Wang, at this point, placed Lu Yuan's paper down and turned to the others, stating, "Let us continue sorting through the exam papers. Make sure to select those who got the last question correct, including those who have a chance of getting all answers right." Half an hour later, the long table in front of Professor Wang displayed 11 exam papers. Indeed, all 11 papers belonged to students who had successfully solved the final question. However, only 3 of those papers had all answers correct for the second and third questions. Although the other 2 papers did not showcase the flashy brilliance of Lu Yuan's solution approach, the students who authored them were still formidable contenders for full marks. At this moment, Professor Wang picked up the first of the 2 remaining papers on the table. Upon glancing at the name, he realized it belonged to Dai Chi Hong from the Magic City team, who had been fervently praised by Teacher Yang just moments ago. After verifying the first and second papers, Professor Wang could not help but shake his head in regret. "What a pity," he exclaimed, noting the score of 123 on the paper. Simultaneously, Teacher Yang wore a look of disappointment. He hadn't anticipated that Dai Chi Hong had indeed answered all 3 of the most challenging questions correctly on the second paper. Ironically, it was the second question on the first paper that lacked rigor in its discussion, costing him 3 points and the opportunity for a perfect score. "Professor Wang, is the other paper from Shi Jiayu?" Teacher Chun inquired, still hopeful for his student from their school. However, the name on the last paper with all 3 answers correct was not Shi Jiayu's, but Zheng Hang's, a name that left the teachers perplexed. How could this be? Did Shi Jiayu fail to solve the second to last question? As Teacher Chun spoke with a hint of urgency, Teacher Chi stepped in to explain. "Teacher Chun, I graded Shi Jiayu's paper. He made a calculation error on the last small part of the second to last question." While saying this, he retrieved Shi Jiayu's paper and handed it over. Compared to Dai Chi Hong, Shi Jiayu's performance was considerably more stable. His thought process was nearly flawless, with only the final small part of the second to last question marred by a calculation error, resulting in a score of 122. As for the paper in Professor Wang's hand belonging to Zheng Hang, it was also regrettably similar. He had correctly answered several difficult questions on the second paper. Yet his discussion on the second question on the first paper employed a rather convoluted method, filling an entire page with his reasoning, but unfortunately missing one critical aspect. His final score matched Dai Chi Hong's at 123. After meticulously verifying the final scores of the 11 papers, Professor Wang found himself shaking his head more and more. Alas, at least 3 or 4 students had the potential for full marks. This year's exam paper was quite conventional compared to previous years. I never expected that only Lu Yuan would achieve a perfect score. However, he indeed presented a novel solution for the last question, making his first place truly deserved. In truth, the 11 students who managed to solve the final question already possessed considerable mathematical talent. Given sufficient time, they could have all arrived at the answers, marking them as potential full-score candidates. The remaining factors were stability, accuracy, and speed. Overall, in this year's CMO finals, Lu Yuan demonstrated the most consistent performance. Moreover, in comparison to his peers, his approach to the final question was distinctly original. Professor Wang now resumed his careful examination of Lu Yuan's paper. Upon reaching the section indicating the school, he could not help but feel a sense of confusion. Esteemed colleagues, has anyone heard of this Chang'e High School? Which city in Jiangnan province is it a key school in? It seems I haven't come across it in competitions over the past few years. This school warrants further attention. Ultimately, Lu Yuan's school had now become the center of attention. The name Chang'e High School sounded relatively ordinary, resembling a local regular high school rather than a prestigious institution. Typically, the names of key high schools are quite identifiable, often combining a geographical name with a numeral, such as the renowned Songjiang No. 7 or No. 4 high schools in Jiangnan province, or other well-known affiliated schools. However, Chang'e High School left Professor Wang perplexed, as he initially assumed it to be a notable institution, prompting him to inquire with the other teachers. Only Teacher Qi, who was relatively familiar with Teacher Ji and privy to some details about Lu Yuan, wore a somewhat complex expression. Teacher Qi, do you happen to know something? Please share with us. Teacher Yang quickly noticed the unusual look on Teacher Qi's face and made a suggestion. After the three turned their gaze toward him, Teacher Qi spread his hands in front of him, appearing somewhat helpless. I might disappoint everyone. As far as I know, Chang'e High School is merely an ordinary high school, not a key institution. How could that be? Teacher Yang laughed, waving his hand dismissively, as if he believed Teacher Qi was joking. Teacher Chen remained silent, but wore a skeptical expression. Teacher Qi, do you have specific information about Chang'e High School? Professor Wang, though somewhat skeptical, remained composed and patiently engaged in conversation with Teacher Qi. I only learned about it recently while chatting with Teacher Ji, the leader of the Jiangnan provincial team. I was informed that Chang'e High School is simply the most typical rural high school. Its college admission rate is below 40, and each year only a few students manage to reach the first tier in the college entrance examination. Their deputy leader, Teacher Wang, found it unbelievable when he graded Lu Yuan's paper. He had to confirm several times before finally recognizing Lu Yuan's talent. Teacher Qi shared all he knew, which significantly impacted the other two teachers. After all, in past competitions, even provincial ones, it was rare for students from ordinary high schools to stand out. Even if they managed to join the provincial team for national competitions, it was unheard of for students from regular high schools to achieve a top 3 finish. These positions were typically dominated by prestigious schools and key educational institutions. Lu Yuan, this young man emerging from a small-town school, had managed to secure first place in his very first competition. This revelation left teachers Yang and Chen struggling to come to terms with it, even now. I too hail from humble beginnings in a small-town school, and Lu Yuan's experience resonates with my own. Professor Wang's eyes sparkled with increasing excitement as he felt he had discovered his own past self in Lu Yuan. Professor Wang, your circumstances back then were entirely different. All schools had similar enrollment sources. You cannot compare that to Lu Yuan. Teacher Yang quickly retorted. Professor Wang graduated high school at least 20 years ago. At that time, the enrollment sources for various schools were not as segmented. Many gifted students from modest backgrounds did not attend prestigious institutions, but instead enrolled in local rural high schools. However, that is no longer the case. Education has long been stratified, with children divided by district from a young age. By high school, admission was heavily reliant on examination scores, making it exceedingly rare for academically strong students to remain in local rural high schools due to financial constraints or family situations. Not to mention, there are specialized educational groups that select promising students for free admission and provide scholarships for living expenses. Even in the past, even the most mediocre secondary schools had opportunities to produce exceptional talents for Tsinghua and Peking University. However, the current system has become one of absolute stratification. The fact that Lu Yuan is entering Chang'e Middle School indicates that his results in the high school entrance examination were rather ordinary. Nevertheless, Professor Wang paid no heed to this and turned to confirm with Teacher Qi. According to you, Teacher Qi, this Lu Yuan has not undergone much professional training? His high school doesn't have a competition team for specialized guidance, does it? There is certainly no professional training. As for the competition team, I cannot say for certain, but it is likely non-existent. So, does this imply that Lu Yuan possesses considerable untapped potential? With Teacher Qi's confirmation, Professor Wang's curiosity about Lu Yuan deepened with each inquiry. However, at this moment, the focus was still on the examination results. Everyone was to consolidate the remaining papers to finalize the scores. Lu Yuan's situation could be observed later during the national training team sessions. On the 5th day of the winter camp, the familiar opening ceremony auditorium was once again filled with participants. Everyone arrived quite early today, exclaimed Zheng Hang as he settled into his seat beside Lu Yuan. Indeed, whenever there was no pressing matter, his loquacious nature resurfaced. Compared to previous days, the attendees had arrived at the venue much earlier, with several of their dormitory companions getting up significantly faster. At this moment, students were engaged in discussions, their faces a blend of anxiety and anticipation. The impending closing ceremony would directly announce everyone's results, including the list of those selected for the national training team. Even Yuan, confident in his answers, felt a twinge of nervousness within. A few familiar teachers took their seats at the closing ceremony's podium. In contrast to the opening ceremony, the closing ceremony was much simpler in form, with mainly the teachers hosting the winter camp present. Before long, Professor Wang raised the microphone at the front. Ahem. Good morning, esteemed teachers and fellow students. Please settle down. We shall commence the closing ceremony now. He started the ceremony without hesitation. I believe everyone is eager to hear the results of this year's winter camp. I will soon reveal the list of medal winners, including gold, silver, and bronze. Before that, however, I would like to say a few words regarding the significance of this winter camp. All students held their breath, primarily anticipating the forthcoming results, as did the team leaders from various provinces, who appeared equally tense. It seemed that even they had not received any preliminary information regarding the competition results, which would only be disclosed during this closing ceremony. The purpose of this winter camp, as you all know, is to pre-select 60 students for the national training team. Essentially, it is to prepare for the upcoming International Mathematical Olympiad for high school students. The competition is scheduled for July of next year. At this point, Professor Wang paused, his voice gradually gaining strength. I know many students participated in this competition primarily for this winter camp. Earning guaranteed admission to various universities may not have crossed many minds. But I urge everyone to keep a long-term perspective. International competition is a tremendous honor. Particularly at the IMO, our country has consistently ranked first in most years. His words conveyed a sense of pride and honor, but then he shifted his tone. However, the top individual position is not necessarily held by our students. Particularly in the last 2 sessions, the United States has claimed them all. A strong youth leads to a strong nation. In competitions of foundational subjects, our country must strive not only for team first place, but also for individual first place. His increasingly passionate tone compelled all students to listen intently. You are all among the most gifted young mathematicians in our nation. The future of mathematics in our country, barring unforeseen circumstances, relies on each of you present here. Especially for those selected for the national training team. At this moment, you are no longer merely studying for yourselves. You represent us all, studying for the honor of our entire nation. Chapter 38, Gold Medals and First Place. After a fervent rallying speech, Professor Wang officially began to announce the results. This year's CMO saw participation from 510 competitors, resulting in 103 gold medals, 179 silver medals, and 142 bronze medals. The mere mention of these figures brought smiles to the faces of the attendees. The number of gold medals was as expected, but everyone was surprised by the high number of silver medals, which surpassed that of the bronze. Moreover, when tallied, the total number of awarded medals exceeded 80, marking a particularly fruitful year. The full score for this winter camp was 126, with an average score of 65, while the cutoff score for the national training team was set at 103. This meant that to be considered for the national training team, students had to solve at least a few sub-questions from the last 2 major problems while ensuring they answered the first 4 questions correctly. The difficulty was substantial, causing a sense of tension among many of Yuan's peers upon hearing the cutoff score. I will begin by announcing the names of those who received bronze medals. Zhang Tianqi, 49 points. Li Yin, 49 points. Liang Jing, 55 points. Names were read out from Professor Wang's podium. Some in the audience were elated, while others felt a pang of disappointment. After all, securing a bronze medal at a national competition poses considerable challenges for guaranteed admissions. Only a few high-scoring bronze medalists, in conjunction with their past achievements, stand a chance at obtaining guaranteed spots in universities, contingent upon how the gold and silver medalists choose. Next, the silver medalists were announced. Chang'e, 68 points. Xiaolu, 68 points. Miyonki, 69 points. Compared to the bronze medalists, those receiving silver medals appeared significantly more pleased. Earning a silver medal effectively opened the doors of 39,985 universities to them. Naturally, several top-tier 211 universities would also extend generous offers for recruitment. Years of competitive endeavors were drawing to a splendid conclusion. Finally, the last name announced was Lu Xian, with a score of 91. After a lengthy list spanning over 10 minutes, Zheng Hang beside Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Yuan Gu, thankfully, my name isn't on that list. It looks like the gold medal is secure. Another classmate of Zheng Hang's, who had just received a silver medal, could not resist teasing him. What if you don't win anything? That's impossible. I double-checked my answers for the major problems with Yuan Ge. Zheng Hang held unwavering faith in Lu Yuan, especially in the realm of mathematics competitions, where his confidence in him was immense. Pu Xingqi, 92 points, on Yuan Senior High School. Lu Shuaijuan, 93 points, Hingyang No. 1 High School. As the announcement of gold medalists continued, Professor Wang's pace noticeably slowed, and he made a point to announce each student's school. The names that followed were almost universally from well-known institutions. Even those that were slightly less recognized were still prominent schools. As the names passed by, Zheng Hang, sitting next to Lu Yuan, began to feel anxious. Yuan Ge, why haven't we been called yet? The list should be nearing its end, as the preceding students had all scored above 117 points. If the top few names did not include them, it could only mean they had not even secured a bronze medal. 7th place, Zhangming Yuan, capital number 11 High School, 119 points. A thunderous applause erupted from the audience. The top 10 students received profound respect from everyone present. 6th place, Lu Kun from Songjiang number 7 Middle School, scored 120 points. At this moment, Lu Yuan noticed teacher Ji at the front, energetically raising his fist while simultaneously glancing back towards Lu Kun. Clearly, Lu Kun's 6th place achievement exceeded his expectations. 4th place went to Shi Jiayu from Renmin University Affiliated High School, with a score of 122 points. The thunderous applause continued. Yet the expression on the face of the Magic City team's lead teacher appeared somewhat grim. After all, the best performing student from their team had only secured 4th place. For the student, there was practically no significant difference. They all still qualified for direct admission, national training team selection, and the gold medal. However, for the team leaders, comparisons among themselves could be somewhat embarrassing. This competition did not have a 3rd place. Instead, there were 2 students tied for 2nd place. Dai Qihong from Magic City Middle School and Zheng Hang from Liang Middle School, Junior Division, both scored 123 points. The crowd erupted in discussions upon the announcement of the tied 2nd place results, particularly astonished that a middle school student like Zheng Hang had achieved such a distinction. Most of the competitors were high school 1st and 2nd year students, yet it was the 2nd year students who generally performed better. The fact that Zheng Hang, merely in his 3rd year of middle school, had claimed 2nd place garnered admiration from many. Wow, brother Yuan, I can't believe I secured 2nd place. Ha ha, Zheng Hang. Initially taken aback, soon realized the significance of the moment as he noticed everyone discussing him. He eagerly shared his good news and excitement with Lu Yuan. Meanwhile, the Magic City team members predominantly discussed Dai Qihong's unexpected performance, surprised that he hadn't taken 1st place despite his high score of 123. Teacher Yi, the lead of the Magic City team, wore a grave expression. After all, if even Dai Qihong from her team only achieved 2nd place, the 1st place would likely be beyond their reach. Furthermore, as she had learned, the name Lu Yuan, often mentioned by Teacher Ji of the Jiangnan provincial team, had yet to be announced. Could it be that the 1st place belonged to this Lu Yuan? The thought of Teacher G's earlier stern remarks regarding student representatives weighed heavily on her, despite the commendable results of the Magic City team this year. She found it difficult to muster a smile. This year's South 1st place, to be honest, took me by surprise as well. He is the only student to score full marks this year, Professor Wang remarked while gazing intently in Lu Yuan's direction, seemingly having made up his mind long ago. Lu Yuan himself was filled with anticipation. The moment Zheng Hang secured 2nd place, he had an inkling that he would be the one to take 1st. After all, several of Zheng Hang's answers to the major questions mirrored his own. If his name were not announced, he would doubt his own hearing, fearing he might end up among those who received no medal at all. This student from Hengxi Middle School, representing the Jiangnan provincial team, is Lu Yuan. Let us all give him a round of applause. The audience erupted into thunderous applause once more, even louder and longer than before. Professor Wang and other teachers at the podium joined in the applause. At that moment, all eyes in the auditorium converged on the right rear side, where the clean-cut and composed Lu Yuan stood. Chapter 39. A moment of pride. Is that Lu Yuan? Incredible. He actually scored full marks. I've never come close to half his score. Truly, a genius is a genius. Various discussions erupted as the focus turned to Lu Yuan's remarkable achievement. For most students, the astonishment lay in the fact that Lu Yuan had achieved a perfect score on the paper. The attendees were already the top mathematics students from various schools, each basking in accolades at their schools as exemplary representatives of the mathematics subject. Yet, even among the talented individuals at the National Mathematics Finals, disparities existed. Lu Yuan, now stood out like a star among stars. The singular true deity among a host of prodigies. The gazes directed toward him were filled with admiration. Brother Yuan, it's truly you in first place. You're amazing. You didn't make a single mistake. Zheng Heng, having performed admirably himself, was unable to contain his excitement upon witnessing Lu Yuan's score, eagerly discussing his first-place achievement. It seemed he wished to highlight their good relationship in front of everyone. However, the team leaders had concerns beyond mere camaraderie. Teacher Mi of the capital team, despite her reluctance, smiled as she congratulated Teacher Ji. Teacher Ji, your Jiangnan provincial team's performance this year is remarkable. With both first and second places belonging to your team, the group first place will undoubtedly be yours. With 3 students from the Jiangnan provincial team among the top 10. The capital and Magic City teams had 2 and 3 students, respectively. Once again, the 3 strong provincial teams had divided 8 of the top 10 spots among themselves. I'm just a team leader. The results don't reflect on me. It's primarily about the students, especially Lu Yuan, who has truly brought me pride. Teacher Ji responded with a smile to Teacher Mi, while casting another glance at the quietly independent Lu Yuan. Prior to the competition, she had expressed some pressure-inducing words to Lu Yuan due to issues with Teacher Yi, and now she regretted it, fearing the pressure might have disrupted his performance. As the results were announced, and she had not heard Lu Yuan's name for a while, she felt a twinge of anxiety, worried that he might have faltered and received no medal. To her surprise, Lu Yuan had indeed lived up to her expectations, turning pressure into motivation and securing first place. The burdens weighing on her heart dissipated in an instant upon hearing of Lu Yuan's perfect score. After a moment, Teacher Ji raised her hand and called out to Teacher Yi, who was seated several positions away. Teacher Yi. Although she initially wished to ignore the call, the nearby teachers urged her to respond. Teacher Yi adjusted her hair and turned to Teacher Ji with a polite smile, feigning calmness. Teacher Ji, congratulations on your student achieving first place. The congratulatory words were insincere, and Teacher Yi no longer exuded her previous assertiveness, instead adopting a demeanor reminiscent of a gentle girl. This forced Teacher Ji, who had originally intended to make a sarcastic remark, to temper her tone. Although the previous matter was trivial, it had left her with a lingering frustration. Now, with a smile on her face, Teacher Ji politely addressed the other team leaders. Teacher Yi, there should be no objection regarding next year's student representative slots, right? Teacher Yi responded quickly, her smile sweet. Teacher Ji, this time, not only did your team claim first place, but the first place winner is also your student, Lu Yuan. If I lead the Magic City team next year, there will be no objections. However, Teacher Ji was undeterred by her smile and continued to press. Really? You want to suddenly change your mind again next year, will you? This caused Teacher Yi's expression to falter, and her face grew somewhat pale. Before she could reassert her guarantee, Teacher Ji continued speaking in front of the crowd. It seems unlikely. After all, this year, both the group and individual achievements belong to our Jiangnan provincial team. I highly doubt anyone would be so shameless as to propose new rules next year. Currently, it is not only Teacher Yi who appears somewhat awkward. The other instructors also share a similar expression. In response to Teacher Ji's remarks, none of them could find a way to engage. Although it was Teacher Yi who initiated the situation, the majority had supported his actions. They had anticipated that the student representative spots will be determined based on the results of the finals, believing their team would have a fair chance. Little did they know that this year, the Jiangnan provincial team had achieved astonishing results, seemingly possessed by a fervor for success. Numerous team leaders collectively altered their stance, overturning the previously accepted unwritten rules. Consequently, the spots for next year will ultimately belong to the Jiangnan provincial team. Fortunately, at this moment, Professor Wang on stage finally spoke up. He articulated that competition results merely reflect a concentrated display of talent and effort over a specific period. Lu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Having been under the scrutiny of so many eyes, including the approving nods and smiles of all the teachers at the podium, he felt somewhat overwhelmed. To be candid, he was taken aback by his own achievement of securing first place. The national competition each year attracts a congregation of prodigies. Regardless of the difficulty of the problems posed, these gifted individuals possess the capacity to solve them. Particularly, the ample time allotted for the examination allows participants to ponder deeply. Although Lu Yuan was aware that he had answered all the questions, he could not guarantee that he had not lost a few points due to the intricacies of the process. Thus, he did not harbor high hopes for the first-place contention. Yet the outcome surprised even him. He truly claimed the top position. The sensation of being the center of attention, of standing out among a cadre of exceptionally talented individuals, left him feeling somewhat euphoric. He had just managed to suppress his inner excitement, feigning composure. At this moment, attention finally shifted back to Professor Wang's discourse. Nevertheless, success in competition does not equate to profound research in the field of mathematics, nor does it signify entry into the realm of mathematical research. To genuinely emerge as a top-tier mathematical talent and an exceptional mathematician, there remains a considerable journey ahead for everyone. Apart from the top 60 students who automatically qualify for the national training team, those who did not make the cut simply signify the end of their competitive journey. However, everyone is merely at the beginning of their authentic mathematical path. It is hoped that following this winter camp, all participants will persist in their passion for mathematics at their respective desired universities. The future of mathematics in our nation rests upon the shoulders of these students. At this juncture, Professor Wang began to console those who had not been selected for the training team. His demeanor was sincere, and the content of his speech was notably objective. An Olympiad gold medal merely signifies one's mathematical talent, but does not directly equate to being a mathematical luminary. There exists a vast chasm between elementary mathematics and advanced mathematics. Our country must achieve results in international competitions to showcase our mathematical potential. However, for several major countries in Europe and America, such achievements are unnecessary, as they are already established mathematical powerhouses capable of nurturing exceptional mathematicians. Returning to the essence. The primary objective of this international middle school mathematics competition for all participating nations is simply to identify gifted young individuals in advance. Acknowledging everyone's potential, the extent to which they will progress in the field of mathematics remains contingent upon their individual futures. Chapter 40. The shock of Principal Fang in Jiangnan Province, Linzhou City, Yuan County. In the office of the principal of Hengshi Middle School, Teacher Chun was seated opposite Principal Fang. Old Chun, have there been any updates regarding the national finals? Principal Fang's expression was complex, a mix of anxiety and excitement, yet predominantly filled with anticipation. This sensation last surfaced when he awaited the notification of his appointment as principal at Hengshi Middle School. He had initially believed that his primary responsibilities at Hengshi would not revolve around academic performance, focusing instead on maintaining campus discipline and preventing any severe incidents. On the foundation of ensuring safety, it would be even better to enhance overall academic achievement. Who would have imagined that in his third year as principal, a miraculous stroke of luck would occur, with a student suddenly displaying extraordinary talent? In the field of mathematics, which demands the utmost aptitude, this student had advanced from provincial competitions to the national finals. As principal, he understood precisely what this represented. If they could secure a gold medal, it would mark the first time in nearly a decade that Hengshi Middle School could boast a direct admission to one of the nation's top two institutions, Tsinghua or Peking University, following a significant diversion in student enrollment. This remarkable achievement would validate his educational vision and his capability in managing the school. As long as Hengshi Middle School avoids any unexpected incidents or severe occurrences, his future career path would become considerably smoother. With even the prospect of being transferred to Yuan No. 1 High School, a prestigious institution, as principal, the position of the head of the Yuan County Education Bureau could also be within reach. Therefore, he had been closely monitoring the national finals, anticipating that today, the last day of the winter camp, would also be the day results would be announced. Principal Fang had summoned Teacher Chun by 2 o'clock in the afternoon to inquire about the situation. Principal, the finals are supposed to announce results today. However, I am unclear whether it will be in the morning or afternoon, Teacher Chun replied, his face reflecting a sense of urgency, as this matter was equally pertinent to his career and reputation. To have nurtured a student who qualifies for Tsinghua or Peking University during his tenure at Hengshi Middle School would be an unparalleled accomplishment among educators in Yuan County. Have you not called Yuan today? As his homeroom teacher, you should express your concern for him. Our school has not had such a promising candidate in years. If Yuan indeed secures a gold medal, it would greatly benefit your career. Are you not aware of that? Seeing that Teacher Chun was oblivious to the news from the winter camp, Principal Fang could not help but admonish him. Unlike his demeanor in front of the students, where he appeared generous and composed, Principal Fang's tone was far less courteous when addressing faculty members. Yuan mentioned that there would be a special meeting in the morning and an academic report to attend in the afternoon. He is unsure when the results will be announced, but he assured me that he would call me after the winter camp concludes at 6 o'clock tonight, Teacher Chun stated, fully aware of the significance of Yuan's performance. Since Yuan had demonstrated his talent in his senior year, he had overshadowed his former favorite student, Chiu Hao. In their class, 6 o'clock tonight, you say? Principal Fang's brow furrowed, his expression growing serious. Chun Xianhua, did you not absorb a word of what I just said? I told you to pay more attention to Lu Yuan. 6 o'clock? Why should I bother asking you? I can directly inquire with Teacher Wang from the provincial team. Noticing Principal Fang's rising frustration, Teacher Chun thought to placate him with further words. However, the ringing of the telephone on the desk broke the tension in the room. Hello, this is Fang Song, who is speaking. Just moments ago, he had been somewhat irritable and anxious with Teacher Chun, but upon answering the call, his tone shifted to one devoid of courtesy. This is Run Chinghe. In an instant, Principal Fang's impatience dissipated, and he sprang to his feet from his chair. After all, the caller was his immediate superior, the head of the Yuan County Education Bureau and the party secretary. Director Run, my apologies. I thought. Before Principal Fang could finish his explanation, Director Rin chuckled dismissively. Indeed, our Principal Fang has achieved remarkable results at Hengshi Middle School. Your voice is quite robust. Given the spaciousness of the office, even without the speakerphone, Teacher Chun could hear the conversation clearly. Director Rin, I truly had just awakened from a nap and was a bit disoriented. May I ask why you called me? Faced with his direct superior, Principal Fang naturally changed his demeanor and offered repeated explanations. Old Fang, what else are you concealing from me? Rest assured, your remarkable achievements at Hengshi Middle School, particularly in nurturing a student who has secured the first position in the National Olympiad, speak volumes. Not only has our county's Education Bureau acknowledged your efforts, but even Director Zhou from the Linzhou City Education Bureau has personally called to commend you. Maintain your current momentum, keep a calm mindset, and do not become complacent. Listening to the encouragement from his superior over the phone, Principal Fang could hardly contain his excitement. The mention of the Olympiad champion by Director Run left him in a state of blissful reverie. Even Teacher Chun, who stood before him, was unable to suppress her astonishment. Principal Fang, did Lu Yuan really win first place? Shoo, hold on. With a finger pressed to his lips, Principal Fang interrupted Teacher Chun and turned back to inquire of Director Run. What did you just say? Did Lu Yuan secure first place in the finals? The confirmation elicited a moment of confusion from Director Ren on the other end of the line. What? You didn't know this news yourself? Lu Yuan from your school is one of the 2 students from our county who made it to the provincial team. Not only did he win a gold medal in the national competition, but he also achieved a perfect score to claim first place. Professor Wang from the winter camp has already discussed this with Director Zhou from the city, emphasizing that Lu Yuan is a promising candidate for international competition, and we must not relax his studies during the winter break. Since the morning meeting, news regarding the results of the National High School Mathematics competition had begun to circulate. There were still 2 days until the official announcement on the website, but within the educational system, especially among high schools closely monitoring the event, the information had spread rapidly. Director Ren, you aren't pulling my leg, are you? Lu Yuan not only won the gold medal, but also secured first place nationally? At this moment, Principal Fang's face flushed with excitement. Teacher Chun, too, widened her eyes in disbelief, finally confirming this astonishing news. All right, old Fang, enough with the pretense. I never imagined that Hengshi Middle School could nurture such a prodigy. Just enjoy your secret delight and stop putting on this act. You know the importance of maintaining stability in the last half of a year. As long as nothing goes awry at the school, you can expect a promotion. Chapter 41, A Gathering of Academics. The day after the closing ceremony, Lu Yuan had anticipated that he would return to Jiangnan province with the entire team today, as the winter camp had officially concluded and there seemed to be little purpose in lingering at Peking University. However, strangely enough, no one had informed them when they would depart. Yuan Ge, shall we play another game of chess? Zheng Heng, who slept in the upper bunk, had already risen and was waving a chessboard at him. With nothing else to occupy his time, Lu Yuan turned off his game on his phone and decided to indulge in a match. Yet, before they could set up the pieces, a classmate rushed into the dormitory with an announcement. Yuan Ge, Zheng Heng, Teacher Ji has summoned you both to the auditorium. Without delay, Lu Yuan abandoned the chess game and hurried with Zheng Heng to the auditorium. Upon opening the door, the vibrant atmosphere of yesterday's closing ceremony had dissipated. The spacious hall now contained only the 20-odd students from the Jiangnan provincial team, alongside several unfamiliar teachers. A quick glance revealed that most were students who had won bronze medals or higher. The Jiangnan provincial team had once again excelled, achieving first place in the team competition with a total of 7 gold medals, 10 silver medals, and 8 bronze medals, collectively earning 25 awards among 31 students. Given the current circumstances, it seemed they were here for recruitment purposes. Once Lu Yuan was seated, Teacher Ji began to explain. Students, please settle down. I would like to introduce our guests. This is Vice Dean Wang Gongyue from the Mathematics Department of Peking University, who is also an academician of the Academy of Sciences. Teacher G pointed to a middle-aged man in formal attire standing next to him, who bore a serious demeanor. And this is Teacher Wu Mingting from the admissions office of Peking University, along with several of your senior classmates who have previously participated in the competition. Beside him stood a youthful woman in her 30s, presumably Teacher Wu from the admissions office. Though not conventionally beautiful, she exuded a comforting presence, her smile radiating warmth and approachability. After Teacher G's brief introduction, Teacher Wu spoke on behalf of the Peking University faculty and students. Congratulations to all of you on your outstanding performance in the National Mathematics Competition. The Chang'e provincial team has indeed lived up to expectations, achieving first place for several consecutive years. I hear that there's a student named Lu Yuan who scored full marks this year. Truly a hidden gem. Every year, my recruitment efforts for the Chang'e provincial team are quite substantial. It appears that today's gathering in the auditorium is primarily for recruitment purposes. When Lu Yuan had won the gold medal yesterday, particularly upon hearing that he was first, he hadn't thought much of it. However, after discussing with his parents and Teacher Chen later that evening, he realized he had qualified for direct admission, and it was time to seriously contemplate which university to attend. Yet he still had some uncertainties regarding the specifics of this direct admission process. Now, in the auditorium, it finally dawned on him that the recruitment efforts were indeed underway here. Students who have won gold medals can directly enter the elite class of our mathematics department at Peking University. Those with silver medals also have opportunities to join the elite class, but they may also consider other specialized programs within a mathematics department, which will provide them with greater chances. As for students with bronze medals, Peking University is willing to offer some leniency in the college entrance examination scores. On stage, Teacher Wu was passionately outlining the recruitment policies. He had initially thought that Peking University would only be interested in gold medalists, but to his surprise, they were not overlooking any of the silver or bronze medalists either. Naturally, the specific policies and benefits offered to bronze medal winners paled in comparison to those afforded to gold medalists. Lu Yuan, Zheng Heng, Lu and Kun, please step forward. Teacher G waved his hand, unexpectedly calling the three of them to the front at this moment. They made their way across the large auditorium and entered a smaller meeting room downstairs, where several middle-aged men were already seated. Upon seeing the three enter, they all stood up with smiles and gestured for them to take a seat on the sofa. The three were the Dean of the Mathematics Department, Chao Jingping, the Dean of the Computer Science Department, Zhou Tianming, and the Dean of the Information Science Department, Chen Weidong, all of whom were also academicians of the Academy of Sciences. Their primary purpose was to discuss matters regarding future university studies. Goodness, Lu Yuan could not help but marvel internally. The number of academicians he had encountered in just one day surpassed the total he had met in his entire lifetime. No wonder they hadn't allowed the three of them to remain in the larger meeting room to hear the recruitment presentation. It turned out there were even more distinguished figures waiting for him. Teacher G, which one of these students is Lu Yuan? The slightly plump and affable Dean Xiao inquired of Teacher G, his eyes already fixed on Lu Yuan, clearly having been briefed in advance. After Teacher G pointed him out, the other two deans immediately turned their attention to Lu Yuan. Although all three were gold medalists and ranked among the top 10 in the competition, with scores that differed by no more than 10 points, the first place seemed to carry a particularly magnetic allure, at least for Zheng Heng and Lu Kan. Standing beside him, they had completely become mere accessories. Lu Yuan, do you have a university in mind that you aspire to attend? Dean Xiao asked. To be honest, I haven't given it much thought. I never imagined I would win a gold medal, let alone consider Peking University. At this moment, he humbly expressed a few words, which were, in fact, the honest sentiments that resided in his heart, were it not for the competitive arena of contests. No matter how remarkable his achievements in the sciences might be, it would be exceedingly challenging for him to compete with his peers throughout the province under the Gaokao system. The requirements for gaining admission to prestigious institutions like Tsinghua and Beida necessitate a well-rounded proficiency across all subjects, a feat that is nearly unattainable for Lu Yuan. However, he has finally transformed his dream into reality through competitions. Since you haven't considered it, let me introduce you to the Department of Mathematics at Peking University. Our mathematics department is recognized as the pinnacle of such institutions nationwide, with unquestionable accomplishments in both academic research and talent cultivation. Our faculty comprises 107 members, including 6 academicians and 19 distinguished young scholars. As the most esteemed university in the nation, Peking University undeniably boasts superior resources and faculty strength. After receiving his gold medal, Lu Yuan primarily contemplated whether to choose between Tsinghua and Beida. Listening to Academician Chao's introduction now, he began to lean towards Peking University. Simultaneously, our mathematics department is also regarded as the foremost within Peking University, as evidenced by our departmental code ranking of 001. Ahem. At this moment, the two deans beside him coughed in perfect unison. Particularly, Dean Zhou from the computer science department no longer wore his earlier congenial smile, his brow furrowed in disdain, displaying an expression of disbelief. Old Chow, you've crossed the line. To bring up the departmental code 001, isn't that merely based on the order of establishment? How can you so shamelessly mislead the students? At this juncture, Dean Shun from the Information Science Academy also chimed in. Indeed, how can you embellish your department's reputation in such a manner? Lu Yuan, do not listen to his nonsense. We are in the 21st century, an era defined by information. The courses offered by our department are the most aligned with contemporary needs and will best harness your potential. As Dean Shun prepared to elaborate further, Dean Zhou once again interrupted him. You too, I am truly a loss. Lu Yuan, I need not elaborate. You should be well aware of the significance and standing of computer science in society today. It is a product of the Third Industrial Revolution, and its impact on the world is undeniable. Observing the three esteemed academicians passionately extolling the merits of their respective departments, Lu Yuan felt a surreal sensation. Even though he had yet to confirm his intention to enroll at Peking University, it seemed as though the deans had already assumed his acceptance and were vying for his attention. At this moment, Lu Yuan was not contemplating which department to join. Rather, he felt as though he were in a fantastical dream. The university he had never dared to imagine in his past life was now within his grasp, and he was personally being courted by senior students from various departments. Lu Yuan, aside from your prowess in mathematics, how do you fare in physics? Are you interested? Dean Shun interrupted Dean Zhou to inquire about Lu Yuan's other academic performance. Actually, I have some shortcomings in the humanities, but my performance in the sciences is quite satisfactory. I'm also quite interested in physics and have been doing well in school. His talents were not confined to mathematics alone. However, he had primarily pursued the path of mathematics competitions. If time permitted, he felt confident that he could also excel in competitions for physics, chemistry, and biology. There was a possibility that he could qualify for the national finals in those subjects as well, potentially earning a recommendation for admission. Nonetheless, competitions also came with their own hierarchy. Among the 5 major disciplines, mathematics held the highest prestige and was regarded as the foundation of all subjects, followed closely by physics. Thus, since Lu Yuan made it into the provincial team for mathematics, he had not considered participating in competitions for the other subjects during his spare time. I knew you were the type of student excelling in all sciences. Students like you are better suited for our Information Science Academy. There are many directions that would align with your strengths. Old Chun, do not speak out of turn. Lu Yuan is the national champion in mathematics competitions. Such talent should be nurtured further in mathematics. Are you suggesting he should primarily pursue electronic information in your department? Academician Chao interjected once more. Lu Yuan, give this some serious consideration. If you join our mathematics department, your tuition for 4 years will be fully waived, and we also offer a one-time enrollment bonus of 10,000 yuan. The discussions in the conference room that morning lasted nearly 2 hours, with offers of similar conditions, tuition waivers, and various amounts of enrollment bonuses. The deans were exceptionally accommodating, allowing Lu Yuan to voice any requests. By the end of the meeting, both Zheng Heng and Lu Kun found themselves similarly courted by the 3 deans, albeit with comparatively less favorable terms. Upon exiting the conference room, Teacher Ji once again reminded the 3 of them. Lu Yuan, you 3 need not rush to make a decision today. The deans have merely introduced you to their departments. The formal process for recommendations and applications will occur in a week. You will need to submit complete information on your desired university's official website and follow the formal admission procedures. As Teacher Ji spoke, he offered them further advice. You 3 are all among the top 10 in the competitions, so it would be wise to listen to the admission conditions for various schools. But I haven't seen any admission officers from other schools. Zheng Heng expressed the confusion that was also in Lu Yuan's mind. Neither the large conference room nor the smaller one had featured representatives from other universities. They were unclear about the specific conditions that could be offered to them. This winter camp is hosted by Peking University, so the emphasis is on Peking University's faculty presenting to you. The representatives from other schools are scheduled for the afternoon. Tomorrow, you should also have admission officers from other 985 institutions visiting. Make sure to listen. The official return to Jiangnan province would occur the day after tomorrow, and after a 3-day break, the formal admission process would commence. By that time, they would need to be prepared to make their decisions, as the early admission procedures would officially begin in December. Later that afternoon, in stark contrast to the spacious and comfortable auditorium and conference room of the morning. The arrival of admission officers from other schools turned the setting into a tiered classroom. Indeed, this was the true essence of competitive admissions. Lu Yuan finally encountered representatives from Tsinghua University. Compared to the prominent deans who attended from Peking University, Tsinghua's approach was notably more subdued. While a dean was present, the majority of the attendees comprised admission office staff and some graduate students who came to discuss the admission policies. Lu Yuan, whether you prefer the mathematics class led by Qiu or the information class led by Yao, we guarantee you the freedom to choose. A Tsinghua senior was currently explaining the admission conditions they could offer. Lu Yuan noticed that, although he was a mathematics competition student, both prestigious universities had opened their computer science programs to him as well. This left him feeling somewhat troubled, as the expanding options meant he had more considerations to ponder. After all, computer science had emerged as a leading discipline in recent years. Entering the mathematics department might lead him towards a future in academia, while pursuing computer science or related fields could open numerous employment avenues, particularly with major internet companies. This was merely an academic interest. There were also discussions regarding tuition waivers and scholarships that could be negotiated with the school. What about the faculty at your university? How are the living conditions? Compared to his earlier conversations with the deans, he found it much easier to ask these questions of the Tsinghua seniors. Lu Yuan inquired in detail about the actual living environment and various logistical details. Lu Yuan, we are the admissions office staff from Chang'e University. After you finish speaking with them, feel free to chat with us about our school. After all, you are from Jiangnan province. Although Chang'e University may not possess the same prestige as Tsinghua or Peking University, the strength of its academic disciplines and the personalized development programs it offers are undoubtedly comparable. Moreover, the range of scholarships available is guaranteed not to fall below that of any other institution. At this moment, another wave of instructors has entered the lecture hall. It is surprising that it is indeed a university from his own province. Jiangnan University, while not as renowned as Tsinghua or Peking, is still among the top few 985 universities in the nation. To be candid, it was one of Lu Yuan's dream schools in his past life. However, in this life, after receiving offers from Tsinghua and Peking University, Jiangnan University has been relegated to the back of his mind. Even though it is a premier university in his hometown, Lu Yuan's heart is still more inclined toward the two prestigious institutions of Tsinghua and Peking University. The most perplexing dilemma he faces is a question that would be considered a fortunate quandary by most. Which university should he choose, Peking University or Tsinghua University? Chapter 43, A Solo Competition Team. As Lu Yuan contemplates his university choices, he must not forget to review his studies. It is crucial to maintain his competitive edge for the finals, as only 6 spots are available for the international competition. He must not allow other team members to outshine him. The bus arrives in Songjiang City at noon, and Lu Yuan is currently en route back to Linzhou City. Teacher Ji is patiently reminding him, fearing that now that he has secured a guaranteed admission, he might slacken his studies. This would not bode well for the Jiangnan provincial team, considering that the national training squad consists of only 60 students as a preliminary selection. Although the international competition is scheduled for June and July, there will be 2 training sessions in March after the new year, one narrowing from 60 to 15, and the other from 15 to 6. Thus, the final slots for the international competition are indeed limited to 6. To represent the nation in the international mathematics competition is an exceedingly rare opportunity. Among the 14 million students in the country, only 60 possess the mathematical aptitude akin to having successfully navigated the intricacies of the subject. The final 6, one might say, are chosen from an exceptionally minuscule fraction. Teacher Ji is not concerned about Lu Yuan's ability to pass the first training session. Rather, he worries about Lu Yuan losing his momentum and getting unexpectedly eliminated in the second round, hence his repeated admonitions. Teacher Ji, I assure you I will remain vigilant. Lu Yuan responds confidently, watching as Teacher Ji fades from view through the bus window. The bus accelerates onto the highway, and the scenery outside rapidly shifts, mirroring the tumultuous emotions within Lu Yuan. The greatest burden that had loomed over him since his rebirth, the Gaokao, has finally been lifted. A sense of relief washes over him as he returns to Jiangnan province. The overwhelming pressure that had driven him forward has dissipated entirely, leaving him with a more pleasant dilemma of happiness. Lu Yuan, this is our Tsinghua playground. The environment is splendid. A senior from Tsinghua, with whom he had previously conversed on WeChat, sends him images of the campus along with lengthy messages detailing various aspects of university life. Initially, Lu Yuan responded politely, but gradually he became somewhat numb to the barrage of messages. Now, he finds himself admiring the senior's patience and enthusiasm. He never expected that his first experience of receiving such lengthy messages from a girl on WeChat would come from a Chang'e senior. He wonders if she extends the same warmth to her boyfriend. The bus eventually halts in Yuan County, and Yuan must transfer once more to reach Chang'e Middle School. He stows away some luggage and a change of clothes back in the dormitory. Both his homeroom teacher, Mr. Chun, and Principal Fong have called him several times over the past few days, urging him to return to school upon arriving in the province. While the other students are attending classes, Yuan, following Principal Fong's suggestion, heads to the office first. Upon entering, he finds Mr. Chen already present. Yuan, congratulations on winning the gold medal. You have brought great honor to Chang'e Middle School. Principal Fong, impeccably dressed in a brand new suit with gleaming hair, exclaims. Particularly, his polished black shoes shine brightly, catching the light. In contrast, Mr. Chen appears as he always has, looking slender but with a slight bulge at his abdomen that even his padded coat cannot conceal. Here, Principal Fong hands Yuan a cup of coconut milk tea, which he realizes is from the popular shop at the school entrance, leaving him pleasantly surprised. You students are always concocting ways to sneak out for this drink. Aren't you? I went to investigate today, and indeed, it is a trendy beverage favored by the youth, he remarks, sipping the tea gifted by the principal. Yuan finds the taste exquisite. He is aware that some takeout and milk tea deliveries from outside the campus are regulated. While it would not result in a formal reprimand, students caught breaking the rules would face deductions in their class performance score. Now, however, having the principal personally offer him milk tea feels extraordinary. Fortunately, he notices 2 unopened cups on the table, realizing that it was not exclusively for him, which eases his mind considerably. Is everything settled with the school? After the 3 of them are seated, Mr. Chan begins to express concern about Yuan's university selection, as the school will need to promote itself based on the institution he chooses. Not yet. I am still deliberating between Tsinghua and Peking University. I have entirely ruled out other universities, leaving only these 2 prestigious institutions. Although Peking University is slightly more esteemed nationwide, for Yuan, the distinction is minimal. What truly matters is which institution can offer him superior learning conditions and opportunities. Hearing this, Principal Fong visibly relaxes. Both Tsinghua and Peking University are among the finest in our country. Yuan, you are making the right choice by selecting between these 2. I was genuinely worried you might be dazzled by the offerings of other universities and become confused. The promotional efforts of Tsinghua and Peking University are on an entirely different level compared to other 985 universities, a fact that Principal Fong undoubtedly comprehends. The distinction is evident, as Tsinghua and Peking University exclusively seek gold medal students, while other 985 institutions often settle for silver medalists. Furthermore, in its external communications, Tsinghua and Peking University are referred to simply as such, whereas other universities utilize the 985 label for enhancement. Principal Fong, Mr. Chun, in a few days, I will need to fill out the application materials for my guaranteed admission, including some records of my academic performance and additional information. Do not worry about that. The school will certainly cooperate fully with all necessary documentation for your guaranteed admission, Principal Fong assures him. If you need anything, just speak with Mr. Chun or come directly to me. Mr. Chun, some of the required documents may not be fully recorded at the school, so you will need to keep an eye on that. For academic performance records, make sure to report the best possible figures. In the office, with just the 3 of them present, Principal Fong speaks openly. This is quite normal, as Yuan recalls a classmate who had gone abroad, who had also sought high grades for his documentation. While the college entrance exam results and annual final grades cannot be altered, day-to-day performance and monthly exam scores are less rigid, given that it is not a prestigious institution, but rather an ordinary rural high school. The school would prefer students to excel, thereby enhancing its academic reputation. Oh, by the way, after discussing these matters, Principal Fong seems to remember something and speaks again. Yuan, the teachers Ji and Wang from your provincial team, along with leaders from the Linzhou City and Yuan County Education Bureau, have all called to commend you. They also specifically instructed me to remind you not to neglect your studies. Although you have secured your admission, it is essential to continue focusing on your studies during this period and after the new year. I am considering using this opportunity to establish a competition team. For students who did not make it into the national training squad, completing the admission process will essentially mean they have graduated. Until the university year begins in September next year, they will have little to occupy their time. However, Yuan is different. There are many who are watching him closely and holding high expectations for him. Principal Fong's remarks regarding the competition team reveal much. I have no objections. Prior to the training camp in March, I will be studying at school. However, He pondered the necessity of forming this competition team and the selection of a few individuals. Lu Yuan internally felt that this was somewhat exaggerated. After all, genuine competition success relies on a student's innate talent. His experience at Chang'e High School was indeed an exception. As the only true competition team in Yuan County belonged to Yuan No. 1 High School, establishing such a team at his own school felt somewhat superficial. Fortunately, Principal Fong had already considered this, laughing heartily at the moment. Of course, it's just you. Chapter 44. The media interview following an unexpected victory. This is merely a temporary competition team, designed to facilitate the allocation of teachers and funding for you. When the time comes, you can directly use the team's funds for the books and materials you need for the competition. As for the supervising teacher, it will be none other than your instructor, Teacher Chun. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan finally grasped Principal Fong's intentions. This one-person competition team was indeed a mere formality. Yet, it was not an unrealistic notion, but rather a specialized policy to aid his studies. Sipping his milk tea, Lu Yuan felt a wave of emotion. It was fortunate that his alma mater was Chang'e High School, a typical rural high school. Had he been a student at Yuan No. 1 High School, even if he had won a gold medal in a competition, the school would not have accorded such importance or privilege. Over the years, many students from the county's key high schools had earned competition gold medals, although he had never heard of anyone achieving the national first in mathematics. There seemed to be talents in physics and biology who had. At most, they would receive a few encouraging words and a scholarship as a conclusion. Knock, knock. Suddenly, a knock resounded from outside the door. A plump teacher, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, half leaned through the door. Principal Fong, a throng of media reporters is outside, requesting to interview Lu Yuan and our school. Should we let them in? Principal Fong's face registered surprise, and he glanced at his watch. Why are they here so early? Didn't Yuan TV station and Yuan Daily agree to come a bit later, around 5? Lu Yuan turned his head to look at Teacher Chun. Now he understood why Principal Fong was so formally dressed. It seemed he had a prior arrangement with the media. Why hadn't this been communicated to his homeroom teacher? Teacher Chun, on the other hand, appeared unfazed, offering only words of reassurance. Lu Yuan, it's just a simple interview, primarily to promote our school. As a national first in this competition, all you need to do is say a few words and take a picture with us. Lu Yuan couldn't help but touch his forehead. Evidently, Teacher Chun was aware too. It seemed he simply couldn't be bothered to dress up, even for a media interview. Principal, I don't think these are just from Yuan TV station and Yuan Daily. There are numerous magazines here. I even saw a reporter from Chang'e Daily just now at the gate. What? Principal Fong exclaimed, rising abruptly, his eyes widening with genuine surprise and delight, contrasting sharply with his earlier composure. You mean reporters from Chang'e Daily have come? Quickly, bring them into the school. Oh, wait. Let us have everyone sit at the flower bed in front of the experimental building first. We'll head over right away. After straightening his attire, Principal Fong led the way. The experimental building at Chang'e High School was quite old, with the actual physics and chemistry labs occupying the first 2 floors. The 3rd floor housed the reading room, while the 4th contained the computer lab. Classes seldom took place in the experimental building, but the flower bed in front was indeed quite well kept. With stone tables and benches nestled beneath several large trees, it exuded a pleasant ambience. At that moment, looking out over the flower bed, more than 20 people gathered around the stone table. With less than 10 seats available, numerous cameramen wielded an array of photographic equipment, documenting the campus environment. As the trio approached, the crowd began to rise and converge around them. Everyone, allow me to introduce myself. I am Fong Song, the principal of Chang'e High School. Is everyone here to interview Lu Yuan? To his credit, Principal Fong managed the situation with remarkable poise, quickly identifying the reporter from Chang'e Daily and engaging in communication with the representative. Lu Yuan was well aware of the purpose behind the interviews. However, he hadn't anticipated the presence of so many reporters. While he believed that the value of an Olympiad gold medal was on par with that of a college entrance examination top scorer, in terms of societal attention, particularly in terms of media coverage, the latter undoubtedly garnered more focus, as only those emerging from the college entrance examination were often dubbed top scorers. Once the formal arrangements for the interview were made, Lu Yuan began to comprehend why so many reporters had flocked to this occasion. Lu Yuan, regarding your exceptional performance in a national high school mathematics competition, which saw you surpass numerous prestigious schools and achieve a perfect score, what would you like to say? The term surpass and unexpected victory prompted him to ponder his words before addressing the camera. I believe my success in securing first place was largely due to luck. The capabilities of my peers are closely matched. I simply made fewer minor mistakes. Had others not faltered, I am confident that many could have achieved full marks alongside me. And what are your thoughts on the other students from different schools? Did you ever envision that you would embark on this competitive journey at Chang'e High School? Did you ever consider the possibility of not attaining the national first place? Yuan, do you feel confident about the upcoming International Olympiad? Participation in the International Olympiad requires selection for the national training team. Thus, it is uncertain whether I will represent our nation. However, I possess great confidence in our country's prospects for this year's International Olympiad. What are your views on the current state of secondary education, particularly concerning the selection of talent in specific subjects? The journalist's inquiries seem to indirectly seek the rationale behind his achievement as the national first place in this competition. Had Yuan not emerged through the ranks from provincial competitions to secure first place at the national level, the probing would likely have been far more direct. Given the presence of multiple media representatives, both Principal Fong and Teacher Chun were simultaneously facing interviews alongside Yuan. Teacher Chun, how has Yuan's mathematical performance been throughout his high school years? Yuan has exhibited remarkable aptitude in mathematics since his freshman year. While he may not have always ranked first in the class, he consistently placed among the top few. Much of this is attributed to gradual guidance, which allowed him to uncover his potential, culminating in his transformation during his senior year. At this juncture, Teacher Chun's words carried significant weight. As the homeroom teacher for 3 years, his opinions and evaluations were especially credible and worthy of consideration in the eyes of the public. Teacher Chun, how did you cultivate Yuan's interest in mathematics during his first and second years? Did you ever foresee that he would claim the national competition title? Principal Fong, with Yuan achieving first place in this competition, does his success imply that there are substantial issues within our current secondary education system? Especially when an ordinary school like Chang'e High School can surpass elite institutions such as Songjiang No. 7 High School and Renmin University affiliated high school. Faced with some unethical queries from certain media outlets, Principal Fong had to tread carefully, wary of falling into traps. I believe that during the admissions process at various high schools, the emphasis is often placed on students' comprehensive performances. However, this does not imply that an ordinary school cannot produce a competition champion. Yuan serves as a prime example. As the principal of an ordinary school, I continually advise teachers across all grades to diligently explore and nurture the innate talents of their students. Chapter 45. It's my turn to attend the parent-teacher meeting. The results of the National High School Mathematics Competition were officially announced on various official websites, including the National Mathematics Society, shortly after 9 a.m. Among all the award-winning students, Yuan, a pupil from Chang'e High School, outperformed numerous elite high schools, securing first place with a perfect score. This was precisely the reason why so many reporters and television stations flocked to the scene today. Had a student from Songjiang No. 7 High School claim the championship, it would have merely attracted local media attention. However, Yuan's victory as a representative of Chang'e High School was a different matter entirely. The unexpected triumph of this dark horse sparked immense anticipation regarding the societal repercussions and discussions that would follow the interviews. This was the shared motivation behind the media's unanimous arrival at Chang'e High School. As for Principal Fong, who had previously reached out to the Guiyuan Daily and Guiyuan Television, it was originally expected that they would be waiting for him. Instead, upon arriving at the school, they discovered they would need to wait for Principal Fong and his team. In the classroom of Class 9, Year 3, Yuan's deskmate, He Jianfeng, who was also a close friend from the future, held a cup of milk tea. Taking hearty gulps, leaning slightly over the desk, his gaze frequently drifted towards the window. During evening self-study hours, the student council's monitors would certainly not come to check on milk tea consumption. He Jianfeng's primary concern was really about their homeroom teacher, Mr. Chun. Forget about anyone else. I could never forget you, Yuan thought, recalling the countless times he had mooched meals off Jianfeng in the future. Having been reborn, Yuan was determined to remember the kindness of his friends. Of course, this cup of milk tea was not purchased by him, but was acquired from the principal's office after the interviews concluded. Ultimately, neither Principal Fong nor Mr. Chun had drunk the other 2 cups of milk tea. It was clear that neither had intended to drink it, specifically requesting him to take it back to the classroom. How'd it go at the competition, Brother Yuan? I heard from school that you had interviews all afternoon. Before Yuan could respond, He Jianfeng abruptly set his milk tea down on the floor, dramatically smoothing out the mathematics test papers on the desk, even though they were already stained with milk tea. One hand picked up a pen, feigning calculations. At that moment, Mr. Chun entered the classroom, prompting a wave of students to lower their heads in unison. Only Yuan continued to twirl a pen between his fingers, his attention diverted to the book on the desk. The already finished Dragon Tribe 3, rather than English vocabulary. Mr. Chun paced around the classroom twice, likely still pondering matters after finishing discussions with Principal Fong regarding the interviews. Finally, he returned to the podium and clapped his hands. I have some wonderful news to share. Our classmate, Yuan, not only won a gold medal in the national mathematics competition, but he also achieved first place nationwide. Even though this news had already reverberated throughout the day, Mr. Chin couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement when mentioning it again. Instantly, in the previously quiet evening self-study session, all students turned their gazes towards Yuan. Compared to before, the looks directed at him now were devoid of skepticism. Even Shen Jiajing, who sat in front of him, had abandoned her previous disdain towards him, and Jianfeng, now filled with admiration. Perhaps this is human nature. When confronted with someone who surpasses them entirely, doubts are cast aside, and any thoughts of competition dissipate. In the eyes of those around him, Yuan felt nothing but genuine admiration. One more thing. The school is planning to hold a parent-teacher meeting, with specific timing yet to be determined. It may occur after the final examinations, so everyone should make the most of this time to review. If anyone performs poorly on the final exams, don't blame me for not warning you. This winter break will be uncomfortable. With that, he waved once more at Yuan. In the familiar old neighborhood, Chun Yinyan exclaimed, "Xiao Yuan, I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful after going out. You even brought pastries for your parents. Aqiang, did you see that?" She picked up the pastries from Daxiankin that Yuan had brought from the capital, and despite having just finished a hearty dinner, she was delighted to indulge in the treats. Our son has always been considerate, but in mathematics, I never anticipated he would possess such talent. To think he won first place nationally in this competition. I never imagined that one of the Liu family would have a chance to get into Chang'e. At the dining table, Liu Chang was still nursing his drink, having been consuming leftovers for half an hour without any sign of stopping. I was just telling your dad that we should pay homage to our ancestors. Our family is truly blessed. Yuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly at the thought of paying respects. Often, if a student performed poorly, it was due to their lack of effort, and one couldn't blame anyone else. Conversely, after achieving first place nationally, the credit seemed to belong to their ancestors. However, upon reflection, Yuan felt a sense of awe regarding his rebirth and the mathematical talent he possessed. Could it truly be a blessing from his ancestors? He ultimately nodded in agreement with his father's and grandfather's sentiments. "Mom, Dad, there's a parent-teacher meeting at school next Saturday. I'll be attending." Upon hearing this, Liu Chang immediately set down his wine glass, his voice ringing out assertively. "Why should you go? When Xiao Yuan had average grades in the past, you never went." "I should go. I've attended every parent-teacher meeting since you were little. You aren't familiar with their homeroom teacher, so don't overreach." The two, who usually deferred to one another, were now resolute in their stances regarding the parent-teacher meeting, and without hesitation, they began to dig up old grievances against each other. "Yuan, you decide. Who will go to the parent-teacher meeting, me or your dad?" His mother, Chun Yinyan, wore an expression of indignation, while his father, Liu Chang, with a flushed face from drinking, looked at him as well. Yuan found himself facing this monumental dilemma as soon as he returned home. Fortunately, he had previously confirmed with Mr. Chun, so he felt more at ease. "Dad, Mom," Mr. Chun said, "both of you should go," seeing the displeased expressions on his parents' faces. As if blaming him for not mentioning it sooner, Yuan quickly added, "But there's a requirement." "Speak." Liu Chang, having clearly drunk, responded with a straightforward voice. "One of you needs to represent the parents and speak, sharing your educational experiences in nurturing me." Since this was a school-wide parent-teacher meeting, there would first be a large gathering in the playground, followed by smaller class meetings. Reporters might be present at the event. This was essentially Principal Fong's way of promoting the school while providing one last morale boost for the graduating students and their parents. Of course, this was not as Mr. Chen had mentioned, scheduled for after the final exams. He merely wanted to encourage the students to study diligently during this week. However, the requirement for his parents to speak was genuine. The school intended to publicly announce Yuan's competition results at this parent-teacher meeting, showcasing the institution's ability to nurture students while providing Yuan's parents an opportunity to appear on stage. "All right, Yin, you should go." Unfortunately, for ordinary workers like Yuan's parents, such opportunities could be daunting. Liu Chang was the first to refuse, expressing disdain at the thought of speaking in front of thousands of people. Even though it was a splendid opportunity to showcase their son's talent, he still felt apprehensive. Chapter 46, A Sensation. The director of Peking University's admissions office visits the school again. What surprise! Yuan, a senior from Hengshi High School, has claimed first place in the National Olympiad, earning a gold medal. Hengshi High School has triumphed over Songjiang No. 7 High School, A young man from a small town has emerged victorious. The allure of the national mathematics competition has catapulted this academically gifted student to the status of Olympiad champion. The skepticism and recognition surrounding Chang'e High School, along with interviews featuring Lu Yuan and Principal Fong, began to surface in reports 2 to 3 days later. Due to the multitude of sensational news headlines, including the inherently legendary nature of Lu Yuan's achievement, what initially had a localized impact in Jiangnan province began shifting towards the internet. Especially on Weibo, discussions rapidly ignited. Were they doubting? Is Chang'e High School truly subpar? What is wrong with a regular high school? In a school where the undergraduate acceptance rate is less than half, what can we say? Am I not entitled to harbor doubts? If they are indeed so exceptional, why did they initially attend a regular high school? Furthermore, regarding Chang'e, how could even a middle school student secure second place? Once this matter hit the internet, the first response was skepticism. The doubts did not rest solely on Lu Yuan. Chang'e found himself under scrutiny as well. However, the number of skeptics was minimal, given that this was a national-level competition featuring students who had emerged from provincial contests. The results and examination papers from various levels of competition were indisputable. The fervor of public discussion propelled this year's middle school mathematics competition results to the forefront of rankings. Ultimately, even Professor Wang, the organizer of the winter camp, took to Weibo to clarify and affirm the fairness and integrity of the results. This action quelled the voices of doubt and led to an avalanche of praise for both Lu Yuan and Chang'e. Lu Yuan quickly became a representative for students from regular high schools online, voicing opinions that countered the prestige of elite institutions. What is wrong with regular high schools? I attended one because I had a skewed focus. In the end, I still gained admission to a 211 university. You elite schools may boast of their prowess. Yet aren't there students who didn't even make it to a first-tier university, or any university at all? The young man from a small town bravely challenges the urban prodigies. How exhilarating! Lu Yuan is truly formidable. Such sentiments flooded the internet, propelling Lu Yuan and Chang'e Middle School into the top 10 trending topics in no time. Over 100 gold medal students, especially the top 10, ultimately became mere supporting characters to Lu Yuan, overshadowed by his rising fame, viewed as mere footnotes in his narrative. As for Lu Yuan's talent, the consensus leaned towards the words of his homeroom teacher, Mr. Chun, who regarded Lu Yuan as a gifted student with a specialized focus, overlooked by elite schools due to the previous high school entrance examination policies. It was the dedication of Chang'e Middle School that nurtured Lu Yuan's mathematical prowess, leading to his current achievements. The online discourse swiftly shifted to the disparities between regular and elite high schools. A week later, on the day of the parent-teacher meeting, the excitement surrounding Lu Yuan's Olympiad victory had finally subsided. Such is the nature of trends. They arrive swiftly and depart just as quickly. Yet in Yuan County, Lu Yuan had genuinely become a household name as a prodigy. Chang'e Middle School's parent-teacher meeting saw an enthusiastic turnout from all parents. At this moment, in the biology laboratory of room 201, now repurposed as the competition team's exclusive classroom, Lu Yuan's father, Lu Chang, and mother, Chen Yanyan, were present. Despite Principal Fong's earnest invitation for them to rest with tea in his office, the parents declined. The thought of delivering a speech on the playground in the afternoon filled them with anxiety as the time drew near. Being close to their son offered them a modicum of comfort. Unbeknownst to them, the child they once regarded as merely a kid had gradually revealed his maturity, becoming a pillar of support for his parents. Half an hour later, Principal Fong returned once more. "You two need to mind us," he said. "Is this Lu Yuan's family?" A voice that sounded somewhat familiar to Lu Yuan interrupted Chen Yanyan. Only then did they notice that Principal Fong was not alone but accompanied by 4 or 5 others. "Lu Yuan, you should take a moment to rest," Principal Fong said as he ushered the group into the classroom. It was at this moment that Lu Yuan recognized the speaker as Mr. Wu, an admissions officer from Peking University. "Let me introduce you to Lu Yuan's parents. This is Professor Kai Lei, the director of the admissions office at Peking University, along with Mr. Wu. These two are professors from the Department of Mathematics, Professor Zhao Xian, a doctoral advisor, and his master student, Yu Junwei." "Lu Yuan, it's been a while." As soon as Principal Fong finished speaking, Yu Junwei excitedly waved at him. The group gathered around the long table in the laboratory. "Lu Yuan, your application for guaranteed admission hasn't been submitted yet, has it? I haven't seen your application in the admissions system for Peking University. Or have you already applied to Tsinghua?" Mr. Wu, the admissions officer, was the first to address the matter directly. The admissions system had actually opened 4 days prior, and Lu Yuan's intention was indeed to apply to Peking University. However, some of the materials had only been prepared yesterday, and with the parent meeting today, he planned to officially submit his application tomorrow. After all, the admissions system allowed for a total of 10 days to submit applications, so there was no rush for him. However, before Lu Yuan could explain, Mr. Wu turned to his mother, Chang'e. As a parent, do you have any thoughts about your child attending our university? Under the gaze of several important figures, especially the principal and professors, Chang'e appeared somewhat flustered, responding with nervous laughter. Mr. Wu, we are well aware of how prestigious Peking University is, but ultimately, it is Lu Yuan who will be attending university. We respect his own decisions. At this moment, Lu Chang took over the conversation, his voice slightly trembling. Fortunately, his naturally raspy voice concealed his nervousness. Lu Yuan, this is my advisor, Professor Zhao Xen, a recipient of a National Outstanding Youth Award. His primary research focus is on partial differential equations and dynamic systems. Didn't you mention that you were considering pursuing a doctorate? If you apply to our university, my advisor is willing to reserve a spot for you in the doctoral program right now. Professor Zhao Xen, appearing to be around 40 years old, had single eyelids and a well-groomed appearance. He looked quite clean and handsome, though a black mole on his neck was somewhat conspicuous. Since entering the classroom, Professor Zhao had been smiling as he observed Lu Yuan, his gaze occasionally drifting to some competition problems on the table, reflecting appreciation and approval. Lu Yuan, I've spoken with Junwei and also inquired with Principal Fong about your academic performance. I understand that you excel not only in mathematics, but also have strong skills in physics and chemistry. You may not have delved deeply into advanced mathematics yet, and there may be aspects of my research that you are unfamiliar with. However, my current work extends beyond theoretical study. I have begun collaborating on some projects related to the Chang'e lunar exploration program. I cannot guarantee everything, but if you are willing to apply to Peking University and become my student, I can assure you that during your undergraduate years, you'll have the opportunity to engage in auxiliary work on the lunar exploration program. Although the family's financial situation is not particularly affluent, the savings accumulated by his parents are sufficient to support him through several years of university. The primary goal is to pave the way for his future while he is still captivating and attractive in the present. Participating in the Chang'e project, including the opportunity to pursue a doctorate, is undoubtedly the most significant opportunity he can seize at this stage. I can assure you about the Chang'e project. There's a considerable demand for mathematical talent in this program. Of course, if you truly wish to contribute, you must first dedicate yourself to your studies. I guarantee that as long as you meet the academic requirements, I will take you under my wing and involve you in the project. Seeing Lu Yuan's genuine interest and determination, Professor Zhao's smile grows ever more radiant. As for pursuing a doctorate, I can certainly secure a spot for you. To be honest, I am more concerned that you might hesitate to enroll in my graduate program later. The higher the academic echelon, the greater the need for gifted students. This does not imply that students must simply inherit their mentors' legacies. Rather, they require capable assistants. At the graduate level, an exceptional student is not merely a diligent worker who can assist with various research tasks. Indeed, a talented student might even help in publishing top-tier articles. The notion of a student aiding their advisor in achieving promotions to academic titles may sound ludicrous. Yet for students like Lu Yuan, who excel in mathematics, no professor would underestimate their potential. While there are indeed individuals who have won gold medals in mathematics competitions, but chose not to pursue the field further, most students who continue down this path, provided they invest their energy and adopt the right attitude, achieve remarkable results. This is precisely why Zhao Xin made a special trip from the capital to mentor Lu Yuan from the undergraduate level. Lu Yuan, may I interrupt for a moment? At this juncture, Professor Kai, the admissions office director, raised his hand gently, his demeanor warm. Are you concerned about the future opportunities for graduate studies? Yes. I hope to have a clearer and more stable path ahead. I believe in seizing opportunities when they arise, Lu Yuan replied confidently. The admissions director himself has come to Hengshi High School, and Lu Yuan feels compelled to be forthright about his aspirations. Professor Kai pondered for a moment and exchanged a knowing glance with Professor Zhao. After a silent agreement, they continued. Very well, according to our standard practices, Lu Yuan, you are being recommended for the elite program in the School of Mathematics. While the elite program is not designed for a seamless transition to graduate studies, the department is willing to offer a high percentage of guaranteed postgraduate admissions. In fact, as long as you express your desire, you can secure a spot for further study. However, since you are determined to pursue a graduate degree, and if Professor Zhao is amenable, I will grant you a special exception to transition from the undergraduate program to a combined bachelor-master-doctorate track. This entails 8 years of academic training, directly under the guidance of Professor Zhao Xian. Upon hearing about the combined degree, Lu Yuan clenched his fists in excitement. He understood that seizing this opportunity would elevate his life significantly, ensuring he would never find himself in the unfortunate circumstances of his previous life. Furthermore, the previously promised conditions, such as tuition exemption and a one-time scholarship from Dean Chao of the School of Mathematics, would remain in effect for him. If you have any further requests, feel free to let me know. As long as they are within legitimate and reasonable bounds, our admissions process at Peking University is quite humane and flexible. Listening to Professor Kai's assurances, Lu Yuan felt no hesitation. After all, he had already prepared his application materials for Peking University, and he never expected such fortuitous developments to unfold. Professor Zhao, Professor Kai, I have nearly completed my application materials. However, we have a parent meeting this afternoon. Would it be all right if I submitted my application tomorrow morning instead? Lu Yuan contemplated, as he wished to spend some time with his parents, who were feeling anxious about speaking at the meeting. Submitting the application the following morning was feasible, especially since there were still several days left before the deadline. However, he couldn't shake the apprehension that perhaps the admissions office from Tsinghua might also come to visit. If they were to arrive and persuade him to change his mind, it would complicate matters significantly. Since they had already managed to convince Lu Yuan, Professor Kai and the others were eager to finalize the arrangements immediately. Lu Yuan, it won't take much time to fill out the application. The parent meeting is in the afternoon, and lunch is just around the corner. Why not fill out your application first? This way, if any unforeseen issues arise, we can address them today, especially since Director Kai is personally here to assist. Ms. Wu spoke gently to Lu Yuan before turning to Principal Fong. Principal Fong, if it's convenient, could we have Lu Yuan fill out his application on the computer in your office? Of course. Lu Yuan, why don't you accompany a few of the teachers to my office to complete your application? The admissions office staff is present, so we need not worry about any procedural errors. Principal Fong was more than supportive of this idea, as he too hoped that Lu Yuan would finalize his application, allowing for more good news to share at the parent meeting that afternoon. Realizing the concerns of the professors from Peking University, Lu Yuan nodded and followed them to Principal Fong's office. Under Ms. Wu's careful guidance, he successfully completed the online application. Shortly after, he heard Professor Kai pick up the phone, seemingly contacting the main campus. Yes, there's a student named Lu Yuan whose application needs to be confirmed. Please expedite it. Is it done? Excellent. Chapter 48 of Father's Pride. The speed of the application process exceeded Lu Yuan's expectations. The admissions office director indeed acted swiftly, completing all necessary procedures with a single phone call. The time was getting late. How about we have lunch here at the school? Professor Kai invited Professor Zhao and the others. Just then, Lu Yuan's phone rang. Normally, phones were not allowed in school, but for Lu Yuan, all the usual rules that applied to ordinary students had become irrelevant. Calmly, he took out his phone, but upon seeing the caller ID, his expression turned somewhat awkward. The call was from the enthusiastic Tsinghua senior who had shown him such kindness. Hello, senior. Please let me explain. I'm sorry, but please don't have the admissions staff come for nothing. After much thought, I have decided to choose Peking University. I apologize. Senior, I have already finalized my application. Thank you for your previous assistance. I truly appreciate it. With the sound of a busy signal, although the senior remained polite, Lu Yuan felt increasingly guilty. Even though he was under no obligation to apply to Tsinghua, he felt as though he had taken advantage of the senior's generosity, who had meticulously detailed various aspects of university life and future studies. He was left with a sense of remorse, as he felt like a cad for enjoying the benefits and then turning his back. Meanwhile, the professors from Peking University, especially Professors Kai and Wu, exchanged glances filled with relief. This trip to Hengshi High School had been Ms. Wu's suggestion. After all, the admissions office traveled extensively throughout the year, targeting the top competitors in various provincial academic competitions. Ms. Wu had taken the initiative to advocate for Professor Kai's work and had also approached Professor Zhao Xian directly. It is fortunate that Lu Yuan has been retained. Otherwise, allowing such talent to be sent to Tsinghua would only serve to diminish our own institution's prestige. The group ultimately dined at the school cafeteria. Lu Yuan initially thought Principal Fong was rather stingy, considering he invited a professor to speak at the afternoon parent meeting. At the very least, they could have dined at a restaurant near the school. However, they ended up eating at the cafeteria, and Lu Yuan was well aware of the subpar quality of the school meals. Even the teacher's cafeteria, while offering a slightly more varied selection than that of the students, was still far from delightful. Yet, as Principal Fong led everyone through the first floor's teacher cafeteria and into the kitchen, passing through a small door. Lu Yuan realized his naivety. It turned out that aside from the teacher's cafeteria and kitchen on the first floor, there was a dedicated small banquet hall tucked away at the back, capable of accommodating 4 tables. This space was usually concealed by curtains, rendering it quite discreet. One table had already been set with a red tablecloth, adorned with several cold dishes. As they took their seats, a series of hot dishes were promptly served: braised pork, stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat, and steamed pomfret, among others, all of commendable quality and some artfully arranged. No wonder, in the past, when leaders visited the school, Principal Fong never took them out for a meal. It seems the cafeteria had such hidden gems. By around 2 in the afternoon, the entire playground was neatly arranged with chairs filled with attendees. Due to the limited facilities at Chang'e High School, lacking a large auditorium, such grand gatherings could only be held outdoors in the playground. Fortunately, the weather was quite pleasant, with the warm winter sun casting a comfortable glow in the afternoon. On stage, Principal Fong was already addressing the audience, microphone in hand, rallying spirits. Dear parents, there are only 192 days left until the college entrance examination. I understand that this final stretch can be the most arduous phase, both for students and for you, the parents. Therefore, it is essential to have faith in your children. And during this critical sprint, focus on maintaining a healthy mindset for both your child and yourselves, avoiding undue psychological pressure. Unlike other meetings, this parent conference, especially for the senior class, saw all parents listening intently. After all, it concerned their children's lifelong education, with many parents diligently taking notes. In 20 minutes, that will be all I have to say. Now, I have some good news to share. I believe many of you have heard in the news recently that our very own Lu Yuan has secured first place in the National Middle School Mathematics Olympiad and has officially been granted admission to Peking University this morning. At this moment, parents in the audience began to converse amongst themselves. Is he the student who ranked first in the competition? Wow, how did his parents educate him? He doesn't even need to take the college entrance exam. He's directly admitted to Peking University. Didn't they say a parent would speak on behalf of Lu Yuan today? I must listen closely. It's hard to imagine my child getting into Peking University. We can only hope for an undergraduate program. Principal Fong raised his hand to quiet the crowd once more. Lu Yuan's accomplishments remind us all, parents, to never underestimate the talents of our children. The remaining 6 months are crucial, and there is still ample room for improvement and progress. This opportunity has also come about by chance. Professor Kai, the head of the admissions office at Peking University, is our guest today. Let us welcome Professor Kai to share some insights on preparing for the college entrance examination. The mention of a professor from Peking University not only rendered many parents serious, but even the students beside them paused their discussions about Lu Yuan. For this year's senior class at Chang'e High School, the hope of gaining admission to Peking University was nearly non-existent. Nevertheless, this did not diminish their aspirations or anticipation for the words of the esteemed professor. Professor Kai, indeed, delivered an engaging and remarkable talk, focusing on preparation strategies for the final stretch, including various review methods. Though these are common tips, the impact of such advice differed when delivered by a class teacher versus a professor from Peking University. Once Professor Kai concluded, it was finally Lu Yuan's father's turn to speak. Indeed, this opportunity to present was seized by his father, Lu Chang, after his mother, Chen Yinyin, had vehemently declined. Dear parents, I am Lu Yuan's father, Lu Chang. It is both an honor and a source of anxiety for me to stand here today as a representative of the student body to address you all. Perhaps it was due to having had a drink at lunch, but while he professed nervousness, he appeared surprisingly relaxed and at ease. His excitement stemmed from the fact that he had never envisioned his child being so outstanding, allowing him to speak before so many parents under the national flag. His apprehension arose from being merely an ordinary worker, lacking any substantial experience to share regarding child rearing. Just before taking the stage, he even contemplated seeking advice from others on educating children, intending to feign expertise when addressing the audience. Ultimately, however, he abandoned that notion. Thus, he stood before everyone, not to share educational insights, but to express a few heartfelt thoughts. As a parent and a father, I have pondered over Lu Yuan's mathematical talents, which had not yet been fully realized. I thought that if my child performed superbly in the college entrance examination, I, as a parent, would be content to contribute to the nation. Yet, if his results were not as favorable, as long as he had put forth effort and fought diligently, I would still feel immense pride and joy. I firmly believe that no student should feel their entire life hinges on a single examination. In closing, I wish all students the best of luck in the upcoming college entrance examinations, achieving remarkable and desired results. As Lu Yuan listened to his father's coherent and empathetic encouragement directed at the many parents, he felt a profound sense of reflection. Since entering high school, he had not engaged in meaningful conversations with his father. He had assumed his father's educational background was limited, believing that even with preparation, his speech would lack impact. However, when his father finally took the stage, he was unexpectedly articulate, and listening to him was both comforting and authentic. For a moment, Lu Yuan felt a tinge of unfamiliarity toward his father. Thunderous applause erupted simultaneously across the playground. Chapter 49. Admission Notices and Selections. At the school gate, Lu Yuan observed parents leaving in succession. Initially, he planned to escort his parents out of the school before returning to his classroom to continue studying. However, Professor Kai raised his hand to stop him. Lu Yuan and Lu Yuan's parents, if you are not in a hurry, could you please stay for a moment? With that, he quickly turned to look at Teacher Wu beside him. Teacher Wu discreetly retrieved a small bag from his canvas satchel and handed it over. Here, due to time constraints, the contents may be somewhat lacking. Not entirely grasping what Teacher Wu meant by lacking, Lu Yuan opened the small bag and was immediately greeted by a red cover. At that moment, he began to suspect what it was and eagerly extracted the cover. The words admission notice appeared prominently in the center. Upon unfolding it, he found his passport-size photo along with the information regarding his admitted department. In the lower left corner was the handwritten signature of the principal, indicating that this admission notice had been prepared well in advance. Lu Chang'e, still processing the successful speech he had just delivered, felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. However, as soon as he stepped down from the podium, a sense of nervousness began to creep in. When speaking with them, his teeth trembled slightly, suggesting he was perhaps a bit overly enthusiastic. Yet upon seeing the admission notice from Peking University in Lu Yuan's hands, all signs of nervousness vanished instantly. As Chen Yinyan and another person swiftly approached, they watched as Lu Yuan continued to unpack the items from his small bag. What remained was merely a promotional brochure from Peking University, including a student aid application form. Nothing particularly novel. I will send your luggage tag to you once we return to the capital. As for the bank card, it will be processed uniformly after the official college entrance examination admissions conclude in July. Teacher Wu continued to remind him of the essentials needed for enrollment. Before long, most of the parents of the students had already departed. Principal Fong had also seen off numerous parents and now drew near. Principal Fong, Teacher Chun, and Lu Yuan's parents. Let us take a photo together. This serves as a memento of our cohort's first admission notice. The remaining admission notices for other students would follow a standard timeline. Lu Yuan could sense the uniqueness of his admission notice. After all, how many students receive their admission letters the very afternoon after filling out their preferences in the morning? It was likely that Professor Kai, as the director of the admissions office at Peking University, had orchestrated this process for promotional purposes. Lu Yuan, focus on preparing for the IMO over the next 6 months. The International Mathematical Olympiad is an excellent opportunity to showcase your abilities and a significant experience to connect and communicate with future mathematical representatives from various countries. Regarding the Chang'e project, I will guide you once you officially report to the school. I am concerned that Lu Yuan might divert his attention towards college-level mathematics and neglect his IMO preparation. Professor Zhao, who had already established a teacher-student relationship with him, couldn't help but give a reminder before getting into the car. Rest assured, teacher, my primary focus will be on preparing for the IMO. Very well. I wish you the best of luck in securing a gold medal. Seeing that Lu Yuan had his own plans, Professor Zhao nodded in satisfaction and was the last to board the vehicle. Since the parent meeting, the school had continued to act swiftly, and both inside and outside the campus, notices celebrating his admission to Peking University were already posted. Following Lu Yuan's remarkable achievements, the influence and status of Hengshi Middle School were subtly rising among the 5 schools in Yuan County. Outside the county, even though Yuan no one high school lacked the renown of Hengshi Middle School, it was still notable. In the days when Lu Yuan topped the competition rankings online, it was almost the biggest sensation Hengshi Middle School had seen in over a decade. This also granted Lu Yuan an increasingly free lifestyle at school. His dormitory mates would rise early at around 6 to jog, while Lu Yuan would remain in bed, only dragging himself out for breakfast around 7, before heading to the biology lab for self-study. Whether it was during regular study hours or lunchtime, school regulations seemed to hold no sway over him. He could leave the campus at will. The students responsible for discipline turned a blind eye to his various infractions, as who in the school didn't know him by now. Everything was a green light, and no one monitored his actions. This allowed him to quickly become a bug in the school, especially in his senior class. where his close friend He Jianfeng frequently asked him to run outside to buy milk tea, hamburgers, and other junk food to enhance their meals. In just half a month, He Jianfeng appeared noticeably rounder. The time Lu Yuan could dedicate to revision and study was abundant. After a full month of study in January, February ushered in the winter break for the new year. Following a barrage of compliments from relatives during the celebrations, March soon arrived, marking the time for the national training team selection. Lu Yuan, pulling his suitcase, returned to the familiar entrance of Songjiang No. 7 Middle School. Indeed, this year's national training team selection was not held in the capital. The training locations rotate annually across various regions of the country, and this year it was said in Jiangnan Province, at Songjiang No. 7 Middle School. Yuan. Before he could even register at the school, an excited voice called out from behind him. Although it was directed at him, the voice was distinctly unfamiliar. It sounded like a duck's quack, as if something was stuck in their throat. Just listening to it was quite unpleasant. Turning around, he noticed a familiar yet strange boy sitting in the back seat of a Mercedes-Benz parked behind him. Tang Hao, is that really you? Yuan. It's me. We haven't seen each other for just one winter break, and you can't recognize me? In a mere 3 months since they last met. Zheng Heng had undergone a remarkable transformation. Not only had he grown out bangs, but he had also shot up in height, from barely reaching Lu Yuan's neck to now being at his chin. An estimated 163 centimeters tall, and the growth spurt was impressive. Yuan, it's really me. Weren't you just texting me on WeChat yesterday? Well, with such a chatterbox, Lu Yuan could hardly mistake him. What was originally merely a nuisance of excessive talking had now transformed into an additional annoyance, courtesy of the voice change. You must be Lu Yuan, the classmate my little Hang has spoken about. A woman in her mid-30s stepped out of the car, clad in a light brown woolen coat. Her skin was quite fair, yet the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes revealed her age when she smiled. It was evident that this must be Zheng Heng's mother. Hello, Andy. My name is Lu Yuan. Ha, it's indeed you. My little Hang has relied on you quite a bit in the capital. Mom, you can go now. We're heading to the dorm. Adolescents often exhibit a certain impatience towards their parents, especially when it comes to their peers. Swiftly retrieving his suitcase from the car trunk, he pulled Lu Yuan along towards the school. They had barely begun to organize their dormitory when a security guard appeared outside. You two must be Lu Yuan and Zheng Heng? Upon their nod, the guard stepped aside, revealing a familiar youthful face peering in. Teacher Ling is looking for you both. Chapter 50. So, we are now senior brothers? The security guard ushered them in and promptly turned to leave. Only the young man remained, grinning as he waved at them. With familiar eyebrows and an unmistakable demeanor, Lu Yuan recognized him instantly. Ling Shui, is that you? Ha! Seeing your puzzled expression, I can't help but laugh. Ling Du stepped into the dormitory. Lu Yuan, Zheng Heng, how was your new year? It was fine. What about you? Shouldn't you be at Peking University? How did you end up here? Zheng Heng, momentarily pausing his organizing, looked equally baffled. Right? Ling Shui, how did you suddenly become Teacher Ling? I remember that Songjiang No. 7 has strict checks on outsiders. The security guard shouldn't be so foolish as to let you in. Zheng Heng still assumed that Ling Du had slipped in under the guise of teacher. The management at Songjiang No. 7 Middle School is quite strict about entry and exit, yet inside, it is relatively relaxed. For instance, self-study sessions are genuinely self-directed, with no teachers supervising. Other than during the flag-raising ceremony, students are not required to wear uniforms and may bring electronic devices, promoting a culture of self-discipline among students. If any students from Hengshi Middle School were to attend here, they would likely view it as paradise. What do you mean by slipping in? What do you take me for? I'm a legitimate teacher, all right? Unfortunately, Ling Du's attempts to prove himself fell flat and failed to convince the two. Ling Shui, you aren't actually going to teach at Songjiang No. 7, are you? Or just for an internship? Lu Yuan could only speculate as best as he could. After all, Ling Du is already in his 4th year and a mathematics major at Peking University. With such an esteemed diploma, it was feasible that he might actually be welcome to teach at Songjiang No. 7. No, I still need to pursue a master's degree. I want to be looking for a job that quickly. I specifically applied to be here. I'm one of the assistant teachers for this year's national training team selection. The information Ling Du provided was increasingly substantial. Lu Yuan listened to his words, momentarily taken aback. It was difficult to reconcile the notions of pursuing graduate studies and being an assistant teacher with the figure before him. Senior Ling, are you really going to continue your studies? Of course. I'm still young. Why rush into work? But weren't you deprived of your qualifications for graduate studies? Moreover, with your grades, can a university really offer you a recommendation for graduate school? Peking University boasts the highest recommendation rate in the nation, yet it has certain prerequisites, particularly concerning students' academic performance. For someone like Ling Du, who ranks at the bottom of the mathematics department, merely graduating would be a significant achievement. How could he possibly secure a recommendation for further studies? What are you talking about? I'm preparing for the entrance exam. I'm officially participating in a national examination. Perhaps he was fatigued from standing. Ling Du unfastened the buttons of his suit jacket and plopped down onto the bed that Yuan had just made. Still aiming for Peking University? Absolutely. Peking University's Department of Mathematics. Don't worry, I just have the final interview left. It's merely a formality. I will definitely pass. So confident? Observing Ling Du's smug demeanor, Yuan felt an inexplicable urge to douse him with cold water. Senior Ling, are you aware of your reputation in the department? All the professors know you. Would they even consider you as a student? The department already has a tarnished reputation due to its 4 years of internet addiction among students. The qualification for a combined bachelor's and master's program has been revoked, and given the disgrace attached to Ling Du, it's evident how reckless he has been during his undergraduate years. Rest assured, I've already contacted a professor who is willing to accept me. Moreover, I scored 441 in the preliminary examination, which is the highest score this year. There are only 35 spots available. Surely they want to eliminate the top scorer. How many points? For a brief moment, Yuan thought Ling Du was jesting. Yet, observing his nonchalant demeanor, it seemed unlikely. It wasn't he until Ling Du sent him the list of the re-examination candidates from Peking University's official website that Yuan truly believed it. The results displayed Ling Du's astonishing achievements. A perfect score of 150 in the first professional exam, 147 in the second, 77 in English, and 67 in politics, culminating in a total score of 441, leading by a remarkable 11 points over the second place. With such outstanding preliminary results, it was indeed as Ling Du claimed. It would be inconceivable for him to be eliminated. If the top scorer were to be dismissed, it might even raise suspicions of foul play within the institution. As Yuan perused Ling Du's scores, he couldn't help but scrutinize the young man seated beside him. He was beginning to comprehend the psychological state others experienced upon witnessing his own triumph in competitions. Just as he now regarded Ling Du, it was undeniably difficult to accept. Of course, Ling Du had been the top scorer in the city's college entrance examination, while he himself was a complete dark horse. It was no wonder that he had garnered so much media attention. I heard you applied to Peking University? Soon, you will truly be my junior. What about Chang'e? Which school did he apply to? The youth class at Jiaodong University? No, he applied to Peking University along with me. In truth, Chang'e had initially set his sights on Peking University, or rather, he wished to attend the same school as Yuan. However, Chang'e's parents preferred him to enroll in a youth class at another school, hoping he would find suitable peers to learn with and perhaps find companions to play with. Alternatively, they considered having him repeat a year or two of high school before attending Peking University. Yuan actually understood Chang'e's parents' perspective. He was not overly concerned that his son might struggle academically. Rather, he feared the psychological issues that might arise during his son's growth and learning process. After all, he was only in the 9th grade and had yet to mature fully, still bearing the innocent visage of a child. It was indeed worrisome that he might struggle to integrate into a true university environment, while youth classes at some universities could be more fitting. Nevertheless, Chang'e ultimately managed to persuade his parents and successfully applied to Peking University. That's wonderful. When school starts in September, look for me. I'll support you both on campus. The three of them would soon be attending the same university, and at that moment, Ling Du was exceptionally generous. Senior Ling, how long did you prepare for the graduate entrance exam? I remember you were busy with the Three Kingdoms Kill competition back then. Yuan was not particularly concerned about Ling Du's boasting, but was more curious about his experiences. Being the bottom student in the department and still participating in offline competitions for Three Kingdoms Kill before the entrance exam, not to mention publishing strategy guides. Where did he find the time to study? He had a nagging feeling that Senior Ling's talent might rival that of Chang'e or even himself. About 2 months, mainly just practicing questions. It wasn't too bad. The graduate entrance exam is somewhat easier than the college entrance exam. I studied for a whole semester for that. Indeed, as these words of ostentation left his lips, Yuan couldn't help but marvel. In this world, the number of geniuses was truly unfathomable, especially among the two elite universities. Tsinghua and Peking, just like Ling Du before him, while others might toil for a decade, for him, it seemed like a mere 6 months of effort. Now, after only 2 months, and even while juggling various other commitments, he had managed to achieve the top score in the preliminary exam, enough to reveal the extraordinary level of Ling Du's mathematical talent. It was no wonder that professors at Peking University were willing to take him on. With such talent at play, who wouldn't he be tempted? Fortunately, Lu Yuan now also considered himself part of this elite cadre of geniuses, even standing at the pinnacle among them. Otherwise, constantly being surrounded by Zheng Heng on one side and Ling Du on the other would have been quite a blow to his self-esteem in his past life. By the way, Senior Ling, which esteemed professor or academician did you contact? No one like that. I reached out to Professor Zhao from our department. Professor Zhao? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's voice instinctively rose in pitch. Professor Zhao? Yes. I found his research direction quite appealing and contacted him. He is willing to accept me. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I will be studying under him after the re-examination. Do you also know Professor Zhao? Seeing Ling Du's puzzled expression, Lu Yuan finally nodded. What a coincidence. I suppose I'll have to call you Senior Ling from now on. Chapter 51. Exclusion. After confirming Lu Yuan's connection with Professor Zhao, Ling Du's expression grew somewhat complex. It seemed Professor Zhao had aspirations of becoming an academician in recent years. This could pose a problem. Initially, he thought Professor Zhao was amiable enough for a smooth graduate experience, but now it felt as if he had chosen the wrong advisor. Professor Zhao, already an outstanding young talent, was undoubtedly on the path to becoming an academician. To achieve that, given Professor Zhao's current standing, the most crucial factor would be significant project outcomes. Only after securing one of the 3 national awards would he truly have a chance to vie for the title of academician. This was likely why Professor Zhao was actively recruiting students, particularly those with exceptional talents. However, this situation wasn't entirely unfavorable for Lu Yuan. He secretly wished to partake in more national projects. Yuan Gu, you and Senior Ling are both studying under Professor Zhao? Then I will choose him for my graduate studies as well. Zheng Heng declared resolutely from the side. You might want to reconsider. Let's see how it goes. What if it turns out to be a pitfall, and you jump in too? Ling Du hurriedly advised Zheng Heng against his impulsive decision. Choosing a good advisor during graduate studies significantly determines the difficulty of the entire graduate experience. Zheng Heng currently had options. He could afford to wait and observe, and there was no need to rush. Senior Ling, what exactly brought you to Songjiang? Did you really come to be a teaching assistant? Not wanting to dwell on the topic of advisors any longer, Lu Yuan was more curious about Ling Du's reason for coming to Songjiang. From what he knew of Ling Du, it was certainly not out of willingness. Of course, this teaching assistant position comes with a salary. Besides, I needed to make a trip to Jiangnan province anyway, and now I've saved on airfare. As he spoke, Ling Du pulled out 2 books from a black plastic bag he was carrying. The books had a black cover, adorned with illustrations depicting battles involving several generals from the 3 Kingdoms period. Above the illustrations was a title that exuded an imposing aura: Essential Strategies for 3 Kingdoms Kill. Wow, it's really published. Lu Yuan couldn't help but open the book's front page to glance at the information. The name Lu Yuan was prominently inscribed on the title page, beneath which lay the emblem of the Jiangnan Science and Technology Publishing House. In an instant, he comprehended the reason behind Ling Du's visit to Jiangnan province. These 2 volumes were sample copies, originally intended for your perusal. The new book is currently in the printing stage, with an initial run of 5,000 copies planned. Rest assured, once profits are realized, I shall promptly distribute the publishing proceeds among you. The speed is indeed remarkable. In just 3 months, we already have sample copies in hand. A hint of pride adorned Ling Du's face. After all, his strategy guide was on the brink of publication, and the sense of accomplishment was undeniable. Brother Ling, aren't you being a tad too ambitious? I believe printing 1,000 copies would suffice, at most 3,000. 5,000 copies might not find buyers. Despite the book being in the printing process and imminent publication, Lu Yuan remained skeptical of this guide. The reality is that physical books have long been overshadowed by digital literature. Apart from renowned authors, such high sales figures are rare. Sales will be guaranteed. Ling Du maintained an unwavering confidence. I have already conferred with the game company behind 3 Kingdoms Kill. They will purchase 2,000 copies solely for their loyal players, either as a benefit or to distribute during events. Printing 5,000 copies is merely a precaution. There is absolutely no risk of unsold stock. As Lu Yuan absorbed Ling Du's fervent assurance, he realized he had underestimated his senior. Perhaps it was his bushy eyebrows that had misled him into believing Ling Du was merely an earnest individual. Completely forgetting how he had been duped into buying a second-hand phone at Xiaomi Home, it dawned on him that Ling Du was far more astute than he had imagined. He must have already established a collaborative intent with the official website. If, as Ling Du claimed, the game company was willing to acquire 2,000 copies, then indeed, the printing of this book was a surefire investment. Brother Yuan, I told you this investment would not falter. Chang'e, unwavering in his belief in Lingdu, had indeed hit the nail on the head. As Lu Yuan reopened the sample book, examining the table of contents and the pages filled with game strategies, it appeared that the funds given to Lingdu would not only be secure, but might even yield a modest profit. Yet, gazing at his own name printed within the pages of the Three Kingdoms Kill Strategy Guide, Lu Yuan couldn't help but ponder whether this development would ultimately prove beneficial or detrimental. Upon entering the classroom used for the last provincial training session, Lu Yuan immediately fixed his gaze on the seats by the window. Although the location of the national training team remained unchanged, the number of attendees had doubled to 60. Additional rows of desks had been hastily added to accommodate everyone. Observing that the last few rows still had vacant seats by the window, Lu Yuan made a beeline for his favorite spot, followed closely by Chang'e. However, the previously bustling classroom fell eerily silent, with many eyes turning toward Lu Yuan. After he settled into his seat, an unsettling feeling crept over him as he sensed the unusual glances directed at him. They were not the looks of admiration or reverence he had previously received. Instead, he was met with a myriad of discontented expressions, particularly from those with commendable academic records. Even Lu Yuan, a fellow member of the Jiangnan provincial team, regarded him with less than friendly demeanor. This left Lu Yuan perplexed. What had transpired during the 3 months since their last encounter? Why had he suddenly become the target of such ire? It was not just him. Chang'e, seated beside him, also received no warm welcome. With the growing number of students in the class, a conspicuous void surrounded Lu Yuan and Chang'e, as if a no-man's land had been established around them. Chang'e, have we committed some grave transgression? Why this reaction from everyone? Compared to Lu Yuan's bewilderment, Chang'e seemed to grasp the situation better. A hint of embarrassment flickered across his previously sharp features. Brother Yuan, isn't this akin to breaking a cardinal rule? What do you mean? Did we merely return after the new year? We might still be classmates in college. The national training team comprised 60 individuals, all of whom were gold medalists, most of whom had been granted admission to either Peking University or Tsinghua University. It seemed that, without even stepping foot into college, Lu Yuan had managed to offend nearly all of his future classmates. Although Lu Yuan was not one to thrive on social interactions, he was certainly not the type to relish isolation, particularly under such ambiguous circumstances. Could it truly be that he was ostracized simply for achieving first place? After all, during the winter camp's closing ceremony, everyone had treated him quite amiably. Brother Yuan, are you still in the dark? Chang'e, noticing Lu Yuan's continued confusion, couldn't help but facepalm and offer a more direct reminder. Have you forgotten the news surrounding you online? Let me refresh your memory. Sword slashing at Renmin University affiliated high school, kicking Dongjing number 7 middle school, and the title of Lu God. With this recollection, Lu Yuan finally began to connect the dots. During the previous year, his reputation as a mathematical prodigy, coupled with his victory over numerous elite schools to claim the top spot in competitions, had flooded the internet with headlines. Phrases like dark horse and unexpected triumph proliferated across various platforms. While the coverage had been relatively formal, social media comments had veered into the realm of irrationality, portraying the small-town high school student as a paragon of excellence, thus stirring public sentiment and scrutiny. Though Lu Yuan's fame had since faded, and few paid attention to him now, the competitors from other prestigious schools, along with their teachers and principals, had not forgotten the extent of his accolades. The commendation he had received was a source of discomfort for many of his peers present, who could empathize with the bitter taste of being overshadowed despite having earned gold medals themselves. Chapter 52. Teacher G's Support. Hello everyone. I am one of your instructors for this training session and the head coach of the Jiangnan provincial team, Ji Haifeng. After inscribing his name on the blackboard, he turned to survey the classroom. Immediately, Teacher Ji ceased his introduction and began to scrutinize the students with an intense gaze. What is the matter? Is the desk next to Lu Yuan broken, or is the feng shui around him unfavorable? Why are 3 individuals cramming into 2 desks? Does that make any sense? Despite his lean physique, Teacher G's temperament was the polar opposite, characterized by an explosive demeanor. Particularly when his piercing gaze turned serious, it exuded an undeniable pressure. Are those who cannot excel turning to isolate others? His few words ignited a sense of defiance among many students seated in the classroom. Sir, I never admitted to being inferior to Lu Yuan. Moreover, you are the coach of the Jiangnan provincial team, yet since entering the classroom, your comments have favored him. I find that unfair. The speaker was a sophomore from Renmin University affiliated high school named Wang Di. He had placed 13th in the national competition, with scores not far removed from Lu Yuan's, both hovering around the 100-plus mark. His expression was one of indignation, even as he spoke defiantly to Teacher G. Unfair? Individuals like you, who resort to isolating others, dare to speak of fairness? Do you even comprehend where you are? Do you realize the situation you are about to face? Teacher G's voice began to lower ominously, as if suppressing an impending eruption, amplifying the oppressive atmosphere. I shall remind you, this is the national training team for the mathematical Olympiad. You have come to Chang'e 7 Middle School to select the 6 most formidable contestant for the International Mathematical Olympiad. Do you understand why our nation has secured the highest number of team victories in the history of the IMO? Allow me to enlighten you. It is through unity. We must fairly select the 6 candidates who possess the strongest mathematical prowess and the most consistent performance. Furthermore, on the competition field, they must encourage and support one another. Otherwise, if any one of the 6 falters, the entire team will be deprived of the coveted title of first place. Yuan sat at his desk, gazing at Teacher G, who spoke on his behalf, as a warm current surged within him. Simultaneously, a profound admiration blossomed in his heart. Teacher G was living up to his reputation, exuding the same fervor he had displayed during his self-introduction when he first joined the provincial training team. At this moment, his voice, though not loud, commanded immense pressure and inadvertently provided everyone with a clearer understanding of the IMO, the International Mathematical Olympiad. The next moment, a stern criticism followed. And what are you all doing? Do you truly believe that with your current demeanor, you can form a united team? Are you genuinely prepared to compete on an international stage? Will you not, upon encountering a teammate's misstep, turn against one another and squabble? His piercing gaze swept across the room, causing the majority of students to lose their confidence. They bowed their heads, unwilling to meet Teacher G's eyes. Do they think that achieving first place in the team category at the IMO was an easy feat? Let me tell you, our country has only managed it twice thus far. I do not wish to see this opportunity for a 3rd consecutive victory squandered in your hands. Furthermore, the title of individual champion has eluded our nation for 2 consecutive years. Are you not concerned? Do you not feel a sense of urgency? I permit or even encourage competition among you, but it must be a healthy rivalry. Those who doubt one another will have their true capabilities revealed in the upcoming training assessments. Do not isolate yourselves. At this point, a hint of disdain flickered across Teacher G's face. Do they think that belittling others would elevate their own status? Do they not wish to see our nation's talents thrive rather than be pushed abroad? At this juncture, Wang Di, the first to stand up in defense of his peers, was now blushing furiously. He could no longer bear to meet Teacher G's gaze. His expression tinged with a hint of guilt. After all, they were merely high school students. In matters of debate, they could hardly contend with a teacher who had years of experience. Especially when Teacher G invoked the greater good of the nation and collective honor, their intentions, which were not inherently malicious, but rather influenced by online ridicule and pressure from school faculty, were swiftly dispelled by his brief yet impactful address. The few students who had previously banded together now instinctively moved to sit beside Yuan and Chang'e. Sorry. One of the classmates sitting in front of Yuan turned to him, softly offering an apology. Oh, it's nothing. The media often distorts the truth, which may have led to your misunderstanding. We are all teammates here, striving to bring glory to our nation. I do not take it to heart, so please do not dwell on it. The classroom had fallen silent following Teacher G's earlier remarks, and now all eyes were on Yuan. Upon hearing his words, many began to realize that they had misjudged both him and Chang'e. Clap, clap, clap. Teacher G resumed his applause to regain the students' attention. All right, I shall consider what just transpired as a consequence of your recent arrival and your adjustment to the training environment. I will not bring it up again. He continued now. Let me familiarize you with the structure of the IMO competition. In truth, the format is quite similar to that of our winter camp, the CMO. It spans 2 days and encompasses 6 problems, albeit with different scoring. Each problem carries 7 points, culminating in a maximum score of 42. The national competition is fundamentally aimed at selecting students for international contests. So many aspects of the structure mirror that of international competitions, subtly preparing you in advance. After Teacher G's thorough introduction, the students grasped the situation immediately. I must reiterate, Teacher G's resonant voice once again captured their focus. Perhaps this is the allure of Teacher G. Although he had only recently engaged with the 60 students, they were already deeply convinced of his authority. This year, our national goal is to secure the championship in the team category and strive earnestly for individual first place. As for the individual championship, the 6 students selected for the international competition will have their chances, but do not become complacent. The youngest champion in IMO history was just 13 years old when he won. Moreover, he is also the youngest recipient of the Fields Medal. I need not elaborate further on his illustrious reputation. Upon hearing teacher G mention this prodigy, the students nodded in acknowledgement. After all, they were students who had journeyed far in mathematics competitions. They were certainly aware of the exceptional talents in the field. Despite their own prominence in school or at national competitions, when compared to the achievements of this mathematical luminary, even Yuan felt overshadowed. Now, in his third year of high school, and soon to turn 18, he was already at a disadvantage by merely participating in the IMO at his age. As far as I have gathered, the representative teams from various countries this year do not feature any particularly renowned standout competitors. Thus, if everyone diligently participates in the upcoming training selections, there remains hope for all. Chapter 53. Is this question too difficult? The national training team selection is divided into two phases. Yuan is currently participating in the first phase of training, a 9-day session in early March, aimed at narrowing down the 60 candidates to 15 for the second phase later that month. During this first phase, there will be 2 examinations. The first mock exam has concluded, and as expected, Yuan secured first place once again. However, he was not the only one to achieve this. Due to the relative simplicity of the mock exam, 7 students attained full marks. This first exam does not count towards the final results. Its primary purpose is to adjust the participant states, with the second exam serving as the official selection test. Today, March 9th, marks the first day of the formal selection test for the first phase. In the examination hall, Yuan eagerly awaited the papers being passed from front to back. As soon as he received the test paper, he eagerly scanned the questions. Upon realizing that 3 of the problems could not be solved directly, a smile crept onto his face. The reason was simple. The difficulty level of the questions was significant, unlike the confidence-boosting papers from the previous days, which failed to distinguish participants' abilities. Now, he had a better understanding of the mathematical aptitude levels among his peers. In addition to his own seemingly extraordinary capabilities, classmates like Chang'e, Daichi Hong, and Shi Jiu, who stood in the first tier, were capable of solving every problem given enough time, although their accuracy remained uncertain. Meanwhile, the second tier comprised several students who trailed just behind them. They, too, were exceptionally gifted, rarely encountering a problem that left them completely stumped. Yet they were prone to falling into the traps set by the examiners and making mistakes. Whenever the questions were simple, nearly 20 students from these 2 tiers had the potential to achieve full marks. Yuan South recent joint first place with the 7 other students had sent ripples of confidence throughout the class. Although the animosity towards him had dissipated following Teacher G's remarks, the competitive spirit remained, with many silently viewing him as the benchmark to chase after. Recently, several classmates who unexpectedly achieved full marks in the last test had begun to feel a sense of superiority, thinking that Yuan had merely been lucky last time and that his true abilities were not so formidable. Upon encountering the official selection examination papers, Yuan could not help but exhale in relief. He silently pondered the initial algebra problem, although he could not provide an immediate answer. As he focused his mind, his intellect became remarkably invigorated. He began by comparing the problem-solving strategies he had previously learned, attempting to derive a solution. After realizing he was at an impasse, a plethora of new ideas and knowledge erupted in his mind like fireworks, colliding with one another. Several novel methods were simultaneously propelled in his thoughts. Within less than a minute, one method crystallized into an answer in his mind. He swiftly jotted down the steps on a scrap of paper, outlining several crucial points that required proof. Shortly thereafter, another approach also became clear, yielding results consistent with the first. At this juncture, Yuan no longer hesitated and proceeded to inscribe the proof of the first method onto the answer sheet. The tip of his pen danced across the page, producing neat handwriting that soon sprang to life. He concluded with the final 2 characters, proof complete. The second and third problems unfolded similarly. Over the course of 2 days, 6 challenging problems awaited him, the difficulty surpassing that of the previous CMO examination. Particularly daunting was the final problem, a combinatorial conundrum that proved to be quite formidable. Yuan found himself engaged in mental calculations for several minutes. Since his rebirth, this was the first time he had contemplated a single problem for such an extended duration. Initially, he suspected the exam might have been flawed, lacking sufficient conditions. It was only after numerous new ideas were rigorously tested that he finally arrived at the solution. In the temporary office of the national training team's coach at Sujiang No. 7 High School, a young man in his mid-30s was deeply engrossed in grading the examination papers. With only 60 students' papers to assess, the workload was manageable for a single individual. Professor Wang sauntered in at a leisurely pace. Making his way to the area where the hot water kettle was stationed, he replenished his stainless steel thermos with hot water. Then, after blowing gently across the cup's rim, approached the young man. "Zhenan, how did the examinations go this time?" "Not well," he replied. Turning to confirm, it was Professor Wang before continuing to mark the papers with a red pen. He hesitated for quite some time over one problem, ultimately marking it with a cross. After all that writing, not a single point? After taking a sip of water, Professor Wang continued to engage in casual conversation with Miao Zhenan. Indeed, they wrote extensively, but their proofs were mere fabrications. Had I not examined them closely, I might have mistakenly awarded points. Professor Wang, upon hearing this, did not doubt his colleague's assessment. Once competitions reach a certain level, the difficulty of the papers becomes exceedingly great, and the methods of solving them are highly diverse. Particularly with many proof problems, some students resort to deceitful tactics. They often lack the capability to derive several key points through sheer skill, but manage to intuitively guess the conditions necessary for the solution. They then concoct these requisite conditions, hoping to obfuscate their lack of understanding. The next paper was even more dismal, with nearly half left blank. Miao Zhenan hastily finished grading and set down his red pen, unable to suppress a shake of his head. "Professor Wang, I still believe there are issues with this set of problems. Such a level of difficulty should not be included in the first phase of the training selection. If this is the standard, I doubt even half of the students will score above 20 points. This selection has now fully aligned with the IMO competition format. 6 problems, each worth 7 points, totaling 42 points. Scoring 20 points could be considered barely achieving half the problems. However, for Miao Zhenan's grading, most students seemed capable of solving only 1 or 2 problems. Even disregarding accuracy, very few managed to write solutions for more than 4 problems. There were even instances of students submitting entirely blank papers for all 6 problems. Surely, among this cohort of students, there must be a few exceptionally talented individuals. What about Lu Yuan and Zheng Heng? Have their papers been graded? How do they perform? Professor Wang first inquired about these 2 individuals, who were the most renowned among the current national training team members. Their fame had surged online, particularly as they had both achieved perfect scores in the last national competition. Professor Wang held particularly high hopes for Lu Yuan. Not yet, but I suspect they managed to solve at least 5 problems. The 6th problem was exceedingly challenging, perhaps even more so than the final problem in the IMO competition. As Miao Zhenan was responsible for grading the papers, he had naturally attempted these problems himself. His own mathematical prowess was commendable, having once participated as a gold medalist in international mathematics competitions. He was currently teaching at Harbin Institute of Technology, having accepted an invitation from Professor Wang and Coach Ji of Jiangnan Province to assist as a coach. After all, Coach Ji was also affiliated with Harbin Institute of Technology, and given the national training team's preparations for the IMO, Miao Zhenan readily agreed. Initially, when faced with this set of papers, he had himself only managed to solve up to the 5th problem. Chapter 54. Indeed, it is him, Professor Wang, who crafted this examination. It truly possesses a high standard, especially the 6th problem. Without solid foundational skills and a robust, innovative mindset, it would be nearly impossible to solve. Miao Zhenan had initially struggled with the 6th problem himself. It was only after reviewing the solution approach that he could not help but exclaim at its ingenuity. It demanded an extraordinary familiarity with various foundational concepts, alongside a capacity for summation, innovation, and remarkable flexibility to even entertain the possibility of a solution. He even felt that this problem surpassed the final challenge he faced during his own IMO participation in difficulty. Upon hearing this, a sense of pride blossomed on Professor Wang's face. After this winter camp, I sought out numerous esteemed individuals like yourself, gold medalists from various fields and researchers in Olympic competitions to craft these problems. I selected a few suitable ones and made necessary adjustments. You cannot imagine. Some problems took me 2 months of persistence to finalize. Crafting challenging problems is no easy feat. These mock IMO-type problems require innovative thinking rather than mere rote formulas. Otherwise, they would not pose a challenge for the students of the national training team. Especially the final question, which even impressed Miao Zhenan. After all, such innovative thinking is inherently novel, and the question's creator likely devoted considerable time and effort to its design. It is only thanks to Professor Wang's extensive connections and his leadership of several national training teams that he could gather such a challenging set of problems. No wonder, Miao Zhenan thought, acknowledging Professor Wang's early preparations for the training. He held a deep respect for this team leader, but returned to his earlier concern. Still, I question the appropriateness of such difficulty for the first phase. Does it not indicate that the second phase will be even more challenging? Or is the IMO now at this level of intensity? Having participated in the IMO himself, he was aware that the difficulty had been steadily rising year by year. However, the current acceleration of this trend left him somewhat incredulous. This was originally intended as the second phase selection paper. I simply switched the order of the papers prepared for the first and second phases. Upon learning that this was indeed the second phase selection paper, Miao Zhen felt a wave of relief wash over him, realizing it was not his mathematical understanding that had fallen behind the times. However, confusion quickly returned to his expression as he struggled to comprehend Professor Wang's rationale. But why? If you do this, the second phase will lack significant differentiation. Rest assured, Zhen, I have considered this matter thoroughly and have discussed it with the other coaches. From this year onward, we are preparing for this transformation. Professor Wang, unhurried, took another sip of tea and continued. The goal of the first phase of training is to identify the most capable and talented individuals worthy of cultivation. Given these circumstances, it would be more prudent to directly present the original examination paper prepared for the second phase, characterized by significant differentiation. The extent of one's innate talent and capabilities would be immediately apparent. If one could indeed solve these challenging questions, particularly the final one, then it would be unjust for some exceptionally gifted students to be eliminated due to minor errors on foundational questions. Simultaneously, those who were eliminated would come to recognize their own shortcomings, thus reducing the likelihood of complaints and resentment. Professor Wang's approach was met with nods of approval from Teacher Miao. As for the second phase, it is evident that the students entering the top 15 possess commendable talent, each being top tier in their own right. Their abilities are largely on par with one another, with the primary aim being to select 6 competitors who exhibit greater consistency. Although the difficulty of the first phase examination paper is somewhat inferior to that of the second phase, it still presents a formidable challenge, at least on par with the difficulty of CMO questions, making it suitable for assessing the student's performance stability. Therefore, after consulting with the coaching team, the 2 papers were revised. Moving forward, we intend to continue the talent selection process for the training team in the manner established today. Professor Wang has effectively systematized the selection process, clearly delineating the objectives of the 2 phases. The first phase assesses talent, while the second phase evaluates consistent performance. Remarkable. After a while, Teacher Miao let out a sigh of admiration. What is it? Professor Wang, still occupied with tallying scores, quickly leaned in upon hearing this. Someone has actually solved the final question. Within the limited time of the examination, they managed to articulate a logically coherent and comprehensive solution on the paper. Truly impressive. With both hands, Teacher Miao excitedly presented the examination paper to Professor Wang. Professor, this student is a promising candidate who has secured first place in international competitions. Upon receiving the paper, Professor Wang first glanced at the neatly written solution to the final question. After confirming its accuracy, he swiftly scanned to the front. After all, with only 60 students in the selection examination, there were no official pseudonyms. The personal information was inscribed at the top of the paper. Indeed, it was him. Upon seeing the name Yuan prominently displayed, Professor Wang's face brightened with delight, and he involuntarily nodded in approval of Yuan's performance. In the classroom, as Professor Wang and Teacher Ji entered, they were holding the examination papers of all the students. Among the 60 classmates, aside from a few who appeared somewhat restless, most wore expressions of despondency. Sigh. Many students wore grim faces, and even before the papers were distributed or the results announced, they were already lamenting in disappointment. After all, each student was acutely aware of their own performance on this examination. Out of 6 substantial questions, only a handful managed to answer more than 3 correctly. A few even submitted blank papers, and those who attempted to compare answers avoided the topic, not wishing to dwell on this painful matter. Meanwhile, those who had achieved full marks in the previous test were each exhibiting a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Although they knew their scores would likely fall short of perfection, they had discreetly inquired among themselves and realized they were all at a similar level, having answered 4 or 5 questions correctly, thus fostering some hope. Please quiet down. At last, Professor Wang spoke from the center of the podium. Compared to Teacher Ji, Professor Wang's tone was noticeably gentler. His disposition was not one of impatience or volatility. The first phase of selection has now concluded, and I hold the examination results in my hands. This paper was notably challenging, with each question designed to match the difficulty of IMO questions. The 6th question in particular, was even more difficult than the final question of the IMO. So those who performed poorly should not be disheartened. With Professor Wang's words of consolation, the previously somber atmosphere in the classroom lifted considerably. The overall average score for this examination was 16 points, with a cutoff for entering the second phase of training set at 31 points. I will not announce individual scores, but will instead reveal the names and scores of the 15 students advancing to the second phase. Of course, I have all the examination papers in my possession, and any students who feel their scores are in dispute may come to review their papers afterward. However, once reviewed, these papers will be archived and sealed and will not be returned to you. Therefore, after today, even if there are disputes, you will not have another opportunity to view your papers. Now, I will announce the names of the students entering the national training team for the second phase. 15 place, Wang Di, 31 points. 5th place, Luan Kun, 34 points. Tied for 3rd place, Zheng Heng, Shi Jiayu, 35 points. As each familiar name was called by Professor Wang, those who were aware of their mediocre performance gradually let go of any lingering hope. At this point, all eyes turned to Lu Yuan and Dai Chi Hong, as their names had yet to be announced. 2nd place, as Professor Wang began to speak. The atmosphere in the classroom momentarily froze, the air thick with anticipation. Dai Chi Hong, 37 points. As the words fell, many students shook their heads with expressions of mixed emotions. Sigh. Low murmurs of regret filled the classroom. Clearly, among the students, there was a preference for Dai Chi Hong to take first place over Lu Yuan. Even if they felt inferior to Lu Yuan, the prospect of another student overshadowing him and tempering his dominance was quite appealing. Unfortunately, the top position ultimately reflects true capability rather than popular opinion. Otherwise, the somewhat ostracized Lu Yuan might have found himself at the bottom of the rankings. In this moment, Lu Yuan remained remarkably composed, having anticipated his standing. Given the considerable difficulty of the questions and his understanding that while his peers possessed commendable problem-solving abilities, they could not match his performance in terms of both time and accuracy, he held a degree of confidence in securing first place. Of course, his gaze remained fixed on Professor Wang. The rankings were now determined, but he still held hopes for a perfect score. As for who would claim the top spot, it is evident that Lu Yuan would be the answer. Indeed, he was the only student to achieve a perfect score in this round of selection. From the outset, Professor Wang had been observing Lu Yuan, his eyes filled with admiration, encouragement, and satisfaction. At this moment, he even wore a gentle smile and nodded in Lu Yuan's direction. Lu Yuan, in the upcoming period, be sure to adjust your mindset. You possess both the talent and capability. Strive earnestly for first place in this year's international competition. Do not leave any regrets. Unlike Teacher Ji, who had noticed the classroom's discord on his first day and understood the atmosphere of discontent towards Lu Yuan, Professor Wang was oblivious to the dynamics among the students. After grading the papers, he discovered that Lu Yuan had successfully answered even the most challenging final question. He was already anticipating the results of the upcoming IMO competition, hoping for a performance that could rival the best in nearly a decade. Today, while observing the quietly seated Lu Yuan, he felt a genuine fondness for him. Without reservation, he expressed his encouragement and emphasis on Lu Yuan's talents in front of the entire class. This undoubtedly intensified the spotlight on Lu Yuan. The previously elated Lu Yuan, having achieved a perfect score, could not help but temper his joy, glancing around to gauge his classmates' reactions. Fortunately, this time, their expressions bore less resentment or defiance. Upon hearing of his perfect score once more, most students exhibited signs of admiration rather than hostility. Incredible! How extraordinary! A perfect score on such an examination. Who can compare to Brother Yuan? At this moment, low murmurs of astonishment continued to emanate from behind Lu Yuan. At long last, he let out a sigh of relief. For although exceptional individuals often accompany their prowess with solitude, Lu Yuan still aspired to forge relatively harmonious relationships with his peers. The arduous examination inadvertently aided Lu Yuan. Previously, many had attributed his success to mere luck or good fortune, believing the disparity between themselves and him to be minimal. However, they now recognized the substantial gap that separated them, and the majority of his classmates were genuinely convinced of his superiority. Brother Yuan, Zheng Heng. Shall we head to the cafeteria for a meal? In their dormitory, Li Jiang, who had previously shown little interest in him, extended an invitation the moment Lu Yuan walked in. The moniker Brother Yuan, which had gained popularity for him in the Jiangnan provincial team, had now permeated the entire national training squad. We just returned from the cafeteria. How about tomorrow? Huh, no need for that. I leave tomorrow. Today marks the final day of the first phase of training. Aside from the 15 members advancing to the second phase, The majority of students would depart the following day, with Li Jiang being no exception. Just as well, I was planning to visit the convenience store. I'll walk with you for a bit. It was a rare occasion for a classmate to approach him amiably, and since Li Jiang was also destined for Peking University, they would eventually be classmates. Since I have nothing pressing to attend to, I'll graciously accept your offer, Lu Yuan replied, concocting a plausible excuse to visit the convenience store near the cafeteria for some snacks. Brother Yuan, you need to make another trip. Just tell me what you want, and I'll bring it back after my meal. As he felt the natural rapport developing with Li Jiang, Lu Yuan finally managed to dispel the barriers that had existed between himself and many others following the examination. This alleviated the discomfort he had felt in recent days. I like 5 packets of Jinzai, 2 packets of Lil Huan Xiong, 3 grilled sausages, and a bottle of Assam. Before Lu Yuan could voice his requests, Zheng Heng interjected without hesitation. Wait, Li Jiang, perhaps make it 7 packets of Jinzai, including a variety of flavors. The sequence of demands left Li Jiang looking perplexed, his gaze fixed on Zheng Heng in bewilderment. Are you certain you just returned from the cafeteria? Zheng Heng, did you not eat? I did. I just happen to be a bit peckish. As he spoke, Zheng Heng was already producing a red bill to hand over. I can vouch for him. He ate. He even had 2 extra bowls of rice. Seeing Li Jiang turn his head toward him, Lu Yuan felt somewhat helpless as he corroborated Zheng Heng's claims. The appetite of these adolescent boys was truly unparalleled. It was hardly a meal. It was a display of gluttony as they polished off bowls in mere moments. Had the plates not been emptied, Lu Yuan suspected Zheng Heng could have continued consuming more. Brother Yuan, what would you like me to bring back for you? A bottle of cola will suffice. If the first phase of training had retained a sense of camaraderie and collective spirit, the second phase felt markedly more subdued. With only 15 participants, the interactions among them dwindled significantly. Occasionally, a few classmates would approach Lu Yuan for insights on mathematical problem-solving techniques. The students qualifying for the second phase all possessed the requisite capabilities to compete in the IMO. The disparities in overall strength were minimal, largely contingent upon individual talents and performance. However, the more outstanding students consistently demonstrated stable results. Consequently, the selection for the second phase unfolded rather uneventfully, with no dark horses emerging. Lu Yuan retained his top position, while Shi Jiayu claimed the second spot. Dai Qihong came in third, Zheng Heng fourth, Zhou Tao fifth, and Lu Enkun secured 6th place. Among the final 6, 3 hailed from the Jiangnan provincial team, 2 from the Shanghai team, and 1 from the capital team. This was likely the year with the highest number of representatives from the Jiangnan provincial team preparing for the IMO. Lu Yuan was unsurprised to be appointed captain of the national team, with Dai Qihong as vice-captain, ready to embark on the journey to the IMO competition. Chapter 56, The Targeting and Disdain of the American Team. June 28th. 3 months slipped by in the blink of an eye, particularly during the formal preparations following the announcement of the team roster. In truth, the 6 of them had been studying together at Songjiang No. 7 High School. Lu Yuan himself could not deeply perceive the extent of his growth. He could only endeavor to broaden his knowledge base. Ironically, without the initial large groups, small cliques, the 6 naturally gravitated towards one another, forming a bond. Today marked the official departure of the representative team to Los Angeles for the IMO competition. On the flight from the capital to Los Angeles, Professor Wang quietly instructed the 6 contestants. Indeed, the American team has historically been our fiercest competitors. Aside from the American team, are there any other noteworthy opponents? Shi Jiayu inquired softly, keenly interested in their upcoming adversaries. Yes, the venerable Russian team, and the relatively strong Korean team in recent years. The Korean team? Dai Qihong repeated, a hint of skepticism evident on his face. Clearly, he held a low opinion of the Korean team, viewing them as inconsequential. Noticing this, Professor Wang promptly clarified, do not underestimate foreign teams. The Korean team was the group champion 3 years ago. No one anticipated that they, who had consistently hovered around the top 5 in previous years, would emerge victorious that year. Moreover, they have also performed commendably in informatics competitions. Lu Yuan quietly absorbed this information. Like Dai Qihong, his focus remained solely on the formidable American and Russian teams, considering no other nation squads. Of course, you need not worry too much. Our country has achieved the best results in most years. However, we seldom have a streak of consecutive victories. So it is crucial for you to maintain composure and not squander the opportunity for a 3rd consecutive win. Ultimately, the competition would hinge on the team performances of each nation, as there were no additional official awards for individual first places. Nevertheless, beyond team accolades, everyone remained eager to informally track who might emerge as the top scorer. The plane finally descended at Los Angeles International Airport in the afternoon. Lu Yuan and his party of 15 boarded the prearranged bus, heading directly to the renowned University of California, Los Angeles, UCLA. Due to a tight schedule, they had no time to adjust to the time difference. The six hastily dropped off their luggage in their dormitory before following Professor Wang to the assembly location. Passing through countless palm trees, Lu Yuan had no opportunity to admire the campus scenery, soon arriving at an indoor hall. Inside, nearly 100 individuals had already gathered, presumably representatives from various countries participating in the IMO. Some teams sported distinct uniforms. Lu Yuan's team had their own as well, but having just disembarked from the plane, they had not had time to change and hurriedly arrived for the meeting. As teams from around the world continued to pour into the hall, waiting for the conference room to officially open, Lu Yuan observed that the majority of participants were male, with only a scant few females present. Moreover, most appeared to be of Asian descent, with fewer individuals boasting blonde hair and blue eyes. In terms of age, the competitors generally seemed quite young, with Lu Yuan already belonging to the older cohort. "Hello." Suddenly, a feminine voice greeted him. An Asian girl with fair skin, delicate features, and an oval face appeared beside him. She stood approximately 165 centimeters tall, her long black hair cascading in waves. Dressed in what appeared to be her school uniform, a white long-sleeve shirt with a red bow tie, layered with a sleeveless black sweater and a brown plaid pleated skirt. To be honest, the girl's appearance was quite striking, particularly with her sweet smile at that moment. The attention of Lu Yuan's team of 6 immediately gravitated towards her. The number of female participants in international mathematics competitions is already quite limited, let alone the presence of an attractive Asian high school girl. Upon receiving a friendly greeting, Lu Yuan attempted to respond politely in his rather rudimentary English. "Which country are you representing?" "I am a contestant from the United States, Park Hyun-na." Her English also bore a peculiar accent, yet the simplicity of the conversation made it manageable. "We are from the Hwagwa team. My name is Lu Yuan." As soon as Lu Yuan finished speaking, he noticed that Park Hyun-na's smile began to wane. "Oh," she exclaimed, seemingly in disbelief. Subsequently, her gaze toward Lu Yuan and his teammates shifted to one of disdain and rejection. It was as if she had performed a sudden act of face-changing opera right before them. This abrupt change in demeanor caused Lu Yuan, who initially held a positive impression of her, to retract his polite smile and adopt a serious expression. Before long, her teammates gathered around her. After a brief exchange in Korean, their youthful faces were unable to conceal their disdain. The leader of the group, a tall boy who seemed to take charge, stepped forward with an air of unwarranted arrogance, communicating with them in a tone that clearly conveyed annoyance. However, his swift and accented English left Lu Yuan somewhat perplexed. Ultimately, it was Dai Chi-hong, a classmate from Shanghai High School, who, being particularly familiar with English, translated for him. They expressed their dislike for our country and questioned why we export shoddy industrial products to their nation. They accused us of plundering their wealth and undermining their market with these inferior goods. It was unexpected for them to encounter such blatant hostility from a team that was ostensibly there to compete. The palpable animosity and prejudice exhibited by these high school students from the United States left Lu Yuan and his teammates exchanging bewildered glances. They were unclear about the educational environment that shaped these students, yet it was evident that the participant from the IMO harbored deep-seated animosity towards Hwagwa. At that moment, another boy stepped forward, seemingly responding to their leader. "Isn't it obvious? Hwagwa's economy is backward, and its industry is underdeveloped, which is why it can only produce such inferior products." Interestingly, this boy spoke in English rather than Korean. The blatant derision in his tone was unmistakable, and Lu Yuan grasped the underlying insinuation without needing further clarification from Dai Chi-hong. The entire team regarded them with a distinctly provocative demeanor. Lu Yuan, feeling somewhat dazed, found it perplexing that a mere polite exchange had escalated into an unprovoked display of ridicule and scorn. "Excuse me, but our industrial products are actually exported to countries all over the world. We manufacture and export goods that are in demand globally. It seems your country simply has a penchant for these cost-effective products." When abroad, regardless of whether one is facing unwarranted hostility, Lu Yuan could tolerate personal insults. But when it came to disparaging his nation, he would not remain silent. Even in 2015, the Americans still seemed oblivious to the true strength of their own country. The American team members appeared entirely unfazed by Lu Yuan's subtle retorts, seemingly indifferent to his words. Meanwhile, another Asian-faced boy, upon hearing the commotion from Lu Yuan's side, attempted to engage them in Chinese. "Are you from the Hwagwa team?" "Indeed, and you are?" This boy, who had approached them, had a slightly darker complexion and wore simple attire, a knitted jacket paired with loose beige trousers. Speaking in Chinese caught Lu Yuan off guard, leaving him uncertain of which nation he represented. My Chinese name is Lin Xingbin, but I also go by Andrew. His Chinese, albeit somewhat awkward, was punctuated by moments of hesitation, and he soon switched back to English. My grandfather is from Huagua, but my father was born in the United States. I am a member of the American team participating in this IMO. Upon realizing he was also from the American team, Lu Yuan and his teammates had yet to respond when Park Hyun-na suddenly regained her composure, her expression reverting to the sweet demeanor she had initially displayed when greeting him. Chapter 57. The true nature of competition. By now, all the team leaders had entered the conference hall, presumably deliberating on various matters. Meanwhile, interactions among the delegations from different countries grew increasingly frequent. Lu Yuan and his group were currently listening to Park Hyun-na extolling Lin Xingbin's virtues. Initially, Lin Xingbin had approached them, seemingly wishing to engage in conversation, but after a few words from Park Hyun-na, his attention had completely shifted. Andrew, your American team is remarkably strong. I am confident you will achieve great results this time. I excel in algebra, and my teammates are also formidable. This year, our team will be a strong contender for the championship. Though Lu Yuan could not comprehend every word, he could discern the gist from the keywords. Faced with the American team's members, even the other American teammates had shed their previous arrogance. Although Lu Yuan and his companions had never considered the American team a threat, they felt the sting of this differential treatment. The discriminatory gazes they received were unpleasant, akin to having swallowed a fly. They had anticipated a courteous and friendly commencement of the competition on an international stage, yet the first experience they encountered was one of disdain and ridicule from foreign competitors. Before long, Lin Xingbin's teammates joined him. This year's American team comprised 6 members, 1 female and 5 males, 4 of whom had Asian features. Among the remaining 2, one was a fair-haired, blue-eyed Caucasian male, while the other was a darker-skinned individual of Indian descent. At this point, Lu Yuan began to piece together the puzzle. Park Hyun-na's earlier enthusiasm towards him was likely due to her mistaking him for a member of the American team. Surrounded by a majority of Asian competitors, Lu Yuan felt a diminished sense of international rivalry, almost reminiscent of the atmosphere back in his domestic CMO events. Are you the captain of the Huagua team? Lin Xingbin had returned to converse with Lu Yuan, seeking to continue their earlier interaction. The reason was simple. Park Hyun-na had ceased her engagement with him and had shifted her focus to the sole Caucasian member of the American team, both of whom were now engrossed in animated conversation. Lu Yuan and his team had just experienced the abrupt change in demeanor, and now Lin Xingbin was undergoing a similar experience. I am Lu Yuan, the captain of the Huagua team. I'm a captain of the American team. Your previous performance was commendable. However, this time, you shall have no chance. I hope you all perform well in the competition. Don't let us win too easily. Lin Xingbin, who had previously engaged in a seemingly amicable exchange, suddenly mirrored the style of Park Hyun-na. Although devoid of outright discrimination or mockery, his words were merely juvenile bravado. Our teammate Jessica is a gold medalist from last year's IMO and has won the MIT mathematics competition for 3 consecutive years. It was evident that in an international setting, conversations were more forthright, lacking the subtlety often found in domestic interactions, particularly with Lin Xingbin, who openly divulged information about his team's most skilled member. MIT's Lu Yuan could naturally discern the prestigious institution's identity. However, the specific name of the tri-championship mathematics competition remained somewhat elusive to him. Additionally, one aspect of the conversation surprised him. He had not anticipated that the strongest competitor from the American team would be the seemingly reserved female participant. It is worth noting that, in the realm of elite mathematics, the representation of women is a rarity, let alone one being the team's ace. Andrew, why are you even discussing this with the Chinese team? Our American team is your most formidable rival. Park Hyun-na, who had been attentively following their dialogue, seized the moment to interrupt, pulling her white American teammate forward. You needn't pay any mind to the Chinese team. They should focus on catching up to us first. Such peculiar remarks were ones Lu Yuan wished he could disregard. Yet, paradoxically, the more outrageous the statement, the sharper his hearing seemed to become. Have you forgotten that our Chinese team won the IMO championship 2 years in a row? Protested Dai Chi-hong, unable to contain himself any longer. His expression grew grave as he confronted the members of the opposing teams. In terms of results, the Chinese team has consistently ranked first, both in overall championships and in the number of gold medals. Even Lin Xingbin from the American team acknowledged them as a significant adversary, while the American team, clearly a secondary tier, seemed to dismiss the Chinese team's accomplishments. Of course, Lu Yuan was well aware of the historical demeanor of the American team. They perpetually live in a state of denial, engrossed in their own world of self-amusement. Having never traveled abroad or had substantial interactions with Americans before his rebirth, he now found himself gaining a clearer understanding, which explained the prevalent mockery directed at them online. In 2006 and 2013, it was our American team that claimed the championship. And in 2013, we even secured the individual first place. A series of achievements was proclaimed by several American team members. Indeed, they exhibited an unwavering focus on their own historical performances and those of the American team, entirely disregarding the Chinese team's past successes. Old die, don't argue with them. Conversing with such individuals is a waste of breath, Lu Yuan interjected, interrupting the heated debate. His gaze swept across the members of both teams. Regardless of your grievances, the historical results clearly indicate that our Chinese team has claimed the most championships and boasts the best overall performance. This year will be no exception. I hope your team can achieve the strength you boast about. With that, he dismissed any further dissent, pulling Dai Qihong back to their team's area. Fortunately, the main entrance of the auditorium finally swung open, allowing the crowd outside to filter in. Approximately half an hour later, all national delegations had arrived, and the opening ceremony commenced. A bald elder from the West began detailing the participation details of this year's IMO. A total of 598 contestants from 109 countries and regions were participating. Not all nations fielded 6 contestants. Some smaller countries sent only 1 or 2 representatives. The preliminary exam questions had been submitted by each country's delegation a month prior and were just finalized. This year's examination questions, apart from those provided by the host nation, the United States, consisted of 35 questions uniformly supplied by the other countries. The final questions were decided during a recent meeting of the heads of each delegation. Prior to the exam, the usability of these questions needed to be re-verified, including extensive translation work. Therefore, the first day primarily involved listening to reports, with the actual examination commencing the following day. As Lu Yuan and his companions sat through the presentation, still adjusting to the time difference and recovering from their earlier debate, they began to doze off in their seats. Chapter 58. The examination begins. Initially, Lu Yuan held a favorable impression of the IMO and was filled with anticipation, envisioning a gathering of mathematical elites from various nations engaging in amicable exchanges. He hoped to forge connections with the future mathematical luminaries of the world. Unfortunately, reality often diverges from dreams. He discovered that no matter how high one's IQ or how strong their mathematical talent, human nature remains unchanged. Mathematics knows no nationality. Yet mathematicians do. Given that the IMO is fundamentally a competitive arena, the anticipated camaraderie was overshadowed by rivalry and disdain between teams. For the first time, Lu Yuan felt an intense desire to secure victory, yearning to perform admirably in the competition and earn the top position, a silent rebuke to both the American and South Korean teams. Engaging in verbal disputes with them seemed unnecessary. He preferred to let his achievements speak louder. Following a day of lectures, the much-anticipated day of the exam had finally arrived. Quietly, he awaited the distribution of the exam papers, filled with silent hopes. Lu Yuan understood that this was likely the final competition of his high school career. Once he entered university, his focus would shift to the realm of advanced mathematics, in contrast to the already established field of elementary mathematics. Higher mathematics represents the true frontier of competition among nations. Critical national projects, pioneering research papers, and various mathematical conjectures would define his genuine mathematical journey. Upon receiving the exam paper, Lu Yuan shook his head to clear his thoughts. The moments of anticipation before an exam always brought a flurry of reflections. After taking a deep breath and centering himself, he quickly scanned the paper before him. This had become his habitual approach during competitions. As soon as the papers were distributed, he would glance through the questions to assess their difficulty. The 3 questions on the first day appeared deceptively simple at first glance, reminiscent of prior encounters. However, as Lu Yuan contemplated them, he realized that the conditions seemed somewhat lacking, distinctly different from the types he had previously encountered. He found himself unable to immediately derive answers in his mind, yet he felt a sense of calm settling within him. Challenges were preferable. An easy paper would yield several students achieving full marks, which would hardly command respect. The first question was predictably an algebra problem. Lu Yuan re-examined the prompt, which was succinct yet presented considerable difficulty. As he settled into concentration, various ideas began to collide within his mind. In mere moments, he recognized a property of composite numbers, namely, that their positive divisors were finite and arranged in a fixed order. based on the recursive relationship outlined in the problem. He initially considered scenarios involving only one prime factor among all positive divisors. Soon, Lu Yuan discovered a pathway to the solution. The question was indeed novel, crafted by an individual of high caliber. Overall, while the difficulty was not extreme, the innovation was significant. If a student merely relied on rote practice to qualify, they would likely struggle with this question, just as Lu Yuan was prepared to pause his contemplation and document his process on the exam paper. His mind continued to churn with thoughts regarding the problem. Indeed, there were additional traps to consider. 2 other special cases required the solver's attention. Without accounting for these, even if one devised a new approach to solve the problem, they would only receive a score of 5 out of 7. After several minutes of writing down his answer, Lu Yuan shifted his gaze to the next question, which was a geometric proof. The prompt was similarly brief and accompanied by an illustrative example. Compared to the other questions, geometry was the subject in which Lu Yuan excelled the quickest. The example image resonated with his thoughts, and countless auxiliary lines began to extend within his mental visualization. In but a fleeting moment, a solution had crystallized in his mind, and the proof was readily apparent. Initially, his thoughts were merely of a triangle intersecting with a circle. But these simple ideas had evolved into a complex diagram featuring dual circles juxtaposed with 3 triangles and several tangents. With patience, he meticulously drew auxiliary lines on his paper. And after a series of calculations, he successfully completed the second problem. Time in examinations often feels fleeting, yet for Lu Yuan, it seemed to stretch interminably. At this moment, on the second day of the exam, he had already turned his attention to the final question, the crowning challenge of this IMO. Another geometric problem, which brought him a sense of delight. For Lu Yuan, the most demanding challenges lay within combinatorial problems, while this geometric figure posed little difficulty. His spatial reasoning abilities were almost like a gift from the heavens. Indeed, in a mere instant, the geometric figure unfurled in his mind. True to its reputation as the final problem, it still demanded considerable time and thought from Lu Yuan, despite his lack of apprehension toward geometry. Moreover, proving the solution necessitated a solid foundation of knowledge, as was the case with this particular problem. Following a series of proofs, he needed to invoke the circumcircle theorem as a pivotal inferential argument. Only by first establishing the given circle as a circumcircle could he commence with the subsequent proof. Although not a combinatorial problem, the breadth of geometric knowledge required for this question was particularly extensive. With just an hour left until the examination concluded, Lu Yuan had completed all the problems of the second day's IMO challenges. He even meticulously reviewed his answers several times to ensure there were no errors, confident that he was ready to submit his paper. Initially, Lu Yuan had not intended to affect anyone's mindset. After all, during yesterday's 4.5-hour examination, he had been the first to submit after sitting for a grueling 2 hours. However, today was different, as he had spotted 2 familiar faces in the examination hall. Indeed, in a classroom of over 20 students, fortune favored him as he encountered Park Hyun-na and Lin Shungbin. At that moment, most of their classmates were still engrossed in pondering the first question, with very few having begun to write. Once a line of thought was established, solving the problems proceeded swiftly. The challenge lay in formulating that initial idea. The classroom was exceptionally quiet at this moment, making the sound of Lu Yuan collecting his paper and even the scraping of his chair seem disproportionately loud. Instantly, all eyes turned towards him. A confident smile adorned Lu Yuan's face as he strode purposefully towards the podium. Shit. Fuck. At this juncture, familiar exclamations echoed behind him. Both Park Hyun-na and Lin Shungbin gazed at Lu Yuan with expressions of mixed shock and confusion. Internally, they consoled themselves, believing that Lu Yuan had merely given up on the exam due to an inability to solve the problems rather than having completed them. However, before they could fully process this thought, Lu Yuan flashed them a knowing smile, one brimming with confidence. He even deliberately raised the paper in his hand, revealing it filled with answers, shattering any lingering hopes they harbored. Are you sure? At this moment, a middle-aged white professor, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, inquired. He too assumed Lu Yuan was preparing to forfeit the examination and was seeking final confirmation. Absolutely. Yet, as Lu Yuan confidently replied and accepted his paper, the professor's demeanor shifted dramatically. His expression no longer bore the encouraging tone from moments before. His eyes widened, and his pupils constricted. The reason was simple. The paper was far from the blank slate he had anticipated. Instead, it was filled with detailed solutions to each question, none left unanswered. This compelled the professor to adjust his glasses, and, after fully confirming, he regarded Lu Yuan with a look of sheer astonishment as he observed him exude unwavering confidence while calmly exiting the classroom. Chapter 59. It appears the championship will be claimed by our American team. Within the classroom, the early submission by Lu Yuan had undeniably affected the mindset of his peers. No one was oblivious to the sight of his fully completed paper and his proud demeanor, which clearly indicated a high level of confidence regarding the day's examination. At this juncture, many began to doubt their own abilities. Had they overcomplicated the problems? Or was the disparity between individuals simply that vast? Was this the hallmark of genius in international competitions? Lin Xingbin maintained a steady composure, continuing to ponder the questions from his seat. In contrast, Park Hyun-na found herself in a less favorable emotional state. The inherent difficulty of the problems posed a challenge for her, and now, the situation was compounded by the persistent recollection of Lu Yuan's subtle mockery. She scribbled furiously on her scratch paper, her other hand nervously tugging at her hair, repeatedly reaching up to her scalp. The calm facade she had maintained shattered within mere minutes after Lu Yuan's submission. She began muttering under her breath, expressing her frustration in low tones, which began to influence those around her. Are you certain you've checked everything? There's ample time. There's no need to rush out of the examination room. In the adjacent rest area, Lu Yuan was tidying up his belongings. Only a few team leaders from various countries were engaged in conversation. Professor Wang was also among them, and upon seeing Lu Yuan return from the examination hall, he hurried over to inquire about the exam status. I've checked thoroughly, Professor Wang. Rest assured, I am confident. For Lu Yuan, the review process had not been particularly necessary. After numerous competitions, he had already iterated through his solution process multiple times while writing it down. Any subsequent checks were merely to consider alternative approaches, all of which he had already contemplated within the hour. In fact, his reviews had never yielded any significant revelations. His reluctance to submit too early stemmed more from a desire not to appear overly ostentatious. Really? Professor Wang's internal apprehension was palpable. After witnessing Lu Yuan submit his paper over 2 hours early the previous day, he had already found it remarkable. Fortunately, when the 6 competitors discussed their results later, Lu Yuan's 3 problems from the first day were confirmed to be correct without any surprises. In contrast, Lu Enkun and Dai Chi-hong had failed to account for certain nuances in the first problem. Even so, Professor Wang had struggled to sleep well the previous night. As the team leader responsible for selecting national representatives for international competitions, the weight of this responsibility was immense. While domestic competitions attracted little attention, the international level commanded scrutiny from both the media and higher authorities, amplifying his stress. The outcome of Lu Yuan's performance today was even more astonishing than the previous day. Despite the apparent difficulty of the problems, he emerged from the examination room in just an hour. It was essential to note that actual competitions were team events. If one participant faltered, the entire team's chances of securing victory would be severely compromised. Could it be that today's problems were less challenging? That seemed unlikely. The 6 problems had been confirmed during the team leader meeting, of which Professor Wang was a part, and he was well aware of their actual difficulty. The more he contemplated, the greater his anxiety grew. Professor Wang, please remain calm. You can trust me. I won't let you down. As Lu Yuan spoke, a stout middle-aged man with fair skin approached. He stood at a similar height to Lu Yuan, but was significantly broader, sporting a prominent belly, yet wearing a friendly expression. Wang, is this your country's candidate? How is it that he finished so quickly? Didn't he want to push through a bit longer? Jimmy, Lu Yuan is our strongest contestant. He has already completed the examination. In front of outsiders, Professor Wang chose to express his belief in Lu Yuan, despite his own lingering doubts. Ha! As soon as he spoke, he was met with the hearty laughter of Jimmy, the portly team leader. This commotion drew the attention of the other team leaders who had been engaged in conversation nearby. Wang, are you unaware of the difficulty of this year's problems? Completing and submitting the paper in just an hour? Did he believe himself to be Terrence Tao? Upon Jimmy's remark, the surrounding team leaders immediately grasped the situation and erupted into laughter. After all, even Terrence, during his participation in the IMO, did not finish the exam within an hour. A nearby Caucasian gentleman chimed in, reinforcing the jest. Lu Yuan initially struggled to recall who Terrence was, but as he pondered the pronunciation of Tao, the discussion surrounding the IMO began to clarify his understanding. He realized that this referred to the eminent mathematician mentioned by Teacher G from the provincial team. The 13-year-old IMO gold medalist and Fields Medal laureate, the world-renowned Master Tao. It seemed that this year's championship was destined for the American team. Jimmy, that remains to be seen. Lu Yuan did not anticipate that his early submission would stir such ripples beyond the examination hall. It had ignited fervent discussions among the many team leaders in the lounge. Particularly, Professor Jimmy of the American team appeared utterly exhilarated, as if the championship was already in their grasp. Coach Jimmy. At that moment, a female voice from outside brought Coach Jimmy back to reality. Lu Yuan recognized this girl as Jessica, the mainstay of the American team, introduced to him by Lin Chongbin. She had a more introverted demeanor, having remained silent during his previous interactions or disputes with other teams. Tall and slender, approximately 5 feet tall, with a slightly sallow complexion, her features were unremarkable, and she could easily be overlooked in a crowd. Jessica, what brings you out here? As Jessica approached, ready to converse with Coach Jimmy, she noticed Lu Yuan in the lounge, a look of surprise crossing her face, clearly taken aback that someone had exited the examination room before her. After a moment of realization, she politely nodded at Lu Yuan before turning back to her coach. I spent a bit more time on the 5th problem today. Otherwise, I would have finished even earlier than yesterday. Clearly, Jessica had misunderstood Coach Jimmy's inquiry and was explaining her delayed submission. You finished early yesterday as well? Coach Jimmy was surprised to learn that Jessica had also submitted her paper ahead of time. The leaders from over 100 countries were not always present in the lounge, as most arrived only close to the exam's conclusion. The group of 10 or so leaders present were engaged in lively conversation, hence their delay in departing. To his astonishment, within such a short span, 2 students had already completed their exams. Professor Wang, upon seeing Jessica from the American team, felt a wave of relief wash over him. With only Lu Yuan submitting so quickly, he had genuine concerns, but if 2 had finished early, it indicated that Lu Yuan had indeed approached the problems earnestly. Perhaps the difficulty of the questions was not as formidable as they had initially presumed. Chapter 60, Request for a Resit. Brother Yuan, do you think we can secure a gold medal this time? I feel like my performance was just mediocre. In a corner of the UCLA campus, Lu Yuan leaned against a palm tree, messaging Ling Du back home, primarily discussing the launch of his book. He had heard that the book was selling well, having sold over 200 copies just a few days post-release, excluding those purchased by the Sanguisha company. Achieving such numbers without any promotional efforts for a book priced at 88 yuan was indeed commendable. However, Zheng Hang beside him was not concerned about the book's sales. The days following the exam were free time, and Lu Yuan had mostly been wandering around the library or various spots on campus. He could have also attempted to audit classes at UCLA, which was what Dai Chi Hong and Shi Jiu had primarily done in the past few days. Lu Yuan was interested, but his struggles with English communication made the prospect of attending lectures delivered entirely in English daunting. Don't worry, the papers have already been graded, and there's nothing we can change now. The grading process had taken 2 days, and it was completed yesterday. Today marked the 3rd day, and grades were expected to be announced along with the closing ceremony. However, for reasons unknown, Lu Yuan and the others received a notice early in the morning stating that the meeting time had been postponed by an hour. This was why Lu Yuan was searching for a place to rest on campus, other than a minor altercation with teams from other countries on the first day. He had found the remaining time quite pleasant. Do you think the graders can truly comprehend our responses? Despite the papers having been graded, Zheng Heng couldn't help but voice his worries. Contestants were not required to respond solely in English. Most answered in their native languages, making his concerns somewhat understandable. Professor Wang is involved in the grading, and given our country's history of winning numerous championships, there should be no issues with the grading process. From what Lu Yuan understood, several teachers evaluated each paper, with team leaders or deputy leaders from each country participating in discussions with the coordinators from the organizing committee. Ultimately, the results would be compiled and reviewed to finalize the scores. Buzz. Lu Yuan's phone began to vibrate. Hello. All right, I understand. Zheng Hang is right beside me. We'll head over now. Upon hearing his name mentioned on the call, Zheng Hang looked at him. Hurry. Room 303 in the North Building. Professor Wang is looking for us. Didn't they postpone it by an hour? Why are we meeting now? His tone conveyed confusion. Yet Zheng Heng's expression instantly brightened as he followed Lu Yuan towards the teaching building. By the time they arrived, the other 4 team members were already present. As the auditorium had not been opened yet, they were not alone. Members from the American, Russian, Japanese teams and others were also gathered outside, reminiscent of the initial day when all delegations awaited assembly. Professor Wang emerged from the classroom, his face beaming with joy. As he opened the door, Lu Yuan caught a glimpse of the situation inside the auditorium, where several familiar faces from the South Korean team were engaged in discussions with a few middle-aged Caucasian men. No wonder Lu Yuan hadn't seen the South Korean team outside. Everyone's here. Once the meeting room doors closed, Professor Wang surveyed the group, his smile growing even more pronounced, which eased the tension in the hearts of Lu Yuan and his teammates. This was especially true for Lu Kan, who had been under the most pressure, having scored the lowest among the 6. After comparing answers post-competition, he realized he had performed the worst, failing to solve 2 problems, making it difficult for him to surpass 30 points, thus losing any chance at a gold medal. Now, his expression had visibly relaxed. Our team S scores have already been finalized. Lu and Kun, don't worry. You performed well on the other problems, scoring a total of 27 points. For a gold medal, one must score above 30 points, but you should have no trouble securing a silver. Upon hearing his score, Lu and Kun let out a long breath. Yet, the next moment, he scanned the other team members from different countries, unable to completely relax. Professor Wang, do you think our team can continue to secure the championship this year? My score may be holding everyone back. Do not blame yourself. You've performed admirably. Moreover, our chances of winning are quite high. With a spirited nod to the group, Professor Wang, already privy to their scores, wore a smile that spoke volumes. Certainly, I cannot guarantee the specific outcome at this moment, as I'm only aware of the achievements of a few of you. However, based on the historical performance of the teams, there appears to be over a 70% probability of success. I tend to adopt a cautious stance, yet I suspect the actual likelihood exceeds that threshold. Professor Wang's primary focus is on the American team, of which he has learned that 2 members have scored around 20 points. When calculating the total score, the probability of maintaining our position at the top of the team rankings this year could even reach 90%. However, before the others could inquire further about their respective scores, Professor Wang had already waved his hand, dismissing their curiosity. All of you can secure a gold medal, but I shall refrain from disclosing the exact scores for now. Consider it a suspenseful anticipation. The specifics will be revealed by the teachers at the upcoming meeting. Professor Wang, when does that meeting commence? Why is it being postponed all of a sudden? Although they were not inquiring about scores, Zheng Heng was nonetheless intrigued by the postponement. Upon mentioning this, a hint of disdain flickered across Professor Wang's face. It's hard to say, as there is still a considerable commotion inside. He halted mid-sentence. Unable to contain himself, Lu Yuan pressed on. Is the American team disputing their scores? Have you witnessed the situation firsthand? Recognizing that Lu Yuan had accurately identified the American team, Professor Wang continued, indeed, it is their team leader who is dissatisfied with the grading results. They wish to augment the score of one more team member. Despite being in discussions with the organizing committee, they arrived early today to confront the IMO council members, claiming there were issues with the grading from the previous days and demanding a revision of scores. Upon hearing that the papers might be re-evaluated for additional points at this juncture, Lu Yuan and his teammates exchanged glances bewildered. Could it be that they are resorting to such tactics upon learning that another delegation scored higher? The controversy pertains to a geometric proof, where the male student involved was only awarded 2 points. While I am not fully informed, it seems that the majority of the proof was contrived, and it appears their team leader seeks an additional 2 points. With this revelation, Professor Wang decided to divulge more information, explaining the full situation. Another female member of their team has also communicated with the council members, claiming there were issues during the examination. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan immediately thought of his own experience. After all, the American team only has 1 female contestant, Park Hyun-na. Could the examination issues pertain to her premature submission? Could the examination conditions be problematic? I know that Park Hyun-na's mathematical abilities are mediocre. Could it be that she secured her spot in the IMO through such dubious means? At this moment, Dai Chi-hong was the first to voice his thoughts, recalling vividly their encounters with the promising talent of Park Hyun-na, reminiscent of Sichuan Opera's face-changing act. Interestingly, Professor Wang did not exhibit the same disdain when discussing the potential for additional points. Instead, he appeared genuinely perplexed, casting a speculative glance at Lu Yuan. It seemed that the girl had initially answered all 3 questions on the first day correctly, yet shockingly submitted a blank paper on the second day, failing to solve any problems. She claimed that the early submissions of other students had affected her performance. Their team leader's main concern, however, was not merely about securing extra points. He was primarily interested in urging the IMO Council to conduct a re-examination due to the issues surrounding this female contestant. Chapter 61. The first perfect score and gold medal at the IMO. Indeed, it stemmed from her actions. Lu Yuan, standing in the hall, felt rather surprised. Initially, he had intended to disrupt the rhythm of Park Hyun-na and Lin Xingbin by submitting early. However, he never anticipated such a favorable outcome. He had merely hoped for a minor error to unsettle them. Who would have thought that Park Hyun-na would submit a blank paper the following day? This outcome exceeded all his expectations. Could it be that the mindset of these Americans operates at such a level? After a considerable pause, the doors to the auditorium finally swung open once more. The council members who had previously been seen arguing with the American team were now seated firmly at the podium. Meanwhile, the members of the American team displayed a range of expressions as they sat below. When Lu Yuan glanced over, he noticed that Park Hyun-na's eyes were already swollen. As for her teammates, some wore grim expressions, others were indifferent, and one even frowned, seemingly admonishing Park Hyun-na. It was evident that these were not words of comfort. Rather, they likely indicated internal discord within the team. At this moment, Lu Yuan understood the significance of unity that Teacher Ji had previously emphasized. Fortunately, this was a dispute occurring after the competition had concluded. Had there been quarrels on the first day following perceived underperformance, it would have been a delusion for any national team to aspire for victory. Greetings, everyone. A member of the podium began to speak, and after an hour's delay, the meeting finally commenced in earnest. Due to certain delegations seeking clarification on the scores, the morning schedule would be rather tight. I shall now announce the scores of the top 10 representatives. It seems the American team may have wasted too much time, as the morning session felt hurried. Quickly proceeding to the announcement of the scores. 10th place, the Bulgarian delegation, with a team score of 144 points. 9th place, the Slovak delegation, with a team score of 147 points. Each time a country's score was announced, cheers erupted from their respective sections. 5th place, the Polish delegation, with a team score of 171 points. By the time it reached the 5th position, the team scores had risen substantially. Each member of the team needed to achieve an average score of at least 28 points, which requires correctly answering at least 4 questions. 4th place, the American delegation, with a team score of 183 points. At last, it was the American team's turn, in stark contrast to the jubilant reactions following the announcements of other nations' scores. The American team remained stoic and unresponsive, even after securing a commendable 4th place. This caused members from 2 other countries who had intended to congratulate them to pause in their tracks, leaving the atmosphere palpably tense and awkward. Fortunately, the host at the podium, observing the scene, chose not to linger and proceeded to announce the scores. 3rd place, the Russian delegation, with a team score of 184 points. In an instant, Lu Yuan and his companions grasped why the American team was adamant about securing those extra points. They must have gleaned the Russian team's score and, realizing their inferiority, sought to amend their own. Given the circumstances, it was understandable why the American team was causing a commotion, especially since they had not even made it into the top 3. This was likely intolerable for a team that had initially exuded such arrogance. Especially concerning was Park Hyun-na, the team's lowest scorer, who managed only 21 points, an evident blunder. Had she managed to answer just 2 more questions correctly on the second day, the American team might have not only contended for the top 3, but perhaps even the championship itself. Meanwhile, the Russian delegation was celebrating amongst themselves, even though they had not achieved the 1st place they had aimed for. Nevertheless, securing 3rd place was consistent with their historical average and could be deemed satisfactory. The host at the podium allotted ample time for the applause directed towards the top 3 teams, while reporters roamed the hall, capturing the moments. Lu Yuan and his friends were applauding the Russian team, but their minds were preoccupied with thoughts of who would ultimately claim the 1st place in this fierce competition. After some time, the host resumed the announcements. 2nd place. Finally, the moment had arrived. Both the members of the American team and their leader, Jimmy, along with Lu Yuan and his companions, held their breath in anticipation, their fists clenched in anxious tension. Would their national team secure the championship this year? Would they initiate a legendary streak of 3 consecutive victories? Through sheer prowess, the American team, along with those who previously exhibited discrimination or dissent against them, are about to be silenced as the results are unveiled. At this moment, the South Korean team has also ceased their internal disputes. Their expressions, a complex mix of emotions as they glance back and forth between the area where Lu Yuan is seated and that of the American team. Despite their prior arrogance and defiance, they're compelled to acknowledge the truth. The representatives for the 1st and 2nd places can only emerge from the United States and China. Simultaneously, they harbor an intense desire for the American team to clinch the ultimate championship. Approximately 1 meter to Lu Yuan's left, a photographer has zeroed in on them with his camera. The American team is no exception, though all eyes are riveted on the stage. 2nd place, the American team. Total score, 191 points, with Jessica scoring 41 points and Lin Shungbin 37 points. Instantly, applause erupts from the American side. Even without securing 1st place, they still receive ample recognition as this year's hosts of the IMO event. Indeed, 2nd place is a commendable achievement. For the members of the American team, the disappointment of not attaining 1st place does not diminish the honor they rightfully deserve for their 2nd place finish. A flurry of camera shutters clicks in the American team's vicinity. Although the champion has already been determined, Professor Wang has risen from his seat, standing beside the podium before the final results are announced. His countenance reflects a mixture of excitement as he leans over to pat Lu Yuan on the shoulder. Lu Yuan, you did splendidly. This unexpected praise leaves Lu Yuan somewhat bewildered as to its cause. Just then, the host on stage resumes speaking, interrupting his moment of inquiry. First place, the Chinese team. The announcer's voice grows increasingly fervent as they reveal the top position. Total score, 203 points, with Lu Yinkun scoring 27 points. Zhou Tao, 31 points. Zheng Heng, 31 points. Dai Qihong, 35 points. And Shi Jiu, 37 points. After announcing these scores, the host pauses momentarily, directing their gaze towards the Chinese team's representatives, eventually locking onto Lu Yuan's position. Lu Yuan, 42 points. Let us congratulate Lu Yuan for being the sole contestant to achieve a perfect score in this year's IMO. Boom! In an instant, Lu Yuan feels an uncontrollable urge to rise. He is hoisted up by two teammates, one on each side. The entire venue erupts into thunderous applause, with countless eyes now focused on him. Although the host merely offered him a brief introduction, the significance of his perfect score is unparalleled, especially as the only contestant to achieve such a feat. Professor Wang's earlier excitement stemmed from this very reason. He had already confirmed Lu Yuan's perfect score. Thus, regardless of the outcome, the national team he leads has undoubtedly secured individual first place. However, whether he is indeed the sole perfect scorer remained uncertain, as there have been instances in previous years where multiple contestants achieved perfect scores. Now, with no perfect scores among the top 10 teams, and even the American team's ace, Jessica, scoring only 41 points, Professor Wang is completely assured of Lu Yuan's accomplishment. This is precisely why he could not contain his excitement before the results were revealed. Chapter 62, Ivy League Invitation. Jimmy, as the leader of the American team, now wears a peculiar expression, staring blankly at Lu Yuan. He had anticipated this year's team results, especially after two of his teammates scored only 21 points, leading him to believe that they were unlikely to secure first place. However, he still had aspirations for individual first place. Even though Jessica did not achieve a perfect score, her score of 41 points was sufficient for him to dream. Little did he know that not only did the team championship go to China, but the student from the Chinese team who submitted early also managed to attain a perfect score. It is only now that he truly recognizes Lu Yuan's talent and achievements. The early submission was not a sign of surrender, as he initially assumed. As the host at the podium sets down the microphone and rises to applaud Lu Yuan, the other board members at the podium follow suit, clapping in unison. At this moment, Coach Jimmy maintains his composure amidst the grandeur, gesturing for the American team members to rise and applaud Lu Yuan together. In a heartbeat, representatives from all participating nations stand, showering applause upon the Chinese team, particularly Lu Yuan. Only the South Korean team wears a grim expression, yet they eventually rise to offer a token applause alongside the others. Countless gazes filled with admiration, envy, and jealousy converge upon Lu Yuan. In this moment, all the resentment and dissatisfaction he endured since arriving at the IMO dissipates completely. All that remains is the resounding applause and words of praise echoing in his ears, accompanied by the smiles of those around him. Indeed, no boastful declarations made prior to the competition could compare to the genuine results that command respect. The applause is unending, and the flashes of countless cameras illuminate the scene. Reborn, Lu Yuan has now truly attained his first significant title as an IMO perfect scorer, though he may be considered a late bloomer in age. The future holds limitless possibilities for him, and no one dares to make hasty conclusions about his potential. No one can guarantee whether he might one day become a recipient of the field's medal. After some time, everyone gradually takes their seats again. The requirements for gold, silver, and bronze medals in this IMO competition are scores of 30 points and above, 23 points and above, and 19 points and above, respectively. Similarly, medals are awarded based on scores rather than mere participation. Compared to Lu Yuan's previous CMO national gold, this pristine IMO international gold holds even greater value. We now invite the field's medal laureate, an academician of the American Academy of Sciences, the vice president of the American Mathematical Society, and a professor at Princeton, Mr. Chang'e, to present awards to the top 3 teams. Indeed, the standards of the IMO competition are exceptional. They have even invited a field's medal winner to present the awards. This is truly a mathematical luminary. As the first row reveals a middle-aged man dressed in a brown-gray suit with a black round-neck short-sleeve shirt, he approaches the stage with a smile. Even though it is summer, the members of the board, including Academician Chang'e, remained formally attired. Had it not been for the air conditioning, they might have succumbed to the heat. As the man draws closer, Yuan takes a closer look at Academician Chang'e. With curly hair and sideburns connecting to a well-groomed beard, standing at least 185 meters tall, he exudes a mature charm rather than any sense of greasiness. Upon arriving at the stage, his gaze primarily rests on Yuan. Yuan's initial impression is one of warmth, as the esteemed mathematician carries no air of superiority. Following the protocol indicated by the attendant, he proceeds to award medals to all contestants in turn. The Chinese team's final results in this IMO are 5 golds and 1 silver, marking one of the most successful outings in recent years. With both team first place and individual first place secured, the smile on Professor Wang's face remains unwavering throughout the ceremony. The award presentation proceeds swiftly, involving simple handshakes and the placing of medals around the contestants' necks. However, when Academician Chang'e reaches Yuan and extends his hand, there is a noticeable pause, not merely a courteous handshake, but one imbued with admiration as he directly engages Yuan in conversation. I heard from Professor Heyman that you completed your second paper in just 1 hour. Although Yuan is unfamiliar with Professor Heyman, he deduces that he must be the proctor from that day. Yes. Would you be interested in coming to Princeton? Seeing the evident surprise on Yuan's face, Academician Chang'e speaks unhurriedly. Aside from my traditional mathematical research, I have recently delved into the realms of fluid dynamics and neural networks. If you're interested and willing to come to Princeton, we could embark on a journey of research and learning together. Unconsciously swallowing, Yuan was taken aback by the directness of the invitation, which audaciously encroached upon the award ceremony's time. However, considering that the person before him was Chang'e, a member of the board and the organizing committee, none objected to his actions. The audience below could not discern the nature of their exchange, only speculating that Chang'e was encouraging Yuan, their expressions tinged with jealousy. Had they known that Chang'e was inviting Yuan to be his student, it would have sparked even greater envy. Nevertheless, this sudden invitation left Yuan somewhat flustered, prompting him to glance at Professor Wang, the team leader, who stood at the edge. Due to the distance and the surrounding noise, Professor Wang was oblivious to their conversation. Upon noticing Yuan's gaze, he smiled encouragingly and nodded. Academician Chang'e, I have already been accepted by a university in our country. I am afraid I must decline. Despite being a luminary in mathematics, Yuan instinctively felt a resistance within. Since participating in the IMO, he had sensed a stark disparity between the domestic and international environments. If he could not integrate into a particular circle, there was no need to force himself. The allure of foreign lands was not necessarily superior to that of his homeland. After this competition, Yuan had never contemplated remaining abroad, and even in the face of such esteemed invitations, he resolutely declined. Beside him, Shi Jiayu and Dai Qihong, who had previously worn expressions of jealousy, were now wide-eyed with disbelief upon hearing Yuan's outright refusal, their astonishment swiftly transforming into admiration. The awards ceremony progressed swiftly, and the morning session concluded following the awards. The afternoon would host a closing ceremony and the distribution of medals to other gold, silver, and bronze winners. However, before Professor Wang and the others could exit the auditorium, they were intercepted by a group of board members who had been on the podium. Yuan, on behalf of MIT, I invite you to study at our university, where we will provide you with a full scholarship covering both tuition and living expenses. Before this professor could finish, he was interrupted by others. I represent Yale University and invite you to enroll with us, offering scholarships, and Shi Jiayu here. I represent Brown University. A plethora of Ivy League institutions disregarded Professor Wang's presence and extended fervent invitations directly to Yuan and his teammates. Although the primary focus was on him, the other 5 gold medalists were not overlooked. Only Liu and Kun, who had received a silver medal, appeared slightly despondent, standing beside Professor Wang. Chapter 63. Calmness and Anxiety. Feeling the ardent invitations from numerous esteemed professors, Yuan found himself in stark contrast to the discrimination and exclusion he had experienced earlier. It was as if he had been transported to an entirely different realm. Indeed, the foreign atmosphere was refreshingly candid, particularly in its pursuit of the talented and accomplished. Following the competition, the attitude towards Yuan and his fellow gold medalists had transformed entirely. Business cards, invitations, and contact information were incessantly exchanged, each offer more enticing than the last, creating an illusion that any unreasonable request would be met with unwavering acceptance. Professor Wang maintained a relatively calm demeanor, refraining from impeding the numerous invitations directed at his students. Having led teams for years, he was well aware that those who wished to leave could not be retained, and those who did not wish to depart required no persuasion. Many students might merely seek to study abroad temporarily, returning to contribute to their homeland afterward. Thus, Professor Wang simply timed the proceedings, waiting for the opportune moment to gather them and depart. Of course, they cannot truly leave, as a multitude of reporters have been waiting both inside and outside the auditorium since the beginning. Upon witnessing their discussions with the professors from the IMO, the reporters quickly converged. Under a palm tree outside the building, they each took turns answering media inquiries. Professor Wang, this year the Chinese team has achieved first place for 3 consecutive years. Do you have any comments on this? The microphone handed to Professor Wang bore the prominent label of Xinhua News Agency. He responded with humility, consistent with his nature. I am thrilled that our country has once again secured the IMO championship, especially today, as Lu Yuan achieved the only perfect score among all competitors. This demonstrates that the future of mathematics in our country is bright, and I eagerly anticipate these young individuals becoming significant figures in mathematics. As a fellow Chinese, the Xinhua reporter shared in the excitement, feeling a collective pride in their nation's achievement. She raised the microphone to continue questioning Professor Wang. With our country winning the IMO championship for 3 consecutive years, does this imply that our national mathematics has, in certain respects, surpassed that of the world? That is not quite accurate. Professor Wang quickly raised the microphone to refute this assertion. The Olympiad does not equate to genuine mathematical research. It primarily reflects the selection of talent and aptitude. In the true global realm of mathematics, we still have much ground to cover. How would you evaluate Lu Yuan's remarkable achievement in securing a gold medal at the IMO? Lu Yuan is an exceptionally gifted mathematician, whether in provincial competitions, national contests, or during the selection for the national training team. He has consistently achieved perfect scores. His innate talent and performance have been both stable and outstanding. Reflecting on Lu Yuan, Professor Wang's memories were more vivid from the impressions formed in the lounge just days prior. During such an international competition, Lu Yuan had completed his exam in just 1 hour, leaving Professor Wang in disbelief, nearly questioning his own existence. Now, facing the camera, he still felt a tinge of trepidation. Lu Yuan presents himself as a very calm and composed competitor, while Professor Wang offered his assessment. Lu Yuan too found himself unable to escape evaluations of his own. Lu Yuan, do you have anyone you wish to thank for this victory? There are so many. From my journey at Hengxi Middle School to achieving victory at the World Olympiad, I am grateful to my high school homeroom teacher, Mr. Chun, and Principal Fong for guiding me along my path. I thank the provincial team, Mr. G and Mr. Wang, for organizing our training camp. And of course, I am thankful to Professor Wang for the immense support he provided to all of us team members. The reporter pressed on with further inquiries. Could you share your thoughts on Professor Wang's leadership, or any words of gratitude you might have for him, given that Professor Wang was present? Reporters enjoyed eliciting mutual evaluations among those on site. Professor Wang? I consider him a very responsible team leader. His reminders before the competition and encouragement during the events were of great assistance to us team members. However, I sense that he might be under considerable pressure, appearing somewhat anxious. The team leader perceives the competitors as calm, while the competitors view the leader as anxious. Had both interviews been conducted simultaneously, it would likely have resulted in an amusing situation. Finally, after the closing ceremony in the afternoon, Lu Yuan's journey at this IMO concluded on a triumphant note. Yet, the invitations continued unabated. Beyond the prominent Ivy League institutions in the host nation, including UCLA and various other invitations, the volume of offers was overwhelming. Furthermore, it was not limited to universities. There were numerous media interviews and opportunities to attend academic conferences. Around 9 p.m., Lu Yuan finally returned to his dormitory. Just as he was about to rest, he received a call from his father, Lu Chang. Xiao Yuan, I saw the news this morning. Did you win another gold medal? Due to the time difference between China and the United States, Lu Chang had only recently started his workday. Although he anticipated that his son would achieve results today, he refrained from calling to avoid putting pressure on him, fearing that if Lu Yuan did not perform well, he might feel ashamed to share the news. He thought to himself that if there were good tidings, Lu Yuan would surely reach out to him. However, Lu Yuan had been occupied with a plethora of invitations throughout the evening, and only now had he found a moment to breathe, leaving him no time to share his success with his parents. It was only due to the fact that Master Lu from the factory had seen the news on his phone that he hurriedly contacted Lu Chang for confirmation. Lu Yuan's mathematical talent and acceptance into Peking University had long been a proud moment for Lu Chang, known by all his colleagues at the factory. Upon seeing Lu Yuan's name in the news, along with his photograph, anyone who caught sight of it sought Lu Chang out for inquiries. Yes, I was just discussing with other professors, and didn't he have the chance to call you and Mom yet? Oh my goodness, really? Lu Chang exclaimed in astonishment. However, before he could continue, the other end of the line erupted into a cacophony of voices. It was as if the phone were on speaker, with several others chiming in. Lu Yuan, it's Uncle Lu, your father's colleague. Do you remember me? A rugged yet familiar voice came through, prompting Lu Yuan to respond immediately. Uncle Lu, I remember you. You treated me to ice pops before. This Uncle Lu was a friend of Lu Chang from the factory, whom Lu Yuan had met during his visits over the past couple of summers. I'm glad you remember. Lu Yuan, you truly bring pride to your father. I saw the news. You won the championship in the International Mathematical Olympiad. That's remarkable, bringing glory to the nation. Since you can't return right now, you must make your father treat us all to a drink tonight. Cheers. Old Lu, it's just a drink. Lu Chang jubilantly replied. Not just you. Everyone's coming to my house tonight. I'll have Yin Yin prepare a few nice dishes to entertain everyone. On the other end, Lu Chang was excitedly inviting his colleagues. He had refrained from discussing the competition previously, fearing it would add pressure to Lu Yuan. But now that his son had secured a gold medal and emerged victorious, his spirits soared. He stood tall, engaging in cheerful banter with his co-workers. Lu Yuan, you've worked hard in the competition. It must be quite late over there in the United States. Not too late, thankfully. Make sure to rest well. Listen to your coach. I'll speak with your mother, so you needn't call her. Take care and get some sleep. After hanging up, Lu Yuan didn't immediately sleep, but chatted with a few teammates for a while before finally drifting off. Meanwhile, news regarding his achievements, especially interview reports, had already started circulating online. At Hongxi High School, Chen Xianhua, the homeroom teacher of Class 9 in the senior year, parked his old Mazda in the school parking area. After disembarking, he hurried toward the principal's office. Originally on vacation after the college entrance examination, he had been awoken early by a call from Principal Fong. As he ascended the stairs, he pondered the reason for this urgent summons. After all, the college entrance exams had concluded, and the scores had been released. His class had performed admirably this year, with Xiu Hao and Zhu Jie scoring over 20 points above the cutoff for first-tier universities, making it the best-performing science class in the senior year. With only the task of filling out college applications remaining, scheduled for the day after tomorrow, there seemed to be no pressing matters requiring such urgency. Considering that Lu Yuan, a student with guaranteed admission to Peking University, was still around, Principal Fong likely wouldn't be overly concerned with the application process for ordinary first-tier students. However, thinking of Lu Yuan, Chen Xianhua suddenly had a realization. He was well aware that Lu Yuan had embarked on his journey to the United States for the final round of the IMO. Yet, due to the scarcity of news updates online, he had been preoccupied with recommending various schools to his students and had not had the chance to inquire about Lu Yuan, merely waiting for news. Now, reflecting on it, Chen Xianhua's expression shifted dramatically. Could it be? After all, the results were to be announced today. Without daring to think further, he quickened his pace. Upon reaching the 5th floor, he lightly knocked twice on the door of Principal Fong's office and stepped inside. There, he found Principal Fong engaged in cheerful conversation with two men. He recognized them. One was the director of the Education Bureau of Yuan County, and the other was Director Zhou from the Linzhou City Education Bureau. Being part of the education system, he had encountered these leaders often at various educational research meetings and conferences. However, the leaders did not know him. At that moment, all three stood up, with Director Zhou taking the lead to approach Chen Xianhua. Principal Fong, is this the homeroom teacher of Lu Yuan? Principal Fong quickly introduced him. Indeed, Director Zhou. This is Chen Xianhua, the homeroom teacher of Lu Yuan's Class 9 in the senior year. Mr. Chen is an exceptional educator. This year, his class achieved a 45 admission rate to undergraduate programs, the best in the school, with even 2 students surpassing the first-tier cutoff. Hongxi High School was merely an ordinary institution, and compared to the previous year, Class 9 had not achieved such a high admission rate. This year, however, due to Lu Yuan's inspiration and encouragement, at least 2 more students from the class had successfully entered undergraduate programs. His desk mate and close friend, He Jianfeng, had also scored several points higher than the previous year's exam, ensuring he was eligible for undergraduate study, unlike last year when he barely scraped by. Principal Fong, your teaching staff is indeed commendable. With such an outstanding teacher as Mr. Chen, it's no wonder that you produced a gold medalist like Lu Yuan in the IMO. Director Zhou momentarily overlooked the results of Chen Xianhua's class. As the city's director, he had heard enough about the achievements of key classes in prominent schools. Even though for Mr. Chen, Leading a class from a less prestigious school to a 45 admission rate was a significant accomplishment. It lacked the same weight for Director Zhou. He promptly shifted the conversation to the topic of Lu Yuan's IMO results. What? Lu Yuan truly won a gold medal? Mr. Chen immediately felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this news. Despite having anticipated it before entering the office, he had yet to receive official confirmation. Oh, Mr. Chen, you didn't know that Lu Yuan won the championship? Director Zhou inquired with a slight frown, prompting Principal Fong to quickly interject. Mr. Chen, didn't I say you should keep a closer eye on Lu Yuan? You could have checked your phone or the newspapers this morning. The news has been all over. He began with a few words of reprimand, but swiftly transitioned to a more supportive tone. I understand you're dedicated to your work. You were probably busy recommending universities to your students last night. Mr. Chen hurriedly seized the opportunity presented by Principal Fong. Yes, I was chatting with the students quite late. And I really didn't pay attention this morning. I rushed to school. The county bureau's director, Ren, noticing Principal Fong's attitude, chimed in as well. Director Zhou, Mr. Chen has nearly 20 years of teaching experience and maintains a commendable approach. He treats every student equally, and with the recent college entrance exams just concluded, he has been quite occupied. Fortunately, Director Zhou was in good spirits and understood that the news had only been extensively reported around 6 or 7 in the morning. Having posed a question, and with the two subordinates speaking up, he quickly sought to change the topic, eager not to waste any more time. Teacher Chen, please take a seat and watch the news. There's no need to rush. The four individuals settled back at the tea table, and at last, Teacher Chen found the time to open his phone and peruse the news within, creating another myth. A high school student's triumph at the IMO gold medal. Congratulations to our nation for securing the IMO team championship, as the dark horse Lu Yuan continues to pen his own legend. Is he the future mathematical luminary of our country? Congratulations to Lu Yuan for achieving a perfect score at the IMO. A deluge of news concerning Lu Yuan inundated various browsers. The discussions surged across numerous video platforms and Weibo. The fervor surrounding Lu Yuan, which had cooled down over the past year, was reignited. Now, all voices of skepticism had vanished, leaving only words of congratulations, admiration, and praise. I have inquired about Lu Yuan's itinerary. He will return to the country tomorrow morning. By the time Lu Yuan arrives home, both your school and our city must be well prepared. Principal Fong, please reach out to Lu Yuan's parents today, tomorrow afternoon. Let us visit his home together to present him with his scholarship. Director Zhou is already organizing the arrangements for Lu Yuan's post-return activities. Director Ren, please coordinate with the journalists and media. We must avoid an overwhelming crowd. Teacher Chen, please maintain communication with Lu Yuan. When it comes time for interviews, do not forget to mention his alma mater and the city's regard for him. Chapter 65, Scholarships in Abundance. Lu Yuan, take a few days to rest. We shall meet at school afterward. Goodbye, Professor Wang. Farewell, everyone. Lu Yuan and his companions were bidding farewell to Professor Wang and two fellow students from the capital. The members of the national training team had been training together since March, and their bonds had grown increasingly close after competing abroad. Professor Wang, being affiliated with Peking University, along with his teammates, either hailed from Peking University or Chang'e University. They would have ample opportunities to meet again, with the next occasion being the start of the school year. Lu Yuan had already conversed with his future mentor, Professor Zhao Xin. He would arrive at school early in late July to prepare for his upcoming projects. At this moment, the atmosphere was not one of parting, but rather of joy in returning home. Lu Yuan departed from the capital, flying to Songjiang, and after bidding farewell to Lu Yinkun and Zheng Heng, he took the high-speed train back to his hometown of Linzhou. Upon finally arriving at the old neighborhood where he had spent his childhood, he discovered a throng of people gathered beneath his building. Some men, dressed in shirts and sporting slick-back hairstyles, presented an air of authority, while a number of camera operators and journalists were present as well. Teacher Chen had warned him the day before that leaders from the Education Bureau and journalists would come to his home for a brief interview. However, this brief occasion turned out to be far more elaborate than Lu Yuan had envisioned. Lu Yuan, welcome back. Congratulations. As he approached, amidst the warm welcome from Teacher Chen, someone nearby launched paper confetti in his direction. Many elderly residents in the community, drawn by the commotion, gathered around, eager to witness the spectacle. Truthfully, if one were to stand further away, they might well mistake the scene for a wedding celebration. At that moment, Lu Chang and Chen Yinyan, his parents, emerged from the hallway. The couple was dressed unusually for the day. His father donned a brand new Roman shirt, one Lu Yuan had never seen before, while his mother, Chen Yinyan, wore a light green floral dress complemented by high heels. Lu Yuan had never seen his mother in high heels throughout his life, making this a first. As she approached, she appeared a bit unsteady. Behind them trailed two videographers, along with a female host holding a microphone. It was evident that his parents had already undergone numerous interviews prior to his return. However, the journalist now displayed remarkable patience, allowing space for his parents and Principal Fong. Lu Yuan, this is Director Zhou from the City Education Bureau and Director Rin from our County Education Bureau. As Principal Fong introduced them, Director Zhou excitedly stepped forward. His gaze brimmed with pride and satisfaction as he looked at Lu Yuan. Congratulations, dear student, on achieving a gold medal at the IMO with a perfect score. Your performance on the international stage has brought great honor to Linzhou. You have set a new record for our city in the history of international competitions. Linzhou's educational standards are commendable, being situated in Jiangnan Province, a hub for education. The city boasts a well-known foreign language school, with a considerable number of students annually gaining admission to Tsinghua and Peking universities. However, when it comes to the IMO, the results have been dismal, bordering on embarrassment. In truth, Linzhou's history in international competitions is virtually a blank slate. Over the years, while numerous students have emerged from Linzhou, only a handful have earned gold medals at the CMO, let alone being selected for the national training team and representing the nation at the IMO. Now, astonishingly, Lu Yuan, a student from the previously unheard-of Chang'e High School, has not only claimed the CMO championship with a perfect score, but has also garnered attention from Director Zhou, who sought to learn more about Chang'e High School and the remarkable talent that is Lu Yuan. Due to Lu Yuan's outstanding achievements, Director Zhou had previously praised Principal Fong for his continued support and nurturing of Lu Yuan. Little did anyone expect that within just half a year, Lu Yuan would once again achieve remarkable success, winning the IMO gold medal, and doing so with a perfect score among all participants. This truly brought honor to Director Zhou of Linzhou's Education Bureau. At such a level, merely producing an international gold medalist like Lu Yuan would not suffice for promotion. That would be a delusion. Yet this achievement will undoubtedly be credited to him, as directors from neighboring cities have been offering their congratulations. Particularly, the envy expressed by the Education Bureau Director of Songjiang during a recent phone call left Director Zhou in exceptionally high spirits. Finally laid eyes on Lu Yuan, a strikingly handsome young man. Director Zhou's impression of him grew ever more favorable. He couldn't help but marvel at the serendipity surrounding Chang'e High School, as they had truly unearthed a gem amidst the shallow waters. Director Zhou, shall we proceed to Lu Yuan's home for the award presentation? Of course. Let's wait for your school to arrive first. Lu Yuan followed the group upstairs. The building was an old structure, and the narrow staircase made the ascent quite sweaty in the summer heat. Standing alongside his parents, he was flanked by Principal Fong and Teacher Chen. A large placard, already inscribed with the amount, was presented to Lu Yuan, accompanied by a bank card. Lu Yuan, this is the scholarship awarded by our school, which includes your CMO championship prize, the guaranteed admission to Peking University, and this IMO competition prize. The total amounts to 100,000 yuan. Initially, Principal Fong had promised Lu Yuan 15,000 for the CMO championship and 30,000 for the admission to Tsinghua or Peking University, totaling 45,000 yuan. Originally, the school planned to present this after the college entrance examination, alongside other high-achieving students. Now, with the addition of 55,000 yuan for the IMO championship, the total reached 100,000 yuan, presented early in front of the journalists. Countless flashes from cameras erupted before them. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yuan was joined by Director Rin from the county, who presented him with an identical plaque, also granting him 100,000 yuan. Finally, it was Director Zhou from the city who came forward, offering him a plaque twice the size of the previous one. Regarding the size of this plaque, which measures over a meter in width, it is evident that Lu Yuan cannot manage it alone. He must rely on his parents to assist him in carrying it. Lu Yuan, this is the bonus the city has awarded you, totaling 200,000 yuan. We hope you will continue to excel and further your journey in mathematics, bringing honor to our Linzhou city. In contrast to the school and county, the city has doubled the bonus. Almost all the reporters gathered around to capture photographs. Following the photo session, he continued to engage in interviews. By the time it was past 6 in the evening, a considerable number of individuals had departed, leaving only Lu Yuan and his parents, who excitedly discussed the events on the sofa. Despite their exhausting day, with Lu Yuan returning by plane and still adjusting to the time difference, the couple had taken a day off from work to participate in interviews since the morning. Rather than feeling fatigued, The trio was filled with exhilaration as they gazed at the 3 scholarship card from the Industrial and Commercial Bank placed on the coffee table, marveling at their fortune. In Chapter 66, they contemplate using the scholarship to purchase a home. Indeed, education is paramount. At this moment, beads of sweat adorned Lu Chan's forehead. Despite the air conditioning running all day, it could not quell his inner excitement. After a moment of reflection, he turned to his wife, Chen Yanyan. Yanyan, how much have we saved over the years? Including this month's amount, it totals 184,000 yuan. How many times have you asked me today? Though there was a hint of impatience in her voice, Chen Yanyan's face beamed with joy. The saying books can build a golden house truly holds merit. After all our hard work over the years, we have saved merely 184,000 yuan. Our son has earned more in a single year of competitions than we have in a decade. The 3 bank cards on the table collectively held 400,000 yuan in cash, surpassing what the couple had managed to accumulate over the years. Earning money is challenging enough, but saving it is even more arduous, especially with various household expenses. Each of them earns just over 4,000 yuan a month. Even if they would earn that 400,000 yuan on paper, it would take 5 years, and that is not accounting for the actual disposable income after family expenses. Lu Yuan, however, did not concur with his father's sentiments. In reality, there is no golden house within the pages of books. Books are simply books. The rewards from the local government's education bureau were not due to his diligence in studying, but rather because of his innate talent winning competitions. In bringing honor to the locality, indirectly aiding the school, the county, and the city in their promotion efforts. Each year, only a handful of individuals, primarily top scorers in college entrance exams, receive such bonuses. How many such individuals exist nationwide? They cannot serve as proof of the existence of a golden house. Xiao Yuan is doing remarkably well. His university tuition is fully waived. Even if we allocate 100,000 yuan for living expenses over 4 years, we will still have nearly 500,000 yuan left. Yingyan, do you think we should use this money for something? In his previous life, Lu Yuan's tuition for 3 years was quite substantial, exceeding 30,000 yuan annually. Including living expenses, it drained the family's savings over 4 years, resulting in a more challenging financial situation than before he attended university. Of course, we should deposit it in the bank. What else could we do? Chun, Yanyan retorted, her tone more direct than when the reporters were present. She was unequivocally clear about her intentions regarding the money, firmly believing that saving it in the bank was the only viable option. However, Lu Chan was not angered. Instead, he chuckled and explained, at my age, what business could I possibly manage? Furthermore, this money is rightfully earned by Yuan. Why would I use it for business? It's amusing that you would even suggest that. What do you mean by that? Chun Yanyan nodded skeptically, whether considering her husband's earnings or Lu Yuan's scholarship. After all, she had always been the one managing finances at home. Unless there was a rational purpose for the money, she was determined to save it in the bank. A prudent choice for an ordinary family. I was thinking, since Xiao Yuan is about to enter university, he will soon graduate, find work, and get married, all in the blink of an eye. Shouldn't we use this money to prepare a wedding home for him? Over the years, housing prices in their county have risen steadily. Now that they have some funds, why not purchase a property in advance? Lu Yuan, reclining on the sofa, had not been paying attention. From the outset, he did not expect to have any control over this money. Hearing about the 100,000 yuan allocated for living expenses during his undergraduate years was already enough to excite him. Now, he looked at his father with renewed interest. Surprised by his father's sound foresight regarding real estate purchases in 2015, it seemed that in his previous life, his parents simply lacked the funds. Even a clever woman cannot cook without rice. The 180,000 yuan in savings was entirely spent on his university expenses. After graduating, Lu Yuan could only find work as a safety officer on a construction site, earning a meager salary, leaving him unqualified to even consider becoming a homeowner. His parents were aware of this situation in his previous life, and given the housing prices at that time, they did not dare to hope for much. They often encouraged him to use their old house as a wedding home. If the prospective bride was unwilling, they would rent a place or renovate an old house in their village. However, Lu Yuan had rejected these suggestions, opting instead to invest more time in construction projects, hoping for a brighter future. In this life, though it has been less than a year since his rebirth, everything has changed. At the very least, his tuition is fully covered, and he only needs to account for living expenses. During his doctoral studies, he will also receive additional stipends. Today, he received a lump sum of 400,000 yuan in cash. With money flowing in and out, the family's financial situation has visibly improved. They can now genuinely consider purchasing a home. Dad, what are the current housing prices in our county and city? I believe that, even if we set aside the notion of a wedding home, keeping the money in the bank is certainly less advantageous than investing in real estate. Since my father has broached the subject, I wholeheartedly support it. While buying a home now might be akin to catching the last train, it would still allow them to benefit from the last wave of rising property prices. Despite Lu Yuan's immense mathematical talent, his guaranteed admission to Peking University, and seemingly boundless prospects, he is well aware that not all of his fellow students from Peking University will fare well in the competitive environment of the future. Even Olympiad champions can fade into obscurity. He is determined not to miss the opportunity presented by the current market conditions. Our county is currently averaging around 5,000 to 6,000 yuan per square meter, but the city is beyond imagination, at least over 10,000 yuan per square meter. Lu Chang could only dare to dream about county properties. As the poorest and least developed county in Linzhou City, housing prices are starkly different from those in the city. Lu Yuan vaguely recalls that before his rebirth, national housing prices were at their peak. Even in the county, prices reached around 13,000 yuan, and the average price for their parents' old community was around 12,000 yuan. Linzhou City was even more extravagant, with average prices exceeding 20,000 yuan, and properties in the core areas reaching 30,000 to 40,000 yuan. Absurd figures. Although he yearned to purchase a property in Linzhou City under the current housing market, the thought of his parents taking on a mortgage was too burdensome, leading him to ultimately abandon that idea. How about we buy a house in the county instead? Prices have been steadily rising over the years, and I believe buying now will surely yield returns. After Lu Yuan's suggestion, Lu Chang nodded in agreement and turned to Chun Yin. Yin, we must prepare a wedding home for Xiao Yuan. If this money were to remain in the bank, who knows which relative might come asking to borrow some. All right. Mother Chun Yin finally interjected, interrupting the persuasive efforts of the father and son. In her heart, she was also quite tempted by the idea of buying a home, enabling them to prepare for one of their son's major life events, a notion she could hardly have entertained in the past. She used to only dare to dream of her son gaining admission to a second-tier university, alleviating some of the financial burden on the family. Now, everything felt surreal, and her spirits soared. Then let us go ahead and buy Xiao Yuan a place. Tomorrow is a day off at the factory. Let's all go house hunting together. As a reincarnator, the notion of hastily purchasing a house upon acquiring wealth may seem rather unambitious. However, for Lu Yuan, acquiring this particular residence serves primarily to secure his peace of mind. Regardless of his future prospects, be they prosperous or otherwise, and whether he has the opportunity to remain in the capital, possessing this apartment alleviates the burden on his parents and provides him with a safety net. Should he find himself struggling in the capital, he could always consider becoming a lecturer at a university in Linzhou after earning his doctorate. Although Lu Yuan does not impose limitations on his potential, he has been mindful to establish a solid foundation for himself since his rebirth. Chapter 67. A New Beginning and Brotherling's Persuasion. On July 31st, Lu Yuan arrived at Peking University, officially commencing his university journey. He had successfully purchased a 108 square meter apartment in Yuan County at a price of 500 yuan per square meter, investing his 400,000 yuan scholarship alongside his parents' years of hard-earned savings. The property would not be delivered for another 2 years, thus fulfilling the regret of his previous life, where he had no home. Yet, this was merely a resolution of past grievances. A fresh path lay ahead of him. In the library, several books occupied the space to Lu Yuan's left, 2 foundational texts for advanced mathematics, linear algebra, and mathematical analysis, beneath which lay geometry and ordinary differential equations. Professor Zhao, wary of Lu Yuan's extraordinary learning capabilities and the ample time allocated for a month's study, insisted on adding these 2 additional texts. Furthermore, he included textbooks on aerodynamics in Lu Yuan's curriculum, stacked separately: university physics, theoretical mechanics, and aircraft structure design. From the very afternoon of his arrival at the university, Lu Yuan immersed himself in the library. An array of mathematical concepts flooded his mind. Initially, he harbored concerns that his mathematical prowess might falter upon reaching advanced mathematics or regress to that of an ordinary student. However, as he delved into the volumes in his hands, he experienced the exhilarating clash of knowledge within his mind, reinforcing his understanding of past exam questions. His learning pace was no less vigorous than during his high school studies of elementary mathematics. Nevertheless, the foundational content of advanced mathematics was considerably broad, allowing for deeper exploration. For instance, mathematical analysis was essentially a more rigorous form of calculus, indeed a fundamental professional course. It primarily served as an introduction. But Lu Yuan's formidable cognitive abilities had already led him to contemplate the complexities of differential equations. Despite being an IMO champion, Lu Yuan's presence on the Peking University campus had not attracted much attention, as the elite program annually welcomed numerous gold medalists from the IMO, all of whom were top performers in their own right. Although he had stirred some interest online for a brief period, within the university, he was hardly noteworthy. His insatiable thirst for knowledge in the library prompted several nearby students to regard him with skepticism, as he appeared to be merely flipping through advanced mathematics textbooks without the aid of a computer or notes. Having all studied advanced mathematics themselves, they found it hard to believe that he could glean anything substantial from mere perusal. One fellow student, who had been seated beside him for quite some time, inwardly admired Lu Yuan's determination. To sustain such a facade of studiousness for an entire day required a certain tenacity. Lu Yuan, have you checked your phone? I've been looking for you for ages. Suddenly, a familiar young man with a distinctive downturned brow took the empty seat to Lu Yuan's right. Breathless and exuding a scent of perspiration that caused several nearby students to wrinkle their noses, he was clearly affected by the sweltering summer heat. Neither Lu Yuan nor his companion wished to discuss matters outside the cool confines of the library. After gathering his books, Lu Yuan followed Ling, due to a secluded area where they could converse without interruption. Fortunately, being summer vacation, the library was less crowded than usual. Finding such a spot during the academic year would have been nearly impossible. Brother Ling, what's the situation? Did Professor Zhao summon me? As he spoke, Lu Yuan opened his phone. Ling Du's chat messages consisted of a barrage of bomb emojis and 2 missed calls, without any specifics regarding the matter at hand. No, our director Zhao is far too busy. He has no time to attend to you right now, Ling Du replied, wiping the sweat from his forehead, revealing the extent of Professor Zhao's workload. Compared to Lu Yuan, Ling Du had been acquainted with Professor Zhao for some time, having completed his re-examinations in April and subsequently dedicating his free time to assist in research projects at Zhao's laboratory after finishing his thesis in May. What's the matter? You're not supposed to be helping in the lab, are you? Did you sneak out? Lu Yuan speculated, causing Ling Du's expression to shift rapidly before he reluctantly admitted. Well, I wouldn't say I snuck out. I actually finished my work a while ago. I just hadn't reported back yet. Professor Zhao doesn't he often visit my lab, so it's not like you need to worry about how I got out. I have something to discuss with you. Professor Zhao was currently managing numerous research projects and had 5 doctoral students and 4 master students under his supervision. Most of the responsibilities fell to the senior doctoral students, while new master students like Ling Du enjoyed a relatively light workload as they acclimated. Moreover, with Professor Zhao focusing much of his energy on the Chang'e project, the students were granted a degree of independence. Go ahead, what's the matter? Hee. Junior brother, how would you feel about taking on a side project? Ling Du's face lit up with enthusiasm at the mention of this topic, as though he were eager to share a stroke of good fortune with Lu Yuan. A side project? Is it reliable? Lu Yuan hesitated, deciding to decline. Never mind. I'm currently busy with my studies and want to participate. I appreciate your concern, brother. Despite experiencing a stir of excitement within, Lu Yuan quickly suppressed it, waving the mathematical analysis book in front of Ling Du's primary focus remained on his studies. Aiming to meet Professor Zhao's expectations and eventually engage in the aerospace project he so desired. Don't be hasty. Hearing you're not interested, Ling Du's face momentarily displayed a hint of panic. He quickly placed a hand on Lu Yuan's shoulder, urging him to remain seated. Junior brother, this is a substantial sum. I managed to secure this project with great difficulty. It would be a shame to turn it down. From what I understand, your family isn't particularly well off, right? Wouldn't you want to earn a little during your university years to ease the burden on them? Lu Yuan indeed contemplated this, but the project proposed by Brother Ling felt dubious at best. Wasn't the essential guide to 3 kingdoms kill selling quite well? I'd be content with a 10 share. I'm not looking to pursue any side projects. Upon further reflection, Lu Yuan reiterated his refusal. Junior brother, books don't earn that much, and you'd have to share the earnings with Zheng Hang. Don't rush to a decision just yet. It wouldn't hurt to hear me out on the project. All right, tell me more, but it better not involve tutoring. Lu Yuan, despite his reservations, agreed to hear Ling Du out, although he remained skeptical about the legitimacy of the project being offered. It's not tutoring. Why would I need to recruit you for that? I can handle it myself. Ling Du's demeanor did not exude the patience one would expect from a potential teacher, at least in Lu Yuan's eyes. Enough of that. Let us get down to business. It's a game project. It involves balancing overall game mechanics and developing strategies and playability. Chapter 68, Completing the Game Project. Ling Du. When discussing serious matters, indeed presents himself quite earnestly. Particularly with that honest visage, it instinctively inspires trust in Lu Yuan. To speak frankly, this project is far more legitimate than he had initially anticipated. It belongs to a small gaming company, focusing on a recently launched mobile card MOBA game. In the early stages, in an effort to cut costs, the various metrics of the game cards were set with considerable flexibility. Fortunately, there were few game cards at the outset, and skills were not included. After running for some time and receiving a favorable response, they have begun actively updating new versions. Alas, with the introduction of various powerful special skills, the game's balance has deteriorated significantly, leading to a severe loss of players. Now, it is a case of trying to remedy the situation, hoping to restore balance before the next version update. However, being a small company, they lack the expertise in game metrics and cannot afford dedicated staff, hence the idea of outsourcing. This project is worth 30,000 yuan, recommended to me by a game company known for its Three Kingdoms kill game. They expressed their trust in me, asking for my assistance in completing this task, offering an initial payment of 15,000 yuan, with the remaining balance to be paid upon satisfactory response to the version release. Without a doubt, Lu Yuan felt that this project was genuinely reliable. Moreover, the difficulty of the work is not particularly high. The required expertise is largely related to probability theory, with some connections to calculus and linear algebra. Just at this time, Lu Yuan is studying these areas, and he is eager to put his knowledge to practical use. However, just as his interest was piqued, a multitude of questions began to flood his mind. Senior brother, do you really need me for this job? Can't you manage it alone? Or is the deadline quite tight? Moreover, how can a small company afford such a high price? Although 2016 was a year of great popularity for the internet and computer fields, with the market offering high remuneration for various computing talents, making outsourcing gradually mature, a project worth 30,000 yuan is still not trivial, even in the realm of outsourcing. Typically, projects allocated to students are considered large at a few thousand yuan. At least for a small gaming company or startup, Lu Yuan felt they would be reluctant to spend so much. Junior brother, this amount is really not excessive. Besides, I have already mentioned you to them. They know you are a gold medalist in IMO with exceptional mathematical skills. Furthermore, I am a master student from Peking University, under the esteemed Professor Zhao Xian. Wait a moment. Lu Yuan interrupted Ling Du, his skepticism rising. You mean to say you mentioned our advisor, Professor Zhao Xian? Realizing he had let something slip, Ling Du's expression turned slightly awkward, and he hastily clarified, well, I am a graduate student after all. They merely inquired about my advisor's information. However, I was surprised at how effective Professor Zhao's reputation is upon hearing it. They eagerly urged me to take on the project. Of course, a PhD advisor from Peking University and a distinguished young scholar at that. How could that not be valuable? Although Lu Yuan had not heard of Professor Zhao's name before entering university, a quick search on Baidu revealed his accolades. Each of the titles held by Professor Zhao is worth far more than 30,000 yuan on its own. Forget it, senior brother. I cannot partake in this matter. I advise you to decline their offer. If the professor finds out his name is being used to earn such a meager sum, he might expel you from the program. Though Professor Zhao appeared quite affable, Lu Yuan imagined himself in his shoes, and he would not feel comfortable knowing a student was profiting from his name in such a trivial manner. Junior brother, where are your thoughts wandering? I am not foolish enough to promise them anything using our advisor's name. I merely mentioned both of us, primarily you, as they have high hopes for your abilities. Otherwise, they would have only offered me 20,000 yuan, but upon mentioning your involvement, they increased the offer by 10,000. Ling Du's earnest demeanor made Lu Yuan reconsider, and he found himself asking, is my reputation truly worth that much? Can it warrant an additional 10,000? Junior brother, you are quite a celebrity online. If I were them, I would also be inclined to offer more. Oh, by the way, they expressed that if we accept this job and the outcome is satisfactory, they would like to maintain a long-term collaboration. This did not require further explanation from Ling Du, as Lu Yuan had already grasped the implications. If they succeeded in balancing the metrics, it was likely they would be approached again in 6 months when the balance inevitably faltered again with the next version update. Essentially, they would be acting as firefighters, mopping up the mess. As for why the company did not seek a full-time employee, the reality is that hiring a professional for such a position at a low salary would yield similar results to their existing team's capabilities. Conversely, Hiring someone with stronger qualifications and expertise would incur exorbitant costs. It is essential to remember that this is the capital, where labor costs are exceedingly high. More importantly, how long the game would last is uncertain. It is more economical to outsource when needed than to hire full-time staff. Junior brother, just accept it. If worst comes to worst, I will handle the work myself. I will merely borrow your name for this, and when the project succeeds, we can split the earnings 50-50. Ling Du is genuinely anxious at this point. Such opportunities for extra income are rare, not overly time-consuming, and a split would still yield 15,000 yuan, allowing him to indulge in gaming again. The primary reason they were even considered for the project was that the company had no intention of initially offering it to Ling Du. It was Lu Yuan's reputation, along with Professor Zhao's, that made them willing to entrust the project to him. Although the company could not expect Professor Zhao to pay attention to such small projects, they certainly held Lu Yuan, the gold medalist who had graced the news numerous times, in high esteem. This was also why Ling Du had come to discuss the matter with Lu Yuan. All right, you've convinced me, but I must make it clear to them that it is just the two of us involved, with no connection to our advisor. After some contemplation, Lu Yuan ultimately agreed. On one hand, it served as a practical application of his studies. On the other, the compensation was indeed substantial, especially with Ling Du's persuasive encouragement. Before long, he was in contact with the company's representative, and their demeanor was indeed as warm and courteous as Ling Du had described. The project documentation swiftly arrived, detailing a game titled Endless Journey to the West, comprising a total of 198 cards, 13 characters, and 21 exclusive skills, all data sent directly to his inbox. It was evident that the intention behind this collaboration was not so much for the soon-to-be graduate student, Ling Du, but rather for Lu Yuan himself. Ultimately, the workload turned out to be even lighter than Lu Yuan had anticipated. The metrics for all characters, skills, and data collided and calculated in his mind. With his keen mathematical intuition, he quickly imprinted each value in his memory. Initially planning to work overtime for 2 weeks, he completed everything in just one night, taking only 3 hours in total. During those 3 hours, most of his time was spent memorizing the rules of the cards and character skills. The actual thinking and calculations took only a few fleeting minutes. After Lu Yuan provided his version to Ling Du himself spent 3 days creating another version. Upon comparison, Ling Du ultimately forwarded Lu Yuan's version to the company. The gaming company was prompt in their approval and payment. At least the initial 15,000 yuan was transferred the afternoon following their receipt of the content. Lu Yuan thought that this matter would conclude here for the time being. However, on the third day after receiving the payment, he and Ling Du were summoned to Professor Zhao's office by a phone call. Chapter 69. 4 books a week? In a modest office, Lu Yuan and Ling Du stood before the desk, exchanging glances filled with uncertainty. Exchanging glances, the two silently communicated their predicament. Ahem. Such subtle gestures could hardly elude the keen eye of Professor Zhao, who was holding a cup of water. With a gentle cough, he drew their attention towards himself. Have you two anything to discuss with me? The usually affable Professor Zhao wore a smile that bordered on enigmatic, seemingly offering them a chance to confess. Teacher, we've been doing well lately, haven't we? There's nothing to report, right? Their hearts raced at the thought that they had been summoned together for matters concerning the gaming project. After all, since arriving at the school, Lu Yuan had not engaged in any other activities, making it unlikely that he was called in for library studies. However, Ling Du was not so easily exposed. Even with a slight inkling of what was at stake, he attempted to evade the situation, hoping for a stroke of luck. Professor Zhao, displaying remarkable patience, took a sip from his teacup and then inquired, on July 30th, where were you, Ling Du? I was feeling unwell. I had a bit of a stomach issue from something I ate during the summer. I took a leave of absence that day. And you can ask Brother Yu for confirmation. In the lab, new master students like Ling Du were typically guided by senior students, since they had not yet officially enrolled. Requesting leave was rather informal. Nonetheless, Professor Zhao's thoughts were not focused on the lab at that moment. He merely reported it to his senior. Professor Zhao took another sip of water and nodded, appearing to accept Ling Du's explanation. And what about the 31st, 2nd, and 4th? You felt unwell every other day? His voice, though not loud, carried an unmistakable weight of scrutiny regarding Ling Du's attendance. Lu Yuan couldn't help but sweat nervously for his senior, who now bore the expression of a schoolboy being reprimanded. You both have heard of the game Endless Journey to the West, correct? Shall I elaborate? With the mere utterance of the game's name by Professor Zhao, any remaining hope evaporated from their hearts. Ling Du's face now reflected a mix of indignation and disbelief. Teacher, how could that company be so shameless? I've stated that this is my personal project, yet they actually reached out to you? Lu Yuan, too, felt compelled to explain, but words eluded him. He was involved in the matter, yet had no knowledge of how Ling Du had previously engaged with the company. As for the project, aside from the work requirements, he had not communicated further with them, even though they had added him enthusiastically on WeChat. They contacted me to verify whether you exist as a master's student since they could not find you in the school's official enrollment records. They suspected you might be a fraud and merely sought confirmation. At this revelation, both young men exhaled in relief. At least this indicated there was room for negotiation. They had not used the professor's name to deceive anyone. However, Lu Yuan couldn't suppress a question that surged forth. Professor, when did you receive this call from the company? Despite Ling Du's less-than-pleased expression, Professor Zhao turned to Lu Yuan, maintaining an air of composure. His demeanor suggesting that his frustration was directed more at the situation than at the individuals involved. On July 30th, the incredulous exclamation from Ling Du echoed in the room. Lu Yuan's suspicions were confirmed. Ling Du had discussed the project with him on the 31st, indicating that the professor must have been in communication with the company on the 30th. This implied that Professor Zhao was aware of the situation from the outset and had allowed their actions to unfold, presumably as a test of their integrity. I suppose I assigned you both too few learning tasks? He cast a sidelong glance at Ling Du before focusing on Lu Yuan, eager to engage him. Lu Yuan, have you completed advanced algebra and mathematical analysis? You have, haven't you? Lu Yuan hesitated momentarily, for indeed, he had finished both books. Yet the professor's tone instilled uncertainty about how to respond. You've truly completed them. No matter, to state your actual progress. Professor Zhao's expression softened slightly, and his tone rose a notch. After all, it had only been a week. He had considered Lu Yuan's aptitude and allocated a mere 34 weeks for study. According to his plan, if Lu Yuan progressed smoothly, perhaps even surpassing his expectations, he would introduce ordinary differential equations in geometry in the final week before the semester commenced. Hearing Lu Yuan's assertion today took him by surprise. To what point have you progressed? I've nearly finished all 4 mathematics books you assigned, but I feel there is still much room for deeper exploration. Today, I'm currently studying university-level physics. As he spoke, Lu Yuan sensed a shift in Professor Zhao's demeanor, realizing that this was his future mentor, and thus paused momentarily. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence. Junior, are you serious? You finished 4 books in a week. It was Ling Du who broke the silence. Facing such skepticism, Lu Yuan could only nod silently. Compared to his high school days, he found his talent for advanced mathematics had blossomed even further. Many concepts, once in his mind, would extend and collide with one another, often leading him to curtail his thoughts to absorb more material. This enabled him to master the 4 books at an astonishing pace, imprinting their contents in his mind after over 10 hours of study each day for a week. Junior, your talent is truly remarkable. It took me at least a month to complete these. As soon as those words left his mouth, Professor Zhao's gaze shifted from Lu Yuan to Ling Du. It was evident that if one could finish these 4 books in a month, Ling Du's talent surpassed Professor Zhao's expectations. After a thoughtful pause, Professor Zhao began rummaging through his desk. Moments later, the printer in the office whirred to life. Ling Du, displaying keen insight, retrieved the freshly printed pages and handed them to Professor Zhao. Are you certain you haven't encountered advanced calculus before? I flipped through linear algebra books for a couple of days in high school. Does that count? Lu Yuan had completed his high school curriculum, finding little novelty in the material, thus merely skimmed through the linear algebra text. Professor Zhao shook his head at this admission, opting for silence instead of further commentary. He took the pages from Ling Du and began jotting notes on them. Chapter 70. Professor Zhao's surprise and recognition. 2 minutes later, Professor Zhao handed the paper to Lu Yuan. It contained 6 problems. Aside from the 4th and 5th, he was asked to attempt the others. As long as you can solve 2 of the 4 problems, I will consider you successful. Indeed, this was a test. Lu Yuan had already surmised as much. After all, his genuine study progress had not fully convinced Professor Zhao. Thus, verifying his claims and actual learning progress would ultimately rely on this examination. Without further ado, Lu Yuan seated himself across from Professor Zhao, seizing a pen from the desk to begin solving the problems. The 6 questions spanned 3 pages, and though Lu Yuan was unaware of their origin, he noted that each problem was assigned a specific point value. It was reasonable to deduce that, aside from being a final exam, they might be questions from some mathematical competition. The first problem was straightforward for Lu Yuan, a standard topic from his mathematical analysis textbook, presenting no significant challenge. Compared to the problems presented in middle school competitions, The current questions require minimal contemplation. Merely understanding the prompts and applying a few formulas suffices to arrive at the solutions. The second problem is somewhat more intricate than the first, pertaining to higher algebra, specifically linear equations and matrix theory. However, for Lu Yuan, it poses no significant challenge, and he effortlessly begins to solve it. Professor Zhao had initially intended to take advantage of Lu Yuan's problem-solving time to have Ling Du step outside to discuss his queries privately. Yet, witnessing Lu Yuan complete the first problem almost instantaneously left him momentarily stunned. Such an extraordinary speed in solving problems was a first for him. He chose to remain seated across from Lu Yuan, quietly observing him tackle the questions. This was also Lu Yuan's inaugural opportunity to display his true problem-solving speed to another person. In previous competitions, he had made a concerted effort to appear less peculiar. Despite completing the exam paper in mere minutes, he would feign a prolonged review, remaining seated long after finishing to avoid drawing attention. However, in the confines of the office today, facing this set of questions, he felt no need to restrain himself. To him, this examination felt akin to a mere final exam at school, as the questions lacked complexity and the thought processes were exceedingly clear. Of course, this clarity was only apparent to him. At that moment, Professor Zhao took a large gulp from his water cup to calm his increasingly restless heart. While Lu Yuan and Ling Du might be oblivious to the nature of the questions, he was acutely aware. These were the preliminary questions from the National College Mathematics competition, preserved from the documents he had accessed. This competition is divided into professional and non-professional groups, with a significant disparity in difficulty. Professor Zhao had source questions from the Mathematics Professional Group A, intended solely for students from institutions ranked B or above in mathematics within the nation. The difficulty of this set of questions was thus substantial, far exceeding Lu Yuan's assumption of a mere final exam paper. As for the third question, Lu Yuan initially planned to skip it, as Professor Zhao had not mandated its solution. However, upon glancing at it, he realized it was merely a matter of ordinary differential equations, something he had indeed studied. Although the problem required a deeper level of thought than the first two, it remained within his capabilities. Upon reaching the fourth question, he quickly ascertained that it involved content he had not yet encountered. Nevertheless, he sensed a potential pathway to a solution. Yet, unwilling to squander anyone's time, he proceeded to the next question. The final two questions, as anticipated, presented a greater challenge. At this juncture, Lu Yuan noticed Professor Zhao had discreetly offered him a cup of water in a disposable paper cup. "Take your time. There's no rush." The professor's voice was low, clearly intending not to interrupt Lu Yuan's concentration. Accepting the professor's kind gesture, Lu Yuan took a sip of water and continued to ponder the problems at hand. In contrast to the earlier elementary mathematics questions, Lu Yuan discerned that the focus of higher mathematics problems differed significantly. Elementary mathematics consists of well-established concepts, while higher mathematics predominantly assesses logical reasoning and abstract thinking. The requirements for technique in higher mathematics are not inferior to those of elementary mathematics. Instead, the emphasis lies on the depth of understanding of the material learned and the ability to analyze specific problems comprehensively. Yet, in Lu Yuan's perspective, the difficulty of these two challenging problems was not insurmountable. He speculated that they were likely designed to differentiate students during the school's final assessments. Completing all 5 questions took a total of 15 minutes. Lu Yuan meticulously documented the processes and thought patterns he employed, ensuring no steps were omitted. When Lu Yuan submitted the exam paper to Professor Zhao, he could distinctly observe a look of complexity on the professor's face, surpassing that of before he had begun answering. Ling Du, too, regarded Lu Yuan with a curious gaze, as if he had unearthed a new continent. "Junior, your speed in solving these problems is rather extraordinary. Do you not require any time to think? No wonder you achieved a perfect score at the IMO. You are incredibly impressive." This was the first instance Ling Du had witnessed Lu Yuan's thought process in action, and while he was unaware of the specific nature of the exam, he recognized that these problems could not be resolved instantaneously without considerable contemplation. For the first time, he felt the disparity between himself and Lu Yuan, and he found himself admiring peers like Lu Yuan, who emerged from competitive backgrounds, realizing the evident gap in their abilities. In reality, Ling Du's talent was not inferior to that of an average CMO gold medalist, yet when compared to Lu Yuan, especially in terms of problem-solving speed, the difference was rather pronounced. Professor Zhao, cross-referencing the answers on his computer, was able to confirm within minutes that all 5 problems had been solved correctly and with remarkable precision. This revelation left him increasingly astonished. Even after Lu Yuan had secured the IMO gold medal, he had held exceedingly high expectations for his talent, yet he had grossly underestimated him. Professor, have I passed? After a prolonged silence, noticing Professor Zhao lost in thought, Lu Yuan could not resist breaking the quiet. Huh? Oh, you have passed. Your performance was truly exceptional, far exceeding my expectations. As he spoke, his gaze flitted between Lu Yuan and Ling Du eventually, his brow furrowed in concern as he addressed Lu Yuan. Is your family currently facing difficulties? Not particularly. My parents are merely ordinary workers in a factory. After my victory at the IMO, the school and local government awarded me a substantial bonus. It was quite challenging before, but things have improved now. The difficulties Lu Yuan referred to were not those of impoverished students from remote areas. Rather, it was a matter of moderate living conditions. Within the context of the overall positive economic environment in Linzhou, Jiangnan province, his family was not particularly affluent, but could be considered relatively stable. Indeed, compared to the general living conditions in other provinces, Lu Yuan's family circumstances were quite manageable, representing an ordinary household. Professor Zhao nodded in understanding before turning to Ling Du. And what about your family? My family is also quite ordinary. Besides, in the capital, who lacks money? I just need to earn some living expenses through projects. Otherwise, my meager allowance would hardly suffice. Ling Du was more vocal about his grievances than Lu Yuan. However, Professor Zhao's demeanor had markedly improved compared to their initial meeting. After hearing their responses, he fell deep into thought. Finally, he took out his phone and publicly dialed the number in front of them. Hello, Manager Zhang? Yes, it's me, Zhao Xian. Have you resolved the project you contacted me about last month? Yes, I have 2 exceptionally talented students, and I can bring them along to assist in addressing it. Chapter 71. First encounter with Manager Zhang. Professor, you actually have a car? In the parking lot, standing before a somewhat aged Volkswagen, Ling Du could not help but inquire. What is so surprising about me having a car? I've worked in the capital for many years, and I'm still unable to obtain a license plate? Professor Zhao rolled his eyes at Ling Du's question. No, professor. What I meant was, if you have a car, why do you still ride an electric bike? I live nearby. Would I drive in the capital just for a short commute? He looked at Ling Du as if he were a fool, and the surprise and excitement Professor Zhao had felt in the office began to fade away. Does anyone here know how to drive? Professor, I just reached adulthood. I haven't had the chance to get my driver's license yet. Lu Yuan could drive, albeit at a novice level. He had learned during his previous life at university, but had never driven outside a driving school. In this life, he had come to school early for summer break, and had not even obtained a driver's license. Nodding at Lu Yuan, Professor Zhao was aware of the student's circumstances, and he quickly turned to Ling Du, who also shook his head awkwardly. With a sigh, Professor Zhao finally said, "Get in the car. You both should try to get your licenses as soon as you have the time." Ultimately, Professor Zhao took on the role of driver, transporting the 2 students to their destination, a nearby cafe. The drive was quite pleasant, as it was not during peak commuting hours in the capital. Upon arrival, they ascended to the 2nd floor and made their way to a window-side area, where 2 individuals stood up upon spotting them. A man in his 30s, dressed rather casually in a black t-shirt and cropped jeans, exudes an approachable demeanor, his neatly styled hair suggesting a touch of effort. His fair complexion and well-proportioned physique create a comforting presence. In contrast, a woman beside him presents a much more formal appearance. Clad in a tailored black blazer and matching trousers, her shoulder-length hair impeccably styled, and sunglasses in hand, she radiates an air of professionalism, her first impression somewhat commanding. Mr. Zhang, allow me to introduce my 2 students, began Professor Zhao. This is Lu Yuan, who recently clinched a gold medal at the International Mathematical Olympiad. And this is Ling Du, my newly enrolled master's student. As soon as the introduction was made, Mr. Zhang turned towards Lu Yuan with a beaming smile, a hint of surprise illuminating his face. Ah, Lu Yuan. I recognize that name. I've seen him in the news recently. Scoring full marks at the IMO, Professor Zhao. You have certainly taken on an exceptional student, but isn't Lu Yuan still in his undergraduate studies? Indeed, the news of Lu Yuan's remarkable triumph had left a lasting impression on many. He is currently pursuing a combined bachelor's, master's, and doctoral program under my guidance. Professor Zhao clarified. That explains it. Professor Zhao continued with introductions. This is Mr. Zhang Yuan from ByteDance. Fearing that Lu Yuan and Ling Du might be unaware, he added, "You've heard of the Tushio app, right? It's developed by Mr. Zhang's company." "Of course. I've downloaded it. Many of my classmates use it," Ling Du exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement. Noticing Lu Yuan's complex expression, he couldn't help but pat him on the back. "I use it too. My phone is filled with the Tushio app. Although Lu Yuan echoed this sentiment, he felt a swirl of confusion. What was the situation today? For Professor Zhao's earlier call, it seemed he had taken on an additional project specifically for their benefit. Along the way, Professor Zhao had mentioned it was a tech company involved in algorithm enhancement. Who would have guessed that this company was ByteDance? Despite its rapid growth, it still felt small compared to the giants of the internet industry. Lacking the scale of BAT, Baidu, Alibaba, Tencent, and even trailing behind other firms like NetEase. However, in the future, ByteDance would emerge as a formidable player, with Douyin, TikTok achieving global fame. The Mr. Zhang before him was undoubtedly a figure of significant stature. Lu Yuan had never anticipated encountering Mr. Zhang at this juncture after his rebirth. His mind was momentarily lost in a haze. Oh, by the way, I haven't introduced you to my assistant, Yushasha. Let's take a seat and discuss further. Lu Yuan had not expected the poised woman beside him to merely be an assistant. Given her demeanor, he had assumed she held an executive position. Shasha, please arrange some refreshments for us, Mr. Zhang instructed as everyone settled in. Professor Zhao, foregoing idle chatter, delved straight into the matter at hand. Mr. Zhang, regarding the project you mentioned last month, what are the specific requirements? I have some time to spare and can guide these two students. That will be splendid. We will be thrilled to have your assistance, Professor Zhao, Mr. Zhang replied, his rapport with the professor evident, suggesting a history of collaboration and a deep respect for Zhao's expertise. The company plans to launch a new short video platform in September, called Douyin Xiao Video. Lu Yuan's heart raced with excitement. He felt as if he were witnessing a historical moment. He had spent countless hours on Douyin in his past life, never imagining he would be privy to its inception. The platform's internal algorithms required optimization, particularly in the recommendation system, which needed to be both more precise and faster. At that time, ByteDance had a considerable workforce of nearly 1,000. Yet it still fell short of the leading enterprises with a scarcity of genuine talent, especially in mathematical algorithms. Many core business functions, such as the recommendation system, essentially a you may also like feature, were rudimentary. Significant internal optimization would only become feasible as Douyin expanded and attracted the necessary expertise and financial resources. The objective was clear: to enhance the product before its launch or during its early phases. The recommendation algorithms and core technology improvements would significantly bolster the product's market entry. Is there a timeline for this? Lu Yuan inquired. Preferably before September, as we will officially launch after our final test in early September. However, this is a long-term endeavor, so if time does not permit, it can be done gradually. Mr. Zhang did not impose strict deadlines, especially in the presence of Professor Zhao, displaying a humble demeanor. Understood. I will do my utmost to provide results by September. At this point, Shasha had returned with a selection of pastries and drinks. The group wasted no time indulging in the exquisite treats. As Lu Yuan savored his dessert, he contemplated the project's complexity. The recommendation algorithm, if his memory served him correctly, fell under the realms of machine learning and reinforcement learning. His undergraduate specialization in mathematics and applied mathematics did not encompass these fields. Meanwhile, Ling Du, who had pursued information in computer science, had indeed studied these subjects. If Lu Yuan wished to engage with the project, he would need to self-study these topics. Ling Du, meanwhile, was contemplating the project's remuneration rather than its technical challenges. He wondered if they would discuss fees today or leave that to Mr. Zhang and Professor Zhao later. To Ling Du's relief, Mr. Zhang soon broached the topic of remuneration. Professor Zhao, regarding the project as compensation, regardless of the algorithmic improvements, shall we settle on 500,000 Yuan? Alternatively, we could base it on the actual efficiency gains post-simulation. Ling Du gasped, his face flushing with disbelief, and his breath quickened. Lu Yuan felt equally taken aback. The proposed sum exceeded the total of all his competition winnings. He raised his coffee, attempting to mask his inner turmoil. Professor Zhao maintained a composed expression but glanced at Ling Du with a frown, perhaps perceiving his reaction as somewhat undignified. Let us base it on the actual efficiency achieved. I would want to take advantage of your company. Mr. Zhang nodded in agreement. Very well, we'll calculate it based on actual efficiency. My initial expectation was a 58 improvement, so let us agree on a rate of 100,000 Yuan for each unit of efficiency gained. Should we achieve a 10-point increase, I will add an additional 500,000 Yuan. For the forthcoming launch of Douyin, even a slight enhancement in the initial recommendation algorithms and content can yield substantial profits. Retaining a greater number of users is paramount, and the developmental costs inherently lie in the algorithms, which are the most expensive. Recently, it has been a phase where Mr. Zhang has cast a wide net, seeking out prominent figures in the mathematical field to attempt improvements. Compared to the advancements in algorithms, the remuneration for such endeavors is merely a trifling sum for ByteDance at present. Regrettably, most professors in mathematics or computer science who possess genuine expertise are already engaged in fixed projects. For instance, Professor Zhao had previously declined Mr. Zhang's overture, with his current workload being rather demanding. He is not easily swayed by monetary incentives. However, it is thanks to Lu Yuan and Ling Du that he has returned to Mr. Zhang. Very well. Let us proceed under this standard. Upon seeing Professor Zhao acquiesce, Mr. Zhang's face illuminated with excitement and relief. Shortly thereafter, an assistant produced a service contract from his bag, and both parties confirmed its accuracy before affixing their signatures. Everything transpired with remarkable simplicity and fluidity, as if it were meant to be. Once seated in the vehicle alongside Professor Zhao, Ling Du, who had been somewhat stifled in the coffee shop, let out a long sigh of relief and could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, large corporations are vastly superior. Having you, Professor, advocate for us is infinitely more advantageous." Not only Ling Du, but Lu Yuan also found himself marveling internally. His previous understanding of university professors was rather nebulous. At the ordinary university he attended in his past life, he perceived the instructors' levels as rather average, many merely reading from PowerPoint presentations. He never quite grasped the extent of a university professor's prowess. Now, at Peking University, he is acutely aware that the professors here undoubtedly surpass those from the third-tier institutions of his former life, but he lacks a clear conception of how they excel. This moment marks his first encounter with the caliber of his mentor's academic engagement. Ling Du, having exerted considerable effort to solicit an introduction from fellow game company, managed to secure a project worth 30,000. In stark contrast, Professor Zhao, by merely accepting a project he initially deemed insignificant, is rewarded with upwards of 500,000. Although Lu Yuan lacks a firm grasp of the research domain typically encountered, the ability to converse directly with the CEO of ByteDance in the commercial realm is indeed astonishing. Unbeknownst to him, the once amiable and composed Professor Zhao has, in his mind, been elevated to an entirely new echelon. It evokes a sense of realization that the influential figures he rarely encounters are, unexpectedly, his very own mentor. Simultaneously, Lu Yuan has begun to genuinely ponder the profession of university professors with newfound anticipation. Let us not make a fuss. You two will handle this project. I have no time for such matters. Professor Zhao instructed. Lu Yuan, set aside your physics and aerospace content for now and delve into machine learning and reinforcement learning. When the time comes, you and Ling Du will work on this in depth. As for how much you earn, that depends entirely on your capabilities. Professor Zhao's acceptance of his project serves a dual purpose: to alleviate the financial burdens on his students, and, more importantly, to assess the actual proficiency of both Lu Yuan and Ling Du, particularly regarding Lu Yuan, who has advanced to this level in advanced calculus within a week. Professor Zhao finds it somewhat incredible. He wishes to see if they can swiftly grasp these two advanced courses, especially the content that Lu Yuan has yet to encounter, and further innovate within the already intricate algorithmic models. From Lu Yuan's problem-solving approach and speed observed that morning, Professor Zhao is keenly anticipating the intensity of Lu Yuan's thought processes. This project serves as both a reward for Lu Yuan's academic progress and a test of his abilities. It will reveal not only the speed of his learning, but also the strength of his cognitive prowess. Furthermore, it will provide insight into his innovative thinking, allowing Professor Zhao to make a general assessment. This also serves as an indirect evaluation of Ling Du, whose talent has exceeded Professor Zhao's expectations. Professor, you're not taking any money? How can we dare to accept it then? Ling Du, at that moment, was still preoccupied with the financial aspect and had not considered the deeper implications of Professor Zhao initiating the project. His concerns were valid. After all, the project was secured through Professor Zhao's capabilities. If you were to forego the service fee, how could they possibly accept it? Very well. Consider this project a gift to you both. Do not mistake my generosity. I have a basic understanding of recommendation algorithms, and the difficulty is considerable. There are indeed formidable mathematicians at ByteDance conducting research in this area. You two must first achieve improvements. Otherwise, if there is no increase in efficiency, you will earn not a penny. And what business do you have discussing service fees with me? Chapter 73. The Gathering of Three and the Unease. Professor, do you not trust our abilities? Although they had yet to engage with the project files, Ling Du was extraordinarily confident. I cannot speak for other matters, but as long as the funds are in place, I can handle any project. Lu Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Ling Du, recognizing that he was speaking from the heart. Professor Zhao, who was driving, let out a soft sigh at that moment. Regardless of your capabilities, you must prioritize your studies moving forward. Do not squander your exceptional talent in mathematics. I will be crafting long-term study plans for you both, especially you, Ling Du. If you do not meet the standards, do not expect such opportunities in the future. Professor Zhao's tone was lighthearted, yet for Ling Du, it represented a genuine threat. He nodded in agreement, with Lu Yuan following suit. However, as the vehicle entered Peking University and the three disembarked, Professor Zhao made one final remark. Ling Du, if after obtaining a master's degree, you find yourself facing challenges in securing a job, consider switching to the computer science field. This was a pointed reminder specifically for Ling Du, and after delivering it, Professor Zhao turned and departed. At that moment, Lu Yuan found himself agreeing internally. Graduating with a pure mathematics degree may not guarantee optimal job prospects or ideal salaries. Conversely, transitioning into the computer science sector could result in exponentially higher earnings. This advice remains pertinent, especially for someone like Ling Du, whose disposition likely leans towards financial gain. A week later, in the campus coffee shop, having ordered the least expensive Americano, Lu Yuan had already been there for 3 hours. The second-hand Lenovo laptop he possessed was one he had purchased from a senior in his 4th year. Junior, you arrived quite early. Ling Du entered the shop, and, upon spotting him, promptly sat down beside him. No, I've been busy here all afternoon. As they conversed, another figure approached from behind. Yuan, Senior Ling, I just learned that you two have already begun working on a project. The familiar voice, with its distinct quack-like tone, made Lu Yuan instantly recognize the newcomer. Ling Du shot him a glance, his expressive eyebrows dancing. I told him, after all, he won to be part of the project. Zhang Hang, who had shot up to 168 meters, quickly began to explain. Senior Ling, I won't participate. I haven't studied these things and can't contribute anything. While Zhang Heng certainly possessed strong talent, his learning pace and ability to digest knowledge did not match Lu Yuan's. Today, Zhang Heng had arrived early to school for a brief meeting among the three of them. Senior Ling, have you made any progress? Not yet. I've just begun to grasp their recommendation system model. The main logic is still straightforward, but the additional conditional factors are numerous. Despite his often scattered demeanor, preoccupied with thoughts of money and gaming, Ling Du demonstrates a willingness to dedicate time and exhibits a sense of responsibility when it comes to serious matters. And you, Junior? How are you managing the coursework? A couple of days ago, I finished reading it, and I have recently been contemplating the collaborative filtering algorithm of this recommendation system. It's astonishing. Before Lu Yuan could formally communicate, Ling Du's exclamations had already reached him. Lu Yuan paid no heed to his remarks. His current talent and learning capacity were evident, and there was no need for any pretense. I find their collaborative filtering algorithm woefully inadequate. According to my simulated estimations, the 4 standard data values are alarmingly low, marking a significant weakness. I plan to make breakthroughs and improvements to this algorithm next week. Brother, I suggest you focus on other areas for enhancement during that time. After all, the gains are directly proportional to the overall efficiency improvement. And Lu Yuan hopes that the two of them can work on separate enhancements rather than exhausting efforts on the same module. The entire recommendation system model, being an initial framework from ByteDance, is likely still quite rudimentary due to time constraints. In his eyes, there are numerous areas ripe for improvement. The choice of collaborative filtering is a section Lu Yuan perceives as nearly useless in the current system. It should be a substantial algorithm for enhancing recommendation efficacy. It performs poorly in this model. All right, brother, I actually intend to supplement a few sorting algorithms and address some error influences, never considering your depth of exploration. Ling Du's perspective on the entire recommendation system starkly contrasts with Lu Yuan's. He swiftly processes the content in his mind, while Lu Yuan has devoted countless hours to meticulous study to form a cohesive understanding. Even though ByteDance may not currently be a leading company, it is certainly not insignificant, and the complexity of the recommendation system is readily apparent. Ling Du is primarily preparing to identify and rectify gaps, making minor improvements on the foundational aspects he excels in. He has no intention of altering key algorithms, fearing that any modification might inadvertently diminish efficiency. After a brief discussion about recent developments, the trio headed to the cafeteria for a meal, after which Lu Yuan returned to his dormitory to continue contemplating the collaborative filtering algorithm. At 8 in the evening, the once empty dormitory was finally graced by Zhang Heng's presence. However, Zhang Heng chose not to disturb him, opting instead to unwind by playing games. Once immersed in his thoughts, Lu Yuan felt the collaborative, filtering algorithm beginning to collide within his mind, rekindling the insights he had pondered earlier. His brain operated like a supercomputer, continuously matching and adjusting past thought processes against this algorithm. A plethora of fresh ideas surged forth. As long as he did not call a halt, new improvement concepts would unfailingly emerge. The pen in his hand incessantly scribbled across the pages. Whenever a thought yielded promising preliminary calculations, Lu Yuan diligently recorded it. His notebook, a hefty tome of over 100 pages, had accumulated nearly 13 sections of content. Were Zhang to enter the dormitory and observe the numerous algorithms for improvement that remained undeveloped in Lu Yuan's notebook, he would likely be astounded. In terms of collaborative filtering algorithms, Lu Yuan had devised dozens of options. The least effective among them promised a minimum 30 enhancement over the company's original algorithm, with some even projecting a remarkable 50 increase. Even when applied to the entire recommendation system, this would ensure at least a 5 boost in efficiency. Yet, Lu Yuan found himself dissatisfied with these proposals. As he contemplated, his brow furrowed in concern. Compared to the competitive periods of his past, this was the first time he had concentrated so intensely for such an extended duration. After half an hour of rigorous thinking, he felt a throbbing headache and had to pause for a moment's respite. In truth, among the myriad of proposals at hand, selecting a few with the most evident efficacy for comparative calculations would suffice for preliminary reporting. However, Lu Yuan felt a persistent sense of dissatisfaction in his deliberation. He believed that a better idea was on the verge of surfacing, compelling him to continue his reflections. Chapter 74. Starting anew. A new algorithm. This sense of incompleteness or imperfection was something Lu Yuan had never experienced in his prior studies. Even when delving into textbooks like advanced algebra, he could explore deeply without discomfort. His thoughts could consciously cease whenever he chose. Yet now, confronted with this algorithm, every modification and proposal felt unsettling. Upon reviewing the multitude of options in his notebook, it seemed as though they were flawed from the outset. Suddenly, a new idea struck Lu Yuan's mind. Unable to resist, he rose and descended to purchase a bottle of Red Bull. Setting aside everything else, this energy drink undoubtedly had the capacity to invigorate. After a 20-minute break, Lu Yuan resumed his contemplations. This time, he completely transformed his approach. In essence, he sought to overthrow everything, including the foundational algorithm of ByteDance itself. Fresh ideas erupted in his mind once more, and soon, a complete new algorithmic framework took shape within. Rapidly, additional details and necessary considerations began to be intricately refined within the structure. The essence of this collaborative filtering algorithm is deceptively simple. It seeks out similar users and recommends products that those users also find appealing. With the old paradigms discarded and a new architecture established, Lu Yuan's thinking accelerated and flowed more smoothly. The subtle discomfort and frustration that had previously lingered vanished entirely. He quickly began to transcribe the nascent ideas forming in his mind. Indeed, Lu Yuan had finally unearthed the crux of the issue. The disquiet in his mind was not indicative of a decline in his cognitive abilities or psychological issue. It was merely a reflection of the flawed, algorithmic approach he had adopted from the outset. Attempting to improve upon and extrapolate from the original framework of ByteDance algorithm was fundamentally misguided from the beginning. The very framework of this algorithm was flawed, or rather, it had inherent limitations. Upon realizing this, Lu Yuan discarded everything. The entirety of his algorithmic thought processes underwent a radical transformation. Now that a new algorithmic framework had materialized, all that remained was to calculate the intricacies, including comprehensive matching with the entire recommendation system. Brother Yuan, are you still awake? Zheng Hang's voice interrupted from behind, revealing that the clock had crept past midnight. Lu Yuan had completed the overall calculations for the new algorithm and was currently simulating and assessing the anticipated efficiency improvements. You should get some rest. I'll be at it for a while longer. Lu Yuan replied succinctly to Zheng Hang before diving back into his work. He aimed to ascertain the efficacy of his new algorithm and ideas before the night concluded. By midnight, as he set down his pen, a satisfied smile graced his face. Based on his current estimations, the new algorithm could enhance efficiency by between 210 to 230. If applied to the entire recommendation system, this would yield an improvement of 15 to 18. This was not the ultimate limit of the algorithm's potential, but rather a reflection of other aspects of the recommendation system that were yet to be optimized. Even with the new algorithm's impressive efficiency, it could not compensate for the shortcomings in other areas of the system, with the cap likely resting around 18. However, for Lu Yuan, achieving an efficiency increase of over 10 was more than sufficient to exceed expectations and secure additional rewards. On the third day, in the afternoon, within ByteDance, Lu Yuan and Ling Du found themselves resting in a small conference room. A pair of simple black leather chairs and a rectangular, oval-shaped redwood table adorned with 2 bottles of water and some snacks surrounded them. "Brother, is your new algorithm truly reliable? I haven't made any progress on my end," Ling Du inquired anxiously, confirming once more with Lu Yuan, as the room remained devoid of others. "I have calculated that the enhancement of this algorithm alone is sufficient to elevate the overall efficiency by more than 10-fold. So there's no need for you to continue spending time on it." Just as he was speaking, the door to the conference room swung open, and Mr. Zhang entered with a smile, reminding the two of them, "The server resources have been freed up, and I have arranged for the big data simulation of your improvement plan to commence. This time, we are simulating 10 million data points, which will take approximately 50 minutes to an hour to yield comparative results. Should you have any requirements, feel free to discuss them with Assistant Yu outside." With that, he turned and left, his expression no longer reflecting the surprise he had displayed upon first seeing them in the office. Mr. Zhang had previously held high hopes for Professor Zhao's team, expecting a revised plan to be presented before September. Who would have guessed that merely 10 days had elapsed since their last meeting? Professor Zhao had just spoken with him on the phone that morning, and by afternoon, his 2 students had arrived with a proposal. The rapidity of this new plan, coupled with Professor Zhao's lack of confidence during their phone conversation, where he had merely suggested waiting for the results, left Mr. Zhang feeling somewhat skeptical about the new proposal. Nonetheless, he made an effort to accommodate Professor Zhao's 2 students. In the conference room, snacks and fruits were delivered at intervals of 10 minutes or so. "What if the teacher hasn't seen your algorithm proposal? Surely there can't be any mistakes?" After eating a couple of slices of watermelon, Ling Du could not help but voice his concerns again. This initial testing simulation, even if it ultimately fails, could still be improved upon. However, being in such a hurry to come to Byte Company and occupy precious server resources with claims of progress, if it turns out that there is no improvement, or worse, a decline, it would be a source of embarrassment for both them and their professor, and would certainly lead Mr. Zhang to regard them with less esteem. "Trust me, senior brother, I assure you there will be an improvement. The specifics will be determined by the testing." In reality, Professor Zhao had not reviewed the proposal at all, a fact that Lu Yuan was acutely aware of. He had not even been able to deliver the proposal to the professor in person. He had merely sent it via email as required. Professor Zhao was typically swamped with work, and they had been fortunate that he had called them in last time to accompany them for the project. During this crucial period, upon receiving Lu Yuan's improvement plan, he had initially stated he would review it that evening. Who would have known that the following day he would declare himself too busy, instructing them to proceed directly to the Byte Company for server simulation testing? At this moment, Lu Yuan could only continue to reassure Ling Du, urging him to remain calm. In truth, Lu Yuan himself felt a twinge of anxiety. Although the theoretical simulation data indicated a potential improvement of 1518, far exceeding the anticipated 10-fold increase, real server data testing would undoubtedly differ from his paper simulations. Variances and minor factors could significantly affect the efficacy of his new algorithm. Yet, having come this far, he believed that as long as no major issues arose, a 10-fold increase was a conservative estimate. Approximately an hour later, longer than Lu Yuan and Ling Du had anticipated, the familiar assistant Yu pushed the door open. "Students, Mr. Zhang requests your presence in his office." Upon hearing this, the two quickly rose and followed Assistant Yu to the office. Chapter 75, a significant enhancement of 165. Once seated before Mr. Zhang again, Lu Yuan and Ling Du were filled with anticipation for the results. However, Mr. Zhang was currently engrossed in his phone, presumably in communication with Professor Zhao. "Indeed, the enhancement is beyond my expectations. Professor Zhao, your intervention has proven effective." "What, not you?" As he spoke, Mr. Zhang's expression shifted noticeably. In the next moment, he fixed his gaze on Lu Yuan, a look of incredulity upon his face. "Are you certain this isn't a jest? Even if one were to assist their disciple, it wouldn't be in such a manner." Clearly, Mr. Zhang remained unconvinced that the results stemmed from Lu Yuan's improvements, suspecting that Professor Zhao was merely trying to bolster his student's reputation indirectly. However, after repeated confirmations, he ultimately nodded in acceptance of the reality. "Yes, the results are excellent. I've already arranged to cancel upcoming plans and will retest with 1 billion data points on the server. Will you be joining?" Once the call ended, Ling Du, who had been tense, felt his heart relax entirely, his face lighting up with renewed anticipation. It was evident that Lu Yuan's modification of one of the system's algorithms had yielded results beyond imagination. At this moment, Mr. Zhang first cast a glance at the two, particularly at Lu Yuan, his eyes revealing unmistakable astonishment, admiration, and respect. Without haste, he rose and personally fetched 2 cups of water from the dispenser, placing them before the 2 students. After resuming his seat, Mr. Zhang spoke softly. Lu Yuan, was the primary work of this improvement truly accomplished by you? Evidently, despite having won an IMO gold medal, the belief in his mathematical talent and problem-solving abilities did not equate to trust in his theoretical research or practical application of mathematics. When it came to concrete projects, Lu Yuan still faced challenges in garnering sufficient confidence. However, Mr. Zhang, after numerous explanations and denials from Professor Zhao, found himself compelled to believe in Lu Yuan's capabilities. Mr. Zhang, if we're discussing the collaborative filtering algorithm, then indeed, it is my original work. Lu Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had feared that the server testing results would not align with those he had verified on paper or in his mind. Now it seemed that the outcomes were likely consistent with his theoretical predictions. Indeed, youth often produces remarkable talent. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's acknowledgement, Mr. Zhang could not help but exclaim in admiration. Knock knock. Assistant, you had just entered, seemingly to report something to Mr. Zhang. However, before she could speak, a man in his mid-30s briskly walked past her into the office. His hair was somewhat disheveled, and he wore a pair of slightly outdated gold-rimmed glasses, his figure showing signs of having gained weight. He was extremely animated as he reported to Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang, the collaborative filtering algorithm from the proposal you provided. Who crafted it? It's simply phenomenal. I've analyzed this algorithm theoretically, and it boasts an efficiency improvement exceeding 200 compared to our previous algorithm. The enhancement to our entire recommendation system's efficiency will certainly surpass the simulated 16, primarily due to limitations imposed by other modules. Should we manage to have this master unify and refine it, our recommendation system could rapidly mature following user data adjustments post-launch. The man grew increasingly animated as he spoke, unabashedly pulling a chair from the side and sitting next to Lu Yuan and Ling Du. His enthusiasm elicited a wry smile from Mr. Zhang, who was seated opposite them. Lu Yuan, Ling Du, this is our company's algorithm team leader, Yuan Heng, a graduate in computer science from Harbin Institute of Technology. The algorithm enhancement you mentioned is the work of Lu Yuan. Oh, Professor Yuan turned to Lu Yuan with surprise, but quickly accepted the reality. He did not doubt Lu Yuan's capabilities due to his youth and began to inquire, Lu Yuan, how did you conceive this new algorithm? Its approach is quite innovative. I primarily analyzed the entire system and found that this segment was not driving overall results as anticipated. The entire algorithm's performance was subpar, so I attempted an improvement and ultimately thought the enhancement was mediocre, which led me to consider a new algorithm. As you mentioned, Professor Yuan, there is indeed considerable room for further refinement and enhancement. This is also why Douyin has yet to launch. Much of the work is still in a rush. Not only the recommendation algorithm model, but I suspect several crucial back-end algorithms also have significant potential for improvement. However, refining the underlying algorithms pales in comparison to the imperative of launching a product to seize market share. This is precisely why a single enhancement from Lu Yuan can yield monumental improvements to the entire large model. Before long, General Manager Zhang's office transformed into a dialogue space for Lu Yuan and Professor Yuan, with Ling Du occasionally interjecting his thoughts. Fortunately, General Manager Zhang ultimately called for a halt, inviting the two to dinner during the mealtime before they resumed their overtime, eagerly anticipating the final testing results. Around 7:30 p.m., Professor Zhao finally arrived, somewhat disheveled and with bloodshot eyes. His hair resembled that of Professor Yuan from ByteDance, appearing rather unkempt. He also exhibited a hoarse voice, clearly fatigued. Thank you for your hard work, Professor. It was evident that Professor Zhao had made a special trip due to their affairs. What are you saying? Have a data test been completed? Not yet, but it should be ready within the next half hour. Nodding towards the two, Professor Zhao accepted the water that Lu Yuan offered and took a few sips before continuing. Lu Yuan, I have perused your new algorithm, and it indeed provides substantial assistance to the recommendation system. However, did you conceive this algorithm independently, or did you draw inspiration from existing algorithms? Or perhaps refine someone else's work? Professor, the algorithm is my original idea, but I cannot guarantee its uniqueness compared to others. I can only assure you that it was conceived that night. Whether someone else has previously thought of it, I cannot be certain. It is possible that this new perspective emerged as an unconscious imitation during my learning process. Before Professor Zhao could inquire further, General Manager Zhang excitedly burst into the conference room. Professor Zhao, Lu Yuan, Ling Du, the testing results are in. Following the application of your new algorithm, the overall speed and accuracy of the recommendation system have seen a significant enhancement, with an overall improvement of approximately 165. This result, derived from testing on data in the hundreds of millions, assures its reliability. Although it has not reached Lu Yuan's theoretical limit of 18, it far exceeds his expectations. On behalf of ByteDance, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your contributions to our company. Despite the late hour of overtime, General Manager Zhang's enthusiasm was palpable, and his gratitude was sincere and earnest. Chapter 76. Consider publishing a paper. Without further ado, the agreed compensation is set at 165 million plus an additional 500,000 as a bonus, totaling to 15 million. I've just instructed the company's finance department to process the payment, and I've added an extra bonus. The total now stands at 3 million. Acknowledging the hard work of your team, especially you, Lu Yuan, gasped upon hearing the figure of 3 million. Both Lu Yuan and Ling Du felt their breaths quicken involuntarily. Neither had ever encountered such a substantial sum of money. In just 10 days, an improvement to an algorithm had led to the other party's willingness to offer a service fee of 3 million. Lu Yuan's perception of mathematics, of the mathematics related to computing modules, had undergone a profound transformation. In this day and age, fields intertwined with mathematics, such as big data and algorithms, truly hold the promise of wealth. This is the very essence of the adage that books contain treasures. General Manager Zhang, since the previously agreed amount was 15 million. Let remain at that, shall we? Professor Zhao appeared rather indifferent to the figure, even attempting to decline on behalf of Lu Yuan and Ling Du. That won't do. Professor Zhao, your assistance has been invaluable to our company. Moreover, the potential of this algorithm is immense, with considerable room for further enhancement. A mere 5 improvement means that 3 million is still a bargain for our enterprise. General Manager Zhang's words were heartfelt. He had initially hoped for a mere 5 improvement. Such efficiency gains differ vastly in difficulty, with enhancements becoming increasingly challenging as one progresses. Not to mention that this astonishing result of 165 suggests immense user appreciation for the Douyin short video platform upon its launch. Compared to the product's enhancement, 3 million is hardly a significant amount. Ultimately, Professor Zhao ceased to resist, engaging in a brief private conversation with General Manager Zhang. In the end, he left with a bank card and a set of server testing results, once again escorting Lu Yuan and Ling Du back to campus. Once in the vehicle, the bank card was handed directly to Lu Yuan. Vroom. The car's engine roared to life. The card contained a total of 4 million, with a password of 6/8. How to divide the sum was left to their discretion. Although Lu Yuan and Ling Du felt exhilarated, they exchanged puzzled glances upon hearing the amount. After all, they had anticipated 3 million. Had the professor intended to retain 600,000? Of that 600,000, 20 is allocated for tax, and I have already arranged for General Manager Zhang's company to handle the tax filing for you both, so you need not worry about it. Upon hearing this, the two immediately understood, relieved that they had refrained from questioning earlier. They had no objections to paying taxes. Possessing such a substantial sum without fulfilling tax obligations would have been unsettling. Professor, why not take half of this amount? Lu Yuan suggested, unable to suppress his urge once more. That matter need not be discussed further. We agreed on terms previously, and we shall adhere to them. You two have exceeded my expectations. I initially thought an improvement of 2 to 3 would suffice. I never anticipated that you would astonish me so greatly, Lu Yuan. As the car smoothly navigated the road, Professor Zhao appeared to be deep in thought. With this sum, I expect both of you to focus on your studies. Lu Yuan, please visit my office tomorrow morning. At 8 p.m., the two brothers, unaccustomed to such financial windfalls, sought out a 24-hour ATM on campus. Entering the password, they beheld the entirety of 2 million within the account, and their breaths grew heavy once more. Brother Ling, shall we split it evenly? Is that agreeable? Not at all. Junior brother, this is all your accomplishment. I contributed little. If you truly insist, just give me 100,000. Although Ling Du was tempted by the figure displayed on the card, he was acutely aware of his limited contribution. He had merely grasped the recommendation algorithm and had not made any actual improvements. His suggestion of 100,000 was born from personal desire, as he knew he deserved not a single cent if compensation were to be distributed based solely on effort. Brother, since we agree to share, let's adhere to that agreement. Whether it is the original 3 million, the adjusted 2 million, or the forthcoming division of 1.2 million for Lu Yuan. This is an unfathomable windfall, an unexpected fortune he never dreamed of. In his previous life, he toiled for a meager salary of 3,500. Now, he has unwittingly earned money simply through the process of learning. For Lu Yuan, the 1.2 million to be credited to his account was not the sole source of his excitement. What thrilled him most was the newfound ability to earn money. This was the first time he felt that generating wealth was astonishingly effortless. It seemed as though, with his current cognitive capacity and knowledge, riches were within easy reach. In matters of division, he felt no desire to quibble. They could always earn together in the future. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lu Yuan remained in a state of exhilaration. Moreover, late at night, emotions tend to run high. Fortunately, upon awakening the next morning, Lu Yuan regained his composure. He recognized that while earning money may be easy, the indispensable role of his professor was paramount. Without him, he would never have had the opportunity to meet General Manager Zhang. He possessed the ability to earn, but truly attaining wealth. More wealth required more than mere capability. More importantly, Lu Yuan recalled Professor Zhao's admonition from the previous day. Indeed, his life was just beginning. With such exceptional talent, he should not merely chase after riches. At 9:30 a.m., Lu Yuan arrived punctually at Professor Zhao's office. At this moment, he observed that Professor Zhao's overall demeanor was even more disheveled than the previous day. His hair appeared increasingly greasy. The dark circles under his eyes were pronounced, and the scare of his eyes was marred by a network of red veins, giving the impression that he had endured a sleepless night. Scattered across the desk were numerous calculations, and he was currently gazing at the computer screen with a grave expression. Upon noticing Lu Yuan's entrance, he promptly gestured for him to take a seat nearby. Lu Yuan complied without hesitation, his gaze drawn to the contents displayed on Professor Zhao's computer. The screen was filled with various English literature, which he found somewhat challenging to decipher. However, the mathematical formulas listed above were relatively easy to read. I meticulously studied your algorithm last night and compared it with various international papers. It is indeed a novel algorithm, exhibiting significant innovation and practicality. If you could send me the article, we can make some adjustments to the overall algorithm, Professor Zhao remarked, seamlessly switching the interface of his computer to a Word document. The document contained a summary of the main content of Lu Yuan's algorithm. I have outlined the general logic of your algorithm. You should refine it further and draft an article. If you're unclear about the format or content of the paper, consult your senior you. This original algorithm of yours has the potential to be submitted to a top-tier SCI journal, which would greatly benefit your future doctoral studies or career. Chapter 77, Guidance on Yu Junwei's Paper. In a modern room predominantly adorned in white, the first thing one notices upon entering is a standard blackboard, accompanied by several whiteboards inscribed with markers. The whiteboards are filled with numerous mathematical formulas, along with a few notes. Further inside, there are several seating areas, each with hexagonal tables equipped with computers and partitions. Is this the mathematics laboratory? It certainly lacks the myriad of equipment Lu Yuan had envisioned, resembling more of a simple workspace. A newcomer has arrived? I thought this year only Lin Shidi was joining us. A rather slender man, approximately 1.7 meters tall, approached with intrigue. His hair was thick, with both his eyebrows and beard appearing bushy and upright. He appeared somewhat older, around 30 years of age. The laboratory was bustling with activity, and Lu Yuan quickly counted 7 individuals present. Hearing the commotion at the entrance, Yu Junwei and Ling Du soon gathered around. Zhang Xixiao. This is Lu Yuan, a student in our advisor's integrated bachelor S and doctoral program. Since the beginning of the year, the only time Lu Yuan had seen the senior was when Yu Junwei accompanied Professor Zhao to recruit him at Hengxi Middle School. Over the past half year, Yu Xixiang remained as charming as ever. His eloquence and demeanor were markedly more refined than those of the other lab members, including Ling Du beside him. Oh, so this is Lu Yuan. Congratulations on winning the IMO gold medal. That's incredible. I was eliminated in the second round of the national training team. I'm nowhere near your level. To achieve a perfect score at the IMO is astounding. It seemed that Zhang Xixiang was already familiar with Lu Yuan's reputation. Perhaps he too was engaged in mathematics and had displayed outstanding mathematical talent from a young age, allowing him to relate to Lu Yuan's impressive accomplishments. This also subtly indicated Zhang Xixiang's own prowess, as he must have been a gold medalist at the CMO, or else he would not have qualified for the national training team. Lu Yuan, this is Zhang Weiping, a fourth-year doctoral student. After Yu Junwei introduced Lu Yuan, many of the other senior students in the lab paused their work to approach them. Following Yu Xixiang's lead, they exchanged greetings and introduced themselves. By the end of the introductions, Lu Yuan had remembered Zhang Shixiang and his senior sister named Jia Qiong. It wasn't because Jia Qiong was particularly attractive, standing at 1.6 meters. She wore old-fashioned pink round glasses. She bore no traces of makeup, her complexion slightly dull and yellowish, with several blemishes. In terms of looks, she was decidedly unremarkable, even somewhat plain. However, in a mathematics laboratory, as the only female present, it was impossible for Lu Yuan not to remember her. Shitty, aren't you going to the library to study? I think it's better to stay in the lab. At least you don't have to worry about claiming a spot early every day. Once the group dispersed to resume their respective tasks, Ling Du finally engaged him in conversation. I came to find Senior Yu. The teacher asked me to seek his guidance on my paper. I know, the teacher mentioned it to me. You can sit next to me, and I'll explain the format of the paper. Yu Junwei had not left, clearly anticipating Lu Yuan's request for assistance. As professor, Zhao had likely given him a heads up. Strange? Senior Yu, don't you have a lot of work on your plate? Why didn't the advisor ask me to guide Shitty? Ling Du remarked, eager to assist. I can write papers too. I would have no problem mentoring him. Recently, Ling Du had been particularly proactive in the lab, especially regarding Lu Yuan's paper, likely due to the generous share of funds Lu Yuan had previously given him. However, Yu Junwei furrowed his brow at this moment, uncertain. If I recall correctly, you've only written an undergraduate thesis, right? Or did you publish any articles during your undergraduate studies? One could sense Yu Junwei's skepticism towards Ling Du last year. He had explicitly recounted Ling Du's disgraceful story to Lu Yuan and had cautioned him against emulating Ling Du. Yet, fate can be peculiar, as Ling Du had somehow managed to pass the entrance exam and found himself under Professor Zhao's tutelage. Nevertheless, Yu Junwei maintained a patient demeanor towards Ling Du, choosing not to view him through a biased lens. However, due to Ling Du's recent tendency to take leaves and his mediocre work ethic, Yu Junwei sensed that Ling Du's true nature was beginning to surface, and thus his attitude towards him had become more neutral. Indeed, an in-depth analysis of the Desert Reaper's build and skills. This paper of mine has gained quite a bit of attention online. Desert Reaper? Yu Junwei murmured, his expression one of confusion as he continued to inquire skeptically. Is it truly published? Which journal? Only Lu Yuan understood immediately, turning to confirm with Ling Du, Senior. You aren't referring to a dog-head paper, are you? Ah, you understand me, Shitty. With a gleeful demeanor, Ling Du seemed to have found a kindred spirit. At this moment, even Yu Junwei recognized that this was certainly not the academic paper he had envisioned. Without further idle chatter, he quickly pulled Lu Yuan over to an empty seat next to him. The lab had around 30 positions available, so there was no shortage of seating. Shitty, where are you at with your paper? Feel free to share any questions you might have. I have no work scheduled for today and tomorrow, so let's try to sort this out in the next couple of days. Yu Junwei was now in his third year of graduate studies, and Lu Yuan was well aware that his time was indeed quite limited. Between his own thesis, various internships, and whether he intended to pursue a doctorate, he had plenty on his plate. Lu Yuan hastily retrieved his USB drive and shared the contents of his paper with Yu Junwei. Senior, I've actually completed a rough draft of the content. However, it seems the requirements largely call for English, which I might be lacking. Indeed, Lu Yuan's challenges extended beyond just writing the paper. In his past life, he had at least attended university and had experience with writing a thesis, so he was familiar with the general format. However, that was merely an undergraduate thesis, essentially a formality, bordering on a joke. When it came to international journals, he discovered that the majority of SEI papers were predominantly in English, with only a handful of journals willing to accept papers in Chinese. After everything, he had thought that being guaranteed admission would mean avoiding English altogether, but it seemed he was mistaken. It is inevitable. Most prestigious international journals are best approached in English. Let me first review your Chinese content, and if it is satisfactory, I shall assist you with the English translation. Yu Junwei holds a favorable impression of Lu Yuan. In contrast to Ling Du, this junior possesses both exceptional talent and a commendable attitude toward learning. Even when it comes to tasks such as translating papers, which can be quite time-consuming, he readily commits to taking them on without hesitation. Chapter 78. Prepare yourself. Accompany me on a business trip. Junior, is this algorithm your original creation? Upon first glance at the contents of Lu Yuan's document, Yu Junwei did not think much of it. After all, both the format and the expression of the text appeared somewhat immature. However, upon a closer inspection of the core content, particularly the algorithm, Yu Junwei's expression grew increasingly serious. Filled with astonishment, he even took out paper and pen to attempt calculations and validations based on some of the contents and formulas in Lu Yuan's paper. It took a full hour before he began to grasp the essential components of the algorithm. It is my original work. I previously collaborated with my advisor on a project for Bike Company. I felt their original algorithm was inadequate, so I devised a new one. The results were quite promising. My advisor deemed my contribution innovative, prompting me to summarize it and attempt to publish a paper. The more Junwei listened to Lu Yuan, the more complex his expression became. The nonchalant manner in which Lu Yuan effortlessly produced an entirely new algorithm stirred feelings of envy within him. Junior, if I am not mistaken, you only arrived at the university at the end of July, correct? The advanced mathematics content? I taught myself. Ling Du had unknowingly drifted closer to the two. Given his nature, he had likely completed his tasks long ago and was now idly passing the time. Brother Yu, can you believe it? Lu Yuan is capable of self-studying 4 subjects in just 1 week. I feel inadequate. It took me a whole month to barely manage 4 subjects. Ling Du's words further pierced Yu Junwei's heart. Compared to the two, Yu Junwei lacked such innate talent. He had once excelled in elementary mathematics, but barely made it to the CMO in competitions. On the path of advanced mathematics, he gradually realized that his talents were somewhat lacking. He needed to exert considerable effort each night to catch up with his classmates. Now, faced with the formidable words of his 2 juniors, his feelings of envy and jealousy were palpable. After a period of quiet reflection, Brother Yu finally regained his composure. Lu Yuan, the algorithm you proposed is quite innovative. However, the presentation of the main sections resembles a mere list of events. Additionally, some content appears to have been copied and pasted, bearing little relation to your algorithm. Brother Yu's feedback was quite reasonable. The core algorithm-related content in Lu Yuan's paper was succinctly expressed in fewer than 1,000 words. However, this brevity was insufficient, prompting him to resort to the vast resources of Baidu. He forcefully inserted extraneous content, hoping to flesh the paper out into a semblance of a complete article. Indeed, he had employed a similar strategy for his graduation thesis in his previous life. In the later stages, he had meticulously reduced the paper's plagiarism rate, executing the entire process with grace and fluidity. Lu Yuan could certainly devise another algorithm in 2 days, but completing an entire paper in that time frame was utterly impossible. Perhaps feeling he had been overly critical, Brother Yu, after listing numerous shortcomings, added a few positive remarks. Nevertheless, the algorithm within the paper truly possesses high practicality. I believe its citation frequency in the future will be significant, and its impact factor will also be commendable. Furthermore, the empirical data supporting this segment of big data is immensely valuable. Speaking of this, one cannot overlook Professor Zhao. At that time, he not only discussed tax matters with General Zhang, but also brought over the test data for big data, agreeing that subsequent papers would be submitted for verification. He had indeed anticipated every aspect to aid Lu Yuan in advance. Now, it was merely a matter of finalizing the paper and attempting to submit it. How about this? The core content of your article is already sufficient. I will directly assist you with revisions and additions, then help you with the translation. Tomorrow afternoon, I will provide you with the revised paper. Initially, Yu Junwei had intended to teach Lu Yuan how to compose a qualifying paper for publication. However, at this juncture, he realized that the core content of the paper was quite complete, and the articulation of the algorithm was also well executed. The finer details, including the translation, he would tackle himself. A talent like Lu Yuan should spend more time on more valuable learning and contemplation. 3 days later, as the start of the semester approached, an increasing number of students arrived on the campus of Peking University, filling it with vibrant life. Lu Yuan's 2 other roommates had also arrived, Lu Enkun and Shi Jiayu. The trio from Jiangnan province reunited, and this time, there was none of the competitive tension that had characterized their earlier encounters. Instead, they shared the camaraderie of teammates preparing for the IMO. Of course, compared to the leisurely pace of the other 3 before the semester began, Lu Yuan's schedule was quite demanding as he diligently studied advanced mathematics and physics, even delving into aerospace topics. Early that morning, he was summoned to Professor Zhao's office. In a familiar office, he sat closely beside Professor Zhao, reviewing the refined paper prepared by Brother Yu. Today, Professor Zhao appeared much more spirited, with diminished dark circles under his eyes, clad in a crisp blue shirt. Your article is well written, though it feels somewhat familiar. At this, Lu Yuan's face flashed with a hint of embarrassment. The main content had largely been revised by Brother Yu, so how could it not feel familiar? Aside from the core algorithm and the data validation, everything else had been penned by Brother Yu. To call it refined would be an understatement. It was almost a complete overhaul, more dramatic than the concept of cosmetic surgery in Korea. Lu Yuan refrained from elaborating, confident that Professor Zhao could comprehend. Very well then, after the paper is completed, I will assist you with the submission. You shall be the first author, and I will be listed as the corresponding author, allowing Brother Yu to be the second author. Does that work for you? Absolutely. Lu Yuan agreed readily, recognizing that the most valuable authorship in the publication was that of the first and corresponding authors. The corresponding author should rightfully be his advisor, and submitting it under Professor Zhao's name would significantly enhance the likelihood of acceptance, ensuring that the journal's editors would review it with greater scrutiny. As for the second author, its practical significance was minimal, only bearing some weight in high-scoring articles and core journals. At this moment, Professor Zhao closed the document on his computer, turning to face Lu Yuan. How has your coursework been progressing lately? Are you encountering any difficulties? I have completed all of it. In response to Lu Yuan's answer, Professor Zhao was no longer surprised. He nodded silently. In that case, I will be traveling on business the day after tomorrow to Sichuan province. It pertains to some issues regarding the lunar exploration project. If you have no other commitments, prepare to accompany me on this trip. Chapter 79, Entering the Base. Professor, am I truly allowed to go? Though Lu Yuan had long harbored this desire, he never anticipated that he would have the opportunity to participate in the Chang'e project before the semester even began. He had originally expected to reach Professor Zhao's goals during the first half of his freshman year. Now, he was astonished that just a month of summer study had led Professor Zhao to invite him along. Certainly, there are some fixed procedures to follow beforehand, and a designated individual will communicate with you. Once we reach the research base, refrain from wandering around aimlessly. Focus on learning. Never mind, you're not Ling Du, so I trust you. Professor Zhao initially intended to offer further advice, but considering Lu Yuan's character, he opted to place his trust in him. In reality, the pre-departure procedures proved to be more intricate than Lu Yuan had anticipated. The following morning, he was approached in his dormitory, only to discover that it was a soldier in military attire. His familial background was meticulously rechecked, encompassing a comprehensive review of his life experiences. Shortly thereafter, a phone call was made for additional verification, as if he were undergoing a thorough political examination. It was not until the information was confirmed without a doubt that he was required to sign a confidentiality agreement before the soldiers departed. All of these matters consumed a considerable portion of his day. Meanwhile, he had to report to the academy to file for leave. As Professor Zhao stated, the duration of this trip remained uncertain, potentially lasting anywhere from 3 to 5 days or even half a month. It was highly likely that it would impede the commencement of the semester, particularly the military training. Fortunately, the leave request was submitted for approval by Professor Zhao, who received a prompt and favorable response from the department. On the third day, Lu Yuan officially set off with Professor Zhao, arriving at the research base in the province of Shishu. Seated in the specialized vehicle that had been arranged for them, Lu Yuan reflected on the sensation of flying. Although it was not his first time aboard an aircraft, it was indeed his inaugural experience in first class alongside Professor Zhao. The level of service provided on this flight was significantly superior to that of economy class. Zhao Xin, this is my student Lu Yuan, as reported yesterday. Professor Zhao introduced him at the entrance of the base, where soldiers were stationed to verify identities. The level of security here was notably high, with armed personnel visibly equipped with real firearms. The expressions of the soldiers reflected a resolute demeanor, exemplifying commendable spirit. Professor Zhao, Engineer Lu, we welcome you both to the base and express our gratitude for your contributions to our nation's aerospace endeavors. As soon as the words were spoken, the 4 soldiers in front executed a swift and precise formation, followed by a formal salute directed at the 2 visitors. In that moment, the anticipation Lu Yuan had previously harbored, infused with a sense of curiosity akin to that of a tourist, was swiftly overshadowed by a burgeoning sense of mission. He repeatedly reminded himself that he was not here for leisure, but for learning and contributing to the advancement of the aerospace industry. After traversing through the first 2 buildings and settling into their dormitory, Lu Yuan finally had a moment to examine the pass he had been issued, which hung prominently around his neck. It detailed his name, age, and position, clearly stating algorithm assistant engineer. In contrast, Professor Zhao's title as distinguished expert spoke volumes about his credentials. Professor Zhao. As they entered an area resembling a rocket launch hall, numerous colleagues greeted Professor Zhao. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan's excitement surged as he found himself in a place he had only seen on television. Lu Yuan, teacher. Hearing his name called, Lu Yuan quickly adjusted his demeanor. This is Wang Yu, your senior who is responsible for the image processing algorithms in the Chang'e project. During your time at the base, you will be shadowing Wang Yu. In the hall, a sunny young man, approximately 175 meters tall, removed his headphones and greeted Lu Yuan with a friendly handshake. Wang Yu, make sure to take good care of your junior. This is his first visit, so let him learn and engage with the work. Besides, Lu Yuan has considerable talent in algorithms, and he may even assist you. As Professor Zhao introduced him, Lu Yuan felt a sense of apprehension. He had only completed a few foundational courses and had yet to finish his undergraduate studies. Despite this, Professor Zhao had still chosen to bring him along, indicating that he recognized Lu Yuan's potential in algorithms and sought to nurture his abilities. Of course, I will take good care of my junior, Wang Yu assured, nodding at Lu Yuan as Professor Zhao promptly departed. Under Wang Yu's guidance, Lu Yuan was granted access to the monitoring station on the left. This is my friend's station. He is currently occupied with another project. For now, I am in charge of the image processing for the Chang'e project. Don't worry, you won't have to handle much. There are only a few functions available to us image algorithm engineers on the monitoring platform. As he spoke, Wang Yu enthusiastically began to explain the setup. Indeed, as he described, there were limited functionalities, zooming in and out on images, along with some background data, while other operations were restricted. Nevertheless, the experience was profoundly impactful for Lu Yuan, as few could genuinely observe the lunar rover's operations on the moon. In this regard, he was akin to all other newcomers at the base, entirely unacquainted with such experiences. Every detail regarding the lunar situation captivated him, filling him with curiosity. Of course, this excitement was not sustainable for long, and Lu Yuan soon found himself feeling fatigued. By 4 p.m., after nearly 3 hours of observing the lunar rover's tasks, his initial curiosity had waned. He now perceived the lunar rover as rather rudimentary, performing only a few repetitive tasks with limited flexibility. Instead, his intrigue shifted to the bustling environment of the command hall, where personnel donned a variety of attire: military uniforms, suits, white isolation suits, and casual clothing. Wang Yi, do you spend all your time observing the lunar rover? Wang Yi did not remain at his station continuously, but often engaged in discussions with others in the hall. However, most of the time, he indeed wore headphones, fixated on the lunar rover displayed on the screen. Bored, are you? Ha 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 ha. You're doing better than I did. I grew tired of watching after 2 days. Wang Yu laughed heartily, striking up a casual conversation. Honestly, I usually don't watch these. I made an exception because you are here. Presently, the Chang'e project was focused on preparations for the launch and landing of Chang'e 4. The lunar rovers were products of Chang'e 3, having already fulfilled their mission objectives, making their current operations less critical. Senior, may I get a try? Wang was a rather talkative young man who appeared youthful. However, upon inquiry, Lu Yuan learned that he was already 31 years old. Contrary to his outward appearance of someone in their mid-20s, he had indeed studied at Peking University's mathematics department, majoring in information and computer science. Following a combined master's and doctoral program, he transitioned to a specialization in image processing. After graduating at 27, he spent 2 years as a postdoctoral researcher at a top university before serendipitously joining the Chang'e project. His involvement with the primary image algorithm processing for Chang'e 3 positioned him as one of the leading figures in this sector of the project, despite his youth. Junior, are you pursuing a master's degree in mathematics or applied mathematics? Although Lu Yuan's identification badge labeled him as an algorithm assistant engineer, Wang Yi did not presume his focus to be in the realm of computer science. Given that he was a student of Professor Zhao, it was unlikely his research direction would diverge towards computer science. In actuality, Wang Yu's speculation regarding Lu Yuan's background was far from accurate. Senior, I'm still an undergraduate. Oh, you haven't enrolled in graduate school yet? Wait, could it be that you're still a junior? Wang Yu pondered, realizing that Lu Yuan might indeed be a third-year student. An exceptionally gifted individual who had been taken under Professor Zhao's wing early on. Lu Yuan's expression was somewhat complicated, which gradually aroused Wang Yu's curiosity as he sat beside him. Before Wang could continue his conjectures, Lu Yuan introduced himself. I just started my undergraduate studies this year and am about to become a freshman. As for my connection with Professor Zhao, I have been under his guidance through a continuous Master and doctoral program, which is why he brought me along. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu's eyes widened in surprise, and then he suddenly seemed to recall something. He pulled out his phone, as if searching for information, and after a while, he finally reacted. Oh my, you're that Lu Yuan who scored full marks in the IMO, aren't you? You certainly carry a title. At this moment, Lu Yuan couldn't help but reflect inwardly. Ordinary individuals might not readily remember the IMO gold medal, only recalling a young boy from a small town who unexpectedly clinched the gold. However, for students majoring in mathematics, this year's IMO gold medalist indeed holds a certain reputation and influence, at least until the next gold medalist emerges next year. Lu Yuan, as the only student to achieve a perfect score in recent years, will still leave a lasting impression. I recall hearing your name in the news. I didn't expect it to be you. No wonder Professor Zhao encouraged me to study with you. You must have a talent for algorithms, right? What subjects have you covered in your undergraduate courses so far? Lu Yuan candidly listed the courses he had studied over the summer. Wang Yu, on the other hand, continued to express his admiration. Truly a genius. You've learned so much in just 2 months. How about this? I'll guide you through the fundamental concepts required for image processing optimization algorithms. Just a moment. With that, Wang Yu left his seat and, after engaging in brief conversations with a few colleagues in the hall, returned with several books in hand, placing them before Lu Yuan. These are probability theory and mathematical statistics, calculus, and Fourier analysis. These books cover the necessary mathematical knowledge for image processing. They may be quite challenging, so see which one you can grasp quickly and prioritize your studies accordingly. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to consult me. I'll be around most of the time. Accepting the books, Lu Yuan felt a sense of reassurance. He truly had little interest in merely observing the operations of the lunar rover for most of his time. The feeling of idleness was alleviated as Wang Yu, upon hearing about his true circumstances, swiftly arranged learning materials for him, specifically focusing on the fundamentals of image analysis, which Lu Yuan was genuinely eager to study. With his prior experience assisting Bike Company with algorithms, he maintained a positive attitude towards these specialized subjects. For the next 3 days, Lu Yuan quietly sat beside Wang Yu in the command hall, engrossed in his studies. The schedule was remarkably regular, and the dining standards of the research base were quite high. However, during these 3 days, he never once caught sight of his mentor, Professor Zhao. Instead, Wang Yu, witnessing Lu Yuan's rapid learning pace, couldn't help but refer to him as a prodigy. Much like Ling Du Sr., are you researching new optimization algorithms? Compared to the previous 3 days of idleness, Wang Yu now spent more time clarifying doubts or discussing matters with other colleagues. This morning, after concluding the base's general meeting, Wang Yu's expression turned serious. Naturally, Lu Yuan was unqualified to attend this meeting. Nonetheless, he observed Wang Yu emerging from the meeting with a stack of materials, papers, books, and, of course, the algorithms he was fervently calculating. The requirements for the Chang'e 4 project have been issued, demanding at least a 20 increase in precision and speed for image processing compared to the previous generation, along with the capability for automatic stitching of images from the far side of the moon. The far side of the moon remains a mysterious topic to this day. Although rationally everyone understands that the far side is merely the opposite side, due to its synchronous rotation and revolution, humans on Earth can only see the moon's near side. This has made the exploration of the far side a competitive focal point among various nations in lunar exploration. So far, while some countries have captured images of the far side, those were taken decades ago when hardware and technological conditions were severely inadequate, rendering those photographs of limited research value. Now, the Chang'e 4 aims to build upon the Chang'e 3 project and attempt exploration of the far side. Despite Wang Yu's seemingly carefree demeanor at the research base, he was remarkably reliable when it came to work, displaying an intense focus and dedication that was truly commendable. Throughout the morning, had it not been for Lu Yuan suggesting they take a meal break, Wang Yu would likely have missed lunch, consumed by his research until evening. Senior, how about I assist you in researching the algorithm? Setting aside his copy of Fourier analysis, Lu Yuan had thoroughly absorbed the content of the books he had read over the past 3 days. Observing Wang Yu deep in thought, occasionally appearing somewhat frustrated, Lu Yuan hesitated for a moment before interrupting him with his offer to help. You, Junior, you've only covered the basics. What I'm working on involves advanced practical content, along with specific requirements for lunar exploration. I currently lack the time to explain everything to you. You might find it quite challenging to grasp. The gap between theory and practice is always substantial. This is not merely a matter of solving problems. Actual image algorithm optimization encompasses not only algorithms, but also all other requirements and factors that must be considered, especially the communication between Earth and the Moon, which is why I'm reluctant to involve you. Senior, you don't need to teach me. Just provide me with the requirements and materials, and let me give it a try. After all, an extra pair of hands can lighten the load. Otherwise, having just finished these studies, I wouldn't know what to do next. Rest assured, while I can't guarantee anything else, I have a certain confidence in algorithms and might be able to offer you some fresh perspectives. Of course, if this information needs to remain confidential, then I understand. Lu Yuan pressed his request again, considering that, given Professor Zhao's absence for several days, it would be some time before they returned to school. He couldn't possibly spend the next few days merely observing the lunar rover, could he? As long as you can enter the base, confidentiality shouldn't be an issue. Here's the deal. Go find teacher Lu Jianye in the front row for the materials. However, I genuinely want to have time to answer your questions afterward. Having said that, Wang Yu ceased further conversation with Lu Yuan and, as if struck by a new idea, buried himself once more in his notes. Chapter 81. new real-time imaging algorithm. Little Lu, are you planning to assist your brother Wang with his work? A middle-aged man in his 40s, whose hair was thinning on the front half of his head, smiled at Lu Yuan, reminding him. This man was teacher Lu Xinye, as referred to by Wang Yu. Though Lu Yuan was not entirely familiar with his background. Nevertheless, Teacher Lu was one of the daily managers in the entire command hall and also a warm-hearted veteran who had shown great concern for Lu Yuan since his first day. Brother Wang is under a lot of pressure with his workload. I have nothing pressing, so I thought it would be beneficial to help him explore some new ideas. Most of these materials were available in electronic format, but were not distributed widely. They were only provided in printed form by Teacher Lu, accepting the thick stack of documents. Lu Yuan feigned modesty. Yet internally, he harbored aspirations to achieve something notable at this research base and make his voice heard. Huh, little Lu, don't say that. Young individuals who come to our Chang'e base are never ordinary. Most of the work here is driven by young talents like you, especially when it comes to key breakthroughs. As Teacher Lu spoke, he sighed softly, clearly expressing his trust in Lu Yuan. Indeed, he had spent a considerable amount of time at the Chang'e base. I have witnessed numerous young individuals within the base exhibiting an indomitable spirit, resolutely addressing a series of significant challenges. The esteemed Professor Zhao Xian has brought forth a disciple who, despite being younger than most I have encountered before, continues to harbor a sense of anticipation. When Wang Gu first arrived at the base a few years ago, many held doubts about him. Would you believe it? That year, he dramatically enhanced the precision and efficiency of image processing, achieving a remarkable 65 improvement in overall performance compared to the previous generation. Now, with your assistance alongside Wang Gu, I firmly believe that the image processing capabilities of the Chang'e 4 mission will ascend to new heights within our nation. Regardless of the circumstances, this feeling of being valued is indeed heartwarming. Though Lu Yuan often immerses himself in books at the base, limiting his interactions in the common hall, those he does engage with do not underestimate him due to his youth. Rather, their responses are predominantly encouraging. After conversing a bit more with Teacher Lu, Lu Yuan ultimately returned to his workstation, meticulously perusing the information on the documents before him. The first document detailed the updates and improvements of various generations of image algorithms over the years, accompanied by the hardware utilized at that time. This section alone comprised more than half of the entire material. This thorough preparation for the Chang'e project perhaps ensures that researchers, whether new or transitioning, can swiftly grasp the current progress as well as the evolutionary thought processes behind each iteration of improvements. Unlike Senior Wang, Lu Yuan does not face specific pressures for enhancements. Instead, he leisurely examines the image processing algorithms from earlier generations. However, the earliest iterations reveal little substantial information. The hardware of that time inherently constrained the algorithms and computational power, making clarity of images a negligible concern. The primary objective was merely to accomplish image transmission between the Earth and the Moon, with real-time requirements being unnecessary. It was only after the third generation, as hardware advancements caught up, that significant breakthroughs began to emerge. Particularly, the algorithms began to realize their true potential, enabling real-time dynamic monitoring, albeit with unavoidable latency. Concurrently, image quality improved dramatically, introducing the capability for stereoscopic imaging of the Moon through panoramic cameras. Nevertheless, this fundamental algorithm suffers from slow processing speeds, and the clarity derived from Lu Yuan's mental calculations is scarcely better than a mosaic. Conversely, the image compression technology has matured significantly. In the realm of space communication, minimizing data volume for transmission is crucial, facilitating the transfer of larger quantities of information in one go. Lu Yuan delved into these materials with utmost seriousness, and at that moment, he could truly appreciate the grand exploratory endeavors of generations of aerospace pioneers. Compared to his previous days of merely changing study environments, he now felt a genuine immersion in the aerospace field. After about an hour, Lu Yuan turned his attention to new content, specifically the image processing requirements for this mission. A substantial portion of the document discussed the Tian-2 chip, the hardware pivotal for image processing. Fortunately, Lu Yuan had prior exposure to university-level physics and had skimmed through the basics of analog and digital electronics. Otherwise, as Senior Wang had remarked, without his elucidation, the material would have been quite impenetrable. The practical work intricacies are far more complex than theoretical concepts, as various areas of knowledge intertwine. Without prior exposure, progressing further would be impossible, necessitating a pause to seek out additional resources for study. Lu Yuan commenced his research with the most fundamental real-time imaging algorithms. Deemed one of the key tasks for the Chang'e 4 mission, the initial phase requires a 20 enhancement in overall performance compared to its predecessor. Given the heightened demands for real-time imaging in this mission, future capabilities will depend on image calculations to make minute adjustments to flight trajectories, thereby increasing the complexity of imaging and necessitating specific improvements in subsequent phases. This is a source of considerable concern for Senior Wang, as this algorithm is relatively mature, with virtually all improvable aspects of earlier generations already refined, rendering further advancements exceedingly challenging. Fortunately, the Tian 2 chip represents the latest generation of hardware from last year, providing a glimmer of hope for the mission. At this moment, Lu Yuan sat beside Senior Wang, his mind brimming with basic algorithmic thoughts. In contrast to Senior Wang's propensity for sketching while contemplating, Lu Yuan's reflections were entirely cerebral, creating an intriguing juxtaposition. One was fervently scribbling, drenched in sweat, while the other sat serenely like an old sage, poised at his desk with a large sheet of paper. Regrettably, Lu Yuan's youth did not lend him an aura of extraordinary distinction. Rather, he appeared somewhat absent-minded, bordering on comical. Nevertheless, following the morning meeting, everyone seemed preoccupied with their own tasks, and few noticed the peculiar duo. After about 10 minutes of contemplation, Lu Yuan's brow furrowed once more, the familiar discomfort resurfacing. Indeed, the thoughts of improving the existing algorithms began to flow in his mind. Yet he felt the same subtle obstruction as when he had directly assisted the bike company with algorithm enhancements. With the experience from before, Lu Yuan swiftly adjusted his approach. It became apparent that the older algorithmic methodologies, under the new hardware conditions, exhibited certain limitations, inhibiting their optimal performance. Once again, he embarked on a fresh cognitive exploration, and this time, it felt significantly more liberating. A plethora of novel algorithmic ideas collided in his mind, and the exhilarating sense of fluid thought brought an involuntary smile to Lu Yuan's face. Chapter 82. Completion and Testing Validation. At 7:30 p.m., Lu Yuan emerged from his immersive contemplation. The extensive draft paper laid before him was filled with his newly conceived ideas for 3 distinct algorithms. Naturally, these were abstract conceptual outlines rather than actual algorithms. Additionally, numerous influencing factors provided by the Chang'e project needed to be incorporated into these ideas. To fully develop these 3 concepts and select the most promising algorithm would require at least 1 to 2 more days of work. Wanggu, it's time for dinner. If we delay any longer, the cafeteria will be closing soon. The base's cafeteria operates on a strict schedule, and at this hour, it is nearing the end of service. Unless one holds a sufficiently high rank to request a special meal from the chef, the only other option would be to settle for instant noodles in the dormitory. You go ahead and eat, don't worry about me. After speaking, he contemplatively raised his left wrist to check the time. Is it this late already? Hurry and eat. Next time, just leave when it's time. No need to stay back with me. Wang Yu assumed that Lu Yuan felt awkward about him working overtime, so he quickly added, "You should go eat." Seeing Wang Yu's demeanor, Lu Yuan chose not to press the matter further. He could sense that the sunny, spirited Wang Yu was as stubborn in his research as a mule. Once he got into the zone, it was challenging for him to extricate himself unless he reached a certain level of progress. Consequently, Lu Yuan departed for the cafeteria, where he had a meal and relaxed by scrolling through his phone. After a long afternoon of intense thinking, his mind felt somewhat overwhelmed, and a break was in order. 2 days later, Lu Yuan had yet to catch a glimpse of Professor Zhao Hexan. Meanwhile, based on his communications with Zheng Heng, the university had officially commenced its academic year, and preparations for military training were underway. According to Zheng Heng's inquiries on Lu Yuan's behalf, if Lu Yuan could manage to participate in training for a day or 2 before the military training concluded, he would be able to attend the closing ceremony, thus passing. Otherwise, he would have to undergo military training alongside the next cohort of freshmen. There was simply no way to avoid participation altogether. Naturally, Lu Yuan had no intention of evading military training. He merely hoped to train alongside his classmates, especially those from his dormitory. At this moment beside him, Wang Yu exhaled a sigh of relief. It appears that the efforts of recent days have yielded significant breakthroughs. What time is it now? It is 3 p.m. Observing Wang Yu, who now has the leisure to converse with himself, it seems that his work has reached a temporary conclusion. There is still time. Let us proceed to Professor Lu's office. I conceived an improvement strategy yesterday, and I have just achieved some results. If successful, it could enhance the current equipment's performance by at least 13. If integrated with the next generation of hardware, the overall performance improvement would undoubtedly exceed 20. Let's go and test it. Having said this, Wang Yu has already risen, and after a moment's contemplation, Lu Yuan decided to bring along his refined algorithm. Indeed, Lu Yuan's progress has surpassed his own expectations. in just 2.5 days. He has made tremendous strides not only with the foundational real-time imaging algorithm, but also with the stereoscopic imaging algorithm for panoramic cameras. However, he remains unable to contribute to the subsequent tasks concerning image processing and intelligent decision-making. His foundation is admittedly not solid enough. There remains much to explore and enhance, particularly in specialized knowledge regarding physics and aerospace. Xiao Wang, it appears you have made progress. Professor Liu, seated at the front, removed his headphones and flashed a look of pleasant surprise at Wang Yu. There has indeed been some advancement. I have improved the original real-time imaging algorithm. Could you assist me in attempting an update on one of the lunar rovers for project number 3? At this moment, Wang Yu's excitement was palpable, drawing the attention of several individuals in the entire scheduling hall. Professor Liu glanced at the time displayed on the machine before nodding without hesitation. Certainly. However, the specific algorithm will require verification and preliminary testing by the engineering staff, which will take approximately half an hour. That works perfectly. Hearing that it would only take half an hour aligned with Wang Yu's expectations, he replied decisively. Observing that the two had completed their discussion, Liu Yuan felt a twinge of hesitation. He wished to try his new algorithm, which, based on his mental simulations, should yield a significantly greater enhancement than Wang Yu's improved algorithm of 13. However, considering the arduous efforts Wang Yu had invested over the past several days, he wondered if submitting his algorithm might undermine Wang Yu's hard work. Moreover, whether Professor Liu would allow the team to assist in reviewing his algorithm was also uncertain. Xiao Liu, do you also have a new improvement breakthrough? Professor Liu, as a middle-aged man and the head of daily operations at the base, immediately recognized the subtle expressions on Liu Yuan's face. His eyes sparkled with encouragement, prompting Liu Yuan to offer his algorithm. I too have a new proposal, an algorithm for real-time imaging. Would it be possible for the base to assist me in testing it? Upon hearing Liu Yuan's exchange with Professor Liu, Wang Yu, who had been ready to turn away, promptly pivoted and returned a few steps. Liu Yuan, you two have achieved a new breakthrough? Indeed, Professor Zhao was correct. Your talent for algorithms is remarkable. Wang Yu's gaze did not perceive Liu Yuan as a rival. Rather, he appeared even more excited by Liu Yuan's potential improvements than by his own breakthroughs. Professor Liu, could you also test Liu Yuan's algorithm? Perhaps his algorithm may yield even better results than mine. Of course, Wang Yu's statement was courteous. Internally, he simply wished not to disappoint Liu Yuan. The hard work he had put into his improvements deserved validation through experimentation, and he did not wish to dampen Liu Yuan's enthusiasm for learning. In terms of genuine algorithmic enhancement, Wang Yu remained confident that his recent efforts were unsurpassed, especially not by a newcomer like Liu Yuan. Absolutely. Our base is always willing to test any submissions as long as everyone is eager to contribute, Professor Liu encouraged, simultaneously glancing at the contents on Liu Yuan's paper with an expression of surprise. Is this truly a new algorithm? Indeed, it is a novel algorithm that I attempted to develop based on the latest chips. However, I discovered that it is compatible with the old chips. The results may not be as impressive as Brother Wang's, but I still hope you can assist me in arranging a trial, Liu Yuan responded humbly, a quality that was indeed commendable and well received by both Professor Liu and Wang Yu. At this moment, Professor Liu's face radiated admiration and encouragement. A new algorithm is excellent. Even if it may initially underperform compared to the old algorithm, it may possess greater potential. Moreover, upon testing, it could provide your mentor, Xiao Wang, with new insights. Regardless of the outcome, everyone understood the inherent challenges in proposing an entirely new algorithm, recognizing that the difficulty of creating a new algorithm far surpassed that of improving upon an existing one. At this moment, both Professor Liu and Wang Yu expressed their encouragement towards him. Chapter 83. Meeting Expectations. Wang Yu's excitement. Liu Yuan, I didn't realize your talent for algorithms was so formidable. I initially thought it was commendable that you could comprehend the requirements, yet you have managed to innovate an original algorithm. Back at his station, Wang Yu resumed his previous warm banter with Liu Yuan. Although there remained numerous significant improvements to be made in the image processing work, Wang Yu was eager to see the results of the first improvement, which was the most crucial enhancement algorithm. At this moment, he sought to engage Liu Yuan in conversation to alleviate the tension and anticipation he felt. Brother Wang, I merely made an attempt. In fact, enhancing existing algorithms, as you have done, often entails a greater workload. Liu Yuan maintained his humble demeanor. In China, most research still leans towards replication and improvement. There is comparatively little focus on innovation or originality from start to finish. The work involved in perfecting Liu Yuan's new algorithm, after deriving new insights, was not particularly extensive. certainly simpler than refining an existing algorithm. However, the challenge lay in formulating a new algorithm. Any new theory proposed requires a foundational basis. And this innovative thinking is where the true difficulty resides. This is also why both Professor Liu and Wang Yu held Lu Yuan in high regard for the considerable effort he invested. Professor Zhao is indeed exceptional. His elevated standards and discerning eye for students are remarkable. In the preceding days, Wang Yu had frequently marveled at Professor Zhao's ability to select students based on their learning capabilities. Now, he could not help but express his admiration once more. Brother Wang, I haven't seen the professor in several days. What work has he been engaged in? I fear it may be confidential. But could you provide me with some insight on how much longer he might be occupied? Has Professor Zhao not mentioned it to you? Seeing Lu Yuan nod in confusion, Wang Yu shook his head and began to explain. Professor Zhao is formulating the calculation scheme for the planned trajectory of the Chang'e 4 mission. I heard that several months ago, he began debating this with a few other professors. After all, the fourth project aims to achieve a soft landing on the far side of the moon, which necessitates a flight time in space that is significantly longer than the 13 days required for project number 3. The discussions currently revolve around the timing, trajectory calculations, and several maneuvers in space. Wang Yu spoke without treating Lu Yuan as an outsider, thoroughly detailing the challenges Professor Zhao currently faced. It became clear that they were grappling with fundamental trajectory calculations, which explained the professor's absence. Compared to Wang Yu's responsibilities concerning imaging, the significance of determining the lunar landing trajectory was undoubtedly far greater. If the preliminary trajectory could not be agreed upon, the flight path could not be guaranteed, potentially resulting in the fourth mission veering off course or encountering catastrophic failure. The two resumed their casual conversation, reminiscent of days past. Whenever not engrossed in work, Wang Yu was genuinely loquacious, transitioning for discussions about the base's leadership to matters of marriage and romance. Lu Yuan also learned today that Wang Yu was already married, and that his wife hailed from the Sichuan province. His decision to join the Chang'e project was significantly influenced by his relationship with her, as well as their plans to settle in Sichuan in the future. What about you? Have you shared your romantic experiences with Xiao Lu? Unbeknownst to them, Teacher Lu had already positioned himself behind the two, beaming at Wang Yu. This unexpected presence abruptly halted Wang Yu's discourse on his pursuits with the fairer sex. Xiao Lu, you mustn't heed his tales. The dynamics of love for today's youth differ vastly from his era. Besides, you are unaware that your brother Wang mistakenly took leave last year on his wedding anniversary. Fortunately, he remembered a day in advance. Do not emulate him. Pursuing a lady requires meticulousness. Indeed, regardless of the age gap, discussions of love and courtship flowed effortlessly amongst men. Even the typically composed teacher, Lu, nearly lost track of his original intent in the conversation until Wang Yu interjected. Teacher Lu, have you come to inform me that my algorithm has been updated? Yes. Please, activate your computers. I will arrange for the visuals to be switched. Prompted by this reminder, Teacher Lu hastily made a phone call. Before long, the screens before them displayed real-time images from the lunar rovers. Wang Yu, your computer showcases rover number 2, which is the version updated with your new algorithm. Xiao Lu's computer displays rover number 1, representing the original algorithm. With this brief explanation, the trio began to compare the imaging on their respective screens. Visibly, Wang Yu's monitor exhibited a significantly clearer image, akin to an increase in frame rate, rendering the rover's movements far more fluid. Within mere seconds of comparison, a grin began to spread across Wang Yu's face. It was evident that the results exceeded his expectations, achieving an impressive theoretical enhancement of 13. Wow, I never anticipated such a stark contrast post-algorithm update. One might think the rover's operational efficiency has improved. Teacher Lu was equally astounded. In Lu Yuan's eyes, the visual clarity transitioned from a pixelated quality to a discernible 360p standard definition. This advancement represented a monumental leap in real-time imaging within aerospace engineering, especially considering the newfound smoothness of the visuals, which was a substantial improvement over the previous sporadic glitches. Ring. Teacher Lu's phone rang from his pocket. Yes, I understand. Indeed, this is a remarkable success. After a few brief exchanges, he excitedly turned toward Wang Yu. Wang Yu, your algorithm has shown an initial enhancement of 15 in image quality and 12 in fluidity, culminating in an overall performance improvement of 133, surpassing your expectations. With the potential integration of a new Tian 2 chip into project number 4, the current real-time imaging demands of a comprehensive enhancement exceeding 20 have already been met. Achieving such a high-efficiency breakthrough in under 3 days is truly commendable. At this moment, more colleagues gathered around, eager to compare the disparities between the two screens. While the written performance indicated an improvement of 133, the palpable difference between the two images was strikingly apparent. "Congratulations, Brother Yuan," with Lu Yuan's enthusiastic exclamation. The surrounding colleagues began to offer their encouragement. "Wang Yu, you're quite impressive. Just 3 days post-meeting, and you've made such progress. You're leaving no room for us in the materials team." Indeed, the improvement is remarkably evident. Many voiced their admiration, causing Wang Yu's already elated demeanor to transform into an even broader, more foolish grin. The validation of one's work, particularly in the context of national aerospace endeavors, is profoundly gratifying. As a member of the collective, contributing to the team is indeed a beautiful experience. Chapter 84. Whose proposal is this high-definition image? After a fervent discussion in the command hall, everyone returned to their respective duties. Only Wang Yu remained, scrutinizing the detailed performance enhancement reports while the new Tian 2 chips algorithm was still undergoing data testing by other personnel at the base. Given that this was a simulated test, it lacked the direct and authentic data comparisons that the old chip could provide on the lunar rover, which kept Wang Yu focused on the current data reference, seeking any further potential for improvement. At this juncture, Wang Yu felt a sense of relief, while Lu Yuan found himself filled with anticipation. He was genuinely pleased with Wang Yu's recent success, yet he too was on the verge of validating his own algorithm, which he anticipated would yield even greater efficiency gains than Wang Yu's. However, true to his nature, he chose to remain modest and refrain from boasting before seeing the results. After all, premature celebrations often lead to dramatic failures. Thus, he continued to contemplate and refine the algorithm for three-dimensional imaging, striving to maintain a balanced mindset. "Xiao Lu, shall we head to dinner?" As the clock struck 5, the cafeteria was ready to serve its earliest meal. Wang Yu, seemingly devoid of further intentions to continue his research, called out to him at just the right moment. "Brother Wang, why don't you go ahead? I'll join you shortly. What could possibly be more important than dining?" Wang Yu remarked, having completely forgotten his own frenzied dedication to algorithm research just days prior. Now, he was urging Lu Yuan to eat on time. However, upon seeing Lu Yuan shake his head in refusal once more, he seemed to recollect something. "All right, you're waiting for the results of your algorithm, aren't you?" Caught up in his excitement over his own success, Wang Yu had momentarily overlooked Lu Yuan's situation. "Huh, it's already past 5. By now, the review should have been completed. Surely the colleague responsible for the program replacement hasn't forgotten, has he? Let us go. While Teacher Lu hasn't gone to eat, we should inquire." Being fellow algorithm researchers, Wang Yu understood Lu Yuan's feelings once he regained his composure. After all, the fruits of his hard work over the past 3 days deserved to be acknowledged. Even if the final imaging results were merely average, achieving lunar-to-Earth imaging feedback using the new algorithm within just 3 days was commendable. With that, he hurriedly pulled Lu Yuan towards the front row of the hall. "Teacher Lu, has Lu Yuan's algorithm been adapted and replaced? We want to see the results before heading to dinner." Upon hearing this, Teacher Lu immediately slapped his smooth forehead with his right hand, his expression one of embarrassment and regret. "Oh dear, I completely forgot. Let us head to your workstation. I'll call and find out, and we'll get the images switched over." Indeed, Teacher Lu, much like Wang Yu, had become so exhilarated by breakthroughs in certain areas of their work that he lost track of time. He had completely forgotten about Lu Yuan's algorithm, which was already an hour past the scheduled review. Fortunately, it hadn't been too long of a delay. Once they reached the workstation, the three of them settled back in. "Has it already been adapted to rover number 3? Let us switch the visuals," he directed the colleague on the phone. Yet Lu Yuan's and Wang Yu's computer screens remained unchanged, still displaying the images from rovers number 1 and number 2. Teacher Lu continued his call, seemingly encountering some issue. Suddenly, Lu Yuan's screen went black for a few seconds before revealing a new image that exhibited a stuttering quality. "Is this the effect of your new algorithm? It feels quite similar to the original algorithm's output. It shows potential." Wang Yu believed this was the image from rover number 3 under the new algorithm, and regardless of its actual quality, he began to offer his praise. However, Lu Yuan could not share in this enthusiasm. According to his calculations, the new algorithm's output should have significantly surpassed Wang Yu's improvements. Why then did this image appear almost identical to that of rover number 1's original algorithm? This left Lu Yuan with only a superficial smile, while his emotions churned with complexity and disappointment. "What is so incomprehensible about this? Did you actually switch it over? All right, I'll open another machine, the one numbered 9107. The communication via phone with Teacher Lu continues, yet it is evidently not proceeding smoothly. At this moment, he quickly turned on the spare computer next to Lu Yuan. Indeed, the workstation beside Lu Yuan was empty, designated for backup. It had not been powered on for some time, and booting up and entering the operating system took quite a while. By this time, Lu Yuan's previously sinking heart was once again lifted. It was apparent that the footage from the third rover, which his algorithm had adapted to, had yet to be transmitted. The display on his computer still showed the first rover's footage. Anxiously waiting, it was only after teacher Lu reconfirmed with his colleague on the phone that the new image was finally switched in. In an instant, the eyes of the three widened in astonishment. Simultaneously, the previously chaotic sounds in their vicinity fell silent, leaving an eerie stillness. Teacher Lu's breathing gradually grew heavier, and being right next to Lu Yuan, he could even hear him swallow. Senior Wang Yu's expression also turned vacant. There was no other explanation. The image before them was extraordinarily clear. While the first lunar rover's footage resembled a pixelated mosaic, the second rover's image, enhanced by Wang Yu's algorithm, was akin to a smooth version of a pirated film. However, Lu Yuan's third rover was a different matter altogether. It was akin to a high-definition 720p film from the very start. The camera's view of the ground rendered the soil's texture several degrees clearer. Furthermore, the other camera angles, whether showcasing the vast expanse of the lunar surface or the rover itself, appeared with unprecedented clarity and fluidity before their eyes. Is this real? Are you certain you are not deceiving me with another video? Teacher Lu's call had yet to be disconnected as he inquired with his colleague on the line. Teacher Lu, I too was taken aback upon witnessing the footage. That's why I suggested you open another computer. It's more intuitive. Some colleagues in the dispatch hall had already gone to the cafeteria, leaving the entire hall in profound silence. Even without a speakerphone, Lu Yuan and Wang Yu could hear the voices from the phone with crystal clarity. After reconfirming, Teacher Lu hastily ended the call and dialed another colleague, urging them to come over swiftly to take a look. Just a few minutes later, a middle-aged man, appearing to be around 50, approached. He had a standard build, albeit with a slight belly that was rather pronounced beneath his white short-sleeve shirt. His facial skin was somewhat loose, yet his eyes were bright and full of vigor. As he drew closer, a look of confusion crossed his face, and he initially intended to speak with Teacher Lu. However, upon following Teacher Lu's gesture towards the screen, he was momentarily taken aback. Once again, the atmosphere fell into silence. After a considerable pause, the man, presumably a leader, was the first to break the silence. Old Lu, is this new imaging algorithm developed by Xiao Wang? Upon receiving rapid shakes of the head from Teacher Lu and Wang Yu, he continued to inquire. Then which professor or expert proposed the solution? Has anyone else come to the base today? Chapter 85. The Appreciation of Chief Engineer Ding. No. It's due to this young comrade, Lu Yuan, who has been tinkering with a new algorithm these past few days. Teacher Lu's expression remained somewhat incredulous. Nevertheless, he made an effort to maintain his composure while introducing Lu Yuan to Chief Engineer Ding. In an instant, Lu Yuan felt the previously indifferent gaze of Chief Engineer Ding shift to one of intense scrutiny. His eyes roamed up and down Lu Yuan, repeatedly seeking confirmation from Teacher Lu. Old Lu, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Such clarity in the lunar rover's imagery. Can it truly be from our existing equipment? Can such a degree of enhancement be achieved solely through algorithm optimization? Although Chief Engineer Ding desperately wanted to associate Lu Yuan with this remarkable development, he found it challenging to reconcile it with the youthful visage and light stubble of Lu Yuan. Chief Ding, I assure you, I am not jesting. The Chang'e 4 has yet to be launched. Who could possibly replace the rover's hardware on the moon? I would never dare to make such a joke. Teacher Lu, appearing as if he thought Chief Engineer Ding was merely jesting, continued to explain. At this moment, Lu Yuan seized the opportunity to quietly inquire of Senior Wang, Brother Wang. Is this Chief Engineer Ding the Chief Engineer of our lunar exploration project? Indeed, Chief Engineer Ding is quite a big shot, Wang Yu replied, regaining his composure. While he felt a tinge of jealousy over the significant stir Lu Yuan had caused, it quickly dissipated, leaving behind a sense of joy. After all, Lu Yuan's advancements in imaging technology represented a tremendous boon for the entire lunar exploration project. Without even launching the fourth mission, the current upgrades to the lunar rover's algorithms could yield numerous new discoveries in lunar exploration. He began to quietly introduce Lu Yuan. Chief Engineer Ding, whose full name is Ding Qi, graduated from the University of Science and Technology of China in his early years and currently teaches at Xi'an University of Technology. Not only is he the chief engineer of the lunar exploration project, but he also serves as the deputy director of the Department of Science and Technology at the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology. It is rumored that he will soon be elected as an academician of the Academy of Engineering this year. He truly is a prominent figure. In comparison, my mentor, Zhao Xin, pales in comparison to Chief Engineer Ding. At the very least, in terms of overall project involvement and the pursuit of becoming an academician. He still has a considerable way to go. Lu Yuan, I hear you've only been at the base for less than a week? Just as Wang Yu's whispers concluded, Chief Engineer Ding's gaze fell upon Lu Yuan once more. This time, his demeanor appeared much calmer, yet his eyes still radiated admiration. Yes, you are a student of Professor Zhao Xin from Peking University, School of Mathematics? No, wait, I heard from old Lu that you're still an undergraduate? Chief Engineer Ding's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Meanwhile, several colleagues who should have been at lunch, upon witnessing the lively scene, hesitated to leave, gathering around to observe the exchange between Chief Engineer Ding and Lu Yuan. Chief Ding, Lu Yuan is pursuing a combined bachelor's, master's, and doctoral program, with Professor Zhao confirmed as his advisor. Moreover, he possesses remarkable mathematical talent, having recently won a gold medal at the IMO this year. Initially, Professor Zhao mentioned that Lu Yuan's algorithmic talent was exceptional and suggested I mentor him, though I was somewhat skeptical. I never anticipated his brilliance. He developed an algorithm in just 3 days that surpasses all the imaging algorithms our lunar exploration project has seen over the years. Wang Yu appeared quite excited as he elaborated on Lu Yuan's situation. His feelings towards Lu Yuan were quite complex. Initially, he viewed him merely as a fellow student brought in by Professor Zhao. However, upon discovering Lu Yuan's extraordinary learning abilities, he felt a mix of astonishment and jealousy at his talent. Of course, Wang Yu was still able to accept this. After all, he too graduated from Peking University's School of Mathematics. There are geniuses every year, and he had seen many. However, individuals like Lu Yuan, who not only possess strong learning capabilities but can also integrate knowledge swiftly and apply it to practical problem solving, are truly rare. He recalled that it was during his graduate studies, particularly during his doctoral period, that he truly cultivated his ability to solve problems independently. Yet, many engineering projects still tended to falter, with most not meeting his theoretical expectations. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, had only been at the lunar exploration base for 3 days, and he had already surpassed the cumulative achievements of both himself and his predecessors over the years. Now, he was subtly categorized as a prodigy. Faced with a junior whose capabilities far exceeded his own, he felt a profound sense of helplessness and lacked any desire to compete. Yet, more than that, he felt a deep sense of pride and satisfaction witnessing his junior emerge on the scene. Regardless of how it was framed, he had played a role in introducing Lu Yuan to the world of imaging algorithms. At this juncture, even the most incredulous could no longer doubt that the enhancements before them were indeed the handiwork of the young prodigy, Lu Yuan. This youth scarcely passed his teenage years. Young Lu, what considerations inspired you to propose this algorithm? Does the current real-time imaging performance align with your expectations, or is there a discrepancy? Primarily, I found the old algorithm somewhat cumbersome and ill-suited for the new chip. Thus, I endeavored to explore a novel algorithm for adaptation. Based on my calculations, it represents nearly a 57 comprehensive improvement over the original algorithm. With the new chip, this enhancement should exceed a doubling. The current visual effect is, to my satisfaction, in line with my predictions. Lu Yuan's new algorithm is primarily tailored for the new chip, though I must admit, my assertions may be somewhat conservative. In my theoretical evaluations, the synergy of the new chip with the new algorithm could yield a performance increase of 130 to 160. However, this remains contingent upon the performance limits of the Tian-2 chip. His algorithm is poised to maximize the computational prowess of the Tian-2 chip. Old Lu, what is the current comprehensive performance improvement? Engineer Ding inquired, casting a glance towards Lu Jianye, eager to ascertain the actual performance post-adaptation. Yes, I have the report. It has already been sent to me. The comprehensive performance has improved by 55, which is nearly within the limits predicted by young Lu. The two discrepancy in overall performance may be attributable to other interfering factors. Nevertheless, achieving a 55 enhancement has left Lu Yuan quite satisfied. Excellent, excellent. Engineer Ding exclaimed as he turned his gaze back to the display screen, marveling at the significantly clearer and smoother imagery. He couldn't suppress his applause as he observed the rover gently mobilizing from the terrestrial surface, the high-definition images of the soil and topographical environment mesmerizing him. With the current imagery, there remains vast potential for further research and exploration in my past studies. Moreover, the forthcoming project number 4, which intends to intelligently fine-tune operational trajectories based on real-time images, can now be concretely realized. Old Lu, please notify everyone. Let us convene a meeting tomorrow morning to reconsider the work on project number 4. Chapter 86, Specially Appointed Algorithm Expert. Young Lu, you truly possess a remarkable talent for algorithms. Your research is commendable. Should you have new thoughts or suggestions regarding our current imaging work, please feel free to share at any time. While speaking, he retrieved his phone and added Lu Yuan on WeChat. Simultaneously, he was drawn into the grand WeChat group for the Chang'e 4 project. Engineer Ding, I actually have some new ideas regarding the stereoscopic imaging algorithm for the panoramic camera. Without waiting for later, Lu Yuan promptly continued, for he had already completed this algorithm and had hesitated to mention it before. Now that Engineer Ding was present, he felt compelled to bring it to light. Oh, have you devised a new algorithmic approach? Do you require any supporting materials or resources from our base? Upon hearing that Lu Yuan had further ideas, not only Engineer Ding, but also Lu Zhinya and Wang Yu turned their attention towards him once more. Lu Yuan, should you need any materials, do not hesitate to inform me. If you require an assistant, I can arrange one for you promptly. Lu Zhinya was particularly straightforward, even offering to provide assistance. No materials are necessary. I have already completed the new stereoscopic imaging algorithm, but I did not get the chance to submit it for your validation. What? You've already completed it? Lu Yuan, is this the new algorithm you've been contemplating these past few days? Lu Zhinya's expression was momentarily dazed, his astonishment surpassing that of the entire past month. From the surprise brought by Wang Yu to the astonishing effectiveness of Lu Yuan's algorithm, and now this. It was safe to say he was not merely surprised, but utterly flabbergasted. Yes, all of this was conceived in the last couple of days. The stereoscopic imaging algorithm is somewhat simpler than the real-time imaging, thus requiring less time. However, the difficulty of stereoscopic imaging is not inherently less than that of real-time imaging. Yet for Lu Yuan, various thoughts and ideas seem to spring forth incessantly whenever he chooses to delve into them. Furthermore, the stereoscopic imaging algorithm had not been deeply researched previously. It was merely foundational. Any algorithm that emerges from Lu Yuan's mind surpasses the past algorithms by leaps and bounds. He then handed over the already prepared algorithm paper that lay on the desk. Engineer Ding perused it briefly, nodding in approval before passing it on to Lu Zhinya. Old Lu, please assist in validating this algorithm. I recall there is a panoramic camera aboard the lunar rover, correct? The specific validation tasks will ultimately fall to you. Indeed. However, the panoramic camera on the lunar rover cannot be controlled. Previously, we only conducted preliminary attempts at panoramic stereoscopic imaging, which yielded mediocre results, and thus it was never utilized again. I suggest we coordinate with other bases, particularly regarding Earth observation satellites for validation. Alternatively, I could reach out to nearby military districts about military satellites for testing. We should be able to obtain results by tomorrow. The effectiveness of panoramic stereoscopic imaging is, after all, better on satellites. Moreover, in terms of application, whether for civilian satellite navigation or military use, any advancement represents a monumental breakthrough. If Lu Yuan's stereoscopic imaging algorithm achieves enhancements comparable to that of his real-time imaging algorithm, coupled with contemporary remote sensing technology, it could signify a revolutionary leap in our grasp of global map information domestically. Very well. Please proceed to communicate and arrange this in my name. Aim for results by tomorrow morning, and we shall discuss everything in detail at the meeting. Having organized these specific tasks and concluded his conversation with Lu Zhinya, Engineer Ding could not help but shift his attention back to Lu Yuan, his gaze now even more fervent, as though he were beholding a precious gem. Lu Yuan, do you intend to delve deeply into mathematics in your future endeavors? The fervent gaze rendered Lu Yuan somewhat uncomfortable, yet he answered candidly. Yes, I plan to focus primarily on mathematics in the future, though I also have a keen interest in aerospace and will continue to explore it. Oh, it's wonderful that you have an affinity for aerospace engineering. Upon your doctoral graduation, would you be interested in joining our Chang'e project? Engineer Ding, isn't it a bit premature to contemplate such matters? He noted that his doctoral graduation was still at least 8 years away, a time frame during which circumstances could shift dramatically. While he could feel Engineer Ding's eagerness to recruit him, it indeed felt a touch too early. Not at all. Should you be willing, I can represent the base and offer you a cultivation agreement in advance. We could cover your tuition and living expenses at Peking University, and you would even receive a modest salary. Lu Yuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated becoming such a sought-after asset. This arrangement bore resemblance to certain directed commissioning agreements, and he found the prospect of officially joining the Chang'e project as a research and development member postdoctorate rather appealing. However, he was hesitant to lock himself into a predetermined future, especially as he harbored a significant interest in the profession of a university professor. Deep down, he preferred a role akin to that of his mentor, Professor Zhao, participating in projects without being solely responsible for one. Engineer Ding, I am already exempt from tuition at Peking University. Furthermore, I do not intend to consider matters so far ahead at this moment. Huh, no worries, I understand. Before Lu Yuan could further decline, Engineer Ding promptly grasped the situation and graciously shifted the topic. Regardless, on behalf of the base, I wish to express our gratitude for your contributions to this new imaging algorithm. I also hope you will continue to engage with us in the upcoming projects of the Chang'e Lunar Exploration Program. Engineer Ding's overture was unmistakable, effectively laying a pathway for Lu Yuan's future endeavors post-graduation. The two algorithms proposed by Lu Yuan would have a more profound impact on the burgeoning Chang'e 4 project than he had initially anticipated. Simultaneously, the base's response to his situation was remarkably swift. That very evening, Lu Yuan was unwinding in his dormitory, engrossed in a video on his phone. Suddenly, a short-haired woman in her 30s, clad in professional attire, knocked on his door. Upon his opening it, she greeted him with a warm smile. "Good evening. Are you Engineer Lu? I am Lu Yuan. You may call me Lu Yuan." Although his name tag clearly designated him as an algorithm assistant engineer, he found the title Engineer Lu rather unfamiliar and felt a tad awkward. "Comrade Lu Yuan, greetings. I am Guang Lijin, the head of Section 1 in the Human Resources Department at the West Shu Base for the Lunar Exploration Project." "Good evening, Section Chief Guang. What brings you here so late?" At that moment, Lu Yuan was unaware of the gravity of the situation, initially assuming there might be an error in the information he had registered with the base. "As per Chief Ding's request, you meet the criteria for our base's Class A talent, which signifies a strategic leadership position. Here is your new identity badge." As she spoke, she retrieved a new badge from her briefcase. The color had shifted from blue to red, with all personal details remaining unchanged, except for the designation, which had transformed dramatically from algorithm assistant engineer to the prestigious title of specially appointed algorithm expert. Chapter 87, Attending the Meeting. Lu Yuan stared at the title on the badge, momentarily lost in thought. What a remarkable title it was. He never anticipated that in just a little over a week since entering the base, he would ascend from an assistant engineer to an expert, placing him on par with his mentor, Professor Zhao, within the base's hierarchy. Yet, the actual classification of roles at the Chang'e base was rather convoluted. For instance, in the dispatch hall, long-term official personnel bore different titles on their badges. For example, Wang Yu was designated as an image processing specialist, and teacher Lu Zhenya held the title of dispatch hall director, all reflecting more formal positions. Others were military personnel, many of whom held classified identities within the military region and did not display badges while in uniform. Ultimately, only temporary visitors were identified by general titles such as specially appointed expert or assistant engineer upon entering the base. In truth, the real heavyweights at the Chang'e base, like his own teacher, primarily relied on facial recognition, rendering the identity badges somewhat redundant. Nevertheless, this incident underscored the immense care Chief Ding had for Lu Yuan. At this point, Section Chief Guang continued her inquiries in a slightly less formal tone. "Comrade Lu Yuan, do you require a change of dormitory? Or if you have any specific needs regarding your daily life, please feel free to share." No, I am quite comfortable here." The dormitory room, though modest, was a typical double room. However, he resided there alone, without any roommates. Since his stay was temporary, Lu Yuan had no particular demands and found the idea of moving cumbersome. "Do you require an assistant for your research work during this period?" "No, thank you, Chief Guang." Observing his lack of demands and a hint of embarrassment on his face, Chief Guang shifted her tone, abandoning the previous formality. "Lu Yuan, if you do have any requests, now is truly the time to voice them. Our logistics at the Lunar Exploration Base are quite capable. Consider it a chance to help me meet my work objectives." With the change in address and attitude, Lu Yuan felt considerably more at ease. The formalities of Engineer Lu and Comrade had placed a certain pressure upon him. In his previous life, he had only occasionally heard himself referred to as Engineer Lu, while being called Comrade usually indicated a leader's impersonal criticism during meetings. In this life, he was mostly addressed as Brother Yuan or classmate. Upon reflection, he realized there was indeed something he was quite interested in, and he cautiously inquired, "Is it really possible? Any request at all? As long as it falls within my capacity and authority, whether it pertains to daily life, entertainment, or work. You can share your thoughts with me. And if something is unfeasible, I'll let you know without reporting it up." Seizing this rare opportunity to ask, Lu Yuan sought to alleviate his concerns. "Could I possibly have a model of a lunar rover? Nothing too large, just a collectible type of model." Although he had grown weary of viewing the lunar rover's operational status on the screens, the prospect of obtaining a high-fidelity miniature model piqued his interest. After all, as a man, it was truly difficult to resist such collectibles. "Is that all?" A flicker of surprise crossed Chief Guang's polite smile. Of course, that could be arranged. What size do you have in mind? Any specific requirements? Nothing too large. I envision placing it in my dorm room once I return to school. After all, having come to the base, I would naturally want to show it off to my roommates. No problem. In fact, our base has a few life-size replicas of the lunar rover that we could provide you, although they cannot be taken out of the base for now. As for the model, I will need a few days to prepare it, but I will certainly ensure it reaches you in due time. By the time Chief Guang departed, the clock had already approached 10 p.m. Typically, he would retire after 11 p.m., but as he was to attend a special meeting the following day, he prepared to wash up and retire for the night. The next morning, before 8 a.m., Yuan was already seated in the meeting room alongside Wang Yu. This marked his first formal participation in a meeting at the Chang'e base. The meeting room was small, featuring a square mahogany table with 3 rows of seats on each side. However, the attendance was sparse, with even the front row not fully occupied. At that moment, a commotion of footsteps resonated from outside the meeting room. Chief Ding entered, accompanied by several men of varying ages. The last to enter was Teacher Liu, who closed the door behind him. Teacher. Indeed, Professor Zhao was among the group, swiftly scanning the attendees as he approached. In an instant, his gaze landed on Yuan. With remarkable speed, he made his way to the empty seat beside Yuan. Yuan, I have heard about your recent achievements from Chief Ding. You have truly surprised me. He spoke candidly, his bloodshot eyes brimming with excitement. Although Professor Zhao's hair appeared somewhat tidier today, it still looked oily, suggesting he had not washed it in several days. His dark circles were more pronounced than ever, and his voice was somewhat hoarse. It was evident that Professor Zhao's recent workload had been exceedingly demanding. Teacher, it is primarily due to Brother Wang's guidance and the support of many instructors at the base. The algorithms I devised were largely a matter of luck. Hearing his student maintain his characteristic humility, Professor Zhao felt increasingly gratified. To be honest, he feared that Yuan might become complacent. After all, he was merely a freshman, still a young man. The previously inconspicuous individual was now beginning to shine in various fields of mathematics and science. Even Professor Zhao himself could not guarantee that he would have maintained such a mindset at Yuan's age. He couldn't help but nod appreciatively, elevating his impression of Yuan significantly. Wang Yu, I sincerely appreciate your guidance and care for Yuan during my absence. Professor Zhao, you are too kind. Yuan is, after all, my junior. We are both from Peking University School of Mathematics, so it is only natural. Wang Yu quickly dismissed Professor Zhao's gratitude. Yet he couldn't help but express envy for Yuan's exceptional learning abilities. The chatter among the attendees was abruptly interrupted by Chief Engineer Ding's applause. The screen at the front had already activated the projection. It was only at this moment that Yuan realized that the actual number of participants in this meeting was considerable. Many representatives from different units, as well as several professors, were joining via video conference. The formal meeting commenced, focusing on a discussion regarding the Chang'e 4 launch operations. Chapter 88. Which university is Comrade Yuan affiliated with? Before delving into the discussions on the Chang'e 4 mission, there was an additional topic that needed addressing. It pertained to the subsequent exploration research of the lunar surface following the Chang'e 3 project. Lunar surface exploration work? A voice from the video conference interrupted Chief Engineer Ding's remarks. Yuan glanced at the avatar on the large screen and the microphone status, identifying the speaker, an elderly gentleman with a head of silver hair whose voice still resonated robustly. The name beneath the small video window read Ouyang Hong, indicating his expertise in geology. This was quite helpful, as it allowed Yuan to clearly discern the field of the speaker. Preliminary results from lunar surface exploration have been available for over 2 years. The reason we haven't invested more effort in his subsequent research isn't due to a lack of will, but rather due to objective constraints, not to mention the absence of actual lunar soil samples. Even images captured by the lunar rover are rather indistinct. Advancing this work further requires significant effort, but yields very little in terms of effective results. This sequence of statements led everyone, even those unfamiliar with geological exploration, to grasp the actual difficulties faced in continuing research. The constraints imposed by existing hardware made it a daunting task, and while research had not ceased, it had certainly not been pursued with the vigor seen during the initial deployment of the rover in the Chang'e 3 project. In the realm of scientific research, time is precious, and the primary focus naturally gravitates towards areas that promise more tangible outcomes. Professor Ouyang, please allow me to speak, Chief Engineer Ding interjected, clearly acknowledging Ouyang Hong's seniority. I do not wish to cast blame on anyone during this meeting. The Chang'e 3 project has already achieved significant success, which is the most favorable evaluation from our superiors. We are all aware that various lunar research endeavors have made qualitative breakthroughs in the past 2 years. My intention is to advocate for the opportunity to once again attempt further exploration work before the launch of the Chang'e 4 mission. Fearing interruptions from Professor Ouyang or other leaders and professors, Chief Engineer Ding quickened his pace of speech. Now, let's first take a look at these 2 video segments. Shortly thereafter, 2 videos showcasing the lunar rover's surface operations appeared on the projection. One featured the original algorithm's pixelated quality, while the other displayed the improved clarity resulting from Lu Yuan's new algorithm. How is this possible? The disparity is astounding. Within moments, both the conference room, where Lu Yuan was present, and the other units and professors in the video conference erupted in astonishment. Even Professor Zhao, seated beside Lu Yuan, had anticipated this outcome, but was nonetheless taken aback by the stark contrast revealed by the algorithm's enhancement. He turned to Lu Yuan. Did you truly achieve this? Chief Engineer Ding spoke to me for an entire night about nurturing your interest in aerospace, and now it makes perfect sense. After a moment of self-reflection, Professor Zhao's expression shifted to one of pride, his posture visibly straighter. The achievements of students can sometimes evoke even greater pride than one's own accomplishments. Chief Engineer Ding, what's the situation with this video? Please play it again for me. Professor Ouyang's eyes widened in disbelief, and he promptly expressed his skepticism. He couldn't resist requesting a replay of the lunar rover's comparative footage. Chief Engineer Ding, ever accommodating, arranged for the video to be played again while he began to elaborate. This is a groundbreaking advancement by our Lunar Exploration Base's imaging team. Comrade Lu Yuan has entirely reworked the existing imaging algorithm and developed a novel approach. This new algorithm, when applied to the original lunar rover, has improved the overall real-time imaging performance by 55. This is why I hastily convened this morning's meeting, to solicit your judgment, Professor Ouyang. Along with you, Dean Liu and Professor Ho. Given the current standard of imaging, should we consider resuming research on the lunar surface? At this moment, Lu Yuan was matching names with the professors displayed in the video window. Each professor specialized in different fields: geology, geochemistry, astronomy, and biology. In contrast to merely sending spacecraft to the moon, the genuine scientific exploration depended heavily on these domain experts. I must also clarify that regarding the design plan for the Chang'e 4 probe, we can afford to be more audacious than before. According to calculations conducted by specialized personnel, Lu Yuan's new algorithm, when paired with the latest Tian 2 chip, can further enhance efficiency, potentially exceeding a performance level of 140. This level of imaging is sufficient for us to conduct real-time attitude control of the spacecraft during further lunar missions. In the realm of aerospace engineering, any groundbreaking technological advancement signifies a substantial leap for the entire project. Whether it be breakthroughs in aerospace materials, applied physics, or seemingly modest advancements in image processing technology, each contributes to significantly reducing the difficulty of the overall mission objectives. Concurrently, the limitations previously imposed on the Chang'e 4 project have been lifted, allowing for the application of more advanced technologies from other fields. This is precisely why Chief Engineer Ding prioritized convening this meeting. Even discussions among my advisor, Professor Zhao, and other professors concerning launch trajectories can now differ. The trajectory once deemed excessively challenging can now be executed with the assistance of real-time, high-definition imaging and intelligent control technologies. What incredible enhancement! If this can truly be realized in the Chang'e 4 project, the discoveries in future explorations could be groundbreaking. Wait, Chief Engineer Ding, you mentioned that this algorithm was developed by Comrade Lu Yuan? Is he present in today's meeting? Which university does he belong to? Let's all get acquainted with him. Before the meeting could progress further, Professor Ouyang expressed his curiosity about Lu Yuan. He had assumed it was a seasoned professor who had long been engaged in this field. Having never heard of him before, he now publicly acknowledged Lu Yuan's academic prowess. The other professors and researchers in the video conference also shared a newfound curiosity about this relatively unknown Comrade Lu Yuan. Professor Ouyang, Lu Yuan is not a professor at any university, Chief Engineer Ding clarified. Oh, he isn't employed in industry either. He is still quite young. As he spoke, Ding gestured for Lu Yuan to step forward. Oh, quite young. Could he possibly be a doctoral student under some professor? That would indeed be remarkable. To possess such problem-solving abilities at the doctoral level is truly exceptional. Before Lu Yuan could even introduce himself, Professor Ouyang couldn't help but continue to express his admiration. Chapter 89. The Aspiration to Directly Extract Lunar Soil. Hello, Professor Ouyang. I am Lu Yuan. The youthful, distinctive voice resonated from the computer. Lu Yuan's youthful visage appeared on the video screen, with bright yet not overly large eyes, a sharply defined jawline, and a prominent Adam's apple. His youthful, handsome face astonished everyone on the other end of the computer. At that moment, Lu Yuan felt a wave of warmth behind him and turned slightly. It was Professor Zhao, who had risen and come to stand behind him. Professor Ouyang, do you still remember me? This is Zhao Xin from Peking University. This is my student, Lu Yuan, an 18-year-old who has just embarked on his freshman year, particularly gifted in mathematics, especially in algorithms. A youthful voice was followed by a more mature tone. 18. A freshman. What unfamiliar terms they are. For a moment, the multitude of professors and research groups on the other side of the screen appeared somewhat dazed. They had anticipated various scenarios regarding this young man, believing him to be at least a doctoral candidate, never imagining he would be a mere freshman. Zhao Xin, surely you jest? An algorithm that enhances image quality so remarkably. Did this young man truly develop it? Professor Ouyang Hong, at that moment on the video call, could not resist removing his vintage brown-rimmed glasses. He blinked vigorously before donning them again, scrutinizing Lu Yuan, who appeared on the screen. Professor Ouyang, I must confess that I am not particularly adept at algorithms myself. My research primarily delves into the more theoretical realms of partial differential equations, let alone algorithms related to image processing. I have never ventured into those territories. This was not the first time Lu Yuan faced skepticism. Fortunately, with Professor Zhao standing behind him, the initial reactions were akin to those of Zhang from ByteDance, attributing the achievements to Professor Zhao rather than indulging in wild speculation or insinuating that he had plagiarized someone else's work. With Professor Zhao readily providing explanations, it became much easier for others to accept that these were indeed Lu Yuan's accomplishments. And you still doubt me? Whose achievements are they if not his? The algorithm was first validated by Chief Engineer Ding and Old Lu. At that moment, not only Professor Zhao, but also Chief Engineer Ding joined in, partially revealing his face to the camera while nodding in agreement towards Professor Lu. Professor Ouyang and esteemed colleagues, Lu Yuan's contributions extend beyond this single algorithm. This footage was captured using military satellites borrowed from the Western Sichuan Military District, employing Lu Yuan's latest stereoscopic imaging algorithm in conjunction with a panorama camera. As the footage played, a breathtaking video of Earth viewed from space unfolded. It showcased not the entirety of the planet, but rather a localized perspective, with glimpses of the satellite itself. The footage, likely taken at night, was dimly lit yet still discernible. The contours of continents, oceans, and atmosphere were vividly depicted. The geological details of the land masses were strikingly clear, and compared to past satellite imagery, the amount of information conveyed in this current footage had increased several-fold. Due to time constraints and limited satellite availability, it was impossible to fully showcase Lu Yuan's algorithmic enhancements in stereoscopic imaging. Nevertheless, judging by the current results, this algorithm holds immense value for our future explorations of the lunar surface. By this point, everyone was entirely convinced of Lu Yuan's capabilities. He then stepped away from his position and returned alongside Professor Zhao to his original seat, gazing once more at the projected video of Earth captured by the satellite. Indeed, observing Earth from this unique vantage point, especially at night, exuded a profound and vast beauty, an indescribable aesthetic. The goal of Chang'e 4 remains the exploration of the far side of the moon, Chief Engineer Ding reiterated from the front of the conference room. This was also Lu Yuan's first encounter with the specifics of the Chang'e 4 project. In fact, the overall project, proposal, and objectives had been put forth at the end of last year, with formal confirmation occurring just a few months prior. The task itself posed no significant challenge, being one of the simpler missions among several launches. After all, the actual target of Chang'e 4 was merely the second phase of the Chang'e 3 project, requiring no high technical breakthroughs, simply transitioning from exploring the moon's front to its back. However, a lack of stringent requirements does not imply a lack of aspiration for progress. Thus far, discussions among various teams regarding the tasks and technical improvements related to Chang'e 4 had lasted for quite some time. I hope that in light of the significant breakthroughs in image processing technology, the Intelligent Orbital Correction team can also achieve some advancements. Furthermore, the team designing the next-generation lunar rover should engage in discussions with Comrade Lu Yuan, particularly concerning the equipment plans for the panoramic camera. Let's aim to submit a new comprehensive plan within the next fortnight. Lu Yuan's two proposed algorithms had come at a timely juncture. It was far from too late. The Chang'e 4 project was just getting underway, and even significant adjustments could be accommodated. Should another 6 months pass and the project be well underway, While his imaging techniques might be employed, they would not drastically alter the overall engineering due to their introduction. More likely, the real impact would manifest in the subsequent Chang'e 5 project. Chief Engineer Ding, I actually mentioned this last year. Whether it be the exploration of the moon's front or back, it ultimately boils down to image acquisition. Given the assistance of contemporary imaging technology, why not expedite the next phase and attempt to extract some lunar soil to bring back for research in our homeland? Professor Ouyang proposed once again. Compared to merely launching probes and utilizing lunar rovers for surface imaging, Professor Ouyang harbored hopes of lunar soil extraction. Currently, only the United States and the former Soviet Union have conducted lunar soil extraction, accomplished in the 1960s and 1970s. Regrettably, the United States only allocated a symbolic 1 gram of lunar soil sample to our country, which is so precious that only 0.5 grams have been preserved for exhibition. The remaining 0.5 grams have been studied by scholars nationwide, resulting in 14 top-tier papers published on this minuscule lunar soil sample. One can only imagine the epoch-making significance if our country could independently land on the moon and attempt to procure soil. Not only would this allow us to catch up with the US and Soviet Union, but it would also grant us greater authority in lunar research. The limitations of our domestic research are not due to the inadequacies of researchers or research levels. Rather, the objective conditions constraining our capabilities in the realm of space exploration are paramount. A clever woman cannot make bricks without straw. Without lunar soil, how can we compete with the major powers in this field? This is the very reason Professor Ouyang has persistently advocated for direct soil extraction thus far. Professor Ouyang, as you know, our Chang'e 4 project does not have a plan for the return of aircraft. While extracting soil samples is feasible, ensuring the aircraft's timely return is not part of the current mission. Chief Engineer Ding's face bore a look of difficulty, though internally he was somewhat swayed. This was not solely due to Lu Yuan's remarkable breakthrough in imaging technology, since he assumed the role of chief engineer for the Chang'e project. Following the launch of Chang'e 3, there had been a significant turnover at the Chang'e base. The older generation had retired, making way for a host of young and talented researchers. Thus, the established launch targets and timelines for Chang'e 4 were not overly demanding. The mission merely shifted from the front of the moon to its back, with the original launch goal set for 2018, affording ample time. Conversely, the launch plan for Chang'e 5 was slated for 2020, leaving less time for the more complex tasks associated with that mission. To some extent, the Chang'e 4 project served as a trial for Chief Engineer Ding and the newly invigorated young team at the base. The true pressure of the mission would manifest in the Chang'e 5 project, and even more so in the future Chang'e 6 project. Never mind. I understand the pressure you're under. I'm just anxious myself. It's nothing. Let us proceed according to our established plan, step by step. Lu Yuan gazed at the projection video, where the silver-haired Ouyang Hong appeared, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After all, it is a race against time. Given teacher Ouyang's age, it is likely that he will not live to see the fruition of project number 5. Even if he does, he may lack the vigor to engage in research personally. It is no wonder that he eagerly hopes for project number 4 to commence tasks related to project number 5. He genuinely wishes to study the lunar soil, propelling our nation to the forefront of lunar exploration on the global stage. We have already fallen behind by nearly half a century. Indeed, the hope is to accelerate our progress. How about this? I will approach the leadership once more to request a revision of the tasks for project number 4, and perhaps secure additional funding as well. Everyone should continue to strive diligently with the current plan, and if feasible, we can reconvene afterward to discuss further. In the conference room, Chief Engineer Ding hesitated for a considerable time before ultimately conceding to give it a try. Teacher, when are we expected to return to the university? Upon exiting the conference room, Lu Yuan seized a rare opportunity to engage in conversation with Professor Zhao. What is the matter? Are you eager to return to your studies? Not exactly. I merely wish to have some expectations. He could not claim a desperate desire to rush back to the university, for to Lu Yuan, learning is the same regardless of location. Yet, deep down, he understood that he is still a student of Peking University and ultimately longs to return to campus life. At the Chang'e base, he often felt like a guest, yearning for a sense of stability. It won't be long. If there are indeed changes to project number 4, we will need to revise the planned flight trajectories, including recalculating the return paths. If there is news, we will depart in the next day or two. Even according to the original plan, we will be back at the university in a week. Ding ding. As they spoke, Professor Zhao's phone rang. All right. Yet the next moment, Professor Zhao turned towards him, holding his phone aloft, his gaze fixed on Lu Yuan. I have no issues here. In principle, I agree. The entire call concluded in under a minute. Professor Zhao placed his phone down, patted Lu Yuan's shoulder with one hand, and shook his head with a smile, exclaiming, "You are quite the sought-after individual now. Teacher, what is it?" It seemed that this call was indeed intended for him. Director Miao, from the 11th Research Institute of the Western Sichuan Military Region, called me, hoping you could assist them in modifying their satellite image processing algorithms. Since we have a bit of time, I have already agreed on your behalf. Someone should be reaching out to you shortly. I must attend to my own matters now. So do listen to your senior Wang while at the base. With that, Professor Zhao hurriedly departed. Clearly, there remains a significant amount of work ahead. And even as they prepare to return to the university, it is essential to maintain alignment with other professors regarding the progress of their projects. So, how does it feel to be in the spotlight? As soon as Lu Yuan returned to his workstation, Wang Yu eagerly initiated a conversation. Compared to the bustling activities of other personnel at the base, Wang Yu's image processing team appeared to be under minimal pressure. The most challenging tasks had already been resolved by Lu Yuan, ensuring that there would be no significant research burdens for at least the next few years. I recall my first breakthrough being quite the spectacle as well. However, your accomplishments have certainly left a more profound impression. A freshman improving the most complex image algorithms. Had I possessed your talent, I might never have ventured into aerospace engineering. Wang Yu's envious remarks piqued Lu Yuan's curiosity. Brother Wang, what led you to pursue aerospace engineering? What else could it be? I couldn't stay in the capital. He replied with a hint of resignation. During my doctoral studies, my research output was rather mundane, with no particularly remarkable papers published, leaving me with limited options. Fortunately, my advisor recommended me for a position at the core R&D facility of the Chang'e base. And since my wife's hometown is nearby, I just settled here. Inquiring about the reasons for one's past choices often reveals a stark reality. Even a doctoral student from Peking University may find it challenging to remain in the capital. The exorbitant housing prices pose a formidable challenge for typical income earners. Thankfully, Brother Wang had the support of his advisor, allowing him to enter the core R&D base of Chang'e, while it may not rival large foreign enterprises. The compensation here is undoubtedly regarded as a high standard within public institutions, with the Chang'e project to operate as an external subsidiary. Both the remuneration and other benefits would likely leave Brother Wang dissatisfied, for dedicating oneself to aerospace is not typically a lucrative endeavor. Now, he has begun to truly appreciate the allure of space exploration. Even when offered a high salary from outside, I have no desire to leave. Indeed, it seems that in the end, it is a matter of spiritual legacy and unique sentiment that sustains one. Lu Yuan, having been at the base for just over a week, has already felt the infectious atmosphere surrounding him. Zhangyi, are you here to see Lu Yuan? As they continued their conversation, Wang Yu suddenly shifted his gaze to a figure positioned diagonally behind him. A man clad in military attire stood tall and straight, appearing to be in his 30s, with a slightly darker complexion and an air of resolute determination. Lu Yuan recognized him as a staff member from the dispatch hall, albeit without any substantial prior interaction. Yes, Comrade Lu Yuan, greetings. I am here on behalf of the 11th Research Institute of the Western Sichuan Military Region to invite you to participate in a project aimed at improving image algorithms. May I inquire if you would be willing to assist? Of course, I will be delighted. However, will I need to go to the 11th Research Institute? Lu Yuan was somewhat puzzled regarding the work location, especially since Professor Zhao had just agreed on his behalf. No need. The task materials from the military region are already in my possession. If convenient, you may conduct the improvement work here at the Lunar Exploration Base. Zank, yi spoke earnestly, maintaining a respectful demeanor throughout. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he appeared to recall something and reminded, before commencing the task, you will need to sign a confidentiality agreement. Additionally, we hope that the improvements you make will not be published in any papers. Lu Yuan understood the necessity of confidentiality regarding military research. After all, it is customary for military science to operate in secrecy. If he were to improve the technology for the military, while simultaneously publishing papers externally, it could inadvertently expose the nation to competitive scrutiny in military armament. It may seem somewhat unfair to you, but rest assured, our military region will strive to provide you with some form of compensation, whether financially or otherwise. Oh, no need for that. It is an honor to contribute to the nation's militarization. I require no compensation. The mere opportunity to participate in certain projects brought him immense joy. And with over 100,000 bytes of funding from his company in hand, he felt financially unburdened. His mindset remained relaxed, devoid of the utilitarian mindset often found in the modern world. However, does the stereoscopic imaging algorithm also require confidentiality? Lu Yuan was mindful of the algorithms he would help improve for the military. naturally opting for secrecy. Yet, considering that the Chang'e base would utilize this stereoscopic imaging algorithm, which also holds significant importance in the civilian navigation sector, he questioned whether it truly needed to be kept confidential. As for this technology, technically, it shouldn't require confidentiality. But may I confirm this? No problem. I was merely inquiring. Should the nation require it, I can maintain confidentiality. For Lu Yuan, these new algorithms did not hold the weight of monumental importance, nor did he feel an overwhelming sense of achievement. At just 18 years of age, provided his cognitive gifts remain intact, he believed that the creation of new algorithms was simply a matter of desire rather than capability. He had no objections to contributing certain technologies to the nation to bolster its comprehensive strength. In Zhang Yi's presence, Lu Yuan ultimately affixed his signature to the confidentiality agreement. He did not scrutinize the specific terms in detail, trusting that his teacher would ensure everything was in order. The relevant task materials were also handed over to him. It is a laptop exclusively designated for the military district, containing all operational data within its confines. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Yuan has gradually established connections with numerous confidential units across various nations. Everything appears to unfold so naturally. That afternoon, Lu Yuan officially commenced his examination of the task documents provided by the 11th Research Institute of the Western Shu military region. Although his primary responsibility was to enhance algorithmic operations, the actual content of the task documents was extensive, far exceeding the specialized domain of algorithms. Additionally, the materials were replete with knowledge pertaining to satellite communications, along with a substantial portion dedicated to the specific parameters of artificial satellites. This abundance posed a challenge for Lu Yuan, despite his exceptional aptitude in physics and chemistry. Ultimately, he had not systematically studied the intricacies of physics, particularly in the realm of satellite communications. Fortunately, the military laptop was equipped with a wealth of resources that seemed to acknowledge his foundational knowledge. Various folders meticulously organized satellite-related information, including communication knowledge, were readily available for his perusal and study. The documents comprised not only electronic versions of books, but also a plethora of esteemed foreign research papers and literature. Lu Yuan was genuinely eager to delve into this learning. However, a significant hurdle presented itself. The advanced literature was predominantly in English. This predicament left him somewhat perplexed, as it seemed that high-level research invariably revolved around the English language. Thankfully, his proficiency in the humanities was modest at best, allowing him to engage with the text without complete inability, albeit with some effort. With the aid of translation software and consultations with Brother Wang, his understanding of these learning materials became increasingly smooth. By the following afternoon, Lu Yuan had acquired a more nuanced comprehension of communication principles. However, to gain a deeper insight into the entire discipline of communications, there remained much for him to learn. Yet, he was now adequately equipped to swiftly identify and address the gaps in his knowledge during the process of researching satellite algorithms. Nevertheless, the more he scrutinized the task documents, the more he felt an unsettling dissonance. While the difficulty of improving the algorithm was not insurmountable, he sensed that the satellite's algorithm seemed to be distinctly categorized from another domain. Furthermore, it required him to attempt to align his three-dimensional imaging algorithm accordingly. The task imbued him with a palpable sense of incompleteness, adding considerable confusion to his improvement efforts. Lu Yuan, you're truly a promising candidate for research. At your age, I could hardly sit still. Before he realized it, Senior Wang had taken a seat beside him. Over the past few days, he had been in remarkably high spirits, exuding an air of lightness. At that moment, his face was adorned with a beaming smile, as if he had just engaged in a delightful conversation. Brother Wang, regarding the task assigned to you by the base, didn't I recall there being additional algorithmic improvement requirements? Oh, that remaining portion is not my responsibility, but rather that of a colleague at your workstation. He has recently been seconded to another project, but is expected to return next month to take charge of it. Lu Yuan was taken aback to discover that the remaining segment of work was not even under Wang Yu's purview. Evidently, he had completely resolved Wang's workload, leaving him with ample free time. This clarified why Lu Yuan had struggled to make progress on that particular aspect. Brother Wang, do you have any further matters to discuss? At this moment, Lu Yuan wished to continue perusing the task documents. To his surprise, Wang Yu turned sideways, fixing his gaze upon him. That unwavering stare rendered Lu Yuan momentarily unable to concentrate on his reading. Nothing serious. I just received some news concerning you. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan promptly closed his laptop, turning to face Wang Yu as well. Fortunately, Wang Yu was not inclined to keep him in suspense. After discreetly surveying their surroundings, he leaned in slightly and whispered, Let me tell you, just now, Chief Engineer Ding was embroiled in a disagreement with leaders from several other units because of you. Because of me? It can't be about a dispute with the 11th Research Institute, can it? Is it possible that my current focus on assisting the 11th Research Institute is the reason for not continuing my research at the Chang'e base? Lu Yuan pondered inwardly. However, Wang Yu immediately waved his hand. How could that be possible? The relationship between the 11th Research Institute and our base is quite amicable, as we are both located in Sichuan province. When our two units face personnel shortages on projects, we often lend each other support. How could there be a quarrel? That made sense. After all, both research institutes were situated within the same province, and their relationship could hardly be strained. His three-dimensional imaging algorithm had even been validated using satellites borrowed from the Western Shu military region by Professor Liu. At this moment, unable to ascertain the cause of the discord, he pressed Wang Yu for further clarification. What was the reason? The North Star navigation system. They were arguing with several units, including the National Mapping Bureau, the Meteorological Bureau, and the Earthquake Bureau. As soon as Wang Yu spoke, Lu Yuan's expression grew even more perplexed. Brother Wang, how could these units possibly be connected to me? Could they really be quarreling because of me? While it may not directly involve you, it has significant implications for your algorithm. Wang Yu continued to elucidate, as if Lu Yuan were underestimating his own significance. I've heard that Chief Zhang has applied to determine whether your algorithm is confidential. These agencies, not knowing where they obtained their information, have discovered the terrestrial geomorphological data captured by your three-dimensional imaging. They are now eager to access your algorithm to enhance their current research on Earth. The Meteorological Bureau and the Mapping Bureau, in particular, are adamantly requesting that the algorithm be made available for their use. Lu Yuan was astonished at how swiftly the news had circulated. Given that these were state-level organizations, their hierarchical stature warranted the dissemination of such information. During the video conference at Chang'e base, many individuals had witnessed the efficacy of the three-dimensional imaging algorithm, making it entirely reasonable for these prominent agencies to be informed. Did Chief Engineer Ding agree to release it? While the algorithm had been authored by Lu Yuan, Chief Engineer Ding could only express respect for his opinion. The ultimate decision lay beyond Lu Yuan's purview. The achievements at the Chang'e base would be determined by the base itself. Moreover, as he was now within a confidential unit, Lu Yuan had signed a confidentiality agreement upon joining the base. Surely, it will be agreed upon. It's merely a matter of time. I suspect that when you return to the capital, Professor Zhao and you will undoubtedly lend your assistance. All right, I've shared the news with you. Now I shall leave you to your work and not disturb you any further. The longer Lu Yuan remained at the Chang'e base, the more he recognized Wang Yu's remarkable ability to gather information. Among the researchers at the base, he belonged to the rare, outgoing demographic, exuding a sense of being a jack of all trades. Naturally, he was not particularly discreet, or else Lu Yuan would not have been privy to so much information about the personnel at the base. Another 3 days passed. Lu Yuan continued to direct his focus back to the task of improving the algorithm. In truth, the overall project requirements were not overly challenging. The core responsibility still rested on Lu Yuan to devise a new adaptive algorithm. The most time-consuming aspect of the work involved organizing various interference conditions encountered during image transmission. The multitude of disturbances, whether related to signals or the knowledge pertinent to artificial satellites, was exceedingly complex. This particular element had significantly delayed Lu Yuan's progress. Were it not for his exceptional learning capability, the average individual would require over a month merely to comprehend this content, let alone achieve any improvements. The engineering aspects he was tackling were more accessible to professionals in the communications field, facilitating their understanding. By this morning, the new algorithm had been entirely completed, yielding at least a 50 enhancement in performance compared to the previous algorithm when processing satellite images. Yet, Lu Yuan found himself somewhat dissatisfied. The task from the 11th Research Institute continued to strike him as peculiar. Although a wealth of satellite information and parameters had been provided, all identifiers, whether pertaining to the satellite's name or its internal chips, were merely code names given to him. The improvements made were merely a localized adjustment based on the requirements presented on paper. Due to the lack of a holistic perspective in these enhancements, Lu Yuan himself found it challenging to feel particularly satisfied with the task. Nevertheless, given the limited information at his disposal, he pondered for a considerable time before ultimately deciding to submit his findings to Chang'e after thoroughly reviewing the new algorithm's content. After all, the deadline was fast approaching, and Professor Zhao had already communicated with him regarding this matter. The entire Chang'e 4 project required comprehensive adjustments, necessitating significant modifications to the task requirements. including the addition of missions, such as the return of the spacecraft and the extraction of lunar soil. Consequently, Professor Zhao's current undertakings would be temporarily suspended until the new mission parameters were established, at which point new orbital calculations would commence. This also meant that Lu Yuan could return to school. The time had been set for tomorrow, on the morning prior to his departure from the base. Wang Yu specifically came to bid him farewell. At the same time, Director Wang was present on site, holding a model of a lunar rover that was slightly larger than a palm. He handed it to Lu Yuan just as he was about to board the bus to the airport. The model was exquisitely crafted, a true one-to-one replica, encased in acrylic. The wooden base it rested upon featured a special inscription. The Chang'e 4 Project Working Group expresses its gratitude to Comrade Lu Yuan for his contributions to the image algorithm by presenting this model. On September 8, 2015, during Lu Yuan's journey back to school, the China National Space Administration's Satellite Navigation System Management Office appeared to be particularly busy. In a dedicated conference room, a group of leaders was engaged in discussions. The assembly comprised a modest number of 7 individuals, with the leader being a middle-aged man in his 40s, while the others were similarly aged, around their 40s or 50s. The last figure at the long table appeared notably younger, dressed in military garb, exuding a sense of vigor. Had Lu Yuan been present, he would have recognized this individual as Chang'e, who had been at the Chang'e base just days prior. Captain Zhang, are you certain this information was provided by Comrade Lu Yuan? The leading figure inquired, gesturing towards the screen displaying the algorithmic content recorded in Lu Yuan's military notebook. Did he truly accomplish this in less than 4 days? Chang'e refrained from answering immediately, instead glancing at another military-clad man seated beside the leader, who calmly nodded in acknowledgement. Only then did Chang'e respond with a hint of relief. Indeed, Comrade Lu Yuan possesses remarkable mathematical talent. I have been discreetly observing him over the past few days, and his aptitude for physics and chemistry is also quite impressive. He must have devoted considerable time to satellite and communications-related subjects. Otherwise, the algorithm improvements could have been executed even more swiftly. Chang'e had not solely focused on his own responsibilities at the base. He had been surreptitiously monitoring Lu Yuan in accordance with directives from superiors. The leading man fixated his gaze intently on Chang'e, and an unusual stillness enveloped the conference room. The others turned their eyes toward him, prompting Chang'e to break into a light sweat. After a prolonged pause, the leader finally nodded. Director Miao, it appears this Lu Yuan is indeed a prodigy. The military figure opposite the leader was none other than Director Miao from the 11th Research Institute of the Western Sichuan Military Region. This localized improvement alone has resulted in a 147-point enhancement for our overall system. If we could truly attempt comprehensive enhancements, the advancements to our beta system, along with the overall enhancement of our capabilities, would be unimaginable. Director Miao wholeheartedly concurred with the sentiments expressed by the man seated opposite him, promptly nodding in agreement. Absolutely. I support Secretary Yan's proposal. Let us invite Comrade Lu Yuan to participate in the improvements of the beta navigation system. However, we must first consult with the mathematics department of Peking University, as well as Professor Zhao and Comrade Lu Yuan himself. Xiao Zhang, could you perhaps make another trip to extend a personal invitation to Comrade Lu Yuan? Chapter 93. Misunderstandings of Instructor Chun. On a sweltering summer day, the campus of Peking University resembled a vast sea of military green. Within one formation, a somewhat shorter instructor was sternly directing the ranks. Lu Yuan, step forward. Yes. Now, perform a solo march once more. Today marks the final 3 days of military training, and as a newcomer who joined the team just yesterday, Lu Yuan has indeed received some special attention from the instructor. Thud thud. The short-sleeved training uniform he wore was already drenched. Although Lu Yuan had undergone military training in his past life, the considerable time that had passed made it difficult for him to execute the march with precision. Raise your legs higher. With that command, Instructor Chun subtly adjusted the brim of his cap. From Lu Yuan's perspective, Instructor Chun appeared to be of a similar age to him, not particularly tall, with a dark complexion, yet possessing exceptionally bright eyes. He often displayed a shy demeanor when smiling and showed considerable care for their entire class, frequently selecting shaded areas for training. Regrettably, this young instructor had a rather mediocre opinion of Lu Yuan. Since his arrival in the team, he had been scrutinizing him closely. Once more, your legs must be raised higher. In 3 days, we have the grand military training performance. Do you think you can present yourself like this? Do not let your shortcomings tarnish the reputation of our entire class. After an additional 10 minutes of solitary training, during which Lu Yuan finally managed to kick with more precision, Instructor Chun nodded silently, glancing at the other students standing at attention in the shade, before ultimately raising his hand. Dismissed. The previously rigid formation immediately transformed into a bustling crowd. Brother Yuan, you truly have had a stroke of bad luck. Being singled out right from the start. Despite Instructor Chun being rather amiable, Chang'e, who had not seen Lu Yuan in a while, quickly gathered around him along with their old teammates and roommates Lu In-kun and Shi Jieyu to offer their support. This isn't misfortune at all. It's merely a misunderstanding of Lu Yuan. After all, with military training lasting half a month, he only just arrived for the final few days. They probably mistook him for a deserter, so how could he not receive special treatment? Chang'e, still young, although possessing some innate talent for business due to familial influence, lacked the clarity others had in certain matters. Lu In-kun had already grasped the situation and continued to propose to Lu Yuan, Brother Yuan. Why not have a word with Instructor Chun? You're not intentionally being a deserter. You're contributing to the nation. Lu In-kun's suggestion had crossed Lu Yuan's mind when he was first singled out yesterday. However, at that time, he felt it was not a significant issue. After all, he was not executing the training correctly, and the additional guidance was warranted. Moreover, given that the Chang'e project was a classified undertaking, he preferred to keep certain matters to himself. Today, he was even less inclined to bring it up, as it would seem akin to pleading with the instructor for leniency. Never mind. With today included, there are only 3 days of training left before the performance. It's unnecessary. Besides, I can tell Instructor Chun has already been somewhat lenient with me. Lu Yuan could sense the change in Instructor Chen's attitude towards him. At least yesterday, the additional training had started at half an hour, while today, after just 10 minutes, he was already allowed to rest. I haven't given you any leeway. Unbeknownst to him, Instructor Chun had already appeared behind Lu Yuan, holding several extra bottles of water to offer to Lu Yuan and his companions. I initially thought you were like the other students in different formations, those who feigned illness to skip military training. I never expected you to actually perform decently during training. However, you still need to practice your marching. Raise your legs higher and keep your toes pointed down. Indeed, it aligns with Lu In-kun's conjecture that Instructor Chun initially harbored some misunderstandings towards him. Fortunately, it appears that these misconceptions have largely dissipated. If only you had arrived a couple of days earlier for training, given your height and appearance, you could have aspired to join the national flag team. At this moment, Instructor Chun couldn't help but feel a pang of regret for him. This year, Peking University's Department of Mathematics has a precisely defined enrollment of 30 exceptional students, consisting of only one female and the rest being male. Although Lu Yuan's standing height is a mere 180 centimeters, he is among the tallest in the class. The selection criteria for the national flag team stipulated a minimum height of 176 centimeters, although actual selection involved further scrutiny. Instructor Chun, there are other instructors looking for you. Just as the few of them were engrossed in conversation under the shade of the trees, a classmate rushed over to alert them. Upon turning around, they noticed several men in military uniform standing not far behind them. In such weather, clad in full military attire with long-sleeved jackets. The leader among them bore insignia that Lu Yuan could not decipher. However, the previously relaxed demeanor of Instructor Chun immediately shifted. He kicked one leg up, stood at attention, and raised his hand in a salute. Commander! In that instant, Lu Yuan felt a jolt of apprehension. Even though he could not understand the insignia, he recognized that he was in the presence of a high-ranking official. After all, Peking University is the highest institution in the country, and the military training instructors assigned to the school could be young officers of lower rank. However, the commander was typically of colonel rank or higher. It was rare to encounter such an esteemed figure outside of the first and last days of military training. Commander, the students have just been standing in military posture for over an hour, so I arranged a brief rest, uncertain of the reason for the commander's summons. Instructor Chun feared he might have been reported for insufficient training intensity, especially since they had been training in the shade. Just as he had allowed the students a break, he was now confronted by the commander. Under the sweltering summer sun, beads of sweat began to drip down his forehead. The commander, appearing to be in his 40s, maintained a serious expression but did not elaborate further. He merely nodded silently and calmly uttered 3 words. First, assemble. Yes. This assembly turned out to be the swiftest for the entire exceptional class. The students stood with remarkable precision in military posture, eager to uphold Instructor Chen's reputation. Naturally, they had already stepped out of the shade, advancing a few paces into the glaring sunlight. Is there a student named Lu Yuan in your formation? As Instructor Chun concluded the assembly and faced the commander again, the first sentence caught Lu Yuan by surprise. He hadn't anticipated that the commander was addressing him directly. At that moment, his gaze swiftly shifted to the commander and the several military personnel behind him, since they all wore hats. His earlier attention had been solely on the commander. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that one of the soldiers had a slightly different uniform style. Judging by his appearance, which seemed to be in his 30s, Lu Yuan quickly recognized the individual, Chang'e, with whom he had previously interacted at the Chang'e base. Chapter 94. Officially joining the Beidou navigation project. At Instructor Chen's gesture, Lu Yuan promptly jogged out of the formation. Lu Yuan, this is our military trainings commander, Lu Qian. Reporting. Commander Lu. Instructor Chen introduced Lu Yuan to Commander Lu before omitting further introductions for the personnel behind him. Lu Yuan, you just returned to military training yesterday? The deep voice of Commander Lu resonated. Perhaps it was an illusion, but compared to his conversation with Instructor Chen, Commander Lu's tone seemed relatively gentler during their exchange. Yes. After Lu Yuan nodded, Commander Lu glanced back at Chang'e. Comrade Chang'e, is this the student you were looking for, Lu Yuan? Indeed. Chang'e cast a calm glance at Lu Yuan before turning back to Commander Lu. Colonel Lu, may I have a moment to speak with Lu Yuan privately? Of course. At this moment, Commander Lu's previously stern expression softened into a hint of a smile. He continued to survey the formations of students undergoing military training alongside the other military leaders. The entire area had already become aware of the unfolding situation. All the students in formation stood at attention, presenting their best collective demeanor. Brother Zhang, what's going on? Lu Yuan inquired candidly as they strolled a few paces into the shade, distancing themselves from the nearby training formations. He felt compelled to speak frankly, realizing that Zhang Yi's visit must pertain to the satellite image algorithm issue. At this moment, uncertainty nagged at Lu Yuan. Was it because the algorithm had performed exceedingly well? Or was there a mismatch that prompted Zhang Yi to seek him out? There has been no issue. Your algorithm has been highly successful. I'm here primarily to invite you to continue with the project follow-up work. Would you be willing? Follow-up? Lu Yuan's expression displayed confusion as he hesitated to respond without further clarification. Brother Zhang, I had some doubts regarding this project last time. I felt the task materials provided were somewhat incomplete. If it's still the same set of materials, I fear I can only achieve so much. Without comprehensive data, Lu Yuan knew he couldn't offer a better solution. Thus, further involvement felt futile. That is not the case. This time, the invitation is for comprehensive follow-up work. Zhang Yi paused briefly, raising his gaze to survey the surroundings. Aside from the students training a few dozen meters away, there was no one else in the vicinity. His demeanor grew serious as he turned his gaze back to Lu Yuan. I am here on behalf of the National Satellite Navigation System Management Office to formally invite you to join the comprehensive development work of the Beidou Satellite Navigation System. Beidou Satellite? The very mention startled Lu Yuan, and he immediately recalled the algorithm improvement project he had previously worked on. It dawned on him that the satellites referred to by code in the materials were, in fact, the renowned Beidou satellites of the future. Indeed, the Beidou satellite project is currently in its third phase, which focuses on establishing a global satellite coverage system. The entire satellite navigation system is primarily military-focused, with only a small portion allocated for collaboration with civilian enterprises. Your previous algorithm significantly improved the overall system, prompting the higher-ups to invite you to participate fully. Higher-ups? Lu Yuan pondered. Are you affiliated with the 11th Research Institute? His affinity for the Beidou satellite project was undeniable. After all, it represented a crucial strategic navigation system for the nation, forming the backbone of modern military power. All missiles, fighter jets, and strategic deterrence heavily relied on Beidou navigation. It was no wonder the initial materials provided to him were limited. He had never dared to think it would relate to the Beidou satellites. Though he had made an internal decision, Lu Yuan felt compelled to clarify his relationship with Zhang while allowing himself a moment to digest the information. My organizational affiliation is indeed with the 11th Research Institute, but the satellite data from our institute is managed by the National Satellite Navigation Office. The decision to invite you to join this task was made by the leadership of the Navigation Office. Given that Shishu Province was one of the few rocket launch bases in the country, Lu Yuan could surmise the rationale behind this invitation. Whether for lunar exploration or other aerospace projects, or even launching satellites, the support of the Shishu Military District was indispensable. Consequently, the 11th Research Institute, which fell under the jurisdiction of the Shishu Military District, naturally interacted with various units. Will my teacher approve of this? Will I need to work in Shishu Province? Lu Yuan pressed further, inquiring about the task's requirements. Professor Zhao has already communicated with Secretary Yan from the Navigation Office. I am now able to discuss this matter with you. In fact, both your esteemed School of Mathematics and Professor Zhao Xin have already given their consent. It was unexpected that you are still participating in military training, and the entire military training program was just recently coordinated with Secretary Yuan from the navigation office. From Zhang's expression, it is evident that the department and Professor Zhao are relatively easy to communicate with. Conversely, the military training aspect poses more complications. Regardless, as long as Lu Yuan enters the military training formation, his identity remains quite special until the training concludes, adhering to the military's deployment regulations. Even though there are still 3 days left for the military training, for Chang'e and the leaders behind the satellite navigation office, additional procedures must be followed. As for the work location, there's no need to travel to Shishu province. The National Satellite Navigation Office is located in the capital and can provide a dedicated workspace for you. Of course, you may also work on campus, where a designated classroom or laboratory will be allocated for your use. That sounds excellent. If it is convenient, I would prefer to conduct my work on campus. Upon hearing that he could work at the university, Lu Yuan's previous anxieties dissipated entirely, and he readily agreed. Seeing his affirmative response, Zhang's expression relaxed, clearly indicating the considerable pressure of his task. Approximately 20 minutes later, Chief Instructor Lu returned with a group, standing before the two of them. Simultaneously, Instructor Chun jogged over once again, casting a peculiar glance at Lu Yuan. Chief Instructor Lu, I hope to occupy Lu Yuan's military training time for the upcoming days. Secretary Yuan should have discussed the specifics with you, correct? No problem. Student Lu Yuan's work is indeed special, contributing to our military efforts. However, for the final morning's performance, I hope student Lu Yuan can attend, which should only take about 2 hours, not too long. After this, their gazes shifted to Lu Yuan. I have no objections. I shall comply with the organizational arrangements. Until everyone departed, Zhang busily helped him arrange a dedicated workspace. Only Lu Yuan and Instructor Chun remained. Instructor Chun, visibly embarrassed, took a moment before speaking somewhat awkwardly. Lu Yuan, I mistakenly misjudged you over the past few days. I apologize. While Instructor Chun could not discern much, it was clear that Lu Yuan's absence from military training was not due to cowardice, as he had initially presumed. Especially given the attitudes of the leaders present today, it was evident that Lu Yuan's prior contributions were far more significant than he had imagined. He was now apologizing for his previous biases. Instructor Chun, please do not say that. Your strict expectations of me are entirely justified. However, I fear I may not have time to continue participating in military training. Military training is not urgent. Listen to Chief Instructor Lu, prioritize your special work. At this moment, Instructor Chen's previous prejudices had dissipated entirely. His face revealed a mix of relief and joy, along with a hint of admiration for Lu Yuan. Chapter 95, Dividing the Manuscript Fees. Although Lu Yuan had officially joined the comprehensive development and optimization of the Beidou navigation system, the materials provided to him regarding the Beidou satellites contained all critical information encoded. Even if someone were to glimpse the contents of his work computer, they would glean no useful information or draw any conclusions. It would likely leave them in a haze, unaware of the true nature of the content. The arrangements for the work location were efficiently executed. Ultimately, a small room that had previously been cluttered was transformed next to the mathematics laboratory led by Professor Zhao. After a simple renovation and cleanup, which included installing air conditioning and adding surveillance, the space was cleared of debris and furnished with a set of office desks and chairs for Lu Yuan's exclusive use. Naturally, a dedicated studio from the National Satellite Navigation Management Office was also available to him, allowing him the freedom to choose where he wished to work. In the cafeteria, the trio engaged in casual conversation at the dining table. Lu, you truly are the busiest freshman I have ever encountered. You came to study during the summer and have been absent for over half a month since the semester began. Ling Du, while eating, chatted with Lu Yuan, his face alight with excitement, likely indicating some good news. The two were clad in short-sleeved casual attire, while Zheng Heng still donned his military training uniform, occasionally exuding an unpleasant odor of sweat. However, both of them had grown accustomed to it, as Lu Yuan had shared a similar state just days prior. Not to mention, the entire cafeteria was filled with the scent of freshly completed military training. It's fine. After all, I didn't participate in military training. I truly cannot sense the busyness. In reality, Lu Yuan's days have been quite fulfilling, distinct from the typical students who had no other arrangements aside from military training at the term's onset. His rest periods were guaranteed, unlike Professor Zhao, who often vanished into the night. Zheng Heng, slow down. Didn't they give you a break during military training? Why the rush? Zheng Heng's appetite during his teenage years was even more exaggerated than Lu Yuan had previously observed, resembling a new level of hunger. The two substantial chicken legs on his plate had been reduced to mere bones in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Lu Yuan felt a twinge of hunger himself and picked up a honey-glazed chicken wing to nibble on. The quality of the school's cafeteria was not inferior to that of the Chang'e base, particularly in terms of the variety of dishes offered. Moreover, the cafeteria provided several options, all at very reasonable prices. Compared to the private university he attended in his past life, the public university's cafeteria undoubtedly benefited from substantial subsidies. The price of each dish was modest, with most dishes costing over 12 less than those at the private university. After today's meal, comprising 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish, the total was only 10 yuan. Of course, for someone like Zhang, who filled his plate to the brim, the cost would certainly be higher. Senior Ling, why did you call me over during lunch? With a mouthful of rib meat yet to be swallowed, Zhang inquired as he continued eating. To discuss the division of money. The manuscript fees from the book publication have arrived. Ling Du's face glimmered with pride and excitement. The book project, initiated at the end of last year, had consumed most of his time over the past 6 months, and he finally saw some returns. It was indeed a matter worthy of celebration. Unfortunately, after sharing the news, the two individuals seated across from him reacted rather indifferently. Lu Yuan merely set down his chopsticks, quietly observing him, awaiting further elaboration. Meanwhile, Zhang did not even pause his eating, continuing to devour his food with fervor. The mountain of dishes before him had diminished significantly in no time. Perhaps noticing Ling Du's silence, Zhang, growing impatient, resumed his inquiries while chewing. How much did you earn? What is my share? A total of nearly 4,000 copies sold, and I received 1.07 million. You can each expect a little over 10,000. Both Lu Yuan and Zhang remained unfazed. One hailed from a wealthy family, while the other currently had millions in his account. In comparison to Ling Du, who would pocket nearly 100,000, Lu Yuan and Zhang would only receive around 5,000 apiece. There was indeed little cause for excitement, especially since Lu Yuan's mind was occupied with matters related to the satellite system, diverting his attention from this topic. After the meal, Ling Du's exuberance gradually faded, replaced by a hint of melancholy. The days of military training had swiftly passed. Yet Lu Yuan's research on the Beidou navigation system remained in its exploratory phase. Unlike the previous project involving a single satellite, the entire Beidou Phase 3 project currently comprises a network of 21 artificial satellites. In the future, additional satellites will be launched, resulting in an increasingly dense satellite network. This heightened complexity demands a higher level of algorithm stability from him. He must leverage the individual imaging capabilities of each satellite while ensuring the ability to achieve three-dimensional imaging with dozens of overlapping satellites. Additionally, considerations must be made for extreme scenarios where certain satellites lose communication without compromising the overall system's functionality. During this period, Lu Yuan diligently immersed himself in the relevant fields concerning artificial satellites. Until the school officially commenced, everything had yet to fall into a proper rhythm. Within the classroom, the instructor was delivering a lecture on mathematical analysis, while the students remained enveloped in silence. The sound of chalk gliding across the blackboard resonated throughout the room. As a foundational course for first-year students, the department had deliberately refrained from distinguishing between the elite class and others, resulting in several classes mingling together for this lecture. After a summer of leisure, most students had thoroughly indulged in recreation. Now, at the onset of a new semester, although military training had instilled some discipline, their academic focus had already begun to wane. The teacher, a young male educator, spoke with remarkable speed, seemingly unconcerned whether the multitude of students comprehended his discourse. As he continued unabated, at most, he engaged in brief interactions with a few attentive students seated in the front rows. At this moment, Lu Yuan was engrossed in a more profound exploration of fundamentals of number theory. With the advancement of knowledge related to artificial satellites, he was determined not to neglect the specialized knowledge he needed to delve into. Zhang, sitting beside him, also attempted to study, but soon succumbed to the allure of his mobile phone. The other classmates exhibited similar behaviors. Some dozed off, others lost themselves in their devices, while a few diligently pored over their textbooks. For students possessing exceptional mathematical talent, the foundational course content at the start of their first year felt rather effortless. At the very least, for many, especially the majority of competition-oriented students in the elite class, the textbook material required little elaboration. By merely glancing at the topics discussed in class that day, they could grasp the essence with little difficulty. Of course, a few students began to lag behind. Why is he speaking so quickly? Do you all understand? Occasionally, Lu Yuan would hear questions murmured behind him among students confiding in one another. Unfortunately, such inquiries often went unanswered. Once one ventured into the realm of higher mathematics, even the highest scores for national exams could lead to struggles in comprehension. Attributes such as innate talent, self-directed learning abilities, and perseverance became increasingly crucial upon entering university. Chapter 96. Acceptance by one of the 4 prestigious journals. Before long, October arrived. Lu Yuan adapted swiftly to campus life. After all, this was university where academic constraints were virtually non-existent. In the realm of mathematics, he found himself thriving more than ever. As for the research materials on the Beidou satellites, no one was pressuring him, allowing Lu Yuan to patiently embark on his learning journey from scratch. Relying on his extraordinary learning capabilities, he had thoroughly absorbed the content by now. Initially, he intended to begin refining the algorithm for the entire Beidou imaging system today, but he unexpectedly received a WeChat notification from Professor Zhao. At this moment, Lu Yuan pushed open the office door. His gaze was immediately drawn to a glass thermos with a stainless steel lid prominently displayed on the desk. Filled to the brim with goji berries, a testament to the professor's commitment to wellness as autumn set in. Indeed, Professor Zhao appeared to be in noticeably better spirits than before. Teacher, Lu Yuan, you've arrived. Come, have a seat. Upon noticing Lu Yuan's entrance, Professor Zhao quickly set aside his mouse, hastily dimmed his computer screen, and his expression transformed into one of eagerness. How are you finding campus life? Are you adjusting well? Quite well indeed. Have you received the school's financial support? Yes. Lu Yuan's tuition at Peking University was entirely waived, and he also received a modest monthly living stipend. While the amount was not substantial, it sufficed for a minimal living standard on campus. However, Lu Yuan had long ceased to rely on this subsidy, as he was not lacking in financial resources. Nonetheless, he found it somewhat perplexing that Professor Zhao, who typically contacted him with specific matters, was now expressing such warm concern for his personal life. Before he could ponder further, Professor Zhao continued his inquiries. How is the work on the Beidou navigation project progressing? Is everything going smoothly? Quite smoothly, teacher. Has there been any pressure from the leadership on your end? Naturally, such significant national projects were not shrouded in secrecy for Professor Zhao. As Lu Yuan's mentor, he was expected to be well informed about Lu Yuan's undertakings. Not at all. I was merely concerned that you might find a learning process challenging. If necessary, I can introduce you to a professor from the physics department who can provide specialized guidance on the topics you need. Thank you, but that won't be necessary. I've nearly mastered the material through self-study and am ready to attempt algorithm improvements. Upon hearing this, Professor Zhao nodded appreciatively, his face breaking into a warm and friendly smile once more. That's excellent. I have 2 important pieces of news to share with you. First, regarding the Chang'e base. The new overall mission has been established. I assume you received the news in the WeChat group? Lu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. He had indeed received the updates regarding the modifications to the Chang'e project, which now included soil extraction and return missions. However, this was more pertinent to Professor Zhao's work, which had become quite complex, as all previously discussed orbital plans with other professors would need to be scrapped and redone. Focus on your Beidou project for now. If you find yourself with free time later, I'll involve you in the orbital calculations. This will entail a considerable amount of computation and will demand a deeper understanding of mathematical principles. So be prepared. As Professor Zhao spoke, Lu Yuan's confusion deepened. Logically, if he were truly to be involved in orbital calculations, he would have been asked to assist the very first day he entered the Chang'e base. At that time, Professor Zhao had merely assigned him to work under Wang Yu, who specialized in imaging algorithms, clearly not intending for Lu Yuan to participate in that project in near term. The sudden willingness to have him involved in orbital calculations struck him as rather peculiar, and Professor Zhao's excessively enthusiastic demeanor contrasted with his usual style. Absolutely, teacher. I should complete the Beidou work in about a week, so feel free to assign me any tasks afterward. Regardless, being invited to participate in the pivotal Earth-Moon orbital simulation calculations was an opportunity Lu Yuan could hardly resist. The idea of guiding a spacecraft along its predetermined trajectory to successfully complete its mission thrilled him immensely. What is the other piece of news? I almost forgot to mention this. Professor Zhao could hardly contain his excitement as he laughed heartily. Your paper on the algorithm just received news of acceptance this morning. It was far beyond my expectations. I never anticipated that the JAMS journal would accept your work. At this, Professor Zhao's smile widened, and he continued to revel in his delight. Teacher, is this journal quite prestigious? Lu Yuan, having had limited exposure to journals thus far, did not fully grasp the significance of the announcement. However, judging by Professor Zhao's exuberance, it seemed to be a well-regarded journal, and he presumed it was likely to be an SCI Zone 1 publication. Absolutely. To put it in perspective, you are the first undergraduate from our university to publish in one of the 4 major journals, JAMS. As Professor Zhao spoke, his excitement grew palpable. Yet, recognizing that Lu Yuan still lacked clarity on the matter, he ultimately advised him to leave. You can look up this journal online or consult with your seniors. I still need to communicate with the editors to see if any revisions are necessary. After exiting the professor's office, Lu Yuan hurried back to his own workspace, contemplating asking Senior Ling in the adjacent lab about it. However, before he could settle down, he was greeted by the enthusiastic arrival of Yu Junwei. Junior, come out for a moment. Senior Yu? As he stepped out of his studio, he was promptly seized by the sleeve and pulled into the neighboring lab, where all the senior students turned their gazes upon him, their expressions akin to that of spectators marveling at a curious spectacle. Why is everyone looking at me like that? Behold the prodigy of our department, an undergraduate who has published a significant article in one of the 4 premier journals. At this moment, Brother Zhang is the first to draw near, his gaze betraying an unmistakable envy. How admirable indeed. If I had even 1 paper in JAMS, I could graduate ahead of schedule. Sister Jia also approaches, her lips making a series of sounds of admiration. Indeed, brother, you underestimate JAMS. With this article, Brother Zhang, you could easily remain at the university and ascend to the rank of professor. Brother Yu's face radiates excitement as he repeatedly pats Zhang's shoulder. Brother Lu, I owe my good fortune to you. I never expected to have my name listed as a co-author in one of the 4 major journals. Although the contribution of a typical second author is often minimal, this is a journal in the realm of mathematics. Brother Yu spent merely a day or so, primarily engaged in translation work. This co-authorship holds far greater value than most first author papers he has published. At this moment, Lu Yuan begins to grasp the true worth of this article, far exceeding his expectations. After inquiring with Brother Yu about the journal's significance, he finally understands what JAMS truly represents. Mathematics differs from other disciplines. The domestic research landscape in mathematics is not particularly robust, and publishing in an SCI journal is already a formidable challenge. Globally, there are 4 universally acknowledged top journals in the field of mathematics, all classified as top journals in SCI's first zone. JAMS stands as one among these illustrious 4. Just how difficult is it to publish in these top journals? To put it succinctly, the cumulative number of papers authored by researchers from China in these 4 journals over the years does not exceed 50. Yet Lu Yuan, with just this one new algorithm, has been accepted for publication. Even his advisor, Professor Zhao, is experiencing this opportunity to appear in one of the top journals for the first time. Chapter 97. The department leaders assemble. Brother Yu, how did you know my article was accepted? It was shared in our advisor group. You must not have seen it yet. Brother Yu's excitement remains palpable. Since he saw the news on WeChat this morning, he has not stopped smiling. Alas, it has just been accepted and has yet to be officially published. I recall the last time someone from our department published in one of the 4 major journals, it was Director Chao, right? Upon mentioning this, Brother Zhang's eyes narrow slightly, and he quickly nods. Indeed, it was 2 years ago. At that time, the department's official website even featured a special news column, and it caused quite a stir. I heard that during those 2 months, getting anything done with Director Chao was particularly easy. When this topic arises, even Brother Qian cannot help but join the conversation quietly. Director Chao was particularly elated during that time. I heard that a doctoral student who was extending his studies sought his help, and in the end, Director Chao guided him on his paper, enabling him to graduate successfully. The whispers among the group grow increasingly animated, especially the news regarding Director Chao from the mathematics department. The more Lu Yuan listens, the more he feels a sense of fortunate relief. For no other reason, idealistic aspirations of becoming an academician often come with less favorable treatment in reality. While the title holds prestige, the graduation requirements have become increasingly stringent. Academicians, both in academia and education, are protective of their reputation. If one does not meet the standards, graduation is not guaranteed. More importantly, such esteemed figures lack the time to guide students in their studies, let alone in a research field like mathematics, which demands both talent and inspiration. The approach is largely hands-off, with only junior advisors providing some guidance. In this regard, Lu Yuan finds that being under the mentorship of Professor Zhao is indeed more beneficial. At the very least, Professor Zhao is willing to craft a training plan for him, especially involving significant projects. As for Director Chao, He has grown older and has not accepted new masters or doctoral students in recent years. Ding ding. The phone in his pocket vibrates once more. Hello, teacher? Oh, all right. I'll come over right away. Brothers, the teacher is calling for me. I must step out for a moment. At this juncture, everyone has entered into a group chat state, and, as the initiator of the conversation, Lu Yuan has become less significant. After waving and nodding at him, Lu Yuan hastens to Professor Zhao's office. In fact, he left only half an hour ago, and now he finds himself rushing back. Upon entering the office, he realizes that it is not just Professor Zhao present. The familiar figure of Director Chao, Vice Dean Wang, and two other professors are also there. They are currently engaged in an intense discussion. Professor Zhao gestures for Lu Yuan to take a seat while explaining to Director Chao. Director, it's not that I didn't inform you. I only received the acceptance email this morning. It truly is quite fortunate. The acceptance notice came directly, without any requests for revisions. As he revisits the topic, Professor Zhao still finds it hard to believe. Initially, he was merely handling routine work emails. Who would have anticipated receiving such exceptional news? Is this notification what you refer to? I mean to say that now you have achieved publication in one of the 4 major journals. Should we not discuss it within our department? Aren't you usually preoccupied with the Chang'e project and the National Youth Foundation's initiatives? When did you secretly work on this accomplishment? Director Chao's tone carries a hint of playful reproach, yet the smile on his face reveals his inner delight. Clearly, he is not reproaching Professor Zhao. After all, this is a triumph for the entire department, and his incredulity is more pronounced than his irritation. This is not my doing. Director, I am merely fortunate to have a student who contributed to this. Who could have anticipated that the algorithm for the project I assigned him would hold such high value? I had only intended to submit to the 4 major journals tentatively. Who knew JAMS would genuinely accept it? At this moment, the leaders of the mathematics department all turn their gaze towards Lu Yuan, the young man who has just taken a plastic chair and is seated at the farthest edge of the room, fearing that the leaders might doubt him. Professor Zhao continues to elaborate. Lu Yuan's work is simply a machine learning-related algorithm. I originally intended for him to submit to an artificial intelligence-related journal. Despite its undeniable innovation and practicality, the content remains somewhat thin compared to the substantial papers that often emerge in the 4 premier journals. Ultimately, the unexpected acceptance by JAMS likely stems from the cutting-edge nature of research in big data over the past 2 years, which caught the attention of the reviewing editor. The leaders in attendance, including Director Chao, appear somewhat pensive. Luck certainly plays a role, but for such a top journal, the quality of one's own academic content must also align with that of other submissions from peers this year. In each issue, it is not feasible for every article to be a groundbreaking mathematical conjecture proof. Even in other domains, few in the country have the opportunity to publish in these top journals. It can be said that professors and scholars who have published in the 4 major journals are counted on one's fingers across various universities. Those who have published hold a subtly elevated status in the realm of mathematics. No wonder Professor Zhao was so jubilant upon receiving the email today. It is a pity that when he first shared the news with Lu Yuan was still a novice, unable to grasp the true impact of publishing in a top journal. Now, he finally has a clearer understanding, as the mere assembly of the department's leaders in the office serves as a testament to this achievement. So, this article was indeed solely the work of Lu Yuan? After a considerable pause, Director Chao inquires again, gradually coming to terms with the revelation. Even if this article were authored by Professor Zhao, he would find it astonishing, let alone the fact that it is the work of an undergraduate. Lu Yuan, I recall you just participated in the IMO this year, correct? How long have you been studying advanced mathematics? As he poses the question, Director Chao's gaze grows fervent. Approximately 2 months, I believe. In late July, I arrived at the university, where Professor Zhao promptly organized my study plan. As soon as he finished speaking, Vice Dean Wang Gonyue was taken aback. Only 2 months? Have you truly never engaged in academic study before? As he spoke, he began to turn his body, pivoting from the sofa to face him. Lu Yuan possesses an exceptionally strong aptitude for learning. He is the fastest learner among all my students, capable of grasping nearly all concepts in mathematics, physics, and chemistry with remarkable speed. At this moment, Professor Zhao began to elucidate and commend Lu Yuan to several leaders of the college. Moreover, aside from his learning capabilities, what astonishes me most about Lu Yuan is his problem-solving acumen. Not only has Chief Engineer Ding from the Chang'e program sought him out, but now even those from the Beta navigation system are looking for him to enhance their algorithms. The next moment, Dean Xiao's expression turns serious. That's unacceptable. While it's fine to seek our assistance, poaching talent is crossing a line. You didn't agree to that, did you? Of course not. I merely mentioned it. Lu Yuan is still a freshman. Furthermore, the path ahead is one he must choose for himself. Upon hearing Professor Zhao's explanation, Dean Xiao's demeanor calmed. At that moment, he stroked his chin thoughtfully, adjusting his glasses as if a new idea was forming in his mind. Students like Lu Yuan, with such innate talent, deserve greater cultivation from our department. He is not only capable of publishing theoretical papers, but also adept at resolving practical issues. Such talent is indeed rare. Dean Xiao and Vice Dean Wang recalled their impressions of Lu Yuan, having previously engaged with him when he won first place in the inaugural CMO competition. At that time, their overtures were primarily to acknowledge his potential. Thus, in the early days of his enrollment, they did not pay him much attention. Their renewed focus on him was prompted by a recent consultation with Secretary Yin from the National Satellite Navigation Office regarding Lu Yuan. Now, however, the situation was markedly different. Lu Yuan's ability to publish in prestigious journals reflected not merely potential, but genuine strength. This realization was the very reason Dean Xiao expressed his admiration. I believe it would be best for Lu Yuan to develop within our own college. Dean Xiao then extended an invitation. In this era, the talent pool in higher education is primarily assessed by publications. Those who can consistently publish in top international journals are the finest exemplars of academic prowess, both for the college and the university. To put it bluntly, as long as the quality of the papers is high, they are recognized by institutions across the nation and even globally. Of course, for a prestigious institution like Peking University, both publication and practical application capabilities are crucial. After all, many national research and application projects are entrusted to the faculty of such elite universities. Most top professors excel in both domains. For instance, Vice Dean Wang, who sat before Lu Yuan, often alternated between theoretical research and national key engineering projects, managing both without conflict. Ultimately, however, the most significant metric for external recognition remains the publication of papers. In the current academic environment, the quality and quantity of published works are still paramount. The prestige of Lu Yuan's recent publication in a top journal continues to rise, even as he is merely a freshman, having just commenced his studies a month prior. Yet, thanks to this outstanding paper, the prospect of remaining at the university has already materialized. This represents a significant opportunity for Lu Yuan to join the ranks of Peking University's faculty. Simultaneously, it aligns perfectly with his aspirations for an ideal future. He nodded eagerly at Dean Xiao. Dean, I truly hope to remain at the university after graduation. My only concern has been the lack of opportunities. You need not worry about that, Dean Xiao interjected, assuring him. As long as you are willing, I can represent the college and sign a preliminary agreement for you to stay on. Before Lu Yuan could fully respond, Professor Zhao intervened. Dean, this matter is not urgent. Lu Yuan's paper has just been accepted. It has yet to be officially published. Let us wait until everything is settled before discussing it further. Dean Xiao nodded in agreement. Very well. We shall defer to your judgment and wait for the formal publication. I had intended for the university's official website to announce this, but we shall postpone that until after the official release. Professor Zhao, you have indeed acquired a remarkable student. After expressing their admiration, the leaders departed with cheerful smiles, offering Lu Yuan further encouragement. Am I interrupting your plans to stay at the university? Lu Yuan, while assisting Professor Zhao in tidying the office, heard the inquiry from beside him. Not at all. I know you have my best interests at heart. Although Lu Yuan harbored some doubts, he bore no ill will towards Professor Zhao. He had long since discerned his teacher's character. While it was impossible for Professor Zhao to treat all his students equally, he was fundamentally a mentor who considered their welfare. At this stage, you're merely a freshman and already capable of publishing in top journals. Moreover, if the two imaging algorithms from the Chang'e project yield publications, it is likely that we could secure a spot in a top-tier journal in the field of image processing. Your future is indeed promising. There is no need to confine yourself solely to the mathematics department at Peking University. After completing the tidying, Professor Zhao poured a fresh cup of tea and handed it to Lu Yuan. Your research interests may evolve over time. With this JAMS paper in hand, as long as you wish to stay after graduation, the department will undoubtedly welcome you. There is no need for excessive concern. For now, focus on delving deeper into areas of mathematics that pique your interest. Should new ideas arise, or if you develop an interest in other fields, you won't be limited. Future achievements could also enhance your prospects. Indeed, Professor Zhao was genuinely considering Lu Yuan's future. It was evident that the quality of his paper in a top journal was sufficient for him to remain at the university without the need for an early agreement. As Professor Zhao rightly stated, as long as Lu Yuan continued to achieve, the university would offer him even greater incentives down the line. Thank you for considering my future. Professor. Huh, why speak of such things? Your ability to publish at this level is a significant contribution to me as well. Professor Zhao interrupted with a smile, his face radiating pride. Now go on. Attend to your own matters. Should you encounter any difficulties, whether academic or personal, feel free to reach out to me. Although I cannot guarantee assistance in every situation, I can certainly provide guidance in most. Since the news of Lu Yuan's publication in a prestigious journal reached the college leadership, it quickly reverberated throughout the mathematics department and the entire university. In the following days, as Lu Yuan attended classes, he found himself the center of attention from a multitude of peers. Compared to his previous identity as an IMO gold medalist, the honor of publishing in a top-tier journal created even greater waves within the mathematics department. In reality, many undergraduates at Peking University manage to publish papers, though most do so by riding on the coattails of a team, often as a secondary author, which lacks substance. Truly independent first authorship, particularly in SCI journals, is exceedingly rare. This is not a matter of intellect. Rather, producing SCI papers typically requires substantial resources from a laboratory. Most undergraduates lack the resources or opportunities for independent research projects. Ultimately, the system often prioritizes background over merit. Only those like Lu Yuan, an undergraduate who publishes papers as the sole author in purely theoretical disciplines, receive greater recognition. After all, in the intricate realm of mathematics, research does not necessitate exorbitant resource investment. It predominantly hinges on innate talent, showcasing one's capabilities in international journals. Chapter 99, Satellite Navigation Administration. October 9th. The National Day holiday has come to an end. The weather has started to cool, and Lu Yuan, clad in a hoodie and jeans, gazes incredulously at the navigation address on his phone. He initially presumed that the address of the National Satellite Navigation Administration would be situated in the capital, likely within the bustling second or third ring of the city. He anticipated it would not be far from his university, yet upon checking the address, he discovered it was located on the outskirts. Ultimately, after a 2-hour journey involving both subway and bus, he arrived at the village before him. Although named Lycian Village, it had long been abandoned, devoid of inhabitants. The Gauda map on his phone seemed bewildered in this area. At that time, Gauda still relied on GPS and urban surveying vehicles for information collection, as it had yet to incorporate the Beidou navigation system. Ultimately, it was GIS technology and algorithms that brought the map to fruition. Lu Yuan had never fully grasped the enormity of this endeavor in his previous life. However, since embarking on the design of the Beidou navigation system in this life, he couldn't help but admire Gauda, a private enterprise, essentially driven by online shopping and e-commerce services. It prospered with substantial backing from Alibaba. The actual mapping results, particularly in domestic cities, rivaled even the military's daily satellite navigation capabilities. Consequently, once the Beidou satellite system matured, it was ultimately released for civilian use, enhancing its precision further through Gauda. Today, Lu Yuan's purpose was to contribute to Beidou's work. Hello, Brother Zhang. I didn't expect you to come pick me up. Great. It's about a kilometer north, right? I'm on my way. In this colossal metropolis, once past the 5th ring, one discovers numerous secluded spots, even remote wilderness areas one would never venture into ordinarily. It was broad daylight, yet Lu Yuan felt uneasy about coming here at night. Finally, he spotted a familiar figure in military attire ahead, and relief washed over his face. There was still some distance to cover, about a 20-minute walk. Chang'e immediately delivered a psychological blow, claiming it would take 20 minutes, but due to Lu Yuan's pace, particularly while climbing, it took him a full half-hour. At that moment, he felt fortunate for not having chosen to work at the satellite administration. Making the daily commute from school to the administration would be even more arduous than the life of a migrant worker in Beijing. Upon arrival, Lu Yuan found himself at a military-industrial base, seemingly embedded in a mountain. From the outside, it appeared little different from an abandoned site, exuding a strong sense of the 1960s and 70s. After a few military guards verified his identity, Lu Yuan finally entered. Fortunately, the interior was much cleaner, showcasing a stark, industrial wasteland aesthetic that bore a hint of cyberpunk. The deeper he ventured, the more he discovered a hidden world. The mountainside appeared hollowed out, with various furnishings gradually being added. Compared to the Chang'e base, this facility was remarkably more frugal. Eventually, Lu Yuan was ushered into an office where a middle-aged man clad in a jacket greeted him with a polite smile. Secretary Yan, this is Comrade Lu Yuan from Peking University. After a brief handshake, they settled down across from one another. Lu Yuan retrieved his laptop from his backpack and handed it to Secretary Yan. Secretary Yuan, I have made improvements to the overall algorithm for satellite imagery based on the previous foundation. Additionally, the algorithms for three-dimensional imaging have been fully implemented. This modest assertion from Lu Yuan belied the fact that he had not only updated the previously proposed algorithm suitable for a single satellite, but had also fully adapted it to the current constellation of 21 satellites. Ultimately, he had innovated 3 new algorithms that seamlessly integrated all satellites. Comrade Lu Yuan, your work speed remains as impressive as ever, Secretary Yin remarked, a slight twitch betraying his calm demeanor. Even he, typically composed, found it difficult to contain his astonishment. This was merely the surface. Internally, he struggled to accept the implications. Lu Yuan's previous single-satellite algorithm had taken just 3 days to develop, which had already astounded Secretary Yin. It was worth noting that the algorithms for all satellites were initially adapted by military researchers and numerous esteemed professors from various universities. The earliest adaptations took at least a month, even for a single satellite. The current algorithm suite had been established since the inception of the Beidou project, undergoing a comprehensive overhaul during the second phase, which had employed new algorithms over nearly a year and a half of painstaking effort, along with subsequent gradual improvements over the years to reach the current level. Yet here was this young man from Peking University, having spent less than a month on the entire system's algorithm improvements. Unable to resist probing further, Secretary Yin inquired, Comrade Lu Yuan, did your improvements build upon the old framework, or are they entirely your own original algorithms? The laborious nature of modifying old algorithms, coupled with their limited upper potential, made such a task daunting. This time, the work mainly revolves around new logical algorithms, Lu Yuan responded. Upon hearing this, Secretary Yan's eye twitched even more, and his lips quivered slightly. He handed the laptop to Chang'e, instructing him to pass it to the technical operations team for immediate algorithm computations and code adaptations. I want to see the results of Comrade Lu Yuan's new algorithm before tonight. As anticipated, Secretary Yin, lacking technical expertise, did not scrutinize the algorithms on the computer. Nevertheless, he maintained a resolute demeanor as he delegated the work. The time required to implement Lu Yuan's algorithms into computer code was significant. However, the expectation of seeing results by tonight aligned with Lu Yuan's hopes. After all, he had no desire to make a return trip to such a remote base. Comrade Lu Yuan, how much do you estimate your algorithm will improve upon the original? Will the imagery cover a broader area or be clearer? Both effects are achievable. Furthermore, I have adapted the panoramic three-dimensional imaging algorithm. If all goes as planned, the current number of satellites is sufficient to accomplish global imagery and positioning. In the room, Secretary Yin and Lu Yuan exchanged glances. Compared to the trust bestowed upon Lu Yuan by the leaders of the mathematics department at Peking University and those at the Chang'e base, this was the first time Secretary Yin encountered Lu Yuan, though the young man's demeanor was humble and devoid of any hint of arrogance. His words grew bolder with each passing sentence. Not only did he audaciously claim that his month's worth of work surpassed the achievements of the Beidou Systems Task Force over the years, but according to his assertions, he had also preemptively fulfilled the objectives of their entire third phase project. Chapter 100, Observing America's Map. The Beidou project is currently divided into 3 phases. The first phase, initiated at the end of the last century, primarily aimed to establish a domestic information signal network and imagery. The second phase, which succeeded the first by several years, was completed in recent years, achieving the established goals of comprehensive signal networks and topographical imagery for the Asia-Pacific region, facilitating positioning, speed measurement, time synchronization, and short message communication across the entire Asia-Pacific area. The current third phase of the project, which is being implemented, naturally aims to establish a comprehensive signal network and mapping system that spans the globe. To date, a total of 21 satellites have been launched, including 7 geostationary satellites, 8 inclined geosynchronous satellites, and 6 medium Earth orbit satellites. The original plan was to complete the entire launch mission by 2018, involving a total of 37 satellites to achieve global coverage. However, Lu Yuan's assertion that global coverage could be attained with just the current 21 satellites has utterly shattered Secretary Yan's expectations. After a brief pause, a soft chuckle escaped Secretary Yan's lips as he shook his head in disbelief at Lu Yuan's claims. Comrade Lu Yuan, let us await the results before making any declarations. I would be delighted if your statement holds true, as it would significantly alleviate our office's workload concerning the subsequent satellite launches for the Beidou project. At that moment, Chang'e fortuitously returned to the office. Chang'e, you've arrived just in time. Please take Lu Yuan to our base and arrange for a place for him to rest, Secretary Yin instructed. Upon hearing the directive, Chang'e led Lu Yuan out of the office. Throughout their leisurely stroll, Chang'e remained taciturn, mirroring his demeanor from their previous encounter at the Chang'e base. Seemingly predisposed to silence and somewhat reserved. Comrade Chang'e, are you mentoring a newcomer? A few comrades in the work hall greeted Chang'e warmly, their eyes curiously darting toward Lu Yuan. Not a newcomer. This is Comrade Lu Yuan, an external expert for the Beidou working group. Such youth, exclaimed a woman who appeared to be in her 30s, dressed in standard work attire and possessing a notably neat appearance. Upon hearing the term external expert, she could not help but scrutinize Lu Yuan with keen interest. Oh, Expert Lu, I apologize. It's not that I doubt your capabilities, but you seem rather youthful for such a position. Indeed, you are even younger than the recent graduates who joined our base this year. After speaking, Huang Yihui glanced meaningfully at Chang'e before awkwardly chuckling to herself. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Huang Yihui, and I primarily engage in communications work here, though I'm not part of your Beidou team. Chang'e ultimately refrained from introducing Huang Yihui. While he did not shun social interactions when executing tasks assigned by superiors, he often came across as rather stiff in casual settings. Hello, Sister Huang. I am indeed quite young. I just started my freshman year. Huang Yihui's mouth slightly parted in surprise, but quickly closed again, adopting a facade of worldly wisdom. Truly, heroes emerge in their youth. We once had a prodigy in our group who excelled in communications at just 21. It's hard to compare with individuals like you. Within the base, Lu Yuan experienced minimal restrictions. Chang'e guided him through a comprehensive tour. The base was indeed constructed within a mountainous region, featuring an enormous scale. In contrast, it was notably smaller than the Chang'e base, with a significantly lower headcount. Several satellite working groups operated here, with the Beidou group being the largest. Today, the personnel in the Beidou group were particularly busy adapting to the new algorithms proposed by Lu Yuan. He also caught sight of the office designated for him, which was quite satisfactory. A rare single-occupancy office, approximately 7 or 8 square meters in size, clean and more comfortable than his room at school. Unfortunately, it was rather distant. Nonetheless, Lu Yuan had completed his work, and this office could be made available for other comrades. At 7:20 p.m., after spending the day at the base engrossed in his phone, Lu Yuan finally received results. Under Zhang Yi's guidance, he entered the work hall. Above, from massive screens displayed satellite imaging from various angles. How is it? Any updates? Secretary Yin leaned over next to a male colleague, presumably the one responsible for the primary updates. It is already covered, just a moment. All right. As soon as the words left his mouth, the images on the 4 screens transformed instantaneously. The first screen, showcasing a satellite's view of Earth, experienced a remarkable increase in clarity. The previously simple blue planet became vividly detailed. Upon magnification, the continent's topography and relief became discernible. However, this aspect was not the focal point of Secretary Yin and the others' attention. The content on the other 3 screens was of paramount importance. Please zoom in on the 4th image. The rotating Earth image promptly halted and magnified under the operator's command. Secretary Yin, this is the new panoramic 3-dimensional imaging from the algorithm you provided. The results are astonishing. Merely by adjusting the positions of a few satellites, we have achieved a global topographical representation. The male operator continued his work as the Earth's image enlarged repeatedly. Eventually, Lu Yuan recognized that the magnified location corresponded to the address of their satellite navigation management office. The clarity was astounding. The final topography could indeed be magnified to reveal this mountain peak. However, due to hardware limitations, particularly pixel issues with the camera, further magnification became challenging. Is it really this clear? Secretary Yan's voice was low and tremulous. He too recognized the geographic environment. Can you switch to other countries? Let us see Europe and North America, or directly display a map of the United States. In the next moment, the map reverted to a rotating 3-dimensional imaging display, which began to zoom in on specified coordinates once more. Lu Yuan observed with admiration. At least there were software development experts at the base. Within such a short time, not only had the algorithm's back-end adaptation been completed, but the foundational functionalities for 3-dimensional imaging had also been established. As the images continued to enlarge, many were simulated from the data of the 21 satellites, resulting in a slower magnification process. Nonetheless, the enlargement remained stable, revealing the geographic features of the United States with increasing clarity. Eventually, the urban road traffic information of Washington, D.C. became almost entirely visible to the audience. Compared to the mountainous images, the clarity of the urban imaging was striking. At this moment, everyone stared in awe at the screens. The rematched Beidou satellite network exceeded all expectations. The current displayed value, especially its military implications, was truly immeasurable. Chapter 101. Proposal for collaboration with civilian mapping companies. Can we continue to magnify? Some recognizable landmarks were beginning to emerge within the city images. However, at this level of enlargement, pixelation artifacts were unavoidable. Only monumental structures, like the White House, retained discernible outlines. Just as Secretary Yuan hoped to magnify further, the operator shook his head in resignation. Secretary Yuan, the maximum precision has been reached. Further magnification is not possible. Very well. This is sufficient. Secretary Yuan repeated in a hushed tone, his face alight with astonishment. After gazing at the image for a while, he couldn't help but turn to Lu Yuan. Comrade Lu Yuan, can your algorithm be refined further? Can we continue to magnify these images? If you can achieve that level of precision, you will be a national hero. After realizing he might have placed too much pressure on Lu Yuan, he quickly added, of course, your contribution to our Beidou satellite initiative is already monumental. At this moment, everyone turned their gaze towards Lu Yuan. Many had encountered him during the day, yet only knew him as the distinguished expert mentioned by Chang'e, unaware of the specifics of his accomplishments. It was only now that they began to form clear conjectures in their minds regarding the bustling activities throughout the base today, including the astonishing, epic-making results before them. Who could have anticipated that all of this was the fruit of the labor of the young comrade, Lu Yuan, standing right in front of them? Gradually accustomed to being scrutinized, Lu Yuan felt a sense of resignation as he faced the crowd's attention. However, he realized that the final step of magnification, as imagined by Secretary Yuan, was beyond his capability to achieve. With a helpless shake of his head, he began to elucidate to Secretary Yuan. If you wish to continue magnifying the image, or if you desire to know how many people are currently outside the White House in the United States, that is simply unattainable. Let me clarify. The current algorithm's ability to cover global imagery is based solely on the collection of past satellite orbital data. By integrating this with panoramic stereoscopic imaging algorithms, we have reconstructed a three-dimensional representation of the Earth. In essence, all the images or patterns you observe are derived from satellite data recorded over the past few hours or even the past 24 hours. They do not represent the real-time data captured by the satellites at this very moment. Although I can improve the algorithm itself is not a high-precision camera or a tool that transcends reality. It cannot fulfill the military applications you envision, such as determining the exact number of individuals at every location on the globe at this instant. At best, it can facilitate large-scale strategic layouts, such as the movement of aircraft carriers, which satellites can already accomplish. The algorithm I developed is fundamentally a comprehensive restoration process of all previously collected information. Now, if we were to forego the need for real-time population counts and instead focus on clearer layouts of urban streets, we encounter a common pitfall of leaders who, lacking technical understanding, often propose capabilities that an algorithm should not be expected to deliver after a technological breakthrough. Nevertheless, leaders with genuine intentions to initiate projects tend to achieve results. It is also important to note that satellites ultimately provide an aerial view of the map. The algorithm can simulate in 3D, but cannot replicate the actual layout of a city. Currently, the most precise results are derived from civil maps produced by surveying vehicles. When compared to national-level satellite imaging, the effectiveness of civilian mapping services like Gauda and Beidou is not inferior, and in some respects, may even surpass that of military maps. This is due to the substantial investment involved in capturing every street and subsequently utilizing algorithms to complete the imaging process in the background. However, both approaches have their shortcomings, and the optimal integration would resemble the model adopted by future domestic practices. Reflecting on this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but make a suggestion. Secretary Yuan, if you wish to enhance the clarity of the current images, we must continue launching satellites while simultaneously updating the imaging hardware. Moreover, increasing the number of satellites will ensure that if a few are compromised, the overall imaging system remains unaffected. On another note, you might consider establishing collaboration with some civilian mapping software companies. If they grant access to certain military-grade, three-dimensional imaging capabilities and share their street view mapping information, it could create a win-win scenario. At this juncture, Lu Yuan was merely proposing actions already taken in the future. While civilian maps provide accurate street view information, GPS cannot compete with satellite navigation in terms of positioning. By obtaining national authorization for satellite map navigation, this could elevate personal navigation and vehicular routing to a new level of precision. For the nation, this collaboration would also yield significant benefits. as they would not have to expend vast resources to create the foundational street view maps. Instead, they could allow civilian enterprises to invest in this, freeing up funds for breakthroughs in artificial satellite technology. After a moment of contemplation, Secretary Yuan grasped the crux of the matter. This indeed presented an excellent opportunity for mutually beneficial cooperation between the state and private enterprises, provided that the authorization for satellite mapping would not be fully granted. There would certainly be restrictions on portions of strategic national significance concerning these private companies. Comrade Lu Yuan, your suggestion is splendid, truly splendid. The more he contemplated its feasibility, the more enthusiastic Secretary Yuan became, even striking his palm with a fist in excitement. Xiaomi, please gather information on the largest mapping companies available on the market. Contact them as soon as possible. The entire base continued its bustling activities late into the night, not closing down, but rather diligently working on communication efforts. Concurrently, they engaged in ongoing research regarding the imaging results derived from Lu Yuan's new algorithm, informing all intelligence departments across the major military districts. News of the technological breakthroughs concerning the Beidou satellites quickly reached numerous leaders, and strategic mapping information was continuously disseminated among various national departments. Although specific street views were lacking, the global geographical features and key geographical information were exceedingly clear. Previously uncertain information was verified overnight by the Beidou team staff, while details regarding enemy military bases, aircraft carriers, and other data were updated in real time. While the nation had distanced itself from war for many years, small-scale conflicts and international disputes still persisted. Though these matters were of little concern to Lu Yuan, around 8 o'clock, he was personally escorted out of the base by Secretary Yuan, who had even arranged for a colleague on the verge of taking leave to accompany him back to his school. It wasn't that there were no other vehicles available for transport, but rather that all other vehicles bore military plates, which would draw too much attention. Lu Yuan preferred not to arrive at the school gates in such a conspicuous manner. Chapter 102. Special allowance. Are you heading to the satellite navigation base this afternoon? Professor Zhao inquired with concern as the group meeting concluded. Yes, but not to the base itself. I will be near the Guomao Tower. The new algorithm has yielded exceptional results for the Beidou satellite navigation system, and I cannot avoid continuing my involvement, especially today, as I need to discuss collaboration with the two leading civilian mapping companies. While I may not need to engage in direct communication, Secretary Yuan and others have strongly invited me to attend as an observer. That's fine. I will send you the general ideas regarding the Chang'e for lunar landing trajectory. You can review them when you have some free time over the next few days. Professor Zhao expressed concern for his student, showing more interest than he did for his other graduate students. The other graduate students mainly assisted with coursework, and often it was difficult to even locate Professor Zhao. In contrast, Lu Yuan had a comprehensive study plan meticulously arranged by Professor Zhao, which represented the best pathway toward fulfilling the requirements of his 4-year university education. Particularly, the projects Lu Yuan could participate in stood in stark contrast to his peers, as most master students were left to their own devices. Even Yu Junwei, who had a co-authorship on a recently accepted JAMS paper, remained relatively overlooked. The study content you assign me is currently focused on Fourier analysis and the calculus of variations, along with algebraic topology. I should be able to complete it in about 2 weeks. As time progressed, learning became increasingly effortless for Lu Yuan, as the deeper content primarily revolved around theoretical concepts. The material essentially conveyed these theories and their rudimentary applications. Lu Yuan possessed a remarkable aptitude for this area and was able to delve deeper independently. Of course, with his limited time, he followed Professor Zhao's directive to explore broadly before ultimately identifying his areas of interest for further research. Upon completing this section of study, I shall refrain from assigning you specific learning tasks for the time being. Instead, I encourage you to explore areas that pique your interest. Subsequently, your academic pursuits will largely revolve around scholarly articles, and I urge you to dedicate ample time to learning English alongside Brother Yu. In a sense, Brother Yu has become the English tutor appointed by Professor Zhao for Lu Yuan. Fortunately, Brother Yu is quite eager and enthusiastic about this role. His previous guidance to Lu Yuan in reading various literature has indeed proven immensely beneficial. I have inquired about that paper. It is scheduled for publication in November. No waities. I can wait, as the honor of being published in the top 4 journals is certainly worth the wait for an undergraduate like Lu Yuan. After all, the acceptance has been confirmed. It is merely a matter of time before it appears in print. If it is published next month, you shall present your algorithmic insights at the group meeting. With that, Professor Zhao left the conference room, beaming with a smile. During this group meeting, Lu Yuan primarily assumed the role of an attentive listener. Typically, for students enrolled in a combined undergraduate and postgraduate program, mentors do not pay much attention during the foundational years. It is only in the third year, particularly the fourth, that they begin to garner more focus. However, Lu Yuan is different. Not only has he started to integrate into the laboratory, but he has also begun attending group meetings. The only somewhat awkward aspect is that he has taken an excessive number of leave from his foundational courses in his freshman year. Thankfully, both Professor Zhao and Dean Chao have kindly intervened with his instructors on his behalf. For a student capable of publishing in top-tier journals, his professors have been rather understanding, alleviating much of Lu Yuan's potential troubles. "Excuse me, is this the Innovation and Technology Experiment building?" The building before him, though relatively new, stood empty. All the rooms on the second floor were locked, giving the impression that he had wandered into the wrong place. "What experiment building? I'm not aware of it. However, this building has yet to open. Everyone is directed to the opposite building." Realizing he had indeed come to the wrong place, Lu Yuan hurriedly made his way across. Compared to the recently opened building, the one across appeared somewhat shabby. It consisted of 4 floors, resembling an old teaching building with a dilapidated facade. As he approached, he noticed that it lacked a vibrant atmosphere. Although the building was worn, it did feature a newly installed elevator, which Lu Yuan took to the second floor. He finally spotted Chang'e outside one of the meeting rooms, confirming he had arrived at the correct location. While this venue was much closer to the school than the satellite navigation base, it still exuded an air of modesty. It felt as though the funding for this navigation office had been entirely allocated towards satellite launches, demonstrating a lack of concern for their office environment. Today, everyone inside the building was dressed casually for the meeting, including Chang'e. The discussion proceeded much more smoothly than Lu Yuan had anticipated, devoid of any significant disputes. Attending the meeting were representatives from 2 mapping companies, Gouda and Baidu. Throughout the meeting, both companies emphasized one key word: cooperation. They maintained a humble stance, particularly regarding Secretary Yuan's directive to enhance the surveying of real-life maps, with both parties enthusiastically nodding in agreement. Lu Yuan's role appeared to be merely that of an observer. The meeting formally concluded at 4 in the afternoon, just as Lu Yuan was about to leave. Secretary Yuan beckoned him to stay. While he was momentarily taken aback, Secretary Yuan retrieved a red booklet and a thick stack of cash wrapped in newspaper from a black tote bag on the table and handed them over. "What is this, Secretary Yuan?" Lu Yuan inquired. "This is the reward I have applied for on your behalf. You need not decline. Time is of the essence, and the separate bonus from our office will take a while to be approved. This is a special allowance from the Institute, which will be processed more swiftly." Lu Yuan first accepted the red booklet and began to peruse its contents. The exterior bore a simple national emblem, inscribed with the words Government Special Allowance. And, at the bottom, the name of the institute was marked. Inside, he discovered a small certificate reading: "Comrade Lu Yuan, in recognition of your outstanding contributions to the development of our nation's scientific and technological endeavors, a government special allowance and certificate are hereby awarded." The right corner bore the official seal of the institute. "I have confirmed that this new allowance is not like the previous ones. It cannot be issued as a monthly lifetime grant. It is a one-time reward totaling 20,000 yuan. However, I believe this certificate holds more significance than the monetary reward." Ultimately, Lu Yuan accepted the stack of cash wrapped in newspaper. To him, this money paled in comparison to the prestige of the allowance. In formal introductions henceforth, he could proudly claim to be a recipient of the Institute's special allowance, adding another feather to his cap. Chapter 103. The heated discussion on the Beidou satellite navigation system. A week later, as people across the nation, especially office workers, opened their frequently used Baidu or Gouda maps, a notification popped up at the top of the app's user interface. "You have entered the Beidou satellite navigation system." Many, in their rush to work, paid little heed to the announcement. However, a considerable number clicked to explore the notification's details. The Beidou satellite navigation system, a globally operated satellite navigation system built independently by our country, providing users with all-weather, all-time, high-precision positioning, navigation, and timing services. Although many were unaware of the system's history, the mere description filled the hearts of most citizens with a sense of pride. Currently, for Beidou satellites are positioning you. The system's application has proven rather successful. Both major mapping platforms have developed adaptations that are on par with one another. Not only did they fully integrate within just a week, but the services provided were also remarkably seamless. As many individuals arrived at their workplaces, discussions regarding the Beidou satellite network had already escalated to a fervent crescendo online. The only announcement circulating was a notification from the Beidou Expert Working Group. Recently, a significant breakthrough in navigation system algorithms had been achieved, allowing the early completion of the predetermined goals of the third phase of the project, thus enabling global navigation and positioning. Aside from this update, no further information was available. The National Satellite Navigation Office consistently maintained a discreet approach typical of classified entities. The primary promotional efforts were predominantly undertaken by the two major mapping companies. Given the commercial nature of the project, showcasing their potential advantages was naturally a focal point, particularly since these two firms were the only ones to have officially partnered with Beidou, thereby securing an advantageous position in the market. The notification from AMAP not only indicated the current integration of the Beidou satellite system, but also specifically outlined the forthcoming improvements in mapping services. AMAP plans to collaborate closely with partners in telecommunications, mobile technology, and the automotive sector to establish a roadmap for lane-level navigation enhancements. Simultaneously, several smartphone manufacturers have followed suit, using the incorporation of Beidou navigation chips in their latest models as a marketing highlight. To genuinely experience the Beidou navigation services, it is imperative that smartphones are equipped with the corresponding chips. In reality, most smartphones already possess Beidou chips, as the integrated chips have historically included related modules. Since the construction of the Asia-Pacific Communication Network during the second phase of Beidou, numerous mobile applications have utilized its services. Only a handful of major corporations, such as Apple, have developed their own chips and thus do not include Beidou functionality. This has led to a gradual prohibition of Apple devices in sensitive research facilities by various national entities. Initially, the absence of global positioning services in domestic smartphones was forgivable. However, with their emergence, certain restrictions are now being imposed. From a certain perspective, this serves to better safeguard national information, carrying strategic significance. Presently, online discourse is overwhelmingly positive, lauding the domestically developed global positioning and navigation system. Following the United States and Russia, China has emerged as the third nation in the world to independently possess a global satellite navigation system. This news has unequivocally become a focal point of discussion today. However, reactions from other countries around the globe vary considerably. For pro-China nations, the introduction of a new global navigation service expands their options. Conversely, for the United States, this development is perceived as unfavorable. In recent years, China's advancements in economics, technology, and military capabilities have been closely monitored. The Beidou satellite navigation system had previously attracted significant attention, but its coverage was limited to the Asia-Pacific region, with global coverage still several years away. As the eyes of modern state intelligence, satellite navigation is of paramount importance. The sudden breakthrough by China has come as a shock, akin to achieving a monumental advancement overnight. Most high-ranking officials in the United States remain skeptical of the claims regarding the algorithmic breakthroughs by the Beidou Working Group. They are inclined to believe that China has clandestinely launched artificial satellites from undisclosed bases. The announcement of a fully constructed satellite network aligns with their long-held perception of China as a nation that prefers to operate in secrecy. Only countries that have previously developed global satellite navigation systems can truly appreciate the significance of China's recent breakthroughs. They understand that while China may still lag in certain areas, the gap in overall intelligence between the two nations is gradually narrowing. Currently, these three nations are undoubtedly among the first to be informed of any developments or anomalies. In the realm of modern military power, satellite navigation, and positioning are of strategic importance. From this day forward, China has further strengthened its display of comprehensive national power on the global stage. During today's routine press conference at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, every question revolved around the Beidou satellites, probing for intricate details and information regarding the satellite network. Although it is well known that the spokesperson for China would not disclose the full truth, the procedural inquiries often yield some genuine information. This is of great significance to all nations worldwide. Chapter 104. Registration for the Qingdong Mathematics Competition. Yuan, are you participating in the Qingdong competition? In contrast to the external focus on the national Beidou navigation system, Lu and Kun and his dormitory mates were more engrossed in various mathematics competitions. Is registration already open? Let me check if there are any scheduling conflicts. If so, I might have to forego it. As Zheng Heng and Lu Yuan discussed this matter, Lu and Kun, who had been lying on his bed, swiftly leapt down from his upper bunk. Registration is happening these days. It closes the day after tomorrow, and the written examination is in 2 weeks, spanning 2 days. Lu and Kun recounted the details almost effortlessly, his gaze fixed on Lu Yuan, as if he was particularly eager for him to participate as well. Have you all been studying so quickly lately? Which events are you planning to enter? Or are you registering for all of them? When Lu Yuan first arrived at Peking University, he had aspirations regarding competitions. After all, he was originally a mathematics competition participant himself, which had granted him admission privileges to Peking University. Naturally, he hoped to maintain his enthusiasm for competitions and continue achieving results during his university years. However, he soon realized that the significance of university-level mathematics competitions was considerably diminished, and they garnered less attention. The underlying reason is that among university students, genuine passion for mathematics is exceedingly rare. More importantly, the essence of higher mathematics lies not in problem solving, but rather in breakthroughs and research within a mathematical domain. In other words, the benefits of winning such competitions pale in comparison to Lu Yuan's ongoing efforts to publish SCI papers, especially following his paper in JAMS. Such competitions hold little practical significance for him. Winning merely adds another accolade to his already impressive list of titles, far less valuable than his current research on the Earth-Moon orbit. However, for other students, participation could serve as a boost for future graduate studies. I plan to register for the analysis and differential equations, as well as geometry and topology events. The Chang'e mathematics competition is divided into 5 main categories, primarily encompassing undergraduate coursework, although most participants tend to be in their 3rd or 4th year. Lu Yun's confidence in registering for 2 categories suggests that he has been diligently studying over the past few months. Chang'e, which events are you registering for? Zhang, holding 2 bags of snacks, distributed them to the others while munching on his own. Me? I'm registering for all 5 events. What? You've studied so quickly? Have you completed number theory and probability theory? Upon hearing Zhang Heng's declaration, Lu Yun couldn't help but swallow hard, his expression clearly showing he was taken aback by Zhang Heng's ambition. He hesitantly confirmed, with Zhang Heng, no way. Do you think I'm some kind of prodigy like Yuan? He can finish 4 years' worth of content in 3 months. I certainly can't do that. I'm just about done with differential equations and topology. Zhang Heng's response relieved Lu Yun, who was struggling to accept the previous claim. Then why are you registering for so many events? Lu, it doesn't cost us anything to register, so why not? For the overall personal achievement award, they will consider the highest scores from 3 events. It's all a matter of luck. Zhang Heng has a clear understanding of this aspect, emphasizing the importance of participation. Everyone who can participate will want to give it a try. If this year's academic pace, ISNT, is swift, there will always be opportunities next year. Then I'll register for all of them as well, just like you, and see how it goes. After a brief exchange, Lu Yun decided to revise his intended registration. His gaze once again fell upon Lu Yuan, who had just finished writing. Yuan, why not join us as well? Your absence renders this competition utterly uninteresting. Even if I were to secure first place, it would feel devoid of meaning. At this moment, Lu Yuan finally comprehends the underlying implication in the words spoken, suggesting a desire for him to participate. Upon reflection, it dawns on him that Lu Yun's performance at this year's IMO was the least commendable, only achieving a silver medal, perhaps due to an unquenched ambition. The upcoming Chang'e University Mathematics competition presents a fresh opportunity for him to re-establish his prowess. Deep down, as he himself admits, he genuinely hopes for Lu Yuan's participation, even if it diminishes his own chances of claiming the top spot. Nevertheless, he would harbor no regrets. Otherwise, even if he were to attain first place, he would always feel it was merely due to the absence of formidable contenders like Lu Yuan, leaving him spiritually unfulfilled. All right, I shall register as well. For all 5 events. With a sigh, Zhang Heng, who had been observing Lu Yun, interjects, gazing at him in disbelief. If Far Brother were to join this competition, what chance would remain for the 2 of us? Consequently, each gold medal would surely lose 1 contender. Unlike Lu Yun, Zhang Heng has little to prove. He has already amassed sufficient gold medals and now merely seeks to secure a few more for the sake of appearances. However, should Lu Yuan participate, based on his understanding of Lu Yuan, he knows the likelihood of clinching first place diminishes considerably, even for the individual event awards. But what of it? Winning is a testament to Far Brother's capabilities. Otherwise, what significance would it hold if one were to secure first place? At this moment, Lu Yun is elated and resolute in his convictions. Only Lu Yuan remains indifferent. For him, this competition serves more as a diversion. Engaging in mathematical problem-solving alongside peers of his age is, after all, a beneficial endeavor. That evening, Shi Jiayu returns from the library, having also completed his registration. All 4 members of their dormitory have enrolled in all 5 events. Despite the clock striking past 10 p.m., none of them have retired for the night. Instead, they remain at the table, engrossed in their studies. The other 3 delve into topics concerning differential equations and topology, while Lu Yuan sits before his laptop, lost in thought, with a stack of draft papers prominently displaying bold red headers from Peking University. There exist myriad potential solutions regarding the trajectory of motion between the Earth and the Moon. His mentor, Professor Zhao Xin, has proposed an evolved version of the third phase project. As for the return path, the currently devised route is rather conservative and necessitates real-time imagery from the Earth base for continual adjustments to ensure a successful return. Of course, this is merely Professor Zhao's preliminary plan, yet to be discussed with his colleagues. Lu Yuan feels this proposal is unlikely to succeed. While the launch trajectory might align with the suggestions of other professors, the return path is excessively cautious. Moreover, a conservative approach does not always guarantee favorable outcomes. Fortunately, time is on his side. Professor Zhao's next collective discussion with the other professors is scheduled for mid to late November, leaving over a month for further deliberation. Professor Zhao is also experimenting with new proposals. As for Lu Yuan, he has recently shifted his focus away from the return trajectory, instead researching past spacecraft navigation data and engaging in profound contemplation of various related ballistic missile trajectories. Before him lies a computer displaying ballistic data from the previous century. Attributed to Chang'e. Chapter 105, Anomalous State. Indeed, the thoughts and theories of the previous generation of top scientists are truly awe-inspiring. The fixed strike points, yet variable trajectories, leave Lu Yuan in admiration. However, for Lu Yuan, this information serves only as a reference. This includes theories related to the Chang'e trajectory and other studies pertinent to ballistic paths. These ballistic principles are not wholly applicable to space, particularly given the differing objectives concerning speed. Presently, several potential launch and return trajectories are coalescing in Lu Yuan's mind. Although many of these proposals closely resemble those already presented by Professor Zhao to his fellow scholars, lacking significant breakthroughs. In this regard, Lu Yuan finds himself somewhat at a loss. As he contemplates these trajectories, a persistent sense of imperfection lingers in his mind, prompting him to halt further consideration of the trajectories. Instead, he turns to aerodynamics literature to continue supplementing his knowledge. He learns that addressing practical issues often necessitates a breadth of specialized knowledge. Navigating the complexities of Earth-Moon travel demands an increasingly diverse array of academic disciplines. Many fields are interconnected, and for professors who have reached the forefront of a particular domain, exploring other fields becomes relatively manageable. Consequently, many experts ultimately excel across multiple disciplines. Lu Yuan exemplifies this notion, exhibiting an extreme dedication to learning. His exceptional learning capability allows him to pursue knowledge in any area as needed. In just 4 to 5 days, he has thoroughly grasped the foundational theories of aerodynamics, even touching upon several emerging concepts. That night, after reconsidering the trajectory issues, new thoughts begin to emerge in his mind. Various possibilities for trajectories continuously simulate within his consciousness, yet these contemplations do not satisfy him. After repeated reflections, his thoughts shift back to various ballistic theoretical studies. With a foundation in aerodynamics, Lu Yuan gains fresh insights into the ballistic theories he had previously explored in depth. His reflections on the Earth-Moon trajectory gradually veer toward ballistic considerations, leading him to delve deeper into the subject. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Yuan appears to have entered a remarkable state, feeling that his thought processes are far more vibrant than ever before. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashes through his mind, and a novel concept begins to take shape. Initially, this new idea remains in its infancy, as he fervently scribbles on draft paper, capturing its essence. The content bears resemblance to Chang'e's ballistic trajectories, yet there is an intangible sense of distinction. Should we call him Far Brother? He seems to be in a rather peculiar state. Zheng Heng, observing Lu Yuan's unusual demeanor, notes that Lu Yuan typically refrains from writing unless he is fully certain of his thoughts, and when he does, he swiftly produces coherent answers. However, tonight is different. For approximately half an hour, Lu Yuan has been incessantly writing on his draft paper, showing no response even to gentle calls. Perhaps we should leave him be. He might be on the verge of a breakthrough. You all know how challenging it can be to regain momentum once a thought train is interrupted. Sure, Jiayu, who has just finished washing up and is preparing for bed, maintains a disciplined routine among the 4 of them. His life revolves around the triangle of classroom, library, and dormitory, waking promptly at 6 a.m. and retiring by 10 p.m. His only leisure time consists of an hour spent on his phone before sleep, making his academic progress slightly faster than Zheng Heng and Luan Kan. However, this behavior is quite strange. He seems almost entranced. Zheng Heng cannot help but worry. Observing Lu Yuan's frenzied state from his upper bunk, unable to resist, he suggests a plan. Let us give it half an hour. If he remains in this state after that, we'll wake him. Ultimately, Lu and Kun's proposal to monitor the situation garners agreement from the others. Half an hour passes quickly, especially for the three who have been attentively watching Lu Yuan. Upon seeing him still engrossed in his frenzied writing, Lu and Kun is the first to rise and approach him. The other two follow suit, their faces etched with concern as they gather around Lu Yuan. After exchanging glances, Lu and Kun takes the initiative. Far brother, do you want to take a break? However, before he could finish his words, he noticed that Lu Yuanshu's writing suddenly came to a halt. Under the gaze of the three, he abruptly tore apart the draft paper filled with over a dozen pages of written content, discarding it all onto the floor. Lu and Kun and Chang'e observed Lu Yuan's countenance from his side, which had turned almost ashen, yet his eyes shone with an unusual brightness. A smile adorned his lips, and an air of confidence radiated from his entire being. Just when everyone assumed Lu Yuan was about to take a break, he unexpectedly buried himself in his work once more. This made Lu and Kun swallow hard, turning to glance at the other two. Chang'e's face once again bore the trace of hesitation. Meanwhile, Jieyu had picked up the discarded draft paper at some point, waving it toward the two with an expression of astonishment. Old Shi, have you discovered something? Shi. Lu and Kun's voice was rather loud, prompting Jieyu to immediately place a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence. He stepped back a few paces, leading the two to the balcony. Old Shi, what is written up there? Show us. Without hesitation, Jieyu handed the draft to Lu and Kun. He then reassessed his distance from Lu Yuan, ensuring he wouldn't disturb him before continuing. It seems he is developing a new theory regarding ballistics. Ballistics theory? To my eyes, it appears that these are merely diagrams representing Qian Shuesen's ballistic model. Lu and Kun had dabbled in this area, particularly the renowned ballistic theory of Qian Shuesen. While he grasped the fundamental conceptual theories, he had never delved deeply into the specific papers. At this moment, he felt that the various diagrams on the draft paper were indistinguishable from Qian Shuesen's ballistic model. There are differences, however. Look at the initial trajectory and the written content above. The mode for the boost phase entering the gliding stage has changed. Is that so? Lu and Kun attempted to decipher the content on the draft paper, but the writing was a chaotic mix of scribbles. Much of it remained uncrossed. And, given his lack of knowledge in this theoretical domain, he truly couldn't discern any differences. He wished to show it to Chang'e, but unfortunately, upon receiving it, Chang'e merely shook his head in resignation. Having focused solely on mathematics since a young age, he could be said to have spent all his time on competitions. Faced with the content on the paper, he too was at a loss. Well, let us not disturb him for now. I have a feeling that what Brother Yuan is working on this time might create a stir that rivals his previous submission to jams. Chapter 106, Lu Yuan's Ballistics. By the time the clock struck midnight, an hour and a half had passed since the trio had concluded their discussion. At this moment, Chang'e was still absorbed in his phone, occasionally glancing at Lu Yuan across the room. Lu and Kun was engrossed in searching for some foundational content on ballistics on his phone. Meanwhile, Jieyu had uncharacteristically decided to pull an all-nighter, studying the content Lu Yuan had inscribed on the draft paper at his desk. Suddenly, a sigh of relief pierced the silence of the dormitory in the dead of night. The attention of the three immediately shifted toward the source of the sound. Upon confirming that the sound emanated from Lu Yuan, they all rose or got out of bed, converging around him once more. Aren't you all asleep? Lu Yuan, having just concluded his thoughts, was taken aback by the sudden appearance of his three roommates. The dormitory had long been shrouded in darkness, save for the desk lamp and computer that still illuminated his workspace. The trio, cast in shadows, made him feel an inexplicable sense of tension as he regained his composure. Brother Yuan, you're finally awake. Awake? I haven't even slept. What nonsense are you talking about? Seeing Chang'e's bewildered expression, Lu Yuan felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. He couldn't help but rub his stomach as a strong wave of hunger assaulted him, causing his vision to blur under its influence. Just as he was about to ask the three for something to eat, a piece of Dove chocolate was already handed to him. Brother Yuan, do you want anything else to eat? A few minutes later, Lu Yuan collected himself. It seemed he had indeed been experiencing a slight drop in blood sugar. Having eaten dinner early and pondering all night in the dormitory, his body was beginning to feel the strain. Thankfully, Chang'e had an abundance of snacks at his disposal. Chocolate, potato chips, cola, Prince biscuits, and especially an entire box of Gene's Eye fish, as if bought in bulk. No need, I'm fine. After consuming 2 large pieces of chocolate, Lu Yuan felt considerably rejuvenated. Brother Yuan, you were truly frightening just now, almost as if possessed. What were you writing about? Is it a new ballistic theory? How did you know? It was surprising that Zheng Heng had already grasped his thoughts so quickly, considering he had just finished structuring them in writing. However, upon noticing the draft paper in Shi Jiu's hands, Lu Yuan realized the reason. It is a new ballistic theory. I have been exploring some new ideas concerning Qian Shuesen's model. I delved deeper into the trajectories of ballistic missiles and cruise missiles, integrating aspects of the initial trajectory of cruise missiles. He had just entered a rather ethereal state of thought for the first time, allowing him to contemplate for such an extended period. Although his thoughts had strayed from the lunar trajectory he intended to consider, he had developed new insights regarding Qian Shuesen's model and further conceived ideas based on its theoretical foundations. The overall concept still adhered to Qian's original framework, with fixed targets but variable flight trajectories. However, he had conducted a more thorough investigation into the boost phase, incorporating certain control characteristics of cruise missile trajectories. This meant that the initial phase would not be identical to Qian Shuesen's or Chang'e models, which propelled the missile out of the atmosphere. Instead, it would directly utilize boosting within the atmosphere at altitudes of 80 to 100 kilometers to enter the gliding phase. Lu Yuan's theoretical curve diverged entirely from Qian's. In his theoretical framework, as long as the initial boost achieved the designated target and the subsequent gliding trajectory conformed to his calculations, it would essentially be an enhanced version, faster, with greater range, and capable of striking fixed targets with a nonlinear trajectory. Given Lu Yuan's current level of improvement, it could almost be described as an entirely new ballistic theory. Isn't it somewhat different from what's on your draft paper? Shi Jiu had already perused the content on the draft, and the theoretical validation present was remarkably intricate. During his earlier study, he had even searched for numerous academic papers just to comprehend it. Yes, the first version fell off, so I made adjustments. I feel confident about the new theory, but its practical application might pose challenges. Theory is ultimately distinct from practice. Even Qian's ballistic theory has long been published as a fundamental concept internationally. Yet, aside from our own country, there hasn't been a single nation capable of realizing this concept into corresponding missile technology, especially since missiles require rigorous testing in large wind tunnels. For Lu Yuan to validate his theory, it would likely take several years, including extensive wind tunnel testing. Otherwise, it would merely remain a newly innovative ballistic missile concept. Brother Yuan, will you be working again tonight? You should consider resting early. Lu Kan, relieved now that Lu Yuan had emerged from that intense state, felt somewhat weary himself after spending the night poring over related papers. I'll sleep. Work can wait until tomorrow. After Lu Yuan nodded in agreement, the four roommates finally drifted off to sleep around 1 o'clock. 2 days later, Lu Yuan finally completed the documentation of the content he had recorded over the previous 2 nights. Every detail of his theoretical validation, along with the initial requirements for various missile types, was meticulously chronicled in his paper. Of course, the work he produced still bore the familiar issue. Rather than being a polished paper, it resembled more of a preliminary draft. Considerable content still requires revision, particularly as it necessitates the refinement of Senior Brother Yu before it can genuinely transform into a paper suitable for submission. Nonetheless, given the unique nature of this material, Lu Yuan merely delineated the newly proposed trajectory and designated it with his own codename, the Lu Yuan trajectory. He subsequently dispatched the entire article via email to his mentor, Professor Zhao. He then resumed his research on the Earth-Moon orbital work. Following significant breakthroughs in the original trajectory theory, Lu Yuan swiftly conceived fresh ideas regarding spacecraft trajectories between the Earth and Moon. Notably, during the reentry phase, he contemplated employing the latter half of the Chang'e trajectory. This approach, reminiscent of skipping stones, would utilize the atmosphere to achieve a semi-ballistic skipping flight. Ultimately, this technique would effectively reduce velocity, thereby minimizing the ablation of the reentry capsule and lessening the demand for thermal protection materials. Even more crucially, it would enable precise targeting of a landing site. In a flash, Lu Yuan's current tasks began to progress smoothly. Of course, he still had an abundance of work ahead concerning the comprehensive trajectory calculations, including trajectory control and maneuvers at several time nodes. However, given his present state, it was merely a matter of time. It had been a week since he sent the paper to Professor Zhao, yet he had received no response. He suspected that perhaps his mentor was equally preoccupied with research and lacked the time to check his emails. Meanwhile, the Chang'e mathematical competition was fast approaching. After careful consideration, Lu Yuan decided against reminding Professor Zhao and resolved to inquire after the competition concluded. Chapter 107. The University Mathematics Competition commences. On November 9th, In the Grand Lecture Hall at Peking University, two instructors were diligently scanning each participating student with metal detectors at the entrance. "You may enter," one teacher announced, and Lu Yuan, holding his examination permit, entered, relinquishing his cell phone before taking a seat. Today marked the day of the preliminary round of the Chang'e University Mathematics Competition. All examination venues were set within their respective universities, commencing simultaneously. After a while, Lu Yuan glanced at his watch, noting that the start time was imminent. At that moment, the number of candidates in the hall was sparse, with fewer than 13 individuals occupying the entire lecture hall. This was merely the first session, focusing on analysis and differential equations, lasting 2.5 hours, and the participation was notably limited. It was evident that, upon entering university, most students did not regard mathematics with the same seriousness as they did in high school. Lu Yuan was participating in another mathematics competition. Following his experiences in the International Mathematical Olympiad, IMO, many of his fellow competitors were familiar faces from the School of Mathematics, including his upperclassmen. The atmosphere in the examination hall was quite pleasant, with few students exhibiting signs of anxiety. Many were smiling and engaging in casual conversation before the papers were distributed. Several participants appeared to be hoping for a stroke of luck, with aspirations of reaching the finals and perhaps winning an unexpected prize. The bell signaling the commencement of the examination rang. The rustling sound of papers being distributed echoed from the front to the back of the hall. Upon receiving the examination paper and the draft paper available for collection at the podium, Lu Yuan experienced a fleeting moment of nostalgia, reminiscent of the feelings he had a year prior when he participated in the Jiangnan Provincial Mathematics Competition at Yuan No. 1 High School. Back then, his mindset was equally positive, and he was not overly concerned about the outcome of the competition. After all, he was still unaware of the path to guaranteed admission via the college entrance examination, and competition was more about a sense of honor. Now, seated in the examination hall, with numerous accolades to his name, the sense of honor tied to this competition felt diminished, serving instead as a means of lightening his spirits. As he progressed through the questions with ease, Lu Yuan felt an overwhelming sensation of relaxation. He was no longer grappling with the complexities of real-world problems that involved various interfering factors or the intricacies of multiple disciplines. Instead, he simply needed to solve the problems straightforwardly in his mind. The difficulty level was comparable to the questions Professor Zhao Xin had previously posed to him for testing, perhaps even slightly more manageable. Being merely a preliminary round, Lu Yuan completed the questions in just 10 minutes. Naturally, adhering to his habitual practice, he spent another 10 minutes re-evaluating each question for thoroughness. Just as he prepared to submit his paper, he was surprised to see Zhang Heng already ahead of him, the first to submit his answers. The simplicity of the test allowed for swift completion, and Lu Yuan was relieved to submit early without imposing any psychological burden on his peers. "Brother Yuan, this feels significantly less intense than our previous competitions." Tang Hang Zima, sharing Lu Yuan's sentiment. While Lu Yuan was notably quicker in learning, Zhang Heng was not far behind in the depth of his studies. Both Shi Jieyu and Dai Qihong, who had gone to Tsinghua University, were genuine mathematical prodigies. In terms of this university-level higher mathematics competition, the intensity was indeed diminished compared to the competitive atmosphere of high school mathematics. Advanced mathematics was distinctly different. They might as well treat it as an opportunity to win an award. In the future, should you choose to study abroad, this show competition could be of some significance. That is indeed true. Given Zhang Heng's family background, age, and talent, the likelihood of him studying abroad or participating in exchanges was quite high. The 5 examinations spanned 2 days. As expected, the attendance dwindled in the latter 2 sessions. By the end of the second day, Lu Yuan was finally summoned to Professor Zhao's office. How'd it go? Was the exam smooth? Professor Zhao, holding his familiar thermos, appeared invigorated, suggesting recent progress on a project. "It was all right. I found the difficulty quite manageable. Indeed, you have a true gift for problem solving," he added with optimism. "It seems you have a chance of winning a gold medal." After this brief mention, Professor Zhao did not further inquire about the competition, evidently placing complete faith in Lu Yuan's ability to achieve commendable results. This also subtly indicated that the prestige of university competitions was indeed waning. "Here, this is for you, and please take another copy for Xiaoyu." Professor Zhao retrieved 2 academic journals from his drawer and handed them over. The turquoise covers prominently displayed the word journal. "Congratulations! Your paper has been published." Although it was not among the highlighted articles on the cover, it was nonetheless a contribution of considerable value. Lu Yuan nodded silently, his hands swiftly turning the pages until he finally located his paper in the later sections. Professor Zhao patiently awaited Lu Yuan to set down the journal before continuing. Your ideas regarding the re-entry segment of the Chang'e trajectory are quite innovative, aligning closely with Professor Tian's approach from Harbin Institute of Technology. I confirmed this again during today's video conference. The initial orbital trajectory for the launch will primarily follow my proposed plan, while the trajectory for the spacecraft's return is currently under discussion, focusing on your and Professor Tian's concepts, or perhaps a more conservative approach. It was no wonder Professor Zhao was so elated. Not only had the paper been officially published, but the extensive groundwork he had invested into trajectory planning was also receiving validation. From Lu Yuan's perspective, Professor Zhao's proposed launch trajectory appeared somewhat conservative. However, it boasted a higher feasibility with minimized risks. His own proposal to Professor Zhao was more audacious, emphasizing speed and requiring several real-time maneuvers for trajectory adjustments. The current challenges associated with the Chang'e 4 mission centered around soil, sample acquisition, and reentry. It was reasonable for the launch trajectory to be conservative, ensuring that the latter stages could proceed smoothly. After all, if the initial phase of the launch did not have guarantees in place, subsequent discussions would be futile. The originally planned discussion meeting regarding the Chang'e base had been postponed, likely to be finalized in December. Your proposed trajectory, reminiscent of skipping stones across water, has been meticulously examined, and the concept indeed holds feasibility. However, it warrants a level of caution akin to that advised by Professor Tian, as it appears rather audacious. Under this paradigm, it seems that aviation materials will require additional time for validation. Interestingly, in Lu Yuan's own calculations, the new trajectory, particularly the approach post-entry into Earth's orbit, actually demands less stringent requirements for aviation materials. Nonetheless, this remains unverified, leaving us without guarantees. Teacher, which plan do you endorse? As for me, I had not delved deeply into the Chang'e 4 return mission. Since you have proposed a plan, albeit somewhat radical, I unequivocally support your approach. Chapter 108, Adjusting Self-Perception. Professor Zhao occasionally prioritizes personal rapport over the matter at hand, which is not necessarily detrimental for Lu Yuan, especially in the absence of viable suggestions. He is willing to advocate for his students' proposals. From a certain perspective, this reflects a protective instinct. Given Professor Zhao's traditionally conservative inclinations, his willingness to take this step is quite surprising to Lu Yuan. All right, for the time being, feel free to arrange your own study materials. If you're interested, you might consider delving deeper into the theoretical aspects of partial differential equations that I am researching. Of course, if you lack interest, there's no need to force yourself into this area. For students capable of directly publishing in JAMS, Professor Zhao does not impose many requirements. Most other graduate students must align with his research direction. Otherwise, choosing him as a mentor would serve little purpose. However, for Lu Yuan, a uniquely gifted student, Professor Zhao has no intention of imposing limitations. He has even contemplated adjusting his own research focus to accommodate Lu Yuan's future endeavors. Such a student, capable of publishing in top-tier journals, is certainly a welcome addition to Professor Zhao's research agenda. Teacher, is there nothing else to discuss? Sensing both encouragement and a subtle prompt to leave in Professor Zhao's tone, Lu Yuan felt a flicker of anxiety. He had initially assumed that the primary purpose of today's meeting was to discuss his paper on ballistics. To his surprise, the conversation had veered towards the formal publication in JAMS and the Chang'e project. While his most pressing concern, the ballistics paper written under peculiar circumstances late at night, had yet to be addressed. Other matters? Do you have any questions? If you're facing difficulties in life or encountering mathematical challenges, now is the time to voice them. Professor Zhao, not contemplating further, assumed that his student had additional inquiries. After all, it was just the two of them in the office, so any issues could be raised directly. Professor Zhao's attitude sparked a moment of doubt within Lu Yuan. Perhaps the professor had been preoccupied with discussions regarding the Chang'e flight trajectory and had not yet had the chance to review his email. Unable to contain his curiosity, he directly inquired, "Teacher, have you had the opportunity to read the paper I emailed you over a week ago?" Upon hearing this, Professor Zhao raised an eyebrow, placing his thermos down with a thoughtful expression. "Oh, I recall now. It is your paper on ballistics, correct? I have indeed reviewed it." His demeanor remained composed as he nodded in acknowledgement. At this moment, Lu Yuan realized that the assumption he had made, that his mentor had simply not had the time to check his email, was unfounded. He had been overlooked. This revelation ignited a sense of disappointment within him, as he had harbored considerable expectations for the paper. "Teacher, do you not hold much hope for this paper?" He had invested substantial effort into it, and had always anticipated favorable feedback. Unable to restrain himself, he pressed for clarity regarding his ballistics research. There is no lack of optimism. I have perused your paper and found the overall theory sound. Although the launch requirements are somewhat stringent, it does theoretically possess the potential to surpass the missile designs based on the ballistic theory proposed by Qian Lao. Professor Zhao expressed his approval of Lu Yuan's ballistic theory. However, his affirmation was devoid of the subsequent encouragement Lu Yuan had been hoping for, and after a pause, he continued, "Yet, all of this remains theoretical and cannot be validated in practice. Of course, if you wish to pursue publication, you may certainly attempt it." Confronted with the professor's remarks, Lu Yuan could not suppress his frown. Merely publishing a paper was not his ultimate goal. "Teacher, this is not merely about publication. If you believe the theory is sound, cannot arrangements be made for validation attempts? Should the experiment succeed, it would significantly enhance our nation's military capabilities." Noticing Lu Yuan's heightened enthusiasm, Professor Zhao began to understand his sentiments. Clearly, Lu Yuan placed far greater importance on this research than he had initially perceived. It was not merely a spur-of-the-moment idea conceived during the research process, but rather a serious endeavor he had undertaken. Understanding this, Professor Zhao's stance remained firm as he sought to clarify. "Lu, have you perhaps misunderstood? I am merely a mathematics professor, not an expert in missile technology. I am not an authority in this field and cannot facilitate arrangements as you suggest." Ultimately, Professor Zhao extinguished the flickering hopes within Lu Yuan while simultaneously offering a gentle reminder. "Do you have any idea how much funding is required to validate your missile theory and design an actual missile based on it? Even for missile experts, validating a theory and designing a missile demands considerable resources and can only be confirmed through practical exercises." At this juncture, Lu Yuan's earlier disappointment began to dissipate. His recent participation in the Chang'e base research and his engagement with the aerospace sector, coupled with his appointment as an expert by the National Satellite Navigation Office for image algorithm improvements, had garnered him significant success and recognition. However, he realized he had become somewhat detached from reality, mistakenly believing that as long as his theoretical work was sound, it would naturally command the attention of his mentor and relevant national authorities. It was now evident that he was still merely a freshman, having advanced a few steps beyond the typical undergraduate or even ordinary professors solely due to Professor Zhao's stature and a reputation of Peking University's Department of Mathematics. In truth, he was not an internationally renowned professor, nor a prominent authority in a field of national significance. In the realm of crucial military theories, such as that of ballistic missiles, neither his proposals nor even those of Professor Zhao would necessarily receive attention. Only those who stand at the pinnacle of their research fields, such as academicians, garner such recognition. For the average researcher, the process often entails a continual quest for acknowledgement from peers. The office was enveloped in an unusual silence as Lu Yuan remained still, lost in contemplation. After a considerable pause, he finally exhaled deeply. "Have you come to an understanding?" "Yes, teacher. I believe it is prudent to set aside the ballistic theory for now. I shall focus on mathematical research instead." In that moment, a new aspiration ignited within Lu Yuan, a fervent desire to amplify his voice in the field of mathematics and ultimately ascend to the pinnacle of academia. Achieving the status of an academician, compared to all other fields, mathematics is the domain most conducive to the emergence of genius and the realization of groundbreaking achievements at a young age. He recognized that his contributions thus far had been insufficient. His solitary paper in the JAMS journal was still relatively niche within the realm of algorithms. If he could persist in publishing in the 4 leading journals while resolving significant conjectures in mathematics, he believed that his standing in the national and international mathematical community would undergo a profound transformation. Only by establishing himself as an authority could his words and proposed theories truly carry weight. Various proposed theories are likely to garner respect across diverse fields. Chapter 109. Secretary Yin seeks again. "Are you truly confident in this paper?" Professor Zhao once more lifted his thermos, his expression somewhat intricate. Observing the disappointment etched on the face of this promising student, he could not restrain himself from speaking. Although this matter transcended his capabilities, should Lu Yuan maintain his conviction and persist, he was willing to lend a supportive hand from the sidelines. "How about this? I shall recommend your paper to a friend who researches missiles. However, I am not particularly well acquainted with him, so I cannot guarantee any specific outcomes." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan, who had readjusted his mindset, looked up in surprise at his mentor. "Teacher, I will persevere. Thank you for agreeing to recommend my paper." Ultimately, humans are not omnipotent. Even his mentor, though not an academician, cannot accomplish everything due to limited connections and relationships. Even an academician cannot act freely as they wish. The opportunity to have his paper further promoted and garner attention is, after all, a positive development. Alas, you must also grow accustomed to this. In many foundational theoretical disciplines, numerous papers may not be readily accepted or acknowledged. Sometimes, a serendipitous discovery emerges unexpectedly. Professor Zhao continued to console Lu Yuan. As every hopeful researcher on the path of science experiences similar trials, Lu Yuan had only just embarked on this journey, and things would not always proceed smoothly. Encountering setbacks, being misunderstood, and lacking recognition are the prevailing themes for most researchers. Much like your algorithm paper, I believe it fell slightly short in content depth. Yet it surprisingly garnered selection by JAMS. For the time being, focus on your research in mathematics. Regardless, I can more directly assess your achievements within this domain and offer you better support. As a professor in the mathematics department, despite its recognition as the most crucial foundational discipline, I have encountered many individuals from various fields through this connection. However, the primary network and influence still lie within mathematics. Lu Yuan now understood Professor Zhao's earlier sentiments, realizing that some matters cannot be rushed. Ultimately, he bid farewell to his mentor and returned to the laboratory. The small room adjacent to the lab, coordinated for his use by the Satellite Navigation Office, remained available to him. This could be considered a form of indirect benefit. Yet after becoming acquainted with other senior students, Lu Yuan still preferred to study together in the lab. Junior brother, what a rarity. Do you need my assistance? Speak up. I'm here to help. In the lab, Ling Du set aside his mouse, gallantly exiting the game of Three Kingdoms Kill. Senior Ling, I have a paper I wish to submit to a journal. Could you help me translate it? Your English should be up to par, right? Lu Yuan had been diligently working on improving his English skills and could manage to read some foreign papers. However, writing independently proved somewhat challenging, potentially affecting the quality of his manuscript. Sure, my English is competent. I'm also preparing to submit a paper in the mathematics field, so we can submit together. Senior, this is not a mathematics paper. At a loss for words momentarily, Lu Yuan eventually opened his paper on Senior Ling's computer. Currently, he intended to attempt submitting this paper related to ballistics. If it could be published in a top-tier journal, it might attract greater national attention. Even publishing in a standard SCI journal would suffice, as it would add substantial weight to his research. Originally, Lu Yuan had considered approaching Senior Yu, but today Senior Yu appeared exceedingly busy, frequently entering and exiting the lab. Conversely, Senior Ling seemed rather leisurely, engrossed in his game. Ultimately, Lu Yuan decided to approach Senior Ling, as it alleviated some of his burdens. Junior brother, you have quite the breadth of interests. Engaging in ballistic research? The unique Lu Yuan ballistics sounds promising. Have you not shared this paper with the teacher? Though Ling Du appeared somewhat unreliable, his capabilities were beyond doubt. With just a cursory glance, he grasped the general content. I have seen it, but my mentor mentioned that gaining attention for this paper would be quite difficult. Understand. A solitary paper on ballistic research indeed lacks persuasive power. If it were accompanied by a missile incorporating new theories, there might be a willingness to experiment. In this regard, Ling Du had a clearer perspective than Lu Yuan. Perhaps this is the clarity of an observer. Just days prior, Lu Yuan held immense expectations for this paper, somewhat losing his bearings. Now, viewing it from a different angle, it indeed aligned with Ling Du's observations. The translation poses no issue, yet I must further contemplate the specialized English within this field. I cannot promise a swift turnaround. 1 week. Shall I provide it to you within that time frame? No rush. This matter is not urgent. Presently, he genuinely harbored no lofty expectations. If it could be published, that would suffice. As for when it would be validated or acknowledged, he would leave that for the future. On the computer, Lu Yuan perused content related to arithmetic algebra geometry. Personally, he currently held little interest in his mentor's focus on partial differential equations. He was more intrigued by research in number theory and geometry. Geometry within elementary mathematics was also the area in which he felt most at ease. Currently, amidst higher mathematics, these two broad categories of research instilled in him the greatest confidence. To achieve results, one must first discover their strengths. Dedicating time to study invariably brings tranquility and fulfillment. Engaging in mathematics study and research yields absolute positive feedback for Lu Yuan. As long as he learns, he experiences new insights and progress. Even in his spare time, he began researching certain mathematical conjectures. Particularly with conjectures that had already been resolved, Lu Yuan found joy in tracking his knowledge advancement. gradually solving various conjectures and ultimately confirming his solutions against others' methods proved immensely beneficial. However, peaceful moments rarely persist for long. In just a couple of days, he would be participating in the finals of the Chang'e mathematics competition. Furthermore, his phone rang once more. Hello, Secretary Yin? Ha, Lu Yuan. How have you been at school lately? Quite well. Do you have something to discuss with me? It had been nearly a month since their last contact following negotiations with the civilian mapping company. He remained uncertain as to why Secretary Yin sought him again. Nevertheless, as a leader of the satellite navigation office, Lu Yuan had been idle for a while and genuinely hoped to engage in some work. Thus he spoke candidly. I do have a matter to discuss with you. Are you available today? Certainly. In that case, let us meet at the Science and Innovation Experimental Building near the National Trade Area at 3 this afternoon to talk. All right, I will be there on time. Chapter 110, Atmospheric Environmental Monitoring Satellite. The location of the Science and Innovation Experimental Building is indeed quite close to the school. This time, familiar with the route. He originally allocated half an hour for the journey, but arrived in approximately 15 minutes. With some time to spare, Lu Yuan did not rush upstairs but instead purchased a bottle of beverage from the small shop downstairs. He observed the surroundings for a moment. The new building across the street was taking shape, and the name of the Science and Innovation Experimental Building had already been affixed atop. Clearly, it was set to replace the current old building, serving as the new office for the Satellite Navigation Office. As for the vicinity, the foot traffic remained sparse. The roads were not particularly well maintained. In the bustling metropolis of the capital, this area surprisingly felt somewhat cool. Ascending once more, he arrived at the familiar office. At this moment, fewer individuals occupied the office than during his previous visit. A quick glance revealed 6 or 7 people present. Lu Yuan, you have arrived. Allow me to introduce you. This gentleman is Deputy Director Liao from our nation's Aerospace Administration Systems Engineering Department. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan promptly extended his hand for a handshake, seizing the opportunity to discreetly appraise Deputy Director Liao. He appeared to be in his early 40s, clad in a formal black flight jacket. His skin was exceptionally well-maintained and fair, exuding an air of elegance. Hello, Lu Tongxue. He greeted with a warm smile, prompting Lu Yuan to quickly return the salutation. And this is Deputy Director Mi from the National Meteorological Comprehensive Observation Department. Indeed, the capital city lived up to its reputation, with each leader present holding significant stature. In Lu Yuan's hometown, such individuals would surpass even a county magistrate in prominence. And here he was, shaking hands one after another. Deputy Director Mi was of a more rotund disposition, not particularly tall, and appeared somewhat younger, perhaps in his late 30s. His face was notably round, and he seemed even more affable than Deputy Director Liao. Besides these two, there were several accompanying staff members, all of whom Secretary Yin introduced, each at least holding the rank of Division Chief. Lu Yuan, I have long heard of your prowess in image algorithm processing from Chief Engineer Ding at the Chang'e base. Mi Deputy Director began to praise as soon as he settled into his seat. Sometimes, Lu Yuan felt somewhat helpless as a mathematics student. His most notable acclaim had unexpectedly become his work in image algorithm processing. Judging by the numerous national institutions seeking him out, he had indeed gained considerable renown in this field, in contrast to his standing in mathematics. Even though a recent announcement on the school's website highlighted his published paper in the JAMS journal, it had not stirred much excitement. Perhaps he had begun to be recognized among mathematics professors in various universities, yet he had not yet reached a significant status, nor had any specialized projects sought him out. Conversely, his mentor, Professor Zhao Xian, had recently been busier with social engagements. In certain respects, it seemed that in the eyes of some major national entities, Lu Yuan's reputation in image algorithm processing far eclipsed his mathematical identity. Director Mi, you flatter me. I merely possess a stroke of luck in this field, and my depth of understanding is quite limited. While Lu Yuan remained modest, it was true that he had not delved deeply into image processing itself. His accomplishments were primarily a result of his inherent mathematical talent, leading to algorithmic breakthroughs. Nevertheless, the gathering evidently did not share his skepticism, as they regarded him with increasing admiration, nodding in acknowledgement. Luck is indeed a facet of capability, and we all recognize this. Secretary Yin interjected with praise, before steering the conversation back on track. The purpose of this meeting is to discuss a task that both Director Liao and Director Mi wish to entrust to you. Please, esteemed leaders, outline the task. As long as it is within my capabilities and my mentor agrees, I shall certainly undertake it. Although Professor Zhao had allowed him to study independently of late, when it came to project work, he still needed to consult with his mentor. After all, There were potential future collaborations at the Chang'e base that might require his continued involvement. Rest assured, we have certainly discussed this with Professor Zhao X, a deputy director remarked, glancing at Deputy Director Liao, who had yet to speak, before continuing. Lu Yuan, our National Meteorological Administration, is preparing to collaborate with the National Aerospace Administration to launch a dedicated atmospheric environmental monitoring satellite into space. This satellite will assess various environmental metrics on Earth, including carbon dioxide concentrations, among others. Naturally, there will be a significant component concerning satellite imagery and remote sensing images. In essence, the National Meteorological Administration intends to invest substantially in deploying a new meteorological satellite, while the primary detection will rely on laser radar. Remote sensing imagery is also a critical objective for the Meteorological Agency. They hope that Lu Yuan can develop specialized algorithms for image processing tailored to this satellite. The requirements are somewhat akin to those for the Beidou satellite algorithms, though they will need to be considerably simplified. However, the remote sensing aspect is an area Lu Yuan has yet to explore, requiring him to broaden his knowledge. Overall, it is a relatively straightforward task. Without waiting for further persuasion from me and Liao, Lu Yuan immediately nodded in agreement. I can handle the algorithm, though the timeline may not be swift. That is acceptable. Me Deputy Director beamed upon hearing his agreement. The satellite is projected for launch in 1718, giving us 2 to 3 years. I hope you can provide the accompanying algorithm within a year. Hearing the generous timeline, Lu Yuan's apprehension regarding the task's difficulty diminished. It appeared that the atmospheric monitoring satellite project was just commencing, and he was likely the first to be approached for work related to the imagery component. The meeting continued for an additional 2 hours, during which me and Liao provided a comprehensive overview of the technologies intended for the new satellite, including various established objectives. At times, the two engaged in spirited debates over specific aspects. By the time the meeting concluded, darkness had already fallen outside. As the meeting adjourned, Secretary Yuan specifically retained him and handed him a bank card. This card serves as our gratitude for your contributions to the Beidou Working Group. The amount I have allocated is at the highest standard, totaling 180,000. Beyond this, I cannot authorize any greater sum. While this may seem modest compared to your contributions, I represent our satellite navigation office in acknowledging a personal debt to you. Should you face any challenges in the future, feel free to reach out to me or our WeChat navigation office. Chapter 111. The Finals of the Chang'e Mathematics Competition. Upon receiving the industrial and commercial bank card, Lu Yuan had not anticipated this development. 18,000, while trivial compared to the rewards offered by private enterprises, especially those from major firms like ByteDance, was nonetheless significant for a state institution. Naturally, compared to Lu Yuan's contributions, which had saved the launch of several satellites and expedited the global satellite navigation workload, this amount felt insufficient. Thus, Secretary Yuan was personally representing the office's commitment to him. Secretary Yuan, I will graciously accept this, and I sincerely thank you and the navigation office for this reward. Lu Yuan replied courteously. Ultimately, he departed the aged science and technology experimental building under Secretary Yuan's watchful gaze. The finals of the Chang'e Mathematics Competition were scheduled to take place in 2 days at Tsinghua University, conveniently located nearby. Among the students from Peking University, 33 had qualified for the finals in the individual category. Lu Yuan's dormitory alone had 4 participants, alongside familiar faces from their elite class and several upperclassmen from the 2nd and 3rd years. Thus, it seemed there was a team competition as well. While strolling through Tsinghua's campus, Lu Yuan learned about the specifics of the competition rules. This event was not limited to universities in mainland China. Institutions such as the Chinese University of Hong Kong and the University of Hong Kong were also participating. Moreover, the competition was distinctly divided into individual and team events. At this moment, Zheng Heng looked at Lu Yuan with a puzzled expression, raising an eyebrow. Of course there is. Yuan Yi. You didn't realize until now that there was a team competition? I truly just found out. But wait, shouldn't the school have reached out to us for the team competition? Lu Yuan subconsciously assumed it was solely an individual event, as no one from the school had approached him or his classmates regarding the team aspect. After all, his classmates were all from the elite class, essentially a competition-focused cohort. In this competition, it stands to reason that the students from their class should excel. Yuan Yi. Every year, the teams in this competition are composed of senior students from the 2nd and 3rd years. We are merely first-year students, and we haven't even completed the fundamental content yet. Faced with Lu Yuan's skepticism, Lu Yinkun's expression grew complicated as he couldn't help but remind him. Subconsciously, he couldn't resist expressing his frustration towards Lu Yuan. Not everyone possesses your extraordinary capabilities. within just one semester of their first year. You have already grasped the entirety of the 4-year curriculum. Even if I have only reached the topic of topology, I'm already regarded with admiration by all my classmates. As for Lu Yuan, being from the elite class, known for his competitive spirit, who doesn't know him? Whether it be his perfect score in the previous IMO or the subsequent publications in top-tier journals, these are achievements that remain out of reach for many. In any case, none of his contemporaries truly view Lu Yuan as a rival. They would never dream of asking him about his academic progress, having long since placed him on a different level. Moreover, this team competition can actually be entered by self-formed groups. And it seems that our school has qualified 4 teams for the competition this year. However, all the teams are comprised of seniors. At this moment, Jiayu continued to explain to him. Upon hearing that they could form their own teams, Lu Yuan quickly realized that his classmates' academic progress was certainly not as swift as his own. Forming a team for these 5 subjects would be quite a challenge. Perhaps next year, there might be an opportunity to try. At this moment, Jiayu also shared additional news. I also heard that a senior who had previously won a gold medal would not be participating, so our hopes are quite high. This statement seemed directed at Chang'e and Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan himself felt quite confident about this competition. Yuan Gu, Lao Shi, have you just arrived? Outside the examination hall, many people were already being held back by the isolation barriers, waiting. The 4 of them soon encountered familiar faces, 2 of Lu Yuan's former IMO teammates, Dai Qihong and Zhou Tao. Dai Qihong appeared much the same as during the competition, showing little change. However, Zhou Tao seemed to have gained quite a bit of weight over the summer, resembling someone who had been inflated. If it weren't for the familiar features of his face, Lu Yuan might not have recognized him at first glance. I knew you would participate in the competition. How many subjects are you competing in for the finals? Zheng and I are in differential equations, and Lao Shi is also competing in topology. As for Yuan Gu, he is competing in all 5 subjects. Upon hearing Lu Yunkun's words, the 2 exchanged glances at Lu Yuan, but quickly returned to normal. They were well aware of Lu Yuan's academic prowess and were no longer surprised. What about you? How many subjects are you competing in for the finals? Lao Zhou is only in the topology competition. I didn't participate. I'm a volunteer for the exam hall. So if any of you get lost in the restroom, you can find me on the 2nd floor. After conversing, they learned that Dai Qihong had been busy applying for exchange programs recently. During his time in the United States for the competition, he had developed a fondness for the Ivy League schools. Ultimately, he stayed at Tsinghua, but remained interested in exchange programs, planning to go to the U.S. for an exchange either in the 2nd semester of his first year or during his 2nd year. Thus, he did not sign up for this competition. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached, and the crowd around them began to surge toward the exam hall. The isolation barriers were removed, and the 4 of them ceased their conversation and proceeded to the examination. The finals of the Chio competition indeed proved to be far more rigorous than the preliminaries. The overall atmosphere became considerably more serious, and although Lu Yuan recognized some familiar faces in the exam hall, there was no interaction. They quietly awaited the examination. The papers were quickly distributed, and Lu Yuan held great expectations for this exam, hoping the questions would present some challenge. However, in the end, he was somewhat disappointed. All 6 questions presented direct paths to their answers upon a cursory glance, especially after the substantial preparation he had undertaken over the past month and a half. He felt absolutely no pressure regarding this type of competition question. He leisurely answered the questions, submitting his paper after over half an hour. After the first 2 rounds, he could still wait for his roommates to have lunch together, stroll around Tsinghua's campus, and reminisce. However, during the last 3 rounds of examinations, Lu Yuan reverted to a solitary state. Compared to the sense of collective honor experienced during the team competition, the individual competition inevitably brought a certain sense of isolation. The competitors in the exam hall were unfamiliar seniors, along with many participants from other provinces. This only heightened Lu Yuan's sense of disinterest. During the final 2 rounds of examinations the next day, Lu Yuan finished all his answers in a mere 20 minutes, completed his checks, and then promptly submitted his paper and left. Of course, to many in the exam hall, Lu Yuan's swift exit only seemed to suggest that he had found the exam questions too difficult and had given up, leading them to believe he left early out of frustration. No one considered that he had genuinely completed everything in such a short time. Chapter 112. Not a single gold medal? The defeat in the team competition. A week later, the results of the Chiao Changtong mathematics competition were officially announced. Lu Yuan also received an invitation to the awards ceremony, which was to be held at Tsinghua. In the dormitory, Zheng, Jiayu, and Lu Yunkun also received their invitations one after another. Lu Yuan had initially thought that anyone who participated would receive an invitation. However, upon inquiring. He discovered that the invitations were only extended to those who participated in the team competition and those who won in the individual competition. This meant that all four of them from Lu Yuan's dormitory had at least received an award. This made the four of them feel quite pleased as they headed to Tsinghua University for the award ceremony. Inside Tsinghua's auditorium, in stark contrast to the cold and empty atmosphere of the competition hall, the award ceremony was bustling with activity, with the majority of seats already filled. There were many guests and teachers present, including several guiding instructors from various university teams. The four of them settled into a row at the back and found a four-seat arrangement. Wow! Clap! Before they even had a chance to get comfortable, a wave of enthusiastic cheers and applause erupted from the audience. Many people stood up, waving towards the entrance of the auditorium. Wow! It's Academician Xiao. Lu and Kun immediately recognized the esteemed guest entering through the auditorium doors. Academician Xiao Chengtong. He is, of course, the initiator of the Xiao Chang'e University Mathematics competition over the years. His numerous titles and honors are too many to count, making him a globally renowned Chinese mathematician. He is a foreign academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, an academician of the Central Research Institute, a member of the National Academy of Sciences in the U.S., an academician of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, and an honorary academician of the Hong Kong Academy of Sciences, among other accolades. Furthermore, he was awarded the Fields Medal, the highest honor in mathematics, in 1982. This was precisely why the audience erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. The last time Lu Yuan had seen a Fields Medal recipient was at the IMO award ceremony, where he had been invited by Academician Sheffield. Now, witnessing a Chinese mathematician in person filled him with a sense of pride. It's too far away. I can hardly see. Not only was Zheng Heng complaining, but Lu Yuan also strained to catch a glimpse, finding it challenging to identify Academician Xiao amidst the crowd. Unfortunately, it wasn't long before Academician Xiao took his seat in the front row, making it impossible to see him, and the commotion in the auditorium quieted down considerably. The award ceremony was ultimately hosted by Vice Dean Jiang of the Mathematics Department at Tsinghua. 5 distinguished guests delivered speeches, all of whom were accomplished individuals, with all 5 being academicians. The first 3 were academicians from various universities, while the fourth was a mathematician from the UK, also a Fields Medal recipient, who received considerable applause. As for the final speaker, it was naturally academician Xiao Changtong himself who addressed the audience. It was only at this moment that Lu Yuan could finally see Academician Xiao's visage clearly. In comparison to certain photographs circulating on the internet, his hair appeared somewhat sparser. The skin exhibited signs of slight laxity, suggesting an advanced age, complemented by a pair of black spectacles. His towering stature, clad in a formal suit, imparted a rather austere impression. When it came to the specifics of his discourse, Lu Yuan's attention was fleeting. He retained little of significance. The focus remained on recounting the rationale behind hosting this competition and contemplating the future of mathematics. The atmosphere peaked during Academician Xiao's address, with students erupting into applause and cheers at various exhilarating points. Only after Academician Xiao concluded did the ceremony transition to the most thrilling moment, the awarding of prizes. I hereby announce the list of teams awarded in the 6th Xiao Chang'e University Mathematics Competition. Among the 12 teams that reached the finals, 7 were distinguished with awards. 2 teams received bronze medals, one from the University of Science and Technology of China, led by student Huang Yi, with members Zhao Ziqi, and another from Fudan University, led by student Xiao Zhe. A wave of applause erupted in the venue. Uncertain of how many teams from their own university had won, Zheng Heng speculated aloud. There should be at least one gold medal team, just like in previous years. As applause resonated, Zheng Heng could not help but engage in conjecture. Out of the 4 teams, I believe 2 will secure awards. Let us see about the silver medals. After the 2 teams took the stage for photographs, Vice Dean Jiang continued his announcements. 3 teams were awarded silver medals, all claimed by a student from Peking University, the teams of Ji Wenjie and Chen Rue. As the words fell, Lu Yuan and his companions immediately erupted into applause. The fact that all silver medals were swept by their university was a source of pride. Furthermore, the last team was likely to secure gold, suggesting that Peking University's performance this year surpassed all previous records. A moment of pure joy illuminated the faces of the 4. Even though Lu Yuan initially harbored little concern for the competition, the collective sense of honor and pride in their university's achievements was inescapable during the award ceremony. However, the applause was not as fervent as it had been for the bronze medals, given that it was Tsinghua's home ground, and the enthusiasm of many Tsinghua students seemed somewhat restrained. Yet, The exhilaration among Lu Yuan and his peers was short-lived, as the announcement for the gold medal teams soon followed. Two teams were awarded gold medals, both from Tsinghua University, the teams of Li Yutong and Lin Dao's. The Vice-Dean's voice was noticeably amplified with excitement as he spoke. The applause from the audience erupted like thunder, a cacophony of approval. At that moment, Lu Yuan and his friends realized that they had mistakenly assumed 4 teams had won awards, with 3 securing silver and 1 gold. Historically, the gold medals were typically divided between 1 team from Tsinghua and 1 from Peking University, or both from Peking University. They were wholly unprepared for the reality that Tsinghua had claimed all the gold medals this year. Instantly, the earlier joy of sweeping all silver medals dissipated. This is utterly unbelievable. Tsinghua's teams took all the gold? Our university only got 3 silver? Zheng Heng was the first to voice his discontent. The polite applause ceased, replaced by murmurs of dissatisfaction. It seems Tsinghua is simply favoring their own students this year. Upon hearing this, several nearby students turned to observe them. Zheng Heng, you really should hold your tongue. Sure, Jiyu hastily covered Zheng Heng's mouth with his hand, redirecting attention away from their group. However, a girl seated in front of them continued to glance back, her voice ringing clear. Don't blame the lack of gold medals on conspiracies. The final evaluations were personally overseen by Academician Xiao. When your university swept the golds in the past, we never raised an eyebrow. Can't you handle a loss now? This remark ignited Zheng Heng's emotions once again, sparking a desire to argue. But this time Lu Yuan restrained him. Lu Yuan's presence commanded a level of respect from Zheng Heng, who at least quieted down. Yet he still murmured, Brother Yuan, do you genuinely believe there was no foul play? Let's not rush. There are still individual awards to consider. Deep down, Lu Yuan too felt a flicker of skepticism, though he recognized Tsinghua's reputation for integrity. Many competitions were lost gracefully, and it seemed implausible that they would engage in underhanded tactics in such a prestigious event. He leaned towards the notion that it might simply have been a matter of performance on the day. Perhaps their university's effort fell short. At least, in terms of a number of awarded teams, their university still had the highest count with 3 teams. As for any potential underhandedness, it would be prudent to await the announcement of the individual awards. He held confidence that he would secure at least 1 or 2 gold medals. The absence of any would raise legitimate concerns of foul play. Chapter 113. Brother Yuan, could the gold medal still be yours? The winning teams took turns to stand on stage for photographs. The gold medal teams lingered particularly long, with Academician Xiao offering ample encouragement to one of the winning teams. Zheng Heng, you truly ought to say less. After all, this is their home ground. Lu and Kun observed Zheng Heng's sour expression and quickly sought to console him. At just 16, and still in a period of growth, he was brimming with youthful bravado. Typically, he was preoccupied with food and chatter, but in competitive settings, he was particularly prone to emotional outbursts. Indeed, if there were truly foul play, Dean Xiao would certainly address it with Tsinghua. Our university wouldn't endure such slights. The rivalry between the 2 premier institutions in the capital was palpable, with both maintaining a tradition of fairness. However, in the realm of mathematics, Peking University had historically held an advantage, which explained their frequent accolades in mathematics competitions. Thus, the absence of a gold medal team from their university this year was a hard pill for Zheng Heng to swallow. The disappointment was perhaps most keenly felt by the 4 teams that had reached the finals. I suppose we can always return next year for the team competition. I refuse to believe it will be hosted by Tsinghua again. Upon hearing this, the group felt a sense of relief as the gold medal teams finally concluded their photo session. Vice Dean Jiang returned to the podium. I now announce the list of individual award winners. For the analysis and differential equations category, there were 10 recipients. The bronze medals were awarded to Tsinghua University's Chun Jing and Kong Hao, along with Peking University's Zheng Heng, Lu and Kun, and Zhao Ting, totaling 6 students. Let's extend a warm round of applause for these 6 students as they come forward to receive their awards and pose for photographs. To their surprise, the 2 who ascended the stage only received bronze medals. Fortunately, at least they had garnered awards, as both had been uncertain of achieving full marks after the exam. Although Zheng Heng had initially been somewhat emotional, he wore a bright smile while posing for a photograph with Academician Xiao. 3 silver medals were awarded to Lu Wei from Ludong University, Wang Yishuan from Tsinghua, and Wang Xiong from Peking University. Upon hearing the announcements, Shi Jiayu felt a pang of disappointment. He was aware that he had made several errors in the differential equations exam, and if he didn't earn a silver or bronze, the prospect of a gold would be even more remote. It appeared that his hopes lay in another area of topology. Zheng Heng and Lu In-kun soon returned, both clutching their bronze medals, their eyes occasionally darting towards Lu Yuan. After all, the next announcement would reveal the sole gold medal recipient. Given Lu Yuan's past achievements and the circumstances of the exam, it was highly probable that the gold medal would be his. After the three students finished their photo session, they eagerly awaited Vice Dean Zhang's next address. The winners of the 6th Chang'e mathematical competition, analysis and differential equations, Huluoging Prize have now been announced, with the honor going to Lu Yuan, a student from Peking University. As the news was revealed, several of his roommates erupted into enthusiastic applause. This exuberance quickly spread through the audience, filling the room with a chorus of clapping. Well done, Yuan Ge. Hurry up and go collect your award. Let them see if we can bring home the gold from Chang'e. Zheng Heng exclaimed, nudging Lu Yuan toward the aisle to hasten his ascent to the stage. His gaze filled with pride as he glared at the row of girls who had just ridiculed him. Yet the girl in question paid him no mind. Instead, she graciously applauded Lu Yuan in congratulation. This only served to dampen Zheng Heng's spirits, making him feel somewhat petty. After realizing the futility of his actions, he restrained himself. Lu Yuan, filled with excitement, jogged up to the podium. Although the competition had limited practical benefits for him, it was nevertheless the first gold medal he had secured for his school that evening. The setback in the team competition had at last been redeemed by his personal triumph. On stage, Academician Chiu gently draped the medal around his neck. Thank you. Lu Yuan expressed his gratitude politely, and to his surprise, Academician Chiu responded, you possess remarkable mathematical talent. You performed excellently across several subjects. Stay committed to this field. As Lu Yuan looked up to study the face of Academician Chiu closely, he noticed the deep wrinkles in his skin, which appeared more pronounced up close. The man's skin was rough and loose, yet his eyes sparkled with hope and encouragement, transforming his initially serious demeanor into one of warmth. With an arm around Lu Yuan's shoulder, he raised the medal with one hand, as flashes from the media cameras illuminated the space around him. Even after returning to his seat, Zheng Heng and the others continued to express their awe. The announcement of the winners persisted. The winners of the Chang'e Prize, recognizing achievements in geometry and topology, included Chang'e from Peking University, who earned a silver medal. Fortunately, although Old Shi had stumbled in the first subject, he excelled in the topology section, achieving an impressive score and claiming the silver. Yuan Ye, could it be that the gold for the Chang'e Prize is still yours? Zheng Heng speculated excitedly, his eyes glimmering with surprise. It seemed he was more thrilled than when he had secured his own bronze medal, as if he were the one poised to win gold. The two girls in the front row turned to glance at Lu Yuan, their eyes filled with curiosity. When Lu Yuan acknowledged them with a polite nod, they congratulated him. Congratulations, Lu Yuan, one of the girls remarked, and indeed, both had striking features, particularly the girl who had first mocked Zheng Heng. Her delicate countenance exuded tranquility, yet her personality was evidently forthright. Now, for the gold medalist of the Chang'e Prize, Vice Dean Zhang announced with a chuckle. Let us welcome once again Lu Yuan from Peking University to the stage. The applause this time was more vigorous than before, and many Tsinghua students began to genuinely recognize Lu Yuan's accomplishments. So what is the inside scoop? The girl questioned Zheng Heng again as Lu Yuan rose to the stage, leaving him speechless and contemplative about his earlier impulsiveness. Classmate, I truly apologize for earlier. Zheng Heng is still young and sometimes speaks without thinking. Lu and Kun interjected, diffusing the tension. The girl, now more intrigued, inquired about Lu Yuan. Is this Lu Yuan your classmate? What year are you all in? We're freshmen, all from the same dormitory, one of them replied. A whole dormitory winning awards? Are freshmen this impressive now, with medals hanging from their necks, 2 bronzes and a silver, along with Lu Yuan's 2 golds? Any lingering awkwardness dissipated as the girl's admiration for Lu Yuan overshadowed Zheng Heng's discomfort. We focus primarily on competitions in high school, which gives us an advantage in these contests, Shijie explained, earning the girl's respect. So you all were recommended based on your competition results? I participated in competitions too, but only managed to secure a 2nd prize at the provincial level. I met a few students involved in competitions, and they are all incredibly talented. As the conversation progressed, the previous misunderstandings vanished, and they quickly bonded. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Tang Ningning, and this is my best friend, Tan Jing. Just as Lu Yuan returned to his seat, he overheard their exchange. The 2 girls were in their 2nd year and had participated in the team competition, but they had not ranked high enough to earn a medal. After a short chat, they eagerly exchanged WeChat contacts. If you ever come to Peking University for a competition, don't forget to show us around. They chimed, to which the group nodded enthusiastically. However, it wasn't too long before Lu Yuan heard his name again from Vice Dean Jiang. Yuan Ge, it seems you have won another award. This is your third one. With 3 consecutive golds, the pace at which Academician Xiao presented the medals had noticeably quickened. The photo session was significantly swifter than during the previous 2 occasions. Once Lu Yuan returned to his seat, the back of the auditorium had become the center of attention. Many began to inquire about Lu Yuan, with some recognizing him. You don't know him? He is the only student to achieve a perfect score at this year's IMO. I sat behind him during training camp. His problem-solving skills are astonishing. Numerous students from the training camp were present, as those truly passionate about mathematics and dedicated to it were a select group each year. I recall a Peking University undergraduate recently published in JAMS. I believe his name is also Lu Yuan. Yes, it should be the same individual. As discussions continued, the audience's fascination with Lu Yuan grew, their respect for him evident. Tang Ningning and Tan Jing turned to face him fully, exclaiming, "So you're that impressive." Yuan Ye. The formality of referring to him as Lu Yuan fell away, and they now joined the chorus of the venue, addressing him as Yuan Ge. Upon announcing the medalist for the Su Baluo Prize, Vice Dean Jiang paused, casting a glance toward Lu Yuan in the back. The collective gaze of the audience converged upon him. Once again, it is Lu Yuan from Peking University. The announcement continued, and the final gold medal, the Lin Jiaqiao Prize, was also awarded to Lu Yuan, culminating in an unexpected sweep of all 5 golds in the individual competition. This outcome astonished even Lu Yuan himself. While he had found the examination questions devoid of difficulty, lacking the thrill he experienced during the IMO, the reality that only one student could claim each gold medal weighed on him. Any misstep or oversight could have cost him dearly, and he believed the organizers would be reluctant to bestow all 5 medals upon him. Who would have thought that while harboring doubts about Tsinghua fairness during the team competition, Lu Yuan would be entirely convinced during the individual competition? It appears that Tsinghua's reputation is indeed dependable, as he amassed all 5 gold medals for himself. Within the auditorium, the chatter among the crowd grew increasingly boisterous, with Lu Yuan's location becoming the focal point of attention. To be candid, given the level of scrutiny he received tonight, he stood on par with esteemed figures such as Academician Qiu Qingtong and another illustrious individual who has also been awarded the Fields Medal. Everyone, please settle down. The award ceremony is not yet concluded, as there is still one more award to present. It was only when Vice Dean Jiang spoke that the audience regained their composure and ceased their discussions. Now, I will announce the winner of the individual all-around award for this year's Qiu competition, the bronze medal. As for the gold medal winner, I need not elaborate, as this student's name has been mentioned most frequently tonight. Lu Yuan, please come up to receive your award. The individual all-around award is determined by taking the 3 highest scores from the 5 competitions. For Lu Yuan, who had already secured 5 gold medals, this award was truly a foregone conclusion. Finally, we finished handing out the medals. The Academician Xiao on stage even jested. Lu Yuan, do not squander your talent. The field of mathematics needs young minds like yours. With a pat on Lu Yuan's shoulder, he descended the stage, visibly pleased. It was not until Lu Yuan stepped down that the 6th Qiu Chang'e University student mathematics competition finally came to a close. Although Peking University initially underperformed in the team competition, its results in the individual competition far exceeded expectations. Lu Yuan, having participated in only one competition, directly claimed the Hua Luogang gold medal, the Chun Xingshan gold medal, the Zhou Weiliang gold medal, the Lin Jiaqiao gold medal, the Su Baohua gold medal, as well as the individual all-around gold medal, 6 golds in total. The sensation of sweeping all the medals was indeed exhilarating, especially for the Peking University students present, who felt disheartened by their team's earlier losses. Many had harbored suspicions akin to Zheng Hang's regarding potential underhanded dealings. However, with the individual competition results now unveiled, it was a moment of true vindication and a dispelling of misunderstandings about Tsinghua. The following day, news of Lu Yuan's remarkable triumph in the individual competition, particularly his victory over Tsinghua, quickly spread throughout the mathematics department. Even during lectures, the instructors of foundational courses regarded him with newfound respect, taking the opportunity before or after class to celebrate his glorious achievements. In the laboratory, Ling Du had completed the translation of the missile paper. Upon handing him the USB containing the paper, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Junior brother, brother Yuan, I never imagined that one day your fame would eclipse mine." The prestige of having a top-tier journal publication recognized by the college website certainly held considerable weight. Yet, for undergraduate students, it paled in comparison to the shock of Lu Yuan's 6 gold medals, which brought a greater collective sense of honor. At least now, The title Brother Yuan had transcended from their freshman cohort to become a well-known moniker throughout the entire college. How can you even compare? Your reputation is nowhere near that of Brother Lu. Senior Yu Junwei interjected, unable to contain himself. One is infamous, while the other is renowned. There is a fundamental difference. All reputations are alike. And thanks to junior brother Lu, fewer people mention me these days. Ling Du, in high spirits, was genuinely pleased not only for Lu Yuan's success, but also for the gradual fading of his own notoriety within the college. At this moment, Lu Yuan sat at his workspace, perusing the paper that Senior Ling had translated and polished. After this period of diligent study, he could discern the quality of the translation. Overall, it was quite standard and not significantly inferior to Senior Yu's work. In fact, in certain details, Ling Du's translation, even for a paper related to missiles, appeared subtly more accurate than previous translations by Senior Yu. Lu Yuan couldn't help but admire Ling Du's strong aptitude for learning, compared to himself, who excelled only in mathematics. Physics and chemistry, Ling Du's talents spanned across various disciplines, even extending to remarkable gaming skills. Since entering graduate school, Ling Du seemed to have settled down. While he still took on a few side gigs and occasionally slacked off, the majority of his time was now devoted to the laboratory, as he was currently engrossed in research papers rather than merely wasting time. Make sure to fold your blankets. Take out the trash when the bin is full. The cleanliness of these dormitories is declining by the day. As Lu Yuan entered the dormitory, he discovered a woman in her mid-30s inspecting for cleanliness. This dormitory is the most outrageous. Didn't I send out a notice in advance? Today's inspection is for hygiene. The other dorms at least made a half-hearted effort. Their appearances are still somewhat acceptable. But your dorm? Food wrappers scattered everywhere, clothes thrown about, and not a single prohibited appliance missing. His roommates bowed their heads and hurriedly began to tidy up, especially Chang'e, who quickly gathered the snacks from his desk. The woman in the dormitory, now genuinely irritated, turned upon hearing the commotion, her gaze sharp as she focused on Lu Yuan, who had just entered. "Hello, Teacher Long." Lu Yuan felt a twinge of guilt and instinctively lowered his head. He recognized this teacher, or rather, no one in the entire college was unfamiliar with her. Teacher Long from the Student Affairs Office was responsible for students' daily affairs, and her visits to the dormitory were generally for hygiene checks. She was quite amiable and seldom made things difficult for students. Her inspections were infrequent, occurring every 2 to 3 weeks, and she would issue a notice a day or two in advance. In truth, it was more of a formality to fulfill the college's requirements, rather than an attempt to hassle the students. However, among the 4 residents of Lu Yuan's dorm, none were particularly conscientious. Not to mention, just yesterday, they had attended the award ceremony at Chang'e and celebrated their achievements upon returning to the dormitory. The overall state of the dorm was indeed somewhat unsightly, making Teacher Long's frustration understandable. "Lu Yuan? Is that you, Lu Yuan? The brother Yuan everyone is talking about?" Contrary to expectations, Teacher Long did not reprimand him. Her eyes widened in surprise, her anger dissipating almost instantly as she looked him over with a glimmer of delight, confirming his identity as if she had heard of him, even aware of the title Brother Yuan. "Yes, I am Lu Yuan." "Ha, I know you. The student who swept all the awards from Chang'e in the individual competition. You've brought great honor to the college. I didn't realize you lived in this dormitory." It was evident that the news of Lu Yuan's accolades had spread far and wide, exceeding even his own expectations. Even Teacher Long from the Student Affairs Office recognized him. And undoubtedly, other faculty members did as well. In fact, the tone of her voice had softened considerably due to his achievements. "Teachers understand that you all work hard, but you must still pay attention to the cleanliness of your dormitory." It appeared she was genuinely giving him face, offering a way out. "Teacher, we attended the award ceremony last night and were a bit too excited, so we celebrated a little in the dorm. We didn't have time to clean up today, but we'll rectify it immediately. Would you like to check the hygiene of the other dorms first? We can tidy up, and then you can come back for a follow-up inspection." Lu Yuan provided a brief explanation, and Teacher Long's smile grew even more radiant. "It seems all 4 of you receive awards. Then a celebration is indeed warranted. I figured there must be special circumstances. Otherwise, you wouldn't be purposely trying to defy me." Teacher Long's demeanor softened considerably as she smiled. Typically, women of her age would sport the most ordinary ponytail. Her voice was sharp, emanating a sense of sternness that was undeniably formidable to her students. Just moments ago, the 4 girls in the dormitory were left momentarily stunned by her reprimands. And now their expressions had completely shifted. "I won't be coming to check on you anymore. I trust you," she declared, "when the time comes for tidying up. Ensure you do so. The college leadership may come for an inspection next Wednesday, and I trust you will not behave as you did today." This unusual sense of leniency felt quite different. The girls felt a wave of relief wash over them, tinged with a subtle excitement. Having said her piece, Teacher Long turned to leave, but paused at the dormitory entrance to glance back at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, do you not particularly enjoy participating in group activities? She inquired. Unsure of Teacher Long's intent, Lu Yuan cautiously replied, it's not too bad, I suppose. Well, if you're not averse to it, you should participate more in student council and club activities. I haven't seen you in any of the various club events. Don't underestimate these associations. A significant portion of awards and honors, such as party membership nominations, are allocated through them. If you miss the registration due to timing, feel free to come to the Student Affairs office and seek me out. With that, she turned and departed once more. Teacher Long, who oversaw the student council and various clubs within the Student Affairs office, was essentially offering Lu Yuan a gentle reminder. However, Lu Yuan had little interest in joining the student council, not only due to his disinterest in the seemingly endless meetings of such associations, but also because he had numerous academic responsibilities and tasks, such as the satellite assignments from the Meteorological Bureau. He appreciated Teacher Long's goodwill, but had no intention of seeking her out for club involvement. In the days that followed, Lu Yuan found life at the college increasingly agreeable. Initially, the dean and vice dean might have shown him some favor on certain occasions, yet it had little bearing on his undergraduate experience. However, since receiving the award, many junior faculty members and administrative staff had begun to extend him exceptional consideration, greatly easing his various campus experiences. Some teachers, despite their lower ranks, like Teacher Long, held pivotal positions. Even a mere greeting to the dormitory supervisor allowed their room, 306, to operate like a lawless haven, free from curfews at night. This gradually evoked memories of his senior year at Hengshi High School. Chapter 116. Paper Acceptance. Yuan Ge. Are you still studying? The final exams are approaching. Don't forget. I know. I'm coming right away. He quickly saved the atmospheric monitoring satellite data document on his computer. Lu Yuan hastily shut his laptop, grabbed a pen, and hurried out after his roommates. Time had flown, and it was already late December. After a month of procrastination, he had finally completed the requirements set by the Meteorological Bureau. As for the timing of submission to Director Me, that was not urgent, given that the overall task planning of the Bureau spanned 2 to 3 years. Submitting too early would only suggest a lack of diligence. He intended to hold off until after the new year to submit it. Stepping out of the dormitory building, Lu Yuan tightened his thick cotton coat against the biting cold. This month had seen the weather plummet, and even though he was well dressed, he couldn't help but shiver as the wind swept by. Just having exited the warmth of his heated dorm, the sudden exposure to the frigid air was quite unbearable. The gust stung his face, confirming that physical discomfort was indeed real. Upon entering the examination building, Lu Yuan felt a sense of relief wash over him, accompanied by his 2 roommates. Of course, this did not apply to Zheng Heng, who felt out of place among the others. In such weather, he wore only 2 layers, a short-sleeved shirt and a hoodie, completely oblivious to the concept of cold. In a lecture hall, many students from various classes had already settled in. This year, the new year came early, causing some courses to commence their final exams ahead of schedule. Some departments had even seamlessly transitioned into winter break by New Year's Day. The mathematics department, where Lu Yuan was enrolled, would break around January 10th, but not without first enduring an exam week. Yuan Ge, could you assist me during the exam later? A classmate to his left, Ma Liang, inquired, wearing an expression of sheer luck, as if he had won the lottery. He was also a fellow student from the elite class. Indeed, even among the elite class, which boasted at least a CMO gold medalist, not everyone dismissed the significance of exams. In reality, only about half the students in the class truly dedicated themselves to their studies. Those in Lu Yuan's dorm, who put in such effort, were exceptionally rare. Many students had initially engaged in mathematics competitions solely to gain admission to Peking University. Now that they were in college, they unconsciously began to indulge themselves. This unrestrained environment, reliant on self-discipline, proved to be the greatest challenge for the typically younger students in the elite class. Among them were those engrossed in gaming, fervently participating in club activities, or busy with romantic pursuits. The presence of seniors like Ling Du was not uncommon. Nevertheless, most students maintained a sense of balance, at least studying fiercely in the days leading up to exams. With a solid foundation in mathematics, they could catch up on the basic content required to pass the first year. However, exceptions existed. Some students struggled with advanced mathematics, lacking the innate aptitude they had in elementary math. Ma Liang was one such individual, currently obsessed with League of Legends and not possessing the same flair for higher-level mathematics. Even during final exams, he resorted to employing little tricks, seeking assistance from others. "If I don't submit my paper, do your best to manage," Lu Yuan said, not inclined to refuse. His nature wasn't one of selflessness, yet this was merely an ordinary final exam, and he was happy to lend a hand. The exam papers were distributed a few minutes earlier than scheduled. The invigilators appeared lax, with two teachers mostly engaged in conversation at the podium. They only rose to patrol occasionally, when they observed particularly egregious behavior. For Lu Yuan, the final exam paper was exceedingly straightforward. Within mere minutes, he had completed the entire test and placed his paper to the left, allowing Ma Liang to see it. Half an hour later, a cacophony of sounds filled the classroom. Aside from Lu Yuan and a few others who genuinely engaged with mathematics, the majority of students still found the final exam challenging, particularly for Peking University's final papers. Some of the distinguishing questions were not much easier than those Lu Yuan had faced in the preliminary round of the math competition. Fortunately, Ma Liang was present in the examination room. After copying Lu Yuan's answers, he generously illuminated the area around him like a moving Wi-Fi hotspot. Regrettably, for the rest of the students in the lecture hall, the illuminated zone was quite limited. Moreover, the mathematics content of this final exam quickly drew ire from the entire school. Indeed, the complaints did not solely originate from the mathematics department students. They echoed throughout the student body. Most first-year students across various majors had taken mathematics as a common course. The grievances were straightforward. The exam content did not align with the course material. Some questions on the paper not only exceeded the syllabus, but also presented an unusually high level of difficulty. Many students who had studied diligently and reviewed thoroughly ultimately failed to pass, leaving many feeling despondent. This predicament had left several mathematics faculty members and the exam's creators in a state of turmoil for days. Naturally, Lu Yuan paid little attention to all this. Even the final examinations in school merely serve as a diversion for him. Once completed, he promptly returned to the laboratory to continue his studies. Nowadays, the first thing he does upon opening his computer is check his emails. Two unread messages await him. The first is a correspondence forwarded from Professor Zhao, entirely in English. After all, as the corresponding author, the notification was initially sent to his advisor. A fleeting look at the content brings a shadow of disappointment to Lu Yuan's face. Logically, his proficiency in English should enable him to read it swiftly. Yet, the reason for his dismay lies in the fact that he is all too familiar with the content. Dear Professor Zhao Xin, this paper falls outside the scope of our journal's acceptance. We appreciate your interest in our publication and wish you success in your future endeavors. Should you have any questions or concerns, please do not hesitate to contact us. Indeed, it is a rejection email regarding Lu Yuan's ballistic paper. Rejection letters often reiterate the same points. Some explicitly state errors in the paper, others mention insufficient novelty, or note an abundance of similar content recently submitted. Then there are those like this one, where Lu Yuan is acutely aware that the journal has accepted papers related to ballistics. Yet, upon submitting his own, he receives a reply stating it does not fall within the journal's acceptance range. This has led to a gradual dimming of his once hopeful expectations for a paper he believed held great promise. In the span of a month, he has faced over a dozen rejections. Now, he comprehends more than ever why his advisor, Professor Zhao, remarked that his acceptance in the jams was merely a stroke of luck. Indeed, it is sheer luck, and only now does he realize the formidable challenge of publishing in top-tier journals across various fields. In the realm of ballistics, his once high confidence in his paper has yielded no journals willing to accept it. With little hope, he opens the second email. Upon reading its contents, Lu Yuan's fists clench in excitement, and he refreshes the page in anticipation. We have received your paper, and we will ensure its acceptance is duly confirmed. Only after verifying the details does he allow a joyful smile to grace his face. Chapter 117, Return to the Base. Fortune indeed favors the diligent. His paper has finally been accepted, albeit not in the SCI First Division he had hoped for, but rather in his Second Division journal. Nevertheless, it is a victory that a journal is willing to accept it. After a month of relentless rejections from numerous Third and Fourth Division journals, he is ecstatic, having nearly resigned himself to submitting to a domestic core journal. The fruits of that night's labor have finally yielded preliminary results. As for any further developments, Lu Yuan dares not speculate. After all, Professor Zhao's recommendation to the esteemed professor has not elicited any response. It is highly unlikely there will be any other opportunities for recognition in the near future. Buzz. A notification chimes from his phone. Once again, it is a message forwarded by his advisor, as indicated by the group notification. The Chang'e launch and re-entry trajectory confirmation meeting will officially commence on January 7th. inviting Professor Zhao Xin and others to participate. Following a lengthy formal message, Professor Zhao adds a brief note. Xiao Lu, please prepare yourself. We depart on the 5th. If you have any classes conflicting with the final exams, let me know in advance, and I will assist you in coordinating them. 2 courses cannot be attended: Marxist philosophy and university physics, both of which overlap with the schedule. After responding, the coordination process is swift. Arrangements for individual exams have been made in advance. For the university physics course, the lecturer has even secured a classroom for him to take the exam. As for Marxist philosophy, it is an open book exam, and the final paper has been provided in advance for him to complete and submit on his own. Compared to some specialized courses, the examination for these general subjects is indeed rather lenient. On January 5th, Yuan, accompanied by Professor Zhao, heads once more to the Chang'e base. It has been over 3 months since his last visit, yet the base remains unchanged, retaining its original appearance. The same capable Director Guang is there to greet him. This time, the treatment he receives is markedly improved. His identification badge has undergone a transformation. In addition to being a specially appointed algorithm expert, he now bears the title of a specially appointed researcher. The room provided for his rest is still a dedicated single room. It is quite spacious, approximately 20 square meters, equipped with an independent bathroom and 24-hour hot water supply. Yuan, are you satisfied with your accommodations? If you have any specific requests, including sunlight orientation, please feel free to let me know. The most appealing feature of the room, in Yuan's eyes, is the solid wood desk, seemingly crafted from elm. It is pristine and clean, adorned with a potted plant. Facing directly towards the window. Absolutely, I couldn't be more satisfied, Yuan exclaims, content with the improved living conditions compared to his previous stay. I'm glad to hear that. This time, your ID card includes a special allowance from base. You will receive a stipend of $1,500 a month. Since you left early last time, the allowance began to be credited from October. This month's stipend has already been deposited, amounting to 4,500 yuan, which can be spent within the base. It appears that the increase in his benefits initiated in September was merely a temporary adjustment. The formal changes took effect starting in October. However, he had already returned to school by then and was largely unaware of many of the base's benefits. The cafeteria on the base offers complimentary meals, but the convenience store requires payment. Previously, he had often relied on borrowing Wang Ji's card, seldom needing to pay for himself. Now, it is much more convenient, as he can directly use his ID card for purchases. Director Guang, isn't this allowance a bit excessive? What happens if I don't use it all? The allowance is set according to the standards provided by Chief Engineer Ding, and it resets every June. Furthermore, by regulation, this stipend can only be spent within the Chang'e base. Director Guang states this with an air of authority, resembling a bureaucratic demeanor. However, he quickly leans closer to Yuan and whispers, if you find you have surplus funds, you can negotiate privately with the shopkeeper at the base. I can arrange for you to receive a discount. If that fails, you might consider purchasing items like cigarettes, alcohol, or milk. I can arrange for transportation to help you take them out later. Indeed, regulations are regulations. Such implicit benefits within the base are understood among the staff, though the situation differs for those with families. At worst, one can simply purchase essentials like rice and flour from the base. Oh, by the way, the second-generation lunar rover has completed its preliminary development. If you need it, I can help prepare a model of the second-generation lunar rover for you. That would be greatly appreciated, Director Guang. You are truly considerate. Yuan feels a sense of warmth akin to being at home, as the thoughtful details provide comfort. No need to thank me. I'm merely handling some logistical matters. The real contributions to the advancement of space exploration come from talented students like you. With that, he waved cheerfully at Yuan and turns to leave. Despite her typically serious and composed demeanor, Yuan feels as though he has been interacting with an older sister. After spending over an hour tidying up in his room, Yuan no longer requires Professor Zhao's assistance. He heads directly to the dispatch hall, enjoying his newfound freedom before the official start of meeting number 7. Inside the hall, everything remains unchanged. The familiar teacher Lu is still at the front, managing daily operations. Chang'e is no longer collaborating with the satellite office. Instead, he is dressed in military uniform working at the base. As for Yuan's most anticipated figure, Wang Yu, he is currently at his workstation, engrossed in a chat on his phone. The chat window even features a note with the word baby at the top. Beside Wang Gu stands a short, stout young man. Upon noticing Yuan standing next to Wang Yu, he playfully pats Wang Yu on the shoulder. Old Lin, what are you up to? With a dismissive gesture of his elbow and a hint of impatience in his voice, he muttered a complaint without lifting his head, continuing to chat on his phone. Brother Wang, are you chatting with sister-in-law? Upon hearing Lu Yuan's voice, Wang Yu looked up in pleasant surprise. Upon seeing Lu Yuan, he couldn't help but appraise him from head to toe. Lu Yuan, when did you return, you rascal? Quietly coming back. How long are you planning to stay this time? It's a different feeling to have familiar faces in the base. Returning to the Chang'e base, he felt no nervousness at all. It was more akin to coming home. I'm not sure. Number 7 has a meeting with the teacher, so I'll follow their arrangements. All right. Oh, by the way, let me introduce you. This is Lin Yi, from the same team as I am, and he is also responsible for image processing. However, his responsibilities are quite varied, mainly focusing on infrared detection imaging and remote sensing. He also collaborates with the lab at Nanjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics on image compression technology. Old Lin, this is the genius I told you about, Lu Yuan, a maestro in image algorithms. Chapter 118, the high-profile Commander Yao. Among the 2 members of the imaging team in the hall, Brother Wang leans towards software algorithms, while Brother Lin is more hardware-oriented. Meanwhile, the segment of work that Lu Yuan previously found challenging was precisely the domain of Lin Yi. Is Brother Lin a graduate of Nanjing University? In this base, the general staff and researchers primarily hail from Nanjing University and Beihang University, with Nanjing University being one of the main strongholds of the Chang'e base. In the teams working on the lunar rover, rocket engines, and fuel boosters, most professors and PhD candidates are alumni of Nanjing University. He has completed his undergraduate, master's, and doctoral studies there, with his PhD focusing on information and communication. It was unexpected that he transitioned to image processing after graduation. Judging by their ages, Brother Lin seems to be somewhat younger, around 28 or 29, with a round face and a double chin that obscures much of his neck, giving him a charming and approachable appearance. Am I not just a brick in the base? Wherever there's a shortage of personnel, that's where I'll go. Lu Yuan, you're truly remarkable. I've studied the algorithm you proposed. The idea is simply brilliant. I'm currently improving some algorithms related to infrared imaging and remote sensing based on yours. As he spoke, Brother Lin turned his notebook screen towards Lu Yuan. On it was a well-organized document, with the core content indeed being the algorithm Lu Yuan provided to the base. If you have time later, would it be convenient for you to help me review the modifications I made to this algorithm? Of course, Brother Lin. However, I have a meeting on the 7th. I can study with you at other times. Nowadays, he has also ventured into the realm of remote sensing due to tasks from the Meteorological Bureau, gradually drifting further from his original specialization. 2 days swiftly passed. Currently, Lu Yuan has gained considerable popularity within the entire Chang'e base, especially in the dispatch hall. Most people recognized him from that video conference and the subsequent image improvements. Several working groups discussed Lu Yuan's name when faced with images from satellites that were far clearer than before, reaching an entirely different level. However, this was merely the impression of ordinary researchers at the grassroots level. In the specialized orbit conference, the perception of Lu Yuan shifted. Professor Zhao, you are fortunate. How did you find such a remarkable student? Publishing in jams as an undergraduate? You must be basking in your student's glory. I can't say I've had such luck. In the small conference room, Lu Yuan followed Professor Zhao inside. After just a few steps, a tall middle-aged man blocked their path. The man appeared to be around 50, a few years older than Professor Zhao. He stood exceptionally tall, approximately 1.9 meters, towering over Lu Yuan by half a head. Silver glasses perched on his prominently defined nose, giving him a slightly tilted appearance. He was not overweight, but had a robust frame, exuding an imposing presence. Lu Yuan, this is Professor Tian Fu from Harbin Institute of Technology, primarily researching number theory. After a brief introduction, Lu Yuan recalled having heard of this professor before. Professor Zhao had mentioned that the trajectory proposed for the return of Chang'e aligned with his ideas, although the overall route planning differed somewhat. The conceptual model was largely similar. Old Tian, your student Xia is quite impressive. He is about to graduate with his PhD, right? I fear he'll surpass you in number theory in no time. He glanced back at a young man around 1.7 meters tall, with bangs and a decent appearance. Presumably the Xia that both men mentioned, who is Professor Tian's doctoral student. Lu Yuan had been focused on Professor Tian, not noticing this student standing behind him. Professor Zhao, I still have a long way to go. Just being able to keep pace with my teacher in this lifetime brings me immense joy. I can't compare myself to Lu Yuan. Only those who have developed in the field of mathematics truly understand the weight of papers published in the top 4 journals. Is this the new student you've taken in, old Zhao? Several professors began to converse, expressing their recognition of Lu Yuan. Soon, Chief Engineer Ding arrived in the conference room, but the meeting had yet to commence. At the head of a long table, there was still an empty seat opposite Chief Engineer Ding. It was evident that another leader was expected to arrive, although this particular leader seemed quite busy, arriving 20 minutes after the scheduled time. Several professors had already begun to engage in light conversation. Chief Engineer Ding, I apologize. I was just coordinating some work with the Bureau. Finally, the leader, a middle-aged man around 40, entered the room. He was dressed in a formal black jacket, standing approximately 175 meters tall and of a slender build. After briefly greeting Chief Engineer Ding, he sat down in the front seat without further ado, scanning the other attendees, including several professors and their students. No worries, Commander Yao. We understand that your work is quite complex. Shall we officially commence the meeting now? Professor Zhao quietly introduced this figure to Lu Yuan. Initially, he had briefly mentioned that this individual is currently the deputy commander of the Chang'e project and the chief commander of the first phase of a launch vehicle system. The entire Chang'e lunar exploration project is divided into 3 major components: the overall commander, the chief designer, and the chief scientist. Among these, the responsibilities for sending the probe to the moon fall under the purview of the overall commander and chief designer. The overall commander primarily oversees project progress and manages funding, akin to a project manager in Lu Yuan's understanding. As for the chief designer, they are essentially the chief engineer, tasked with overcoming all technical challenges within the project. The initial responsibilities of the chief scientist are somewhat lighter. They determine what equipment should be sent into space and to the moon, and are responsible for researching lunar information, etc. Chief Engineer Ding publicly declares himself primarily as the chief designer. However, it is evident that the specific management of the project, financial matters, and certain powers largely rest in the hands of the overall commander. Even Deputy Commander Yao's attitude towards Chief Engineer Ding is rather neutral. Of course, it could also be that Chief Engineer Ding has only recently assumed his role, and his experience is still relatively shallow. At this moment, Commander Yao did not acquiesce. Rather, his gaze continued to sweep across the attendees in the conference room, particularly fixating on Lu Yuan for a considerable time. Chief Engineer Ding, if I recall correctly, the participants of this meeting were exclusively esteemed professors and experts, were they not? How did we suddenly end up with several young individuals like this one? I hope that future meetings will maintain their purity. Mentoring the younger generation should not occur within such critical gatherings, especially those I am involved in. Chapter 119. Discontented Meeting. Commander Yao, the individuals present here are not as you might presume. It was, after all, Chief Engineer Ding who organized the meeting, and he had the final say in technical matters. The invited professors, including their students, certainly did not attend the conference without purpose. Take Lu Yuan, for instance. Despite being Professor Zhao's student, he was diligently learning image algorithms alongside Wang Yu in the dispatch hall. To enter this meeting, one must possess a degree of competence. Chief Engineer Ding would not want to suddenly acquire such a reputation. I cannot concur with that. What achievements can that young man possibly have? Why does he deserve a seat at today's meeting? Do so many professors pale in comparison to this one youth? Commander Yao's pointed criticism was directed squarely at Lu Yuan, who happened to be the youngest participant. His eyes were piercing, and his disdainful tone left no room for ambiguity. The atmosphere, which had initially been vibrant, suddenly turned frigid. For Lu Yuan, this was the first time he felt such embarrassment. Throughout his journey to the base, he had been treated with kindness and respect. Everyone had been particularly amiable, fostering a sense of belonging akin to that of returning home. However, in today's meeting, all those feelings evaporated. Of course, he was not the only one feeling awkward. Professor Zhao's face flushed with indignation. In this context, it seemed less like Commander Yao was questioning Lu Yuan and more like he was casting doubt upon Professor Zhao himself. Since being awarded the Young Talent title, Professor Zhao had not faced such intense scrutiny for a long time. Focused on his efforts to become an academician, he found himself a loss for words in response to Commander Yao's challenge. This was also the first time Lu Yuan had witnessed Professor Zhao in such a state. The other professors were similarly uncomfortable, as each had come with their own proud protégés. In academic research, fundamentally, every professor possesses an assistant. After all, they do not solely serve the Chang'e project. Most provide a specific direction for their capable and favored students to execute the entire task plan. To some extent, when discussing the details of each proposal, the involvement of the younger attendees is indispensable. The foundational work and overall scheme are primarily the fruits of their labor. Commander Yao, allow me to clarify. Each individual present here is indispensable. Take Lu Yuan, for instance. He is not only Professor Zhao's student, but also a distinguished young scholar who has published in the JAMS journal within the field of mathematics. Furthermore, The significant breakthroughs in imaging technology for the Chang'e project recently were also the result of Lu Yuan's exceptional contributions. At this juncture, Chief Engineer Ding had long since lost the patience he had at the beginning of the meeting. His voice had grown grave, and his countenance had turned somber. Although primarily a technical expert, he held a position of authority as chief engineer. Given the circumstances, it was evident that Commander Yao was deliberately seeking confrontation. Upon hearing Chief Engineer Ding's explanation, Commander Yao's expression momentarily registered surprise. Initially, his remarks were merely opportunistic, but he had not anticipated that this young man possessed genuine talent. His scrutinizing gaze shifted to a curious appraisal of Lu Yuan. After a considerable pause, he resumed speaking. Journals, you say? Who here has not published one? As for image algorithms, I concede that Lu Yuan has achieved notable success, but what relevance does that have to the content of our meeting today? It was clear that Commander Yao was intentionally provoking a dispute. Regardless of how Chief Engineer Ding might explain or extol Lu Yuan's accomplishments, Commander Yao would remain unconvinced. Moreover, I have reservations regarding the matter of image algorithms. Our base is not devoid of imaging engineers. We must trust our own personnel. The resources for verifying results in this area are limited. If we were to validate proposals in other fields, how much financial and material resources would be expended each time? Chief Engineer Ding, while you oversee technical matters, please consider our position as well. Securing funding from higher authorities in various units is a far more challenging endeavor. Though he still addressed Chief Engineer Ding with respect, his demeanor and unabashed attitude left no room for courtesy. It was no wonder that small meetings were difficult to convene. The previous session led by Professor Zhao had dragged on for so long, and now it was clear why. With such a spectacle unfolding at the outset of today's meeting, it had devolved into a debate akin to political strife, especially given the chief commander's role, which encompasses project management, oversight, and finances. In terms of real power, even Deputy Commander Yao did not shy from Chief Engineer Ding. Is this the sentiment of Chief Commander Chiu? Chief Engineer Ding, you're no stranger to the kind of individual Chief Commander Chiu is. He is currently occupied with securing funding for our overall project. He has no time to concern himself with such matters. At this moment, Lu Yuan had regained his composure. He had come to realize that he was merely a catalyst in this quarrel, or rather, a tool for Commander Yao to express his grievances. However, today was a small, closed meeting. Perhaps that was why the confrontation was so direct and intense. Wherever there are people, there exists a realm of politics. Unaware of the intricate power dynamics and relationships within the Chang'e base, Lu Yuan and his mentor, Professor Zhao, were likely aligned with Chief Engineer Ding. Not to mention that today's incident made it even more challenging to establish a rapport with Commander Yao. Enough. After wasting so much time, let us proceed with the meeting. The specifics of other discussions could wait until the next meeting for my input. It was evident that Commander Yao had deliberately arrived 20 minutes late and had spent the entire duration questioning others. Now he had the audacity to speak such nonsense. Lu Yuan could not help but marvel at the audacity of administrative officials. However, his words did not earn him respect from everyone present. I have other work to attend to shortly. Please proceed with the discussion regarding the proposals. Just notify me once there are any results. Professor Tian's expression had darkened since Commander Yao's indiscriminate attack on the young attendees. Initially, he had held back to give Chief Engineer Ding face, but now, as the meeting was set to continue, he felt it was unacceptable. As an esteemed professor in the field of mathematics, especially with his forthright nature, he cast a disdainful glance at Commander Yao, snorted coldly, and rose to leave with his students. Chief Engineer Ding, my student Lu Yuan does indeed have shortcomings in mathematics, so I shall spare him further embarrassment. The return proposal I introduced today was primarily led by Lu Yuan. I have little else to contribute. That shall be all. The rest of you may continue your discussions. With that, Lu Yuan hastily rose to follow Professor Zhao as they exited the conference room.